I awakened the strongest fire talent, but couldn't even burn a single ant. So my teammates treated me as useless and heartlessly abandoned me. It wasn't until the 5th day of the apocalypse that I discovered the true purpose of the fireball was to cremate corpses, seizing the abilities of the deceased after burning their bodies to ashes. Although I was 5 days behind others, I quickly rose to power with this extraordinary ability. Even after absorbing numerous S-level talents, I still fell in the special gameplay of the killing game, but as I opened my eyes, I was surprised to find myself back on the first day of the apocalypse. Now, with memories of my past life, I am determined to survive and become stronger at all costs. However, starting off weak, I must first find a scapegoat to fight monsters for me, then secretly upgrade by burning corpses. Just as everyone marveled at the changes in the world, a giant monster suddenly emerged from the ground, taking the lives of 5.5 people in less than 30 seconds. The only A-level talent present, Yuan Feng, immediately stepped forward. Awakening levels range from the lowest F level to the highest S level, and A-level talent holders are considered the cream of the crop among humans. However, I actually hoped he would die at the hands of the monster, as the body of an A-level talent holder would be a great boost. Unfortunately, the monster didn't even last a round against him. Still, he served as a good scapegoat. Seizing the opportunity in the chaos, I quietly approached the monster's corpse and used my fireball talent to cremate it. But just as I was enjoying the process of becoming stronger, someone suddenly shouted, "Lin Chuan, what are you doing? How dare you steal Hua Ji's kill? Do you want to die?" Although the scene was chaotic, with many onlookers, my act of burning the corpse was eventually seen by someone. No one is a fool. This slaughter game suddenly descends. Even though everyone is unprepared, as long as they have a brain, they can realize that the world has changed. As long as they are not cowardly trash, everyone will want to seize the opportunity to become stronger. But my sudden move naturally makes those who are attentive wonder if I have gained some great opportunity. Then, pairs of angry eyes all stare at me. Even Yuan Feng, who had just finished the battle, is no exception. He coldly questions, "Why burn the bodies?" I had already thought of an excuse for this. So, pretending to hesitate, I took out 5 crystal cores from my pocket and explained, "I also want to try my own talent, and I found this from 5 bodies." After Yuan Feng took over the 5 crystal cores and studied them for 2.5 minutes, the crystal cores cracked in his hands, and a hint of excitement flashed across his face. Many people present noticed his face turning red and speculated in their hearts about the effect of the crystal core. But at this moment, Yuan Feng ran directly towards the monster's corpse. He arrived at the corpse and searched through it in various ways, but even after searching the entire body, he did not find a crystal core. So he questioned me about where I found it. I pretended to be ignorant. "I don't know. I just saw it after burning." Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng immediately asked me to burn another corpse for him to see. Upon hearing this, I was delighted, eager to plunder more attributes, and obediently burned the pile of rotten flesh. The next moment, a voice in my mind instantly sounded, indicating an increase in mental attributes. However, at this moment, Yuan Feng saw my fireball spell burning the corpse and was somewhat surprised. "What level is your talent? How did you burn it so quickly?" "Not only did you burn it quickly, but there was not even a trace left. You see, even his powerful dragon flame burst only turns monsters into charcoal, while my fireball, which seems less powerful, burns things to ashes without a trace." I had already prepared an excuse for this. My talent is F-grade corpse incineration, and this fireball can only burn a corpse without causing much harm to living beings. Upon hearing my explanation, Yuan Feng finally relaxed, but also couldn't resist mocking me as a useless person. He then ordered me to specifically burn corpses to obtain crystal cores. Upon hearing this, I was pleased, as this was the result I wanted. At this time, another monster rushed out, and everyone was waiting for Yuan Feng to take action to solve it. However, he stood still in place until the monster killed 6 people. These people then began to realize their awakened abilities, easily killing the monster. Then, a person rushed out and solved the monster with just 2.5 punches. The one who took action was the former school beauty Lu Ruyan. However, she looked troubled after killing the monster, wondering why there was no experience gained from fighting monsters. So, she looked to Yuan Feng for help. At that moment, Yuan Feng was also looking at Lu Ruyan, who was a goddess at the school. Such a beautiful and elegant woman. He had never had the chance to talk to her before. Yuan Feng's vanity was bursting at the moment, but he deliberately pretended to be deep and did not explain to her. He turned to me directly, treating me like a lackey, quickly burned the bodies of those monsters on the ground. Without him saying anything, I was eager to burn the bodies to enhance myself. So, I threw a fireball over, burning a total of 6 bodies, bringing me strength attribute 0.3, physique attribute 0.1, speed attribute 0.1, and F-grade talent strength enhancement. Although the attribute value is very low, The talent of corpse incineration can absorb the bodies. Monsters naturally don't have talents. But it's different for players. After the corpses were burned to ashes, 6 crystal cores burst out in place. I handed the crystal cores to Yuan Feng with great interest, and then watched him perform. After receiving the 6 crystal cores, Yuan Feng silently absorbed them in his heart. Then, 5 crystal cores quickly cracked in his hands, followed by a pleasant prompt sound in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the player for upgrading. Gain +1 free attribute point. Ding! Congratulations to player Yuan Feng for being the first player in the world to upgrade to level 1. Reward +1 to all attributes. Is there a global announcement? Yes/no. Ha 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 ha. In the eyes of the crowd, Yuan Feng suddenly laughed maniacally as if he had lost his mind. Immediately afterward, a global announcement that played 3 times in a row sounded simultaneously in the minds of everyone around the globe. In the gymnasium, everyone's gaze toward Yuan Feng changed. Frenzy, shock, envy, jealousy, and the gaze that looked at Lin Xuan inevitably took on a few moments of sympathy. After all, everyone present had guessed that the secret to Yuan Feng's upgrade lay in the crystal core. The person who was the first to discover the crystal core was Lin Xuan. It should be realized that with a global population base of 10 billion, there were definitely quite a few A-ranked talents, and even S-ranked talents were also found in large numbers. And the world was so big, there was definitely someone stronger than Yuan Feng who had killed more monsters. But it was only Yuan Feng who became the first player to rise to level 1. Why? It wasn't because Lin Xuan was the first to discover the crystal core. Honestly, no one can even tell where the crystals are just by looking at the bodies. And in the 9 hours of welfare on the first day of the game, the social order didn't actually break down completely because the subterraneans were so weak. Human life is still worth quite a bit on the first day of this game. Few people would do anything disrespectful to a human corpse. And the probability of a welfare monster like the sublime worm bursting out crystal cores was only 1%. Lin Xuan clearly remembered that the first person to rise to level 1 in his previous life was a homicidal maniac from the Eagle Sauce country. But even if he was killing people, the time he found the crystal core and leveled up to level 1 was after 6 o'clock in the evening. And at this moment in time, it's only just after 3 p.m. It hasn't been more than an hour since the end times opened. Yuan Feng then completed the game's first global announcement with Lin Xuan's help. And to say Lin Xuan is jealous? Oh, he never wanted to take this global announcement from the beginning. For one thing, this +1 bonus to all attributes didn't mean anything to him who possessed a heaven-defying talent. Secondly, and most importantly, leveling up in this killing game is not that great. I don't know if it's to press players to level up, or something else, but the leveling up of this killing game has a very special setting. The first thing was that killing monsters would not directly give experience value, something Yuan Feng and Luan Yuling had already determined through personal experience. Secondly, in the early stages of the game, only the crystal cores could provide the experience value for upgrading, and this was something that many people in the room had guessed as well. But the most important and special setting is, there was a limit to the number of crystal cores that each person could absorb per day. Without using secret treasures and secret medicines to enhance the divine soul, each person could only absorb 10 crystal cores per day. That is to say, there is a limit to the amount of experience value that each person can gain per day. Such a setting somehow prevents the level gap between the strong and the weak from becoming too large, and greatly suppresses player leveling. However, after the players are generally level 10, the strong continue to summarize the many ways to gain extra experience value in order to become stronger. For example, the most direct and efficient, raising the divine soul could increase the number of crystal cores absorbed per day. For example, some experience potions, experience meals, although expensive and also has a lot of limitations, but still by countless strong people tend to rush, just because it allows strong people to accumulate a little more experience value per day than ordinary people, and like all of the above, they are only available after level 10, to boost your experience value. In the early stages of the game, there are no secret treasures to enhance the divine soul, and there are no experience potions, experience meals, and the way for a strong person to surpass others in terms of leveling is simple: absorption of high-grade crystal cores. Each person has a limited number of crystal cores to absorb per day, but there is no limit to the level. For example, a level 0 player at the moment would only gain 1 experience point from absorbing a level 0 crystal core. Instead, if the absorption was a level 1 crystal core, it would directly gain 10 experience points. That is to say, if you absorb a level 0 crystal core, you will not be able to raise your experience any further on the first day of the end of the world after rising up to level 1 at most. And if you are absorbing a level 1 crystal core, you only need 1 to level up to level 1, and there are still 9 more slots for absorbing crystal cores on that day, so you can continue to improve. Comparing the two compartments, a truly strong person would of course choose to absorb a high-grade crystal core, However, the end times had just begun, and many people hadn't figured out the rules and didn't yet know the secret of experience value. Many people used their 10 daily absorption slots on level 0 crystal cores. As the saying goes, if you are one step behind, you are one step behind. You will only be left further and further behind by the truly strong by absorbing the same level of crystal cores on a daily basis. The only way to be strong is to cross the challenge. Lin Xuan was 5 days behind others in his previous life. Later on, through the continuous improvement of talent, he gradually possessed the ability to cross the level of challenge, and absorbed high-grade crystal cores every day. And it also took a full 10 days to pull back the level gap. And in this life, he's going to be ahead of the others. On day 1, as for taking down the global announcement of Yuan Feng, he was nothing more than an ATM in Lin Xuan's eyes, a corpse that would eventually be burned by himself. And at this moment, Yuan Feng came back to his senses from the intense vanity of the global announcement and first felt the powerful strength brought to him by the +1 to all attributes. And then he silently recited to the remaining crystal core in his hand, "Absorb." However, in the next moment, his face abruptly stiffened. It was only because a system prompt suddenly rang in his head. Ding! The number of crystal cores absorbed today has reached the upper limit. Please resume absorption tomorrow. What the hell? There's even a limit to the number of crystal cores that can be absorbed per day? What kind of stupid setting is this? If each person was only allowed to absorb 10 crystal cores per day, how else could the gap be opened between the strong and the weak? Is it by talent? Only when he thought of this did Yuan Feng's face look slightly better. After all, he was an A-ranked talent and had received the global announcement bonus of +1 to all attributes. He was the first in the world to rise to level 1, and he's already ahead of tens of billions of people around the world. Even if it wasn't an S-class talent, it must be able to become a lord in this post-apocalyptic world. Yuan Feng's inner grandeur was so great that in the face of the crowd's adoring and fervent gaze, his heart of wanting to shelter these people and be a savior gradually cooled down instead. What has just happened reveals a hidden secret. The probability of a human player popping a crystal core is as high as 100%, whereas monsters like the big fat worm were not 100% explosive crystal cores. Anyone with a brain understands the implications of this. Killing games are not just about people killing monsters and monsters killing people. I'm afraid the real substance of the game lies in people killing people. The game had just started, and Yuan Feng hadn't yet collapsed inside to the point where he immediately killed someone. However, letting his compatriots be killed by the monster and him collecting their bodies was something he could do without any psychological burden. Thinking of this, he instructed Lin Xuan to burn the corpse of the big fat bug that Luan Yuling had just killed to see if there were any crystal cores while he spoke to the crowd. I'm sure you've all just noticed that what appeared in the school is a very weak fat bug monster that can be easily dealt with by a D-ranked talent like student Wanyu Suzaku's. Since that's the case, I think everyone should just go their separate ways and practice their own leveling first. When he said this, some of the timid ones immediately refused. Don't, Brother Feng, there is no cell phone signal now and we don't know what's going on outside. What if there are stronger monsters out there? Right, Feng, let's play it safe or gather together in the gym to wait for help. That's right, Feng, you are a super strong person who took the global announcement. You should be so powerful. Before the words of moral abduction were finished, Yuan Feng swept over with a glance and the person who spoke instantly shut up. This, then, is the deterrent power of the strong. Yuan Feng, who had a full attribute of +1, although it was just like that in Lin Xuan's eyes, his full attribute was almost twice that of an ordinary person. Such an existence would certainly be oppressive to ordinary people. As for Yuan Feng, he very much enjoyed this feeling of being a strong man. This unprecedented power made him feel like he could do whatever he wanted. He was wondering if he should simply kill the punk who had just tried to morally kidnap him to make an example of him. However, his dragon flame explosion was too powerful and consumed too much. So he thought better of it. Yuan Feng already had a path to power in his heart, and coupled with the inner expansion caused by the global announcement, he simply didn't bother to talk nonsense to these ordinary people in the stadium anymore. His sights will eventually be set on the top global powerhouses. He swept his fingers over Lin Xuan and Luan Yuling, his tone overbearing. You two are on my team. Also for the rest of you, I need a healing aptitude, a defense aptitude, and a speed aptitude. 3 in total. With B-rank aptitude preferred. I'll make sure that all of my team members are upgraded as soon as possible, so come quickly if you want to join. Saying that, he also pretended to be generous and threw the crystal core in his hand that could no longer be absorbed to Luan Yuling. This crystal core award is for you. Luan Yuling was flattered. After all, Yuan Feng was a global announcement powerhouse, waiting to be known around the globe. Such a strong person was willing to let her join the team. Moreover, the precious crystal cores were given to her. At this moment, even if Yuan Feng looked ordinary, Luan Yuling couldn't help but feel a little moved inside. This is the human mentality of mooing strong. The first day of the end times was the first sign of things to come. Lin Chuan stood behind Yuan Feng like an ordinary little brother with little presents, his gaze glancing faintly at Luan Yuling. He was a bit surprised, but a global announcement had a surprisingly large impact on hearts and minds. In his previous life, Yuan Feng didn't get a global announcement. He and these people in the gym had killed a dozen or so subspecies before he was convinced, with a grimace, that killing monsters couldn't level up. Everyone was looking for ways to level up, and Yuan Feng also chose to find someone to team up with to go out and kill monsters. However, when he invited Luan Yuling in his previous life, he was rejected. Even though Luan Yuling was only a D-ranked talent, she didn't feel any pressure against the sublime worms that had the reputation of being a novice's welfare. What's more, she had a powerful family at her back. And even if the signal was cut off at the beginning of the end times and she couldn't contact her family for the time being, she believed that there would be A-ranked powerhouses born in her family as well. And those martial artists in the family definitely had a great advantage in the early stages of the end times. Therefore, the Luan Yuling of her previous life refused Yuan Feng's invitation to form a team. However, in this life, although Yuan Feng was still an A-ranked talent, he got the global announcement, 10 billion people worldwide, and he's the first to rise to level 1. It could be said that a global announcement had made Yuan Feng the most popular star in the world. His position in Luan Yuling's heart was also very different from his previous life. In the face of his invitation and show of goodwill, Luan Yuling readily accepted. In this regard, Lin Chuan was also happy to see it. Anyway, no one is too talented. Yes, for Lin Chuan, who had already experienced 3 world fusions, anyone, no matter if you're male or female, beautiful or ugly, and no matter if you've offended him or not, can become a corpse if it makes him stronger. Getting stronger is the only true meaning of the killing game. You can die at any time if you're not strong enough. Only the strong can keep on living all the time. Soon, Luan Yuling absorbed the crystal core given by Yuan Feng in front of everyone. Subsequently, a large number of people came to Yuan Feng's site to request to join his team. The other 3 people Yuan Feng had teamed up with were also slightly different from his previous life. Wan Gong, a B-ranked defense talent. Su Gongcheng, a B-ranked speed-type gifted person. These two, as in the previous life, the only one who had not chosen to join Yuan Feng's team in his previous life was Han Shuiying, a B-ranked healing talent. Apparently, she was also affected by the butterfly effect that is the global announcement. Once the team members were finalized, Yuan Feng was ready to lead the team away. At that moment, however, a discordant voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Brother Feng, I want to join your team too. Yuan Feng coldly swept his eyes over, his tone impatient. I have enough people in my team and am not going to add any more. Tian Hong's eyes were full of unwillingness, and he suddenly raised his hand to point at Lin Chuan, who didn't have much presence beside Yuan Feng, and blurted out, I can replace him. Seeing Yuan Feng's displeased face, Tian Hong spoke extremely fast as he analyzed and frantically marketed himself. Lin Chuan, this punk, has no attacking power at all with his F-rank talent, whereas my C-rank talent can manipulate metal to engage in combat. As for burning corpses to dig for crystal cores, I can do that too. I can completely replace Lin Chuan's job. He shouted this out loud, and quite a few people looked at him differently. These end times have only just begun, and many people's minds have not yet had time to change. Most people remain in awe of the dead. Lin Chuan's earlier act of burning the corpse, because of his talent, the process didn't seem cruel. But even so, there were still people who felt in their hearts that he was not behaving properly. And Tian Hong had the audacity to say at this moment that he was willing to dig crystal cores from corpses. It's not like he's gifted with fire. According to him, he is a metal talent. So I'm afraid he can only use metal weapons to dig crystal cores out of corpses. That image, just thinking about it is bloody uncomfortable. Yuan Feng also thought of this and rejected Tian Hong without hesitation. No need. My team doesn't lack combat power. Not only was it a matter of combat power, Yuan Feng felt that since Lin Chuan was the first to discover the crystal core, it also showed his skill. The killing game has just begun and everyone is just figuring everything out. With a smart guy like Lin Chuan by his side, there was no chance he could find something elsewhere as well. It would be cool to get another global announcement. All in all, Yuan Feng still thought quite highly of Lin Chuan. However, Tian Hong's face was white and his eyes were filled with cynicism as he looked at Lin Chuan. Tian Hong and Lin Chuan didn't deal with each other before the end of the world. The reason for this was just that the girl Tian Hong was kneeling on like Lin Chuan. Before the end of the world, Tian Hong was indeed inferior to Lin Chuan in every way. However, now that the end times are upon us, Tian Hong has awakened the C-rank talent of strong combat power. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, had only awakened the bullshit F-rank talent. Tian Hong felt that this post-apocalyptic world was his chance to turn his life around. As a result, the dastardly Lin Chuan had hugged Yuan Feng's thigh. How could he not be envious and jealous of this? And on the scene, there were many more who were envious and jealous. Han Shuiying, a B-level healing talent, was also one of them. She hesitated slightly, but still raised her doubts. Since there's no shortage of combatants in the team, isn't Luan Yuzu-san's existence a bit redundant? The scene was instantly subtle at those words. Unlike the small conflicts between Lin Chuan and Tian Hong that were not known to outsiders, Luan Yuling and Han Shuiying's disagreement was known to the whole school. The two were rivals when they first ran for schoolgirl. It's just a pity that both of them lost the election and became the departmental flowers of the computer science and medical departments respectively. Now that the smell of gunpowder was flaring up again between these two major departmental flowers, the gazes of the onlookers were filled with the color of gossip. Yuan Feng also found it quite interesting, and inwardly he even fantasized about the image of the two women fighting over themselves. He was secretly happy inwardly, but on his face he still explained in a serious manner, "My dragon flame explosion is too powerful. Sometimes it's better to deal with some simple shrimps, or Rainbell's wind blade is more suitable." Seeing that his intimate address was not resented by Luan Yuling, Yuan Feng signaled with his eyes again. Yuling. Luan Yuling received his signal and immediately a wind blade was flung out in Tian Hong's direction. Interestingly enough, the wind blade almost grazed Han Shuiying's cheek even though it was aimed at Tian Hong. This, no doubt, is a demonstration. Although Luan Yuling's D-rank talent was not as precious as Han Shuiying's B-rank healing talent, it was an existence that could kill Han Shuiying in terms of combat power. Of course, she didn't really want to kill anyone. That wind blade was aimed at Tian Hong's left arm. Tian Hong was inexperienced in combat, and under dodging, his left arm instantly bled like a river. He quickly covered his wound, and his mouth even erupted into a pig-killing squeal. Luckily, there was a healing-gifted person on the scene who instantly cast a healing spell on him. The one who cast the healing technique was none other than Yang Tao, Yuan Feng's teammate in his previous life. Yang Tao was a medical student like Han Shuiying, and the two were also in the same class. However, Yang Tao was ordinary-looking, with a slightly chubby figure, and his healing talent was only at C rank. In his previous life, it was Han Shuiying's failure to join Yuan Feng's team that allowed Yang Tao to take advantage of the situation. But even if he didn't join the Yuan Feng team in this life, Yang Tao is still popular in this gym. Healing talent was already scarce, and her healing Tian Hong at this moment was even more of a show of strength, and many other teams threw olive branches at her. And Han Shuiying had just been startled by the wind blade that had grazed her face and was only now coming back to her senses. She looked at Luan Yuling with an unkind gaze, yet Luan Yuling unexpectedly arrogantly averted her gaze, not meeting her line at all. Although Yuan Feng was quite enjoying being surrounded by beautiful women, he was also really afraid that these two would get into a fight, so he hurriedly said a couple of good words to each of them, and then led the team to leave the stadium. Yuan Feng's idea was simple. His dragon flame explosion was too powerful and it would be a waste to hit only one monster at a time, so his plan was to have Su Gongqing, who had the speed talent, draw a large number of monsters, then Wan Gong, who had the defense talent, protect him from the fat worm tentacles while he hid in the distance and used the dragon flame explosion to kill a large number of monsters. Although for the time being, there were no crystal cores to be found from within the fat worm monsters, and there were no experience value rewards for killing the monsters. But it's day one of the kill game and everyone is in the dark with no extra information, everything that needs to be explored by the strong, and he, Yuan Feng, decided to become a strong man. Obviously, he was not the only one who possessed the heart of a strong man like Yuan Feng. In the entire Jing University, more than a dozen elite monster fighting groups had been formed, with as few as 3 or 5 people, and as many as 10. In fact, subspecies are really good at killing. Lin Chuan, who had been reborn, was able to fight solo even without using his natural abilities, just with his fighting skills from his previous life. But this killing game has just begun, and people who have been living in a peaceful background for a long time are still very afraid of death at heart. Coupled with the fact that human nature has not yet had time to distort, there are still barely a few moments of solidarity and cooperation between people. That's why those who chose to team up were in the majority. Still, soloists are still out there too. Not long after Yuan Feng's team's group had left the stadium, they were intercepted by a lone traveler. Lin Chuan, who tried to minimize his presence in the team, saw the person who stopped in front of Yuan Feng, and his pupils suddenly just shrunk. Everything that had happened since the rebirth was basically in Lin Chuan's anticipation and grasp. However, encountering Lei Ming was something he didn't expect. When he met Thunder in his previous life, it was after the first world fusion. As far as he knew, Lei Ming was only an A-rank talent before the world fusion. Then after the world fusion, his talent quickly evolved into an S-rank Thunder Lord. It was important to know that the higher the level of the talent, the less easy it was to evolve. As for Lei Ming, he only experienced world fusion once before evolving into an S rank, which meant that his initial talent was already an A+ rank that was infinitely close to an S rank. Of course, with Lin Chuan's experience, what talent hadn't he seen before? The reason why he cared so much about Lei Ming was because he had heard that this person had a wild and arrogant personality, and on the first day of the end times, his hands were stained with a lot of human lives. Keep in mind that the first day of endgame is simply an acclimatization period for players. The social order on the first day of the end times hadn't even collapsed, and most people simply didn't dare to kill anyone. But it's just that Thunder is a weirdo. He was just an ordinary student with a withdrawn personality before the end of the world, after the end of the world, but suddenly broke out and became a murderous devil. It is said that on the first day of the end times, he was chased around by the police and was spared jail until the second day of the end times, when the world completely collapsed. Such a murderous demon. Lin Chuan, who was still weak at the moment, was of course nervous inside. He had already thought about it. If Lei Ming had the intention to make a move, he would directly run himself. Luckily, at this moment, only an hour had passed since the beginning of the end times. Although Lei Ming had become arrogant and cocky due to his sudden control of power, he had not yet developed the idea of killing anyone on sight. He stopped Yuan Feng and just arrogantly asked, "Your name is Yuan Feng? Same name as the world #1 in the global announcement? Or are you the Yuan Feng from the announcement?" It is true that the world proclamation gives names, yet there are too many people in the world with the same name. Lei Ming wasn't sure, which was why he asked. Yuan Feng was more or less inflated inwardly as he possessed great power. He was very dissatisfied with Lei Ming's arrogant attitude and immediately disliked him with cold words. "What are you? Dare to stand in my way? He, so arrogant. It can't really be you, right?" Lei Ming laughed out at once, yet the look in Yuan Feng's eyes was a bit crazy. Yuan Feng also did have an expression of looking at a madman. "What do you mean? Want to fight? Fight?" Lei Ming laughed maniacally. "Fine, let's have a couple of fights then. The smell of gunpowder is so strong that a big battle is imminent. Both of them are just awakening their talents. Where is the great battle? But it is just a simple talent ability against the bombardment. Yuan Feng's dragon flame explosion against Thunder's power grid. The two energies could not see the difference in terms of aura, but Yuan Feng felt inwardly that he was still the better man. After all, he was currently the only level 1 in the world, not to mention the +1 bonus to all attributes. He vaguely felt that the power of his natural ability seemed to be related to his spiritual attribute, so the 1 attribute point rewarded by the upgrade was added to his spirit. As expected, the dragon flame burst he sent out this time was much more terrifying than when he killed the big fat worm before. The volume of the fire dragon had increased more than 2 times, and the temperature of that flame was also more terrifyingly scorching. Taking another look at the sparse grid on the opposite side, he felt that it couldn't possibly be a match for his own dragon flame explosion. His own fire dragon would inevitably devour the grid in an instant. However, when the two energies collided, a surprising scene occurred, only to see that the power grid, which didn't seem to have a strong aura, actually slit the fire dragon the moment it collided with it. The fire dragon was cut into hundreds of small fireballs by the power grid and continued to attack in the direction of Thunder. Immediately after that, there was a crackling sound, and those fireballs still possessed a bursting effect. However, that was not the focus of the crowd's attention. Everyone's eyes were on Yuan Feng's side, only to see that the power grid cut through the fire dragon. There was actually extra energy left, attacking towards Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng was so scared that his legs went weak and subconsciously took Wan Gong beside him to block his body. He experienced a +1 bonus to all attributes and pulled Wan Gong in front of him, who couldn't break free at all. At the moment of crisis, Wan Gong finally remembered his awakened defense department talent and shouted explosively, "Vajra shield!" In an instant, the golden shield blocked in front of him. However, an even more dizzying scene occurred. After the electric grid attached to the adamantium shield didn't last 3 seconds before it collapsed. Immediately after that, the grid only faded in color slightly, and instantly wrapped around Wan Gang. After a mournful and tragic scream, a charred black body fell straight to the ground. B-rank defense system gifted person Wan Gang. Die. Everyone who witnessed the battle was dumbstruck. Yuan Feng, who almost died under the power grid, even bared his eyes and fell to the ground in a paralyzed state. Luan Yuling and Han Shuiying, who were onlookers, looked at Yuan Feng, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, and their gazes all changed. After all, Yuan Feng was a strong person who had taken down a global announcement. How come? Just went out and got knocked down? It was only at this point that they finally realized how high the water was in Yuan Feng's global announcement. The reason why he had taken this global announcement was not because he was so strong, but because other people had not even had the time to know the upgrade method. Thinking of this, the two of them coincidentally looked at Lin Xuan, who was the first to discover the existence of the crystal core. Good lord, this old six even hid far away at the beginning of the fight. Forget it, it's just an F-rated loser. With their gazes, the crowd couldn't help but look at Lei Ming again. Lei Ming had hardened himself against hundreds of bursting small fireballs, and his entire body was in a very sorry state. However, compared to Yuan Feng, who was nestled in fear and softened his legs, Lei Ming didn't seem to be able to feel the pain, and his excited and bloodthirsty eyes, instead, made him look even more powerful, only to see him suddenly look up to the sky and laugh. Ha 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 ha, number one in the world? All attributes +1? Nothing more than that. I haven't even leveled up, so I'll fuck you up just the same. What? The level didn't even go up? What kind of pervert is this? A level crossing challenge? I'll be damned. Yuan Feng has gotten a +1 bonus to his full attributes. Full attribute +1 ah. The attribute is already twice that of an ordinary person, right? Surprisingly, I can't beat that lunatic. My god, it's too strong. That crazy person is too strong? Could it be that he's an S-class gifted person? This is bound to be an S-class gifted person. I really didn't expect an S-rank talent to be this strong. I don't know how low the probability of an S-rank talent in the crowd is. Anyway, this is the first S-rank talent I've seen. It's too damn strong. By the way, does anyone know who this crazy person is? Is it from our school? I don't know. Don't think I've ever seen such a person. Thunder's pre-apocalyptic personality was so withdrawn that no one in the room knew him at all. He himself didn't take the initiative to introduce himself, but walked right up to Yuan Feng, looking down on him with a mocking, threatening tone. Ha, number one in the world? Just a lucky loser. If you don't want to die, tell me your method of upgrading. Yuan Feng sat paralyzed on the ground, listening to the whispers around him and then looking at Lei Ming's despicable and mocking eyes. A monstrous amount of humiliation and hatred surged within him. However, stronger than hate, he didn't want to die. His life as a strong man had only just begun. How could he suffocate and die on the first day? Finally, he opened his mouth with difficulty before Thunder's patience ran out. Kill monsters, have crystal cores, absorb the cores, and you'll gain experience value. Are you sure? I've killed 40 or 50 fucking monsters. Why don't I see any crystal cores? Most people who have read post-apocalyptic novels have dug into the heads of their subterraneans after fighting them. Lei Ming also turned over the head of the subterranean insect, but did not find a crystal core. Yuan Feng's face changed slightly, not wanting to reveal the secret he knew. While at this time, the captain of a team that was watching from the sidelines took the initiative to step forward and said, "There are indeed crystal cores in the head of that kind of white bug, and I've dug one up. According to my estimation, the probability of a crystal core coming out of a white bug's head is about 1%. 1%. Thunder's brows furrowed in a deadly frown, and suddenly asked, "How much experience value does a crystal core give?" The man replied, "Gave 1 point. Lei Ming's eyes narrowed slightly and his tone was dangerous. That means that in order to rise to level 1, you have to kill an average of 1,000 bugs? With you being such a loser, how can you kill that many bugs in such a short period of time?" Thunder is obviously smart enough to spot the Wa point instantly. The way he looked at Yuan Feng brought out a few moments of killing intent. Yuan Feng's face turned white as he struggled a bit, but he still said, "I can tell you the secret of quick upgrade, but you must promise not to kill me." "Okay, I promise not to kill you today." Lei Ming deliberately emphasized the word today. Yuan Feng heard the meaning of his words, but he had no room to bargain. After all, his so-called secret wasn't really much of a secret, as almost everyone who had stayed in the gym before could have guessed. And Lin Xuan, who had discovered this secret, was not far away at the moment, hiding from the battle. Yuan Feng clenched his teeth and took the initiative to announce, "I don't know if the probability of killing bugs and exploding crystal cores is 1%, but the probability of killing people and exploding crystal cores seems to be 100%. Hiss. The secret was made public, and those present to hear it all sucked in a breath of cold air. Killing 100 monsters only explodes 1 crystal core, and a crystal core can be easily popped by killing just 1 person. The implications of this can be figured out by anyone with a brain. And Lin Xuan knew even more clearly than the people present that after today, the sublime monsters would only get stronger and stronger. If humans wanted to survive in such a world, simply by killing monsters, they would not be able to keep up with the level of the monsters. Only by killing each other can we hope to survive. That's the real killing game. The so-called subgenre monsters are not the main way of practicing at all. Rather, it is a mere external oppression. It is this oppression that forces people to work hard to become stronger and to kill each other. Lin Xuan had long since seen through the nature of the killing game. The others present, hearing Yuan Feng's words, were obviously still a bit incompetent to accept them. The only one who suddenly laughed maniacally again was that lunatic, Lei Ming. Laughing is creepy. After he laughed maniacally, he suddenly muttered again. I didn't think upgrading would be this easy. Saying that, he gazed towards the corpse of Wang Gong who had just been electrocuted by his power grid. Without hesitation, a foot crushed the corpse's head. For a while, the images were so bloody that they were sickening and stomach-churning. Only Lei Ming, the madman, flipped out a crystal core from the puddle of brains like no one was watching. With another maniacal laugh, he left with another 6-footed stride. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief at his departure. Some of the timid ones even threw up on the bodies. Lin Chuan, who hid the farthest during the incident, finally returned to the scene of the crime leisurely at this moment. A flash of fire flickered from his fingertips, and Wang Gang's body was soon no longer even ash. And in Lin Chuan's mind, a prompt rang out in due time. Ding! Burning corpse level 0 player. Looting B-ranked talent Vajra shield. B-rank defense talent. Not bad, I guess. Although Lin Chuan was able to become stronger by burning corpses, at the very beginning of the end times, it was undoubtedly his weakest time. At this point in time, he just wanted to lie low and metal up, secretly becoming stronger. As for wowing everyone, doesn't matter. Anyway, in his eyes, there are only two kinds of people in this world. The dead that can be burned directly, and the living dead that will be burned slowly in the future. He looked at Yuan Feng with the same gentle gaze as if he was looking at a dead man, and took the initiative to help him up, saying with righteous indignation, "Are you alright, Brother Feng? That madman just now went too far. He went so far as to kill someone." Yuan Feng didn't put Lin Chuan, an F-ranked waste, in his eyes, but he still went along with his words to make a spectacle of himself. That lunatic is definitely an S-ranked talent. He's too arrogant. How dare he kill someone in public? He doesn't really think he can do whatever he wants with an S-ranked talent, does he? Lin Chuan followed suit. Brother Feng is right. He's too arrogant. Yet in his mind he was thinking, you call that arrogance? Then I was much more arrogant than thunder in my previous life. Lin Chuan, the fireball you just burned the corpse with, was that your talent? The captain who had just explained to Lei Ming that the probability of a subspecies bursting out crystal cores was only 1%, suddenly walked over in Lin Chuan's direction. Behind him were the members of his team. One of the girls with a double ponytail facing a young and delicate girl asked the boy next to her in a small voice, "Who is that person?" Not only has he hugged the thighs of the world's #1 big brother Yuan Feng, but he's even attracted the attention of our president? The boy whispered. His name is Lin Chuan. In fact, is a villain. In the past because of a little misunderstanding has always held a grudge against our president. Lin Chuan looked at the man walking towards him and smiled faintly. Yeah, an F-rank incineration talent. Chi Feng looked at Lin Chuan's eyes that were calm to the point of no ripples and felt vaguely uncomfortable inside. There was an inexplicable sense of loss of control. He clearly remembered that Lin Chuan and he had gradually lost touch with each other since the incident that happened 3 years ago. Occasionally encountered on the road, Lin Chuan looked at him with cold eyes. And the way Lin Chuan was looking at him now, he was calm, icy and calm, representing two different attitudes. Icy cold, sometimes symbolizing a powerless hatred. The calm, on the other hand, was more like an arrogant disregard. It was also this kind of ignorance that made Chi Feng very upset inside. Lin Chuan was indeed calm. After all, the revenge between him and Chi Feng had been avenged in his previous life. It would be quite easy to take revenge even once more in this life. And his feud with Chiffon originated 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Lin Chuan went from a small 18th-tier city to the top Beijing University in China. He was the only student from his high school to go to Kyoto University since its establishment, and the school was proud of him. And for the first time, he was unfamiliar with life in KYU, with no family and no friends. Chiffon was the first friend who didn't mind that he was poor and showed him kindness. Lin Chuan recognized this friend at first. However, in his freshman year, Lin Chuan took the initiative to apply for the school's scholarship for poor students because his family was poor. Schools usually do not disclose information about students' applications for grants in order to save face. Not everyone can just get a bursary though. The school will have someone to review it. With Lin Chuan's rural family background, passing the scrutiny was originally no problem at all. But on the contrary, Chi Feng has taken the liberty of using Lin Chuan's name to purchase a large number of brand-name cell phones and brand-name clothing online. Lin Chuan had no idea when he signed for those deliveries and was baffled. Then he lost out on a scholarship for needy students because of those luxuries of unknown origin. What's even more ridiculous is that the story somehow got blown out of proportion. Before Lin Chuan's college entrance exam, his dependent father died in a car accident. In order not to affect his college entrance exams, his father left his last words for his eldest uncle to keep his death a secret from Lin Chuan. A large sum of money paid out by the driver of the accident, which his father originally intended to leave to Lin Chuan for college, was embezzled by his eldest uncle. The classmates knew nothing about it and only thought Lin Xuan was the kind of person who didn't even care about his father's death for money. Unbeknownst to him, he didn't know about the bolt from the blue of his father's death until the end of the college entrance exam. Lin Xuan didn't get a penny of the money paid out by the perpetrator. The money for college was all earned by his summer work study. The unfounded rumors describe Lin Xuan as a despicable person who eats his father's human blood buns and has to go and cheat on scholarships. Those sudden malice caught Lin Xuan, who was looking forward to college life, off guard. He didn't know why this was happening. After all, he was new here and hadn't offended anyone at all. The death of his father, the cunning oppression of his eldest uncle, and the misunderstanding and malice of his classmates make Lin Xuan's 3 years of college life demoralizing. Until the killing game comes down. In his previous life, on the first day of the killing game's descent, Chi Feng had handed out an olive branch to Lin Xuan, but he had been stiffly rejected by Lin Xuan. And after rejecting Chi Feng, Lin Xuan's apocalyptic life is thrown into a series of hunts. It was because he was being chased by assassins and exhausted that Lin Xuan didn't have the time to properly study his talent, and it wasn't until the 5th day of the end times that he discovered the true use of the fireball. Instead, it had been months since he had actually taken revenge on Chi Feng. It was only before Chi Feng's death that Lin Xuan finally realized where he had offended him. Freshmen enter school with a month-long military training program. The instructor at the time taught a set of modified military boxing, and Lin Xuan was greatly praised by the instructor for his standardized movements and excellent performance. What's more, that instructor understood Lin Xuan's impoverished family background and vaguely entertained the idea of wanting to subsidize his studies. That instructor, who was Chi Feng's brother-in-law, was also a martial arts master. It's the one thing Chiffon has always wanted to worship. As a result, the instructor didn't even look at Chi Feng, but instead praised Lin Xuan. Just because of jealousy alone, Chi Feng unfolded a trap against Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan's reputation stinks. That instructor also thought that Lin Xuan was the kind of brute who took money from the perpetrator and didn't even pursue his own father's death, so he no longer had any love for his talent. After this incident passed, Chi Feng became the man of the hour at school by relying on his 8-sided worldly smoothness. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, was demoralized and gradually became an obscure and transparent person in the school. Chi Feng gradually didn't care about a small person like Lin Xuan who had no background. However, what Chi Feng awakened when the killing game descended was the A-rank talent intuitive sense. It was a gift that gave him a special sense of meditation. He can access opportunities and avoid dangers more easily than the next person. When he met Lin Xuan, he vaguely felt that Lin Xuan's future potential was extraordinary. Thus, he first threw an olive branch to Lin Xuan, and after being rejected, he decisively utilized his family to frantically pursue Lin Xuan, trying to snuff out an enemy with so much potential. And the situation in this life is obviously not different from the previous one. Chi Feng, upon learning that Lin Xuan's talent was only an F-ranked incinerator, did not show contempt or look down on him, but instead apologized and solicited in a friendly manner. I've always been sorry for causing you to miss out on a scholarship for poor students 3 years ago, but now that the world has changed, there won't be anyone holding on to your past. Lin Xuan, are you willing to follow me and work for the Chi family? With that, he handed a business card in Lin Xuan's direction. There were instant whispers around them. The Chi family? Is it the same Chi family I understand? Crap, President Chi Feng is actually a member of the Chi family? This is too invincible. Handsome looks, excellent grades, and such a good family background. This kind of idol drama hero actually exists in reality. Others had a slightly sour tone. No way? This is all globally data mined. There can't be anyone who still thinks that this world is the world of the powerful families, right? Yet Lin Xuan was able to answer this person. He had personally experienced that even when the end times had come, those big, powerful families still had a greater advantage over ordinary people. The most obvious point is that today, when the social order has not yet collapsed, the great clans have already begun their frantic hoarding of supplies and recruiting actions. This allowed many clans to accumulate a lot of advantages in the pre-apocalyptic period. Most of the various superpowers that formed later in the end times had the shadow of a family behind them. For example, Chi Feng, he used his own talent and family help in the early post-apocalyptic period to recruit a large number of talented people, and later even set up a huge organization called Wisdom Cabinet. Wisecourt has provided many valuable cheats to the players and is quite popular among Doom players. And after Lin Xuan became powerful in his previous life, he directly destroyed the Jigu organization in order to seek revenge on Chi Feng. This action, for a time, made him a public enemy. And this life, Lin Xuan looked at the people behind Chi Feng. The girl with the double ponytails is this year's freshman Aya. She's from a minority group and has a beautiful, innocent look. If the endgame hadn't suddenly descended upon her, she would have been named this year's schoolgirl, and her talent was also very special, being a C-ranked blood compulsion technique. This talent is so early in the game that no one even realizes how useful it is. Lin Chuan's next action, on the other hand, would require a great deal of use of her blood parasites. The other tall boy, Xiao Koan, is a junior in the same class as Qi Feng. What he had awakened was the most common F-rank talent, detection. People like that are not usually deliberately solicited. However, with the gift of intuition, Qi Feng sensed that Xiao Koan's future potential was extraordinary. This is true in practice. Joken was the first person, globally, to discover the secret between skill and talent. Killing games have a very specific setup where each person has a talent and almost always finds a skill that corresponds to it. Xiao Koan was also the first person to think about what would happen if he learned the skill corresponding to his talent. As it turns out, he paid a huge price and ended up with more than he could have imagined. Skills are very difficult to acquire in kill games. First of all, the pop rate of skill books is ridiculously low. Secondly, learning skill books also requires the consumption of skill points. F-rank skills require 1 skill point. A-rank skills require 2 skill points. By analogy, S-rank skills require 7 skill points. In contrast, a gifted person who learns a skill corresponding to his or her talent needs to consume 10 times as many skill points. To make an analogy, Yuan Feng would need to consume 60 skill points if he wanted to learn the A-rank skill Dragon Flame Explosion that corresponded to his talent. This is an almost desperate figure. In contrast, those with F-rank and E-rank talents were, on the contrary, more likely to learn the skills corresponding to their talents than those with A-rank and B-rank talents. But the cost is still huge. Many people are thinking, if I have this talent, why am I wasting skill points to learn the skill corresponding to the talent? Only Xiao Koan, who had expended tremendous effort to save up 10 skill points, had learned another F-rank skill corresponding to his talent, detection. It was only then that he realized that the true secret of the original talent lay in the fact that the gifted person was able to exert an unimaginable effect when using the corresponding skill of the talent. For example, Luan Yuling's talent was only a D-ranked wind blade, and in her previous life, she who had learned the D-rank wind blade skill released a skill whose power was comparable to a forbidden spell. Such a game setting allows those with low-level talents, in the early stages of the game, to have the opportunity to surpass those with high-level talents. After all, the higher the level of the talent, the harder it was to obtain the corresponding skill, and the harder it was to save up a high amount of skill points. And Xiao Koan, as the first person to enjoy the secrets of the gift, naturally benefited even more. His detection skills were comparable to the eye of true knowledge, and he was able to detect the hidden secrets of many props that ordinary people didn't know how to use. One of the biggest contributions was the discovery of the hidden danger of the scapegoat doll. Scapegoat dolls can die in place of their owners, and were used as valuable resurrection coins in the early post-apocalyptic period. Xiao Koan, however, found out through sleuthing that each person can't use the scapegoat doll more than 3 times. Otherwise, the 4th time it is used, the person's soul dies and the body is taken control of by the scapegoat doll. In addition to this major discovery, Xiao Koan also discovered many game secrets, which were released to players in the form of cheats by Zagaku. It can be said that the reason why the former Wisdom Pavilion had such a good reputation in the hearts of the majority of players was inseparable from the person Xiao Koan. Lin Chuan didn't know in his previous life that Aya and Xiao Koan, 2 important members of the Qi Pavilion, had already been recruited by Qi Feng on the first day of the game. I have to say that the A-rank talent straight sense is really strong and useful. Lin Chuan withdrew his gaze and looked at the business card that Qi Feng had handed towards him. He smiled faintly, meaningfully. President Qi Feng is digging up people in front of Big Brother Yuan Feng. It's too much of a disregard for Big Brother Yuan Feng, isn't it? Yuan Feng was indeed quite upset. Following Lin Chuan's words, his intimidating eyes swept towards Qi Feng. Qi Feng, through his intuitive talent, could sense that this Yuan Feng was simply cannon fodder whose death was imminent. He didn't even take Yuan Feng seriously in his heart. But again, he had to admit that his current self was by no means a match for Yuan Feng, so he could only smile. Big Brother Yuan misunderstood. I just think that with your power, you probably don't look up to Lin Chuan, and since Lin Chuan and I are sort of old friends, I can bring him along a little. Before Yuan Feng could speak, Lin Chuan smiled meaningfully at Qi Feng. President Qi Feng is really good at talking, while degrading me to worthlessness and still setting himself up as a great man. On this and still want me to follow you. I'm afraid you don't think I, Lin Chuan, am a fool, right? Qi Feng's face stiffened slightly, and killing intent flashed darkly under his eyes. However, his hypocrite image makes him unfit to actively kill in public. Once again, he secretly held a grudge against Lin Chuan and had put him on the Qi family's must-kill death list. On his face, he still looked like a humble gentleman. It seems that your misunderstanding of me is still too deep. Yuan Feng didn't care what kind of grudge Lin Chuan and Qi Feng had against each other. He came from a sportsman's background and inherently hated pretentious bimbos like Qi Feng. Immediately, he coldly said, "Is there anything else Chairman Chi Feng wants? If nothing, please make way. I'm going to lead the team to fight monsters and upgrade." Chi Feng, however, did not immediately give way and took the initiative to release his goodwill again. Big Brother Yuan should have just come out of the gym and is still not too clear about the school situation, so why don't you let me tell you a little bit about it. A total of 3-dimensional rifts have appeared in the school, in the North Cafeteria, the North Playground, and the boys' dormitory in the South Court. On the North Court side, there are already teachers organizing people to go over and clear the monsters, and on the South Court side, it's been handed over to the Student Council. If Big Brother Yuan wants to clear monsters, the most efficient place to go is the boys' dormitory in the South Court, and these teams I lead are all ready to go to the boys' dormitory. 2. Would Big Brother Yuan like to consider joining us? Yuan Feng hung his eyes and thought. He felt that although Chi Feng was a nasty person, he did know a lot of things. After thinking about it, he nodded. "Okay, I'll go with you to the boys' dorm." Lin Chuan had no problem with that. After all, even without Chi Feng, he was trying to guide Yuan Feng to the boys' dormitory. There, it was a part of his plan. There, 2 S-rank talents were waiting for him, so the group hoofed it towards the boys' dormitory. The boys' dormitories in South Court consist of 7 buildings, forming a semi-arc. Chi Feng was used to being the president, and habitually divided the labor with the posture of a leader. The team led by Wang Zihang, go to South 1, the team led by Yang Fan, go to South 2, the team led by Yuan Big Brother, go to South 4. After he assigned the others, he finally said, "Xiao Cohen and I both live in South 3, so my team is responsible for cleaning up South 3. Everyone who has a different opinion can mention it." In fact, many of the teams present simply wanted to fight an upgrade, and had no opinion on whether to go to South 1 or South 2 or South 3. Lin Chuan, however, knew those 2 S-class gifted people are the very ones who live in South 3rd. It seems that Chiffon's gift of intuition is indeed powerful. He should have recruited that same S-class gifted person on the first day in his previous life. It was also that S-ranked gifted person that made his wisdom pavilion leap into a world-class superpower. And in this life, Lin Chuan was the first to jump out an object. "I also live in South 3 and would like to go to South 3 to clear the monsters. What does President Chi Feng say?" Lin Chuan sang the opposite of Chi Feng one after another, which directly caused the discontent of Chi Feng's supporters. Prince Han was the first to jump out. "There are so many of us here, and just about any one of us is at least a C-grade talent. You're an F-ranked loser. How can you have the face to be a clown here?" The others followed suit. "That's right. It's your honor that President Chi Feng is willing to bring you. It's not even if you punk don't give thanks. How dare you pick and choose here?" Chiffon's hypocrite image makes it inconvenient for him to initiate conflict, and people like Prince Han became his best mouthpiece. Suffice it to say, said everything he wanted to say without ruining his image. Chi Feng in her dark pleasure. The surface is still gentle appearance as a peacemaker. Everyone is calm. All calm. There is no need to hurt the peace for a little thing. Lin Chuan laughed again. "It's true that I'm an F-ranked talent, yes, but my boss is an A-ranked talent. Not only is he an A-ranked talent, he's also the first top-tier powerhouse to receive a global announcement. I'm not qualified to pick and choose. Is my boss not qualified either?" Yuan Feng and Lin Chuan were on the same team, so he naturally favored Lin Chuan more at this time. And he remembered that the reason he had gotten the global announcement was entirely due to Lin Chuan's discovery of the crystal core. Now, Lin Chuan suddenly insisted on going to the Southern 3. Although it looked like he was simply going against Chi Feng, Yuan Feng was still on his side and also spoke forcefully. "I'm going to Nansan. This, then, is the strongman stance." He didn't bother to say anything at all. Just a simple "I'm going to Nansan" was enough. Chi Feng's heart was dripping blood. His gift of intuition allowed him to sense that there was an opportunity in South 3 and danger in South 4. That's why he arranged for himself to go to South 3 and Lin Chuan to go to South 4. But now, although he had the highest prestige on the scene, he had to admit that Yuan Feng was the strongest. Chiffon's talent, while highly effective, had no combat power at all. After further deliberation, he examined the situation and finally bowed to the strong. After the redistribution of labor, Chiffon made a small showing to re-establish his prestige, only to see him wave his hand. A large number of knives appeared on the ground out of nowhere. The people present were dumbfounded and exclaimed in astonishment. "Space gear! President Chi Feng actually has spatial equipment? How long has this been going on? President, how did you do it?" Chi Feng put on a smile. "It's nothing, but it's just a sublime ring that I got from a white treasure chest." "A white treasure chest? What's that?" Chi Feng generously explained. "I found it by the side of the road unintentionally, so everyone can keep an eye on it when clearing monsters afterward." Unintentional discovery? Lin Chuan laughed inwardly. It was simply the gift of intuition that helped him discover it. wasn't it? He remembered that the first day of the end times did drop quite a few white treasure chests, and it was easy to obtain them. However, the white treasure chest was not worth much, and the sublime ring thing, which was actually quite common in post-apocalyptic games, wasn't really a rare thing. On the contrary, some higher-grade treasure chests are bound to be guarded by powerful secondary creatures around them, and other ways to get treasure chests. Lin Chuan silently looked at Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng didn't pay attention to Lin Chuan's gaze as he took the initiative to choose an iron axe as a weapon from the ground while being envious and jealous of Qi Feng. Hayakawa also went and picked out a hobby knife with a sharp blade. The blade of the craftsman's knife is so small that it's basically useless for fighting monsters. However, with Lin Chuan's strength, it was convenient to take this blade to seal his throat and claim his life. He put the blade in his pocket and took another kitchen knife to pretend. All of them picked out their weapons, so they entered the dormitory building according to the previous division of labor. The chiffonade is the last to act. He eyed Lin Chuan's back as he entered Nansan, and deep killing intent flashed under his eyes. However, when the line of sight swept over Luan Yuling, it flashed with a hint of scorn. The men's dormitory buildings are each 6 floors high. Yuan Feng led the team and started searching upwards from the first floor. Because the killing game descended at 3 p.m., many students had classes, so quite a few dorms are empty. And even if there were people in the dormitories, all the doors were closed tightly to prevent the subterranean bugs from breaking through and attacking. The first floor is in okay condition, with only a few doorways blocked by subterranean bugs. The second floor was much more dangerous, with corridors crawling with bugs. However, it was not a big threat to Yuan Feng and the others. Yuan Feng blasted out with a dragon flame explosion, and the bugs died in large swathes. It was Luan Yuling's wind blade, which also increased in proficiency with a slash of a subterranean worm, which simply couldn't be easier. Su Gongcheng, the speed gifter, also fought soundly with a weapon he had just gotten from Qi Feng, cutting down quite a few bugs. Han Shuiying's B-rank holy light talent, on the other hand, restores energy and stamina to her teammates, as well as having the ability to heal wounds. As for Lin Chuan, he didn't participate in the fight and was in charge of burning the body the whole time. The first and second floors were all burned through with subterranean worms, doubling his 4-dimensional attributes to over 2 points in all of them. As far as attributes were concerned, he had already surpassed Yuan Feng, who had received the +1 bonus to all attributes, and Yuan Feng also obtained from Lin Chuan the 3 subterranean worm crystals that he had gotten from burning the corpses. Anyway, each person could only absorb 10 crystal cores per day, so Yuan Feng directly gave all 3 of them to Luan Yuling. Apparently, he was quite fond of Luan Yuling and wanted to pursue her explicitly and implicitly. However, Luan Yuling had witnessed the image of Yuan Feng being defeated by Lei Ming before, and her admiration for his strong mentality had already faded. In the face of Yuan Feng's deliberate currying favor, she was no longer as flattered as she had been initially. After clearing the first 2 levels, it was getting dark. There was some anxiety within the crowd. After all, according to Yuan Feng, each person could only absorb 10 crystal cores per day. If they didn't absorb 10 of them on the first day, that first day would be a waste. And there are less than 6 hours left before the end of the first day. Based on this progress, I'm afraid that only 2 people, Yuan Feng and Luan Yuling, would be able to rise to level 1 on the first day. This inevitably made Han Shuiying and Su Gongqing feel some anxiety and grumbling in their hearts. It felt that a captain like Yuan Feng was a bit too biased. Yuan Feng also vaguely realized this and decided to increase the speed of monster hunting. At the same time, he added, in these dormitories, someone might have been attacked, so after we clear the monsters that we can see, we'll take a look in each of the dormitories. And by the way, we'll also look for the white treasure chest that Chiffon was talking about. He didn't say this explicitly, but the crowd guessed. His so-called visit to the dormitory wasn't just a search for a treasure chest. More importantly, finding human corpses and then burning the crystals from them. This way the accumulation of crystal cores is faster. The crowd was then calmed down again and followed him up to the 3rd floor. Unexpectedly, in their expectation, the 3rd floor should have more subterranean bugs than the 2nd floor. As a result, the 3rd floor corridor actually only had 3 or 2 slow-crawling subterraneans. Yuan Feng instantly became somewhat enraged and knocked on several dormitory doors before learning from a student that it turned out that there was even an A-ranked gifted person on the 3rd floor of the South 3rd. The man, with his talent, had cleared most of the 3rd floor of subterraneans. Not only that, but the man formed another team to go up to the 4th floor. Yuan Feng's anger increased in his heart, and after quickly leading the team to clean up the remaining subterranean bugs on the 3rd floor, he hurriedly went up to the 4th floor again. As a result, the situation on the 4th floor was similar to that on the 3rd floor, where the naked eye could see. The number of subterranean bugs that could be seen was very small, and it was obvious that they remained cleaned up. By this point, Yuan Feng's face finally became very ugly. He looked at the members of his team and instructed. This building has also been cleared. The remaining bugs are scattered. Let's split up and try to clear this floor as fast as possible. No one else had much of an opinion. After all, there's really not much danger in hacking up the subspecies. After saying that, Yuan Feng looked at Lin Chuan again and ordered. You follow me. He didn't say this to purposely protect Lin Chuan. Rather, Lin Chuan was gifted with a special talent, and corpses burned by him would leave almost no traces at all. And anyone else using a weapon to dig through a corpse for a crystal core is bound to leave a trail. Obviously, Yuan Feng was afraid that Lin Chuan would use his talent to covet crystal cores, so he wanted to keep an eye on him personally. Lin Chuan didn't have a problem with that. He was still thinking of moving with Yuan Feng. So the 5 people in this group, 3 men and 2 women, moved in 4 directions. Lin Chuan followed Yuan Feng's actions and took the initiative to say, let's go that way. My dormitory is over there. Good. Yuan Feng had no opinion on this. Along the way, Yuan Feng didn't even use his talent, only using the iron axe in his hand. He hacked to death a few sporadic subterranean insects in the corridor. As the 2 of them passed by 411, Lin Chuan stopped and said to Yuan Feng, my dormitory is here. Boss, can you let me in for a drink? Okay. It just so happened that Yuan Feng was also a bit thirsty. As a result, he heard Lin Chuan say again, Boss, I forgot to bring my dormitory door key, so help me open the door with brute force. It was only when he heard this that Yuan Feng became suspicious. What kind of coincidence is it that you forget your dormitory key? However, after witnessing Lin Chuan burning corpses as well as Lei Ming killing people, Yuan Feng's sense of morality was gradually losing. It's not just breaking the door. It was so easy for him who had experienced +1 to all attributes. Yuan Feng didn't ask any more questions, and only heard a bang. The 411 door was broken open. Unexpectedly, there was actually someone in the 411. That person, on the other hand, didn't recognize Lin Chuan at all. He looked at the 2 men who suddenly barged in and exclaimed, Who are you? What are going to do? By this point, Yuan Feng had already determined that this 411 was not Lin Chuan's dormitory, but he didn't matter. For, he saw 3 human corpses, and human corpses, equal to crystal cores. He didn't move to give Lin Chuan a look, so he said to the only survivor of this dormitory, I'm Yuan Feng, the one from the global announcement. You'd better honestly explain why you're the only one left in the dormitory dead? The 4 words global announcement still carry a lot of weight. The pajama-clad survivor, his eyes fearful and suspicious. You say yes? And I said I'm the fucking Jade Emperor. However, when he said the words Jade Emperor, his voice became weaker and weaker, simply because Yuan Feng had already raised his blood-stained axe towards him. This is only the first day of the end of the world. Yuan Feng has already deeply felt the 5 words of truth. The strong cannot be humiliated. Even the student council president, who was infinitely honorable before the end of the world, had to be courteous when facing him. A punk roadie in this dormitory actually dared to question him. A global announcement powerhouse? What a way to live. Yuan Feng's eyes were cold, and the thought of simply killing this idiot even flashed through his mind. After all, even Thunder had already killed his teammate to his face. Yuan Feng felt that he must also gradually adapt to the post-apocalyptic atmosphere and learn to kill. Sensing Yuan Feng's killing intent, Wu Yuan's voice weakened and his legs began to soften, hurriedly changing his words and apologizing. Big brother, I said the wrong thing. Right. I'm useful. You don't kill me. Obviously, this one has a strong desire to survive. Only when Yuan Feng heard his humble apology did the killing intent under his eyes slowly recede. As for Lin Chuan, who had just received instructions from Yuan Feng's eyes, he was currently walking towards the 3 corpses in the dormitory. Fireballs flew out from his fingertips, and the 2 corpses that fell on the right bunk were instantly incinerated by him. At the same time a prompt sounded in his head. Ding! Burning corpse level 0 player. Looting B rank talent stealth. Ding! Burning corpse of a level 0 player. Looting speed plus 0.1. Surprisingly, he gained another B rank talent. Keep in mind that he doesn't get 100% of the talent for his fireballs. There's also a greater probability that it's gaining attributes. Being able to obtain a B rank stealth talent was truly an unexpected pleasure. Lin Chuan was in a happy mood as he continued to walk towards the last body on the desk on the left side of the dormitory that looked exactly like Wu Yuan. That, in fact, was one of the purposes of his trip, the body of an S-class gifted person. As for Lin Chuan's fireball incinerator S-ranked talent, The probability of obtaining the talent was no longer random, but 100%. His eyes were pleasant and excited, but Wu Yuan, who was scared to the point of weakness by Yuan Feng, suddenly hissed at him in shock and anger. "Stop! What are you doing? That's my brother." While roaring angrily, he actually ran over and pounced on his brother's corpse, fearing that Lin Chuan would burn his brother's corpse. How the scene looks like touching brotherly love. However, Lin Chuan knew that the reason why Wu Yuan was so adamant in defending his brother's corpse was because his brother's corpse, to him, had a huge role to play. Wu Yuan and Wu Hua, twin brothers, and the two of them, they had actually awakened their S-rank talents at the same time. The dead Wu Hua, awakened with the S-rank talent of Forbidden Demon Field. Within his forbidden demonic realm, players cannot use talents and skills that are lower than his level. However, this forbidden demonic realm is only effective against humans and humanoid-type subdimensional creatures. For Wu Hua itself, there is no attack gain, so Wu Hua, the unlucky one, was strangled by the subterranean worm on the first day of the end times. Of course, what Lin Chuan also didn't know was that the reason why Wu Hua had been hanged was that he had been pitted by his brother Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan's talent was even more heaven-defying than Wu Hua's forbidden demon domain. His talent was an S-ranked blood-refining secret art. This is a secret technique that can take the corpses of humans who have been dead for no more than 24 hours and refine them into gifted blood crystals. The gifted blood crystals, on the other hand, are the crystallization of the corpse's gifted abilities during its lifetime. When absorbed by the player, an additional talent is available. It looked like this S-rank talent had a few similarities to Lin Chuan's fireball. However, there were many limitations to the blood-refining mysteries. First of all, the body requires the limbs to be intact, and the nucleus inside the brain must not be removed. Secondly, the refined talent blood crystals would be one level lower than the talent of the corpse during its lifetime. For example, Wu Hua's S-rank talent had been refined into an A-rank talent blood crystal by Wu Yuan in his previous life. Finally, it is also the most restrictive point of the talent blood crystal. Any player can only absorb one talent blood crystal. The second absorption is invalid. However, even with these three limitations, this S-rank talent was still a heaven-defying existence. In his previous life, Qi Feng was the one who utilized his martial arts elements to have another talent than the next person. In addition, the Wisdom Pavilion also sells talent blood crystals at a high price to the majority of players in exchange for a variety of rare props. It could be said that the gifted blood crystal was exactly where the foundation of the Qi Pavilion's development and growth had been in the previous life. But in this life, Lin Chuan watched as Wu Yuan hugged his brother's corpse in a show of brotherly love as he indifferently released the fireball. The fireball, which had no lethality to living creatures, went straight through Wu Yuan and instantly incinerated the body he was protecting underneath. Wu Hua. At the same time, a prompt sounded in Lin Chuan's head once again. Ding! Incinerate a level 0 player. Loot the S-ranked talent. Forbidden Demon Field. Not bad. The first S-rank in this life is finally here. And Wu Yuan was still lying on his desk, dumbfounded at the sudden puff of air. Where's his brother's body? What about the props he used to refine the A-grade gifted blood crystals? Just get burned? Wu Yuan was mad. He had been secretly planning for a long time to acquire his brother's gift. First, he lured the subspecies to kill his brother. Later, 2 other people in the dormitory were silenced. It was hard to get my brother's body. Before he could refine the body into gifted blood crystals, his brother's body was burned away? Wu Yuan simply couldn't accept such an outcome. He turned around, murderous anger and rage running through his eyes. At this time, his brain was surging with boundless hatred, and driven by the demon called impulse. He suddenly raised his voice to Yuan Feng. I don't care if you're the Yuan Feng from that global announcement, but I'm a genuine S-ranked gifted person. What? S-class gifted? Yuan Feng was inwardly shocked and skeptical. The fingers that gripped the iron axe tightened quietly, always ready for battle. Yuan Feng had some regret and fear in his heart. After all, he had just been defeated by thunder before. That feeling of death coming to your head is a bad one. If this guy is really an S-class gifted. Damn it! That bastard Lin Chuan. Blame him. But in just a second, Yuan Feng dumped the pot on Lin Chuan and was always ready to escape. As a result, Wu Yuan had no intention of fighting him. He took the initiative to introduce himself. My S-rank talent, which has no combat power for now, is very powerful in its effects. Yuan Feng was relieved when he heard the words no combat power, but he didn't let his guard down. Next, he heard Wu Yuan detail his S-rank talent. Yuan Feng's eyes went wild when he heard that his talent could actually refine the gifted blood crystals, giving one an additional talent. Nevertheless, he calmly stated, you talk a great deal but have no evidence at all. Why should I believe it? Ha! Wu Yuan looked at Lin Chuan with hatred. I could have performed the blood-refining secret technique for you on the spot, but my brother's corpse, he burned it. Do you know what kind of talent my brother has? He's also an S-rank talent. S-rank talent After refining it, it can become an A-ranked talent blood crystal Yuan Feng looked at Wu Yuan's appearance of being so angry that he went crazy and frenzied. But he had a few moments of belief, and after believing it, his heart was dripping blood. An S-class gifted person. What a presence that could give him an extra A-rank talent. Surprisingly, it was just burned by Lin Chuan. This is nigh on more heartbreaking than burning up $1 billion. At this moment, Yuan Feng could finally empathize with Wu Yuan's anger and madness. And right at this moment, Wu Yuan suddenly snapped. I can promise to refine a gifted blood crystal for you, but on the condition that I want this bastard to kneel down and apologize to me. He stretched out his right index finger and viciously pointed it at Lin Chuan, and without the slightest hesitation to Wu Yuan's request to vent his anger, Yuan Feng coldly ordered Lin Chuan, kneel down and apologize. Yoo-hoo! Lin Chuan let out a laugh in his heart. There was no tension on his face either. He just asked towards Yuan Feng in confirmation. Boss, I've done you a lot of favors. Are you sure you want me to kneel down and apologize? Cut the crap. Yuan Feng saw that Lin Chuan didn't do what he said immediately. He was very dissatisfied inwardly, and his eyes grew colder and colder. He said disdainfully, you're just a dog following me. If I let you, you kneel. Otherwise, those who go against me, die. Yuan Feng acted dominantly. As Wu Yuan watched the scene from the side, he looked at Lin Chuan with a mocking gaze. He even felt that just making Lin Chuan apologize wasn't enough of a relief. When he was strong in the future, he would definitely kill this asshole with his own hands. Well, in that case, Lin Chuan's tone sounded as if he had compromised. However, the next second, in the minds of everyone around the globe, a system announcement suddenly rang out again. Ding! The number of players who have reached level 1 globally has exceeded 999, and we are now opening the rank list, kill list, chat system, forum system, and trading system. More rules of the game to be explored by the players. Wishing you all happy gaming. For a moment, everyone focused their attention on the system in their heads. Sure enough, I saw the announcement hinting at the new features such as the rank list kill list. A total of 999 names were recorded on the rank list, and at the top of the list was clearly Yuan Feng's name, grade 1, several in a row after that, all foreign names, until 9th place, the name is Thunder. Further down the page, another large number of foreign names. In the entire Great Xia country, there were only a mere 9 people who had made it to the rank list, not even 1%. After the kill list, the number of people on the list of the Great Summer country is even less. There are only 3 people, and most of them are at the end of the position. Such a phenomenon is obviously related to the situation of the country of Daxia. After all, the easiest way to get on a kill game, whether it's a rank list or a kill list, is to kill people. The chat system is divided into 3 sections: world, national and regional. In the world board, each person can only post once per day. National boards, 10 speaking opportunities per person per day. For regional boards, there is no limit to the number of statements, and the chat windows on all 3 of these boards are churning with messages like crazy. My god, more than 4 hours have passed since the end of the game, and only a mere 1,000 people have risen to level 1 by now. This game is too difficult. No, I just want to know now, how the hell does this game upgrade? I've killed over a dozen fucking bugs, and it doesn't give me any experience value at all. Yuan Feng big brother very early to level 1 how to now also did not rise to level 2. There is a level 1 big brother to tell how much experience value is needed to rise to level 2? The key to the difficulty of upgrading is that each person can only absorb 10 crystal cores per day. In other words, no matter if you're a big shot or an ordinary person, you'll only get to level 1 on the first day at the end of the day. A crystal core? What's that? Is it from killing monsters? Are the monsters on your side all white bugs too? I don't think I've seen any other monsters. The other monsters should come out slowly afterward, right? This killing game is pretty easy. It's not even close to the end times. I've already seen people grabbing monsters on my side. The monsters on my side have been pretty much cleared out, and there's even been a human robbery. In the chat area, all sorts of messages were scrolling frantically. Soon, more and more people knew the secret of the upgrade. In the forums, there was only 1 posting opportunity per person per day, and posting required the payment of 10 level 0 crystals. However, the strongest people on the rank and kill lists enjoyed the privilege of posting without any limitations. Even the big guy at the top of the list can top his own post. As for the trading function, it was bartering, and not many people used it yet. The new features of the game have just come out, and everyone is unconsciously paying attention and exploring, trying to draw in information from all over the world. In the South 3 Dormitory 411, The two people who had just been furious about missing out on the A-grade talent blood crystals were no exception. Wu Yuan's attention, however, was drawn to another matter. He looked at Yuan Feng's head and exclaimed in shock as he saw the 5 big golden words number 1 on the ranking list. You are actually really that Yuan Feng from the global announcement. Surprisingly, you're really number 1 on the rank list. Yuan Feng returned to his senses at his exclamation of surprise and looked somewhat inexplicably at the top of his head. However, he saw nothing and had to ask Wu Yuan, "What's going on?" Wu Yuan pointed at the top of his head and said, "There are 5 big letters above your head that say rankless no." The word one didn't come out. It was as if Wu Yuan had been strangled by the throat of fate, suddenly staring with wide eyes, unbelieving, at the scene in front of him. The man who was treated like a dog by Yuan Feng. He actually slashed Yuan Feng's throat with a blade. That's the big guy at the top of the rank list. Surprisingly, he got a knife to the throat. Wu Yuan could hardly believe the scene he was seeing. It's not just Wu Yuan. Yuan Feng was even more unaware of what was happening. All he felt was a pain in his throat. His mind went blank, and after that he couldn't feel anything. It all happened so fast and so fantastically. Yuan Feng barely had time to realize that he was dying. The iron axe he held in his right hand fell to the ground with a thud. His left hand, in the last second before he died, subconsciously covered his bleeding throat. Then the whole thing collapsed helplessly. More accurately, kneel. His body was leaning forward and it was the knees that landed first. After that, the whole body prostrated itself on the ground. And on top of his corpse, a golden treasure chest burst out. At the same time, a system alert sounded in Lin Chuan's head. Ding! Player kills rank list powerhouse. Rewarded with a golden treasure chest. Golden treasure chest. Even Lin Chuan, who had expected this, hadn't thought that Yuan Feng would be able to pop out a golden treasure chest. In fact, Lin Chuan's killing intent towards Yuan Feng had already arisen when he helped him take the global announcement. The reason why he waited until this time to kill him, it wasn't because Yuan Feng forced him to kneel and apologize. Rather, it's because, well, rank lists come into play. On this first day of the end of the world, many people were proud to be on the top rank list, treating the rank list powerhouses as if they were mythical big brothers with all kinds of compliments and respect. But Lin Chuan knew, it won't be long before all will know what the rank list really means. In later generations, the two lists, the ranking list and the kill list, were also jokingly called the boss list by players. In other words, rank list powerhouses, in the eyes of players, were like bosses, objects that were madly trying to be killed. What's even more ridiculous is that the strongest players on the rank list will have the golden text rank X on top of their heads, as if to remind other players, hey, I'm a boss, come and cut me down. The most attractive feature of the boss, that is bound to be 100% burst treasure chest. The probability of a subpar monster popping a treasure chest in a killing game is desperately low. According to the summary of countless people in the previous life, players only had the possibility of popping treasure chests if they crossed the level to kill the sublime monsters. The higher the level, the probability of exploding a treasure chest is 1 in 10,000. The higher the level too, the probability of exploding a treasure chest is 1 in 1,000. By analogy, the more 5 levels to kill monsters in order to have 100% treasure chest burst rate. The above explosion rate is only for the lowest level white treasure chests. More advanced green, blue, purple, orange, red and gold treasure chests, the burst rate is even lower to make people doubt life. Overall, it's just too difficult for kill game players to get treasure chests by fighting monsters. There is no hope for ordinary people. Even the strongest will despair. Against such a backdrop, killing rank powerhouses could definitely be said to be a shortcut that made people willing to take desperate measures. There was a popular saying before the end times that the most profitable ways to make money are written in the penal code, and after the end of the world, there was also a popular saying called, the fastest way to get rich and the fastest way to get stronger are all written on the rank list. After all, even just killing the existence of the 999th rank in the ranking list would at least explode a green treasure chest. With a bit of luck, blue treasure chests are possible. And as for what treasure chests could be popped out of the first in the rank list, the Lin Chuan of his previous life really didn't know. After all, in his previous life, when he was obscenely developing, the first place on the rank list was occupied by foreign bigwigs. He's focused on development and revenge. How can he afford to run off to a foreign country? And then later on, he himself occupied the first rank list. Can't kill himself, right? And ever since he had ascended to the top of the rank list, he had never fallen off. This led to the fact that in his previous life, Lin Chuan had never killed the top of the rank list. In this life, he had instead, with a bit of scheming, killed his own deliberate achievement, the watery powerhouse at the top of the rank list. Seriously, he was really surprised to be able to burst out a golden treasure chest. After all, the rank list at the beginning of the end times was just too watery. Many strong people didn't rank on the rank list because they didn't find a way to upgrade in time. Ranking on the rank list during this period was not representative of individual strength at all. Just like Yuan Feng, this kind of cannon fodder, those who could kill him in seconds globally, if not 100,000, there would be 99,000. Just this kind of watery goods that were killed in seconds with their hands could even explode a golden treasure chest. This gave Lin Chuan a feeling as casual as going out and picking up a divine weapon. Outrageous. It's outrageous. But no one would turn down a good thing like going out and picking up artifacts. Lin Chuan looked at the golden treasure chest with sizzling eyes. However, there was surprisingly a hand that reached towards the treasure chest one step ahead of him. Lin Chuan laughed. Then came a stone-cold scream. The source of the scream, of course, was Wu Wan. His hand, before he even had a chance to touch the treasure chest, was ruthlessly stepped on by Lin Chuan. Not only did Lin Chuan's full attributes exceed 2 points, his strongest strength attribute was fast approaching 3 points. This time, the finger bones of Wu Yuan's fingers were all crushed. He let out a ghostly cry like killing a pig. His entire face was pale, cold sweat was pouring out, and he almost didn't pass out from the pain. It was only at this point that he finally realized his situation, and in a weak voice, he frantically begged Lin Chuan for mercy. "Big brother, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I'll kneel for you. I'll be your dog." Although Wu Yuan was decisive and sharp as a dog, in his actual heart he did not feel that Lin Chuan would kill himself. After all, with his S-rank talent, he could almost be considered a human treasure. No one would be willing to kill a talent like him outright. Even if they hated him no matter how much, they would inevitably provide for him and allow him to help refine the gifted blood crystals. Wu Yuan secretly vowed in the bottom of his heart that in the future, he would find an opportunity to hug the thighs of other big brothers. When the time comes, then Lin Chuan will be cut into 1,000 pieces. No, death by 1,000 cuts would not be enough to quell his hatred. He's going to make a human swine out of Lin Chuan. Wu Yuan apologized and begged for forgiveness on his lips, but in his heart, he had already thought of countless torturous scenarios. However, Lin Chuan just resented his noise. He crouched down and spoke in Wu Yuan's ear. "There's a show I really like called Your Turn." As soon as the words left his mouth, the blade cut through Wu Yuan's throat. The world was finally quiet after a beeping sound of a swept S-rank talent resounded in his head. In the entire 411, Lin Chuan was the only living person left. He immediately opened the golden treasure chest, and when he saw the 4 rings strung with chains in the treasure chest, his entire body was shocked. It's even more shocking than getting a golden treasure chest. This treasure chest even opened the grip of death. This was the secret weapon of the god of killers in his previous life who had won 100 battles. In this life, surprisingly, on the first day of the end times, it was acquired by Lin Chuan. After being surprised, Lin Chuan suddenly realized that the god of murder from his previous life. I'm afraid that he had also killed the first ranker from his previous life and obtained the death grip from the golden treasure chest. And in this life, the number 1 on the rank list became Yuan Feng. The person who killed the first person on the rank list became Lin Chuan. And so this great killing weapon, also logically, came into Lin Chuan's hands. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan then dripped blood from the grip of death to recognize its owner, and put the string of 4 rings on the 4 fingers of his right hand. Normally equipment. There is no need to drop blood to recognize the owner. The only artifacts that needed to recognize their owners were divine artifacts. In the previous life's artifact list, the top 10 artifacts were all prefixed with death. Death's grip. Ranked 4th. The top 3 are Death's scythe, Death's face and Death's cloak. In his previous life, some people had speculated that if gods really existed behind the killing game, they thought that the Grim Reaper would be the most powerful existence among them. In this life, when Lin Chuan put the grip of death on his hand, he suddenly had a small goal in his heart. He wants to collect all the Death God artifacts. With Yuan Feng's death, the chat channel was instantly detonated by the majority of players. My rank list ranking has suddenly advanced 1 place. Does anyone know what's going on? Upstairs rank list big brother. Eyes won't work can donate to Xiaohodan. When you looked at the rank list to check your ranking, didn't you notice that Yuan Feng, who was ranked first before, suddenly disappeared? Upstairs lobby. I'll tell you right now, I have the text ranked 792 on my head, so I don't need to look at the rank list to know my own ranking. I can prove that the rank list guy upstairs is right. There's a rank list guy next to me with text on his head. The previous text was rank 9, but it just suddenly changed to rank 8. I'm going. It's true. Where's the top ranked guy? Yuan Feng? It seems like everyone's rankings have moved up 1 spot because of Yuan Feng's disappearance. What's going on? How did Biggie disappear? Based on my initial speculation, either the rankings are hidden, or is presumed to have been magnificent. Offer incense to the big guy. Offer incense to big brother. You keyboard warriors are so full of it. You only dare to taunt Big Brother like this because the chat system is anonymous. How could the top-ranked guy in the rankings just die so easily when the bugs are so weak? I think Yuan Feng might have really farted. I went to the same university as Yuan Feng in reality, and I was just acting with him. I just heard a scream, and then he disappeared from the rank list. I'm also a classmate of Big Brother Yuan Feng, and I'm here to prove that Big Brother Yuan Feng isn't as strong as everyone thinks. Not too long ago, he was defeated by another student from our school with a single blow, and his legs were so weak that he almost peed his pants. In addition, I also know that the strong man who defeated Big Brother Yuan Feng is none other than the second rank list powerhouse of my great summer country, Lei Ming, who was ranked 9th before and is now ranked 8th. Crap. So it was Big Brother Thunder who killed Big Brother Yuan Feng? In all the major chat channels, there was a frantic discussion about Yuan Feng's death, and in reality, the south third of the men's dormitory building at Kyoto University, Luan Yuling, Han Shuiying, and Su Gongcheng, who were teamed up with Yuan Feng, all clearly heard the scream. That was the scream that Wu Yuan let out when he was crushed by Lin Chuan's finger phalanges. Immediately afterward, Luan Yuling and the others saw the news that Yuan Feng was presumed dead in the chat channel. All three were creeped out by the news. After all, they had all witnessed with their own eyes how rampant that lunatic Lei Ming was. If Yuan Feng really died at the hands of Lei Ming, would those of them who teamed up with Yuan Feng be in danger as well? Luan Yuling and the others couldn't care less about clearing the monsters at this time, and quickly headed in the direction of the stairway. That was the agreed-upon meeting place when they split up. The three quickly gathered, their faces all ugly. Luan Yuling took the lead to break the silence and took the initiative to open her mouth. Boss Yuan should really be in trouble. What should we do? Han Shuiying was very calm. It's not realistic to save or take revenge. We can't beat Thunder. Su Gongqing looked at the dark night from the window of the stairway, his face heavy. We have two options now. First, continue walking upstairs. Perhaps we can meet that A-ranked gifted person who had already cleared the subterranean worms in this building before, and then team up with him to clear the monsters together. The second, on the other hand, is to break up over it. Luan Yuling barely brought hesitation and chose to disperse. The world has indeed changed. Although the social order hasn't completely collapsed yet, there are already people disregarding the law and killing people at will. Under such circumstances, I think it's safer to stay with my family. She expressed her desire to go home, and the passage speaks for itself. But Su Gongqing and Han Shuiying were both silent. KYU is one of the top universities in the country, in which students come from all over the country. A large proportion of them are not local. Going home is clearly unrealistic for them. Han Shuiying and Su Gongqing, their homes are not in Kyoto. The two were silent for a long time. Su Gongqing's family is ordinary, and he doesn't quite dare to refute Luan Yuling. Han Shuiying, however, directly sneered. That's really easy for you to say. Previously, Boss Yuan got 4 crystal cores, and you absorbed them all. Now that we're splitting up, Su Gongqing and I worked for nothing for a few hours, and you're taking all the benefits by yourself? Although Luan Yuling didn't deal with Han Shuiying, she wasn't an unreasonable person. After pondering for a moment, she took the initiative and said, I know that both of your families are not in Kyoto, so I am willing to recruit you on behalf of the Luan family. The specific welfare issue can wait until you return to the Luan family with me. After all, this place is still too dangerous to be a place to talk. As soon as Su Gongqing heard that he could work for the Luan family, he tried to nod his head in agreement without hesitation. He comes from a humble background, has no background, and his character has always been a bit wishy-washy. If it wasn't for this awakening of the B-rank talent, he would normally be the kind of passerby who wouldn't be noticed even if he threw himself into a pile of people. And now, not only could he speak to the goddess, but he could also serve the goddess's family in the future. And maybe he would have the chance to continue teaming up with the goddess to fight monsters in the future. Su Gongqing was about to agree almost without thinking, but Han Shuiying choked again. Although it's dangerous here, Su Gongqing and I are at least still free. If we really go back to Luan's house with you, it's your territory. And when we talk about welfare, who knows how we'll be exploited. Luan Yuling got angry at this time. Those beautiful watery almond eyes, glaring at her with anger, neither this nor that. What the hell do you want? First of all, Han Shuiying stretched out a white finger. Regarding the crystal cores, you absorbed 4 of them alone and must compensate us. One person will be compensated with 1 crystal core, and it will arrive today. Luan Yuling frowned, hesitated for a moment, and said with deliberation, I'll try my best, and the crystal cores I obtain afterward will be compensated to you as a matter of priority. But you all know about the crystal core explosion rate, so if it's not possible to do so, there's nothing I can do about it. She made a statement like that, and her attitude was quite sincere. So Han Shuiying nodded her head and went on to stretch out a second finger. Secondly, Going back to the Luan family with you is nothing more than being forced by the situation. We are not selling our bodies to the Luan family, and when we discuss the benefits in detail afterward, I ask that they be calculated by the day, and that I have the right to leave at any time. Luan Yuling hesitated for a moment, but still nodded her head in agreement. After that, Han Shuiying continued to make demands, and it was only when Luan Yuling could not stand it anymore and blurted out, "Are you done with this?" The two women negotiated, and looked at Su Gongqing in a daze. Luan Yuling and Han Shuiying were both airy beauties, although both were somewhat cold, but Su Gongqing this time to see out. Luan Yuling more or less princess-like proud temperament. Han Shuiying, on the other hand, has a kind of imperial style and is charming when negotiating with people. Neither of these two had a small temper, and I'm afraid neither of them could be suppressed by an ordinary man. When the three of them were ready to leave, Luan Yuling suddenly glanced in the direction of Yuan Feng's previous actions, and a sentence came out of her mouth. "That Lin Chuan. Should I go look for him?" Han Shuiying calmly analyzed. "He's either as dead as Yuan Feng, or he's become Lei Ming's lapdog." Luan Yuling nodded, feeling that Han Shuiying's analysis made sense. So the three of them no longer cared if Lin Chuan lived or died and left. Same boys' dormitory. South 2. The team led by Chi Feng really heard the pig-killing screams coming from Nansan. Afterwards, he learned from the chat channel that Yuan Feng was most likely killed by Lei Ming. They, as a squad, also had a quick mini-meeting to discuss whether or not to go to the South 3rd for rescue. The final conclusion was not to go. After all, no one in their team was certain that they could defeat Thunder. Chi Feng was not surprised by Yuan Feng's death. After all, he had sensed earlier through his gift of intuition that Yuan Feng would have a bloodbath in the near future. "I just don't know. How is Lin Chuan doing?" Chi Feng had a hunch that Lin Chuan should not be dead. There may be opportunities. Maybe it's hugging Thunder's leg. This thigh of Lei Ming is definitely much more powerful than that uneducated fool Yuan Feng. However, his good days should be coming to an end. In the regional channel, there were already quite a few people reacting to Thunder's killing, and in the forums, there were already official posts calling on players not to disregard the law and wantonly injure people, and stating that they had already deployed the S-ranked gifted criminal police from the special department to prepare to arrest Lei Ming. At this point in time, Lei Ming was indeed being hunted down as well. In the process of frantically fleeing for his life, he realized that the words rank 8 above his head were very obtrusive. It made him the center of attention almost everywhere he went. Again, because of the regional channel, everyone was condemning his murderous actions, and now when a person saw him, they were like a mouse seeing a cat, frantically avoiding far away. Lei Ming didn't even have time to explain that Yuan Feng didn't kill himself. He could only think of every possible way to desperately escape. Coincidentally, as the sky darkened, a sudden downpour fell from the sky. After running wildly in the rainstorm for 10 minutes, Lei Ming was surprised to find that his four-dimensional attributes had increased to different degrees. From what was all of 1 point or so, it surged to 5 points or so, and in the chat channel, the players who had been discussing Yuan Feng's death suddenly switched to a new topic. "I'm going. I've just been in the pouring rain for 10 minutes, and all four-dimensional attributes have risen to over 3 points. You're only up over 3 points? I've risen to over 4 points. The strongest strength attribute has even surpassed 5 points. What the fuck? So Han? I'm going to get wet too. No, don't you guys think that this rain is weird? Currently everyone knows too little about the end times. I advise you all not to take any unauthorized actions." That's right. What if the increase in attributes is only temporary, and then suddenly turns into a zombie? I think we should all be cautious and look at the situation a little more. I'm going. Where did the Brainiac come from? How can there be a problem with this rain? With my 5.0 or so attributes, can it still be an illusion? There's no need to talk to those brain-dead people. I don't want to get wet. Anyway, I've increased my attributes, and I really hope this rain stops soon. Yes, yes, yes. There's something wrong with the rain. Everyone, don't go in the rain. Right, right, right. Don't ever go in the rain. The latter chat clearly took on a sarcastic tone. Those who advised the crowd not to get wet were clearly thinking of taking exclusive advantage of the situation. However, Lin Chuan knew that there was indeed a big problem with this post-apocalyptic downpour. The increase in attributes, which is only temporary, only lasts for 4 hours. In 4 hours, at midnight, the downpour will stop. Then, all those who have gotten wet and risen in attributes go into a period of weakness that lasts up to 10 hours. And those 10 hours are known to posterity as the 10 hours of darkness. Countless subdimensional rifts were madly born in those 10 hours. Hordes of subterranean monsters, madly pouring into the city. Those who had fallen into a weakened period due to the heavy rain simply couldn't even take care of themselves, let alone fight the subterranean monsters. A large number of humans, unopposed, were mercilessly killed by the subterranean monsters in those 10 hours. For a time, the earth became a purgatory. Some of those who hadn't gotten wet, and so hadn't fallen into a period of weakness, began to take advantage of the fire. By this period, the social order was rapidly collapsing, and the sense of morality in the human heart followed suit. The true end times, too, have finally revealed its cruelest and darkest side to the people. Lin Chuan knew the secret of the heavy rain, but had no thoughts of revealing it. After all, the savior isn't all that good. It's like the chat channel where someone senses something is wrong with the downpour, but such a statement is dismissed as silly. Lin Chuan left South 3 and headed towards South 2 where Chi Feng was. He briefly used the stealth talent he had just gotten, as well as his death grip. Chi Feng and the others, too, had paid attention to the chat channel's remarks about the heavy rain. All the team members, all of them were so excited that they couldn't wait to rush out into the rain and enjoy a wave of a tribute surge. But Chi Feng, who possessed the gift of intuition, sensed a crisis from the downpour. He hesitated slightly, but still admonished his teammate. I also think there's something wrong with the rain. Remember the initial system prompt? The system said killing descends, the end times open. But as things stand now, it doesn't look like the end times at all. I don't think this so-called killing game will ever do anything good out of the sky. There must be something fishy about this heavy rain. We'd better wait and see if there are any aftereffects from those who got drenched in the rain. Chi Feng has been the president of the student council for a year, and has quite a leader's aura about him, analyzing the situation. Yet, it is still unable to resist the greed of the human heart. Several people in his group were not listening to him and wanted to get out in the rain and grow their attributes. Only Aya and Joken were able to restrain their greed and listen carefully to his analysis. From this, Chi Feng became more and more convinced of his own talent, and decided that these two would definitely achieve extraordinary things in the future. Good words are hard to persuade the ghost of that death. For the other members of the team, Chi Feng did not persuade anymore, leaving only Aya and Xiao Koan. The team had just left, and an extremely strong sense of crisis suddenly arose again in Chi Feng's heart. Immediately afterward, he couldn't even react in time to see an iron wire, as if it was shooting through the void. The wire was extremely fast and circled his neck straight away. The cold touch sent chills down the spine, and Chi Feng didn't have time to have any reaction at all, so he felt his brain go blank. His body seemed to explode with a bang. However, when the dust settled, what remained in place was not Chi Feng's body. Instead, it was a weird-looking yellowish-brown cloth doll that lay to where Chi Feng had just stood. Scapegoat dolls. As Xiao Koan, who had personally helped Chi Feng detect the role of this life-saving prop, he instantly recognized the rag doll on the ground as the very same scapegoat doll that could take the place of a person's death. Even without the gift of intuition, Xiao Koan felt a strong crisis at this moment. Just a moment ago, if it wasn't for the scapegoat doll that took the place of death, Chi Feng would have almost died. Such a crisis was naturally not something he, Xiao Koan, could deal with. Xiao Koan didn't even have the idea of trying to avenge Chi Feng's death, and almost the instant he saw the scapegoat doll, he immediately turned around and frantically fled for his life. The merciless wire, however, still moved swiftly, circling his neck. Almost instantly, Xiao Koan's head hit the ground. The Ayas were dumbfounded. She saw, first, that the president suddenly disappeared and there was a creepy doll on the floor. Immediately afterward, before I could figure out what was going on, I heard a thud. Another teammate, Xiao Koan, is also dead. And then again, immediately afterward, she felt it, feeling a sudden touch of coldness wrap around his neck. With the sharpened wire around her slender neck, she couldn't even escape. One can only wait, silently, for death to come. What was waiting, however, was the sound of footsteps. It was especially eerie on a rainy night like this. Lin Chuan used his stealth talent and slowly walked over, his gaze faint, glancing at the bizarre doll on the ground whose head and body had separated. He genuinely did not expect that Chi Feng had already gotten a scapegoat doll on the first day of the end times. The gift of intuition is really strong, and with Chiffon's luck, it was pretty good. It was raining heavily tonight, so Lin Chuan had no intention of continuing the chase. Anyway, those who can't beat him now will never be able to beat him again. There is no one in this world who has developed at a rate that surpasses him. However, in order to let Chi Feng also feel what it was like to be hunted down, Lin Chuan waved his big hand, and a bizarre circular spell formation suddenly surfaced on the ground. Immediately after that, a three-headed dog, half a man tall, abruptly appeared in the center of the spell formation. This is one of the functions of the death grip, summoning the undead. Players of the killing game, ring-like equipment, can only hold a maximum of 10, and with death grip, one outfit takes up 4 ring spots. Those 4 rings, from the index finger to the pinky, are known as rings 1 through 4. The first ring is the main attacker and can shoot silver needles or wire from the ring mechanism. It was very convenient that the silver needle was responsible for the close combat and the wire was responsible for the distant attack. The second ring is responsible for defense and can summon shields to defend against attacks. The third ring is responsible for auxiliary combat and can summon undead creatures to aid in battle. The fourth ring, on the other hand, is purely auxiliary, allowing 3 anchor points to be set up to accomplish instantaneous teleportation through space. It could be said that, as the greatest reliance of the god of killers in his previous life to traverse the killing game, the grip of death was very versatile. The utility is very powerful, both in combat and as an aid. The fighting power of the wire or silver needle released by the one ring is very powerful. As of now, no matter if it was a human or a secondary creature, as long as their physique and speed attributes didn't exceed 10 points at the same time, they were simply defenseless under the siege of the iron filaments. The second ring shield not only has amazing defense, but it also has a chance to defend against deadly attacks once a day. The 3 rings summons. Well, Lin Chuan took a closer look at the attributes of the Hell's 3-headed dog that he had just summoned. The full attribute of 10 points and the skill Hellfire is comparable to an A+ level skill. This thing, today, at the very beginning of the end times, is simply invincible. It was Lin Chuan himself who couldn't defeat it yet, and the 4-ring spatial teleportation was a divine skill to escape. It ignores distance and teleports instantly, requiring only a preset anchor point. The 4 rings, complementing each other, could create a top-tier powerhouse almost instantly, and this was still only the 4th-ranked existence on the divine artifact list. It couldn't be helped. Although Death Grip was all-powerful, it really wasn't as good as Death Scythe in terms of attack, and it wasn't as good as Death Face or Death Cloak in terms of defense and support. However, for Lin Chuan, the Death Grip was enough for the time being. With a wave of his hand, the 3-headed dog of hell picked up the tattered scapegoat doll on the floor and rushed towards the stairway. The beginning of the end of the world was very short, and the location where Chi Feng obtained the scapegoat doll should be at the school, and Chi Feng, who had used the scapegoat doll, was bound to have moved to the location where he had hidden the scapegoat doll at this moment. I'm sure that at this moment, it should be in a heart-stopping desperate escape. Letting the Hell's 3-headed dog go after Chi Feng was just the right way to let him also experience what it was like to feel the despair of being madly chased. After doing so, Lin Chuan looked towards the final purpose of his trip. Aya. Aya was dumbfounded. Aya winced. Aya was raw. She saw the sudden appearance of the 3-headed dog and thought she was going to die in a different way. The 3-headed dog, as it turned out, suddenly left. Then, the air fluctuated, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Aya stared at the person in front of her with wide eyes. She instantly recognized that this was the man who had a problem with the chairman. I think it's called Lin Chuan. Wasn't it said to be an F-rated waste? If a punk is this fierce, what about the one who was casually killed by a punk? Aya was too scared to make a sound. But soon, she realized that the man in front of her didn't seem to have any intention of killing her. She finally summoned up the courage to seek a chance of survival for herself. Big brother, inside a what? I'm actually a freshman. Joined the student council not long ago, and President Chi Feng is not very familiar with. Really, I've always felt that the chairman is a hypocrite. Big brother you. Good job killing. Aya is one of those young looks who has a lot of little expressions and looks playful and lively and quirky. And just by looking at that tender face, I'm afraid someone would believe it if they said she was in middle school. With looks like that, it should be perfect for secondary girls with a pleasing aesthetic. She was scared to death, but she still tried to please Lin Chuan's appearance, because of that pretty face, and even did not show a flattering and fawning feeling, but instead looked witty and cute. Lin Chuan glanced at her with a faint gaze and suddenly raised his lips in a smile. Not bad. Good scolding. Continue. Aya was very speechless, but did not dare to disobey, and immediately racked her brain to continue badmouthing Chi Feng. She really didn't know Chi Feng well, so she can only make up nonsense and pile all kinds of scum attributes on Chi Feng. Lin Chuan casually made a fireball and burned Xiao Kuan's body on the ground, then shook his right hand, which was wearing a death grip, and faintly said, "Let's go." Go? Walk where? Aya's neck was encircled by the wire and she had to follow Lin Chuan's footsteps. Scenes like this made her think of walking her dog. The wire that confined her and looped around her neck was like a dog leash. How humiliating to think about. But Aya didn't dare to resist. She wanted to live more than she wanted to be humiliated. Lin Chuan in front did not return his head. His voice was waveless and flat. Go find a grove. Work. Little woods? Is it the kind of grove she understands? Aya was terrified. What had just been echoing in her mind? She wanted to live more than to be humiliated. Suddenly changed to a man can be killed, but not humiliated. But she did fear death. She could still struggle, she thought. So he followed behind Lin Chuan and carefully opened his mouth. Inside what? Big brother, don't you see I look like a man? In fact, I'm especially unhygienic. My breath stinks of fox and feet, and I haven't even taken a bath in 3 days. You mean? Lin Chuan turned his head to glance at her. Want me to take you to take a bath first? Ah no. Aya blushed slightly under Lin Chuan's gaze, and inwardly, she could not help but feel ashamed. However, none of these shames compare to life in chastity. She once again went through an internal struggle, and once she clenched her teeth, she suddenly said, I actually have AIDS. Oh, the corner of Lin Chuan's mouth twitched slightly, not obviously. Feeling that his response was a bit too flat, Aya asked again cautiously, don't you believe me, big brother? I believe. Aya just breathed a sigh of relief. I heard Lin Chuan say with some emotion, what a coincidence. I also have AIDS. We are really in the same boat. Aya had a black question mark on her face. What the hell is homoeroticism? Can she curse now? The super dirty kind of cursing. When she was about to leave the dormitory building, Aya looked at the rainy curtain in the night, hesitated for a long time, and finally opened her mouth. That, big man. Lin Chuan glanced at her coldly and said faintly, Lin Chuan, the word bigot is overused in the post-apocalyptic world. Sounds like the pre-apocalyptic Mr. Wang and Mr. Liu. Lin Chuan didn't like that name. Aya also smoothly changed her tone. Senior Lin Chuan, before President Chi Feng analyzed that this heavy rain, it's likely that there's a problem. Aha, Lin Chuan casually responded. And then, his entire body walked into the rain. Aya still had the wire looped around her neck, so naturally she could only follow him and step into the rain as well. It's been raining a lot. However, Aya was surprised to find that it didn't hurt at all when that much pouring rain hit her. Also, rainwater in general is freezing cold. This rain, however, and yet it's, like, hot. It wasn't the rain itself that was hot, but the inexplicable rush of heat one felt after getting wet. The kind of heat, like watching a war movie, that gets your blood pumping. Immediately after that, in about 10 minutes or so, Aya realized that in her data panel, the 4-dimensional attributes had risen to more than 4 points in all of them. But instead of being happy, she grew more and more uneasy. Lin Chuan, who was walking ahead, also looked at his data panel. Hayakawa, rank, 0 to 10, power, 9.2, physical, 8.5, speed, 8.7, spirit, 9.1, talents, fireball, small fireball, F rank, physical strengthening, F rank, strength strengthening, F rank, Vajra shield, B rank, stealth, B rank, forbidden realm, S rank, blood refining mystery, S rank. It can simply be said that the attributes have skyrocketed. No wonder so many people, even after being advised that there was something wrong with the downpour, still couldn't resist going out in the rain for 10 minutes. But alas, such attributes only last until the heavy rain ends. By the time the downpour ended, all those who had gotten wet would receive a weakness buff, and all 4-dimensional attributes would become 0.1. A person in a weakened state is almost indistinguishable from being paralyzed. However, since Lin Chuan dared to walk into the rain, he naturally had a way of being immune to the weakness buff. With a rather good mood, he led Aya by the wire and actually went to a small forest. Rainy night, coal iron. Aya was getting scared inside. Although Lin Chuan was quite good looking, showed great strength, and even had a vague sense of mystery about him that made him imperceptible. But Aya didn't want to have a relationship with someone who didn't have an emotional foundation. That's not called having sex. It's being trampled on from soul to dignity. She wasn't happy about it, and would rather die than give up her self-respect. She was doing a wealth of internal thought building, constantly determined to fight to the death. Then she saw that, after looking around, Lin Chuan suddenly said to her, "Raise your hand." Aya was puzzled in her mind, and after a moment's hesitation, she obediently raised her right hand. She was slightly petite, and her arms were extraordinarily slender and white. The raised hand, the tiny one, was still trembling slightly in the rain. Lin Chuan walked over and reached out to squeeze her hand. Aya's hand trembled even harder, and with a clench of her teeth, she was about to fight back to the death. But suddenly, he felt a pain in his hand, only to see that the inscrutable man in front of her had taken a razor blade and slashed the palm of her hand. Blood gurgled out, instantly seeping all over the palm. Lin Chuan frowned and covered his palm over it, barely shielding this hand from the rain. As he threw the stone in his hand in one direction, he snapped at Aya, "Run your talent, quick!" "Ha, okay." Aya was confused and subconsciously did as she was told. But then, suddenly reacting, he asked, "You know my gift?" She felt that there was something evil about her gift, but she had never said anything about it to anyone. Lin Chuan didn't explain. Aya didn't dwell on it too much, as she suddenly heard strange noises. Buzzing, hornets. It's a hornet. The rock you just threw hit a hornet's nest. Aya was terrified and subconsciously wanted to run away, but she still had the wire wrapped around her neck. Lin Chuan didn't escape, so she couldn't escape either. Those wasps furiously flew towards Lin Chuan, the being who had attacked their hornet's nest. But then, it seemed to be suddenly drawn to something. A single hornet, suddenly changing direction, targeted Aya's bleeding hand. Aya was a bit of a slight densophobe, and she paled a bit at the sight of her right hand being densely surrounded by wasps. And as time went on, not only did her face go pale, but her brain went a little blank. That's a symptom of blood loss. The blood compulsion technique was a very practical talent in Lin Chuan's eyes. It's just a bit bloodthirsty. Good thing, it's not feeing his blood. He leisurely stared at Aya as she worked, while he watered down the chat channel a bit more. The news that was being widely discussed in the World Channel was saying that So-and-so murderers had come out of So-and-so country, and players were frantically denouncing those murderers. Without exception, those murderous devils were on the kill list. Regarding the current rank list, the water was too high and Lin Chuan didn't pay attention to it. On the kill list, a few familiar names were seen instead. Bakanov, the former god of murder and possessor of the death grip. I didn't realize that he had already made it to the kill list on the first day of the end times, so it seemed that he really enjoyed killing. August, the former possessor of the killing ring. The kill ring can convert kill values into skill points or attribute values, and is also a very counterintuitive golden prop. Tereo Uina, possessor of the S-rank talent Fatabuchi. The fateful abyss talent could cause life to dry up in an instant and could not be defended against. Even Lin Chuan did not want to run into this fellow for the time being. These three celebrities, although their positions on the kill list were not obvious at the moment, however, these three were the type of existences that could gradually become stronger by killing. I thought that it wouldn't be long before he would shine just like in his previous life and become a regular on the kill list. Just as he was thinking about it, a sudden global announcement rang out in everyone's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to player Bakanov for being the first player in the world to upgrade to level 2. Reward full attributes +2. Ding! Congratulations to player Bakanov. Ding! The global announcement went off a total of 3 times. This news, which instantly triggered a frenzy in the chat channels. Crap, wasn't it said that theoretically you can only rise to level 1 on the first day? How did someone suddenly rise to level 2? Bakanov? This guy wasn't on the rank list before. Does anyone know who this person is? I'll go. I remember the 892nd place on the previous kill list. It was Bakanov. You're remembering wrong. Or maybe this killing demon leveled up again. He's now number 1 on the rank list and number 618 on the kill list. Fuck. Scary. That's the real deal. This is awesome. I said, can the big guy come out and share the upgrade? According to my guess, this Bakanov, he's been killing people like crazy since the beginning of his killing game descent. Do you guys think that the secret of his ascension to level 2 could be related to killing? That one sentence sparked a moment of silence. On the first day of the end of the world, there was only one type of monster in the whole world, and that was the level 0 subterraneous worm. And there is a fixed pattern for players to gain experience value by absorbing crystal cores. Absorb a crystal core of the same level, plus 1 experience value. Absorb a crystal core 1 level higher than your own, plus 10 experience value. Absorb a crystal core 2 levels above your own, plus 100 experience value, and so on. It seemed that the experience given by absorbing the crystal cores at a higher level was a lot, but in fact, upgrading was still not that easy. The first is that as you level up, the experience required to upgrade will increase. The second thing is that when you face a subpar monster that is 5 levels over your own, you will feel something called level suppression, not to mention the halving of their own attributes, all kinds of talents, skills, props, etc. The power is likewise halved. The greater the level gap, the more horrific the level suppression will be. Therefore, even the strongest people would at most cross level 4 to fight monsters, and rarely dared to cross level 5. And on the first day of the end times, there was only one level 0 creature, the subspecies. This means that most players can only get level 0 cores of the same level as themselves. Although, theoretically, it is possible to kill a level 1 player and thus gain a level 1 crystal core. But that's still not enough to get to level 2. First, at level 0, you absorb 1 level 1 crystal core for plus 10 experience points and go straight to level 1. After that, if you absorb another level 1 crystal core, it will be counted as the same level and only plus 1 experience point. In this way, with the limitation of only being able to absorb 10 crystal cores per day, a player would not be able to rise to level 2 at all by absorbing crystal cores. So, in the chat channel, everyone was curious and talking about how exactly Bakanov got to level 2. Soon, however, the system's global announcement gave a hint. Ding! Player Bakanov has killed the god's favored one, and is now opening the divine punishment quest. All players around the world, will be given real-time location coordinates of Bakanov. All players around the world who kill Bakanov receive the following rewards. 1. Experience value plus 10. 000. 2. Orange treasure chest plus 1. 3. Plus 1 to native skill. This announcement instantly sparked a frenzied buzz once again. I'm going. What the hell is a divine favorite? This divine punishment quest is simply horrible, isn't it? It's like a game that won't let Bakanov live. The rewards are too rich. If I wasn't so far away, I would have wanted to rush up and surround Bakanov in minutes. The official military forces of the beautiful country have already been mobilized and are preparing to frantically round up Bakanov. By the way, Bakanov is a black man who has been killing and burning people since before the end of the world. He doesn't deserve the word big brother. This wave, Bakanov will surely die. Could it be that there's been so much killing that the killing game can't watch? You're an idiot? Didn't you see the game announcement that it was because Bakanov killed the god's favorite that triggered the god's punishment quest? So what exactly is a god's favorite? What exactly is a divine favorite? So far, I'm afraid only Lin Xuan knows about it. When the killing game came down, everyone awakened their talents. At the same time, there is a very small portion of the population that become God's favorites. As far as Lin Xuan knew, before the first world fusion, there should only be 10 divine familiars globally. A divine favorite, as the name suggests, is someone who is favored by the gods. The secondary creatures, uncharacteristically, would stay away from the divine familiars, so as not to accidentally injure them. That's why in previous generations, many large safe zones used the divine favorites as mascots. With a divine favorite sitting in the area, a certain area will automatically form a monster-free zone. In his previous life, there was only one unlucky one of the 10 divine familiars before the world fusion, who was arrogantly decapitated by Bakanov. The divine punishment mission that arose afterward made it known to everyone around the globe. Those who are God's favorites must not be killed. After all, once a divine favorite was killed, it would become a big boss with an amazing explosive rate and be hunted by everyone around the globe. In this life, though, the good times for the divine favorites may be coming to an end, because Lin Xuan must kill the divine favorites. The so-called must kill was to use all methods to kill all 10 divine favorites before the first world fusion. Of course, one has already been killed by Bakanov. Lin Xuan didn't panic. He immediately tapped on the trading system and shelved an item. Great gifted blood crystal, inflammation explosion, trade requirements, clear spirit fruit plus moon god blessing. Note, the talent blood crystal gives one direct access to the talent, B-rank inflammatory explosion. After completing this, Lin Xuan worried that Bakanov didn't have the heart to pay attention to the trading market, and also ran to the world channel to speak again. Advertisement, the trade market is selling gifted blood crystals that give people extra talents. Hurry up if you want it. First come, first served. It was first come, first served. But Lin Xuan knew very well that only Bakanov was qualified to fulfill his conditions at this stage. Or rather, his target in this deal, to begin with, was Bakanov. More accurately, it was the clear spirit fruit that Bakanov had obtained after killing the divine favorites. Although the divine favored ones were favored by the gods, killing them would still result in things popping out. Fixedly, it will burst out the props of clear spirit fruit and divine blessing, in addition to a small amount of experience. That experience is what got Bakanov to level 2. Lin Xuan's message had just been sent out, and the world channel instantly sparked a hot debate. I'm going. Talent blood crystals? It can give one more talent. Oh my god, does this mean that an F-ranked talent can make me a strong person? Upstairs, don't dream about it. Use your brain to think about it. Something that precious. Is it something you can afford as an F rank? What are the clear spirit fruit and moon god blessing? They sound awesome. It was at this point that a sudden statement was made. Hello everyone, I am a divine favorite. Although I don't know what the clear spirit fruit is, when I became a divine favorite, I also received a divine blessing, a necklace called Thunder God's Blessing, which serves to immunize me from all lightning attributed attacks. Oh, shit, God's favorites. Catch a live fellowship of the gods. Can you share more information in detail? What exactly are the benefits of becoming a divine favorite? A son of luck? Luck? Lin Xuan was also quietly paying attention, hoping that God's favorite would be able to reveal more information. However, the man never spoke again after that. Instead, it was Lin Xuan's trade channel that finally received a private message from Bakanov. The trading channel is anonymous, as is the chat channel. However, to make it easier for both parties to the transaction to confirm the information, a separate chat box can be created. Different languages are automatically translated. The chat box describes the two parties to the transaction as customer and owner. However, Lin Xuan only looked at the first message sent by the customer, and knew the fish has taken the bait. Customer, who are you? How do you know I have the fruit of the clear spirit and the moon god blessing? With a thought, Lin Xuan immediately replied, This is outside the scope of our deal. You only need to tell me if you're willing to trade. On the other end, a moment passed before Bakanov asked again. You must tell me what the clear spirit fruit does, or I won't trade. The moon god's blessing works by lowering presence and hiding level information and curse information. For example, the strongest ranked player will have the words rank X clearly written on his head. What's even more pitiful is that even with the invisibility talent, the text above his head won't follow. The moon god blessing, however, removes the word rank list from the head. Even theoretically, the lunar god's blessing could hide the real-time positioning information that the game system released to players around the world during the Divine Punishment quest. It sounds like a bully that will allow Bakanov to escape the crisis of the moment. However, lunar blessing has a very dodgy setting. That is, the person who kills the lunar god's favorite cannot use the lunar god's blessing. In other words, the equipment that would have solved Bakanov's immediate problems was simply too much for him to use on his own. So, it can only be traded out. Lunar god blessing couldn't be used by himself anyway, and trading it out didn't hurt Bakanov at all. But the clear spirit fruit, he didn't know the effect for the time being and didn't dare to trade it easily. After all, he had ended up becoming a divine punisher, a target that players around the world wanted to hunt down. If what that god's favorite popped out wasn't good enough, he'd feel like he'd lost too damn much. Lin Chuan didn't hesitate and directly told him, after taking the clear spirit fruit, the number of crystal cores that can be absorbed per day +1. He wasn't lying. For the vast majority of players, the only thing the clear spirit fruit did was increase the number of crystal cores absorbed per day. But essentially, the clear spirit fruit was an existence that enhanced the player's divine soul. A setting like divine soul doesn't appear until much later in the game, and the higher the divine soul level, the stronger the player will be. This strength is not just an increase in the number of crystals absorbed per day. There are additional benefits. For example, weakening rank suppression. Another example is breaking through the attribute cap. Before the first world fusion, the limit value of a player's four-dimensional attributes was 100. This is a limit that very few people can reach. Lin Chuan, however, who had the bug grade talent Fireball, could easily reach this limit value. In his previous life, Lin Chuan had never been able to find a way to break through the limit after his attributes reached the limit before the first world fusion. It wasn't until the later stages that it was discovered that raising the divine soul could break through the attribute limits. A single clear spirit fruit could increase the upper limit of his 4 attributes by 10 points. A total of 10 divine favorites indicated that he could obtain a maximum of 10 clear spirit fruits, with the cap increased by 100 points. In this life, Lin Chuan hoped that he could be strong to the extreme. Therefore, those 10 clear spirit fruits, he was bound to get them. Bakanov on the other end of the transaction looked at Lin Chuan's reply and was inwardly very shocked. After all, a treasure that increased the number of crystal cores absorbed per day could be considered very practical. That utility, it's long-lasting. He absorbed 1 more crystal core than others every day, and as he accumulated it day by day, he would only get stronger and stronger. However, although the effects of the clear spirit fruit were long-term, they required time to accumulate. If he hiccuped tomorrow, the effect of this clear spirit fruit would be basically the same as nothing. And at this moment, with being positioned in real time by players around the world, Bakanov was facing a life and death crisis at all times. To him at this moment in time, the role of the clear spirit fruit was certainly not as urgent as a B-rank defensive talent. After briefly thinking about it, Bakanov already had the intention of trading with Lin Chuan, but he still wasn't happy about it. Could it be that what he had gotten at the cost of being hunted around the globe was traded away so easily? After 1,000 hesitations and thoughts, he finally sent a message. Actually, the Qingling fruit's effect should be far greater than a B-rank talent, right? Lin Chuan returned indifferently, depending on who it is used on. Bakanov clenched his teeth. You add something else, or I won't be happy. Lin Chuan laughed coldly. Then you will die with your unwillingness to die. Bakanov's face was ugly, but because he was being chased, he didn't reply to Lin Chuan for a while. Lin Chuan was also a bit anxious inside. The clear spirit fruit was something he had to get on his way to extreme power. Missing even one of them, then he would not be as powerful as he truly was. So, he once again sent a message. Actually, there are other ways to gain experience value besides absorbing crystal cores. Bakanov's eyes lit up. What method? Lin Chuan, I won't tell you, but I can prove it to you by getting to level 3 today. That had Bakanov vaguely felt that Lin Chuan was a very mysterious character. He seems to know a lot of things. Hesitating for a moment, Bakanov promised. Okay, as long as you can rise to level 3 today, I'll trade with you. Lin Chuan, it's a deal. With the clear spirit fruit basically in his hands, Lin Chuan returned his attention to the reality of Aiya. The girl's body in her white school uniform shook in the rain. Not a trace of blood could be seen on her delicate, pretty little face. The eyes were disoriented, as if they would pass out at any moment due to blood loss. However, Lin Chuan didn't have any thoughts of pity at all. He looked at Aiya's hands, and the blood parasites that had fallen to the ground, and briefly estimated the number. And then, with empty mineral water bottles, they were filled with all the blood parasites. 3 bottles in all. Lin Chuan felt that it wasn't enough and shook his head slightly. We need to find another hornet's nest. That's the idea that there's going to be more bloodletting. Aya almost thought she was hallucinating. She simply didn't even have the strength to speak. Her body lulled, and she actually looked like she was really going to pass out. It was good that Lin Chuan held her up in time. Warm fragrance and soft jade into his arms. Lin Chuan still didn't have any pity, and subconsciously complained. Isn't it just a matter of letting some blood out? Why are you so weak? Aiya was so angry that she wanted to curse, her chest heaving slightly, yet she was so weak that she didn't even have the strength to curse. She closed her eyes and looked like she was dying. Lin Chuan frowned and wasn't sure if this girl was really dizzy or pretending to be dizzy. He hesitated for a moment and suddenly took out a crystal core from his pocket. Suck it and try it? Aiya's eyes lit up and she immediately absorbed the crystal core. However, the dizziness didn't lessen much, and she was still so weak that she couldn't stand. Lin Chuan asked, "Have you absorbed crystal cores before? How many have you absorbed?" Aiya looked at her data panel. My current experience value is 4. I'm still 6 experience points short of upgrading. She was just about to ask if the upgrade would restore her physical state. As a result, Lin Chuan directly placed her on the ground. He withdrew the wire that had been encircling her neck, but even without the wire encircling her, in Aya's current state, she wouldn't be able to escape. So Lin Chuan instructed, "Stay by yourself for a while, I'll be right back." With that, his figure flickered and he disappeared without a trace in an instant. Aya sat on the ground, alone in the rain, her school uniform skirt soiled with mud. She wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to escape, but her body was so weak and feeble that she couldn't even stand up, so she could only sit in place and wait. Waiting, alone, Aya was inexplicably a little scared. Such fear made her actually vaguely hope that Lin Chuan would come back soon. After waiting for about 10 minutes, she suddenly heard the sound of someone talking not far away. Thinking it was Lin Chuan returning, she looked over at the sound in surprise. What we ended up seeing were 4 men with knives. The man in the lead cursed under his breath. What kind of fucked up post-apocalyptic world is this? There are more people than monsters. We don't even have a place to go if we want to fight monsters. Another junior brother-like person suddenly whispered, "Boss, I just saw someone in the chat channel say that although the probability of monsters bursting crystal cores is 1%, the probability of players bursting crystal cores is 100%. The other minions next to him followed suit. "Yeah, I saw the news too. I heard that Yuan Phone Kid was able to get the global announcement by digging out crystal cores from people's corpses." "That's right. If a punk like Yuan Phone can get a global announcement, boss, if you work harder, maybe you can too." The words "step it up" are used subtly, but it was obvious that it was meant for the boss to kill for the crystal core. That boss's name is Fan Hu. He's a punk from this neighborhood. Mixed, but before the end of the world, he only fights and fights. Did not kill anyone. Moreover, in the regional channel, there has been an official posting that players are strictly prohibited from killing, and those who violate the order will be arrested, and those of a bad nature will even be killed on the spot. Fan Hu was hesitating. One of his little brothers suddenly added, although the forum said that the murderers will be severely punished. "But boss, look at that Lei Ming. He killed so many people, directly on the rank list and kill list, but as a result, until now, is not also still alive and well? Even the world channel, there are people discussing him. Don't you want to be famous all over the world, boss?" In that case, the temptation is strong. In Fan Hu's heart, he was immediately shaken. Just as he was about to agree to kill and upgrade, a junior suddenly spoke up again. "Ha, boss, look quickly. There seems to be someone in the grove ahead." "Crap, it's still a pretty girl." Aya's face was a little hard to see, while the 4 men were already walking straight towards her side. "Why are you sitting here alone? Elementary school girl?" Fan Hu's mouth said words of concern, but he couldn't hide the infatuated eyes. A few junior brothers were even staring straight at Aiya, obviously having thrown the topic of escalation that they had just discussed out of the sky. Aya was in a very bad mood. She had lost too much blood and was too weak to resist the 4 men. But, for the sake of her dignity, she braced her composure and deliberately put on a shady, evil look. She raised the mineral water bottle containing the blood parasites high in the air and suddenly smiled wickedly. "I advise you not to come over. Do you know what's in my hand?" In her hand. Isn't it just a mineral water bottle? Fan Hu just wanted to say so, but found that the mineral water bottle of blood seems to move. It took a few moments of careful staring to realize that the puddle of mind-numbing blood in the mineral water bottle was actually alive. Fanhu was a little hesitant for a moment. After all, the contents of that bottle did look disgusting and horrible. But to let him be scared away by a little girl like that, how could he let his boss lose face? Fanhu held on to his face, didn't move and deliberately said, "Little girl, don't think you can scare me by taking a bottle of blood. It's not like I haven't seen blood before." Aya knew that she had barely bluffed the man. Her face became more and more calm, and her tone of voice became more and more determined. "This is not ordinary blood. This is a blood compulsion worm that I refined with my natural ability. As long as you guys dare to take another step forward, I will let my blood compulsion worms suck you into dryness." She said it with conviction. Fanhu became more and more uncertain. Threatened to leave? He was not willing to do that. Just now, from a distance, one could tell that this girl was a superb one. Now close, listen to her talk, see her fresh look. Fanhu more and more feel itchy in the heart, no matter how want to get her. Just now, from a distance, he was thinking of having fun with his brothers, killing the man afterwards, and taking the crystals out of the corpse. But now close contact, he felt for the first time. Zhou Yuang for praise see Beacon play the Lords of the Taste. He was, by now, not even wanting to share this woman with his little brother. He wanted to have the little beauty all to himself and kept her around after that. With such an obsessive mindset, he naturally wouldn't be scared off by any means. He suddenly changed his look, coaxed with a more gentle voice, "Little sister, also don't always think of fighting and killing. You see, this end of the world came. You are such a beautiful little girl. How difficult it is to live alone. Why don't you team up with your brother? Us, brother, we are very strong. Can take you to fight monsters and upgrade." The three juniors behind him also raised their voices. They had the same mentality as the boss. Fanhu, almost too mesmerized by this woman to give up no matter what. Aya blushed hard again. She decisively opened the cap of the mineral water bottle, and the blood parasites that were packed into a ball inside finally found an exit and frantically rushed towards the mouth of the bottle. Aya meanwhile coldly shouted, "I already have a teammate, and he will be back soon. With his strength, killing you guys is as simple as crushing an ant." When Fanhu heard her say this, his face instantly became a bit ugly. Plus, he suddenly realized at this time that the bugs in that bottle, although they looked weird, moved at a speed even worse than that of a subterranean bug. Even if that weird blood-colored bug really could suck itself into dryness, wouldn't it be fine as long as it didn't touch it? What he noticed, his little brother noticed. The arrogant and threatening voice of his little brother rang out behind him. "Ha ha 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 ha, teammate? What is your teammate doing back here? Sending them to their deaths? We're thinking of killing people to get the crystal cores." A few other juniors, too, laughed out loud, stirring the atmosphere. Fanhu could no longer hold back. He ignored Aya's threatening warning and boldly pounced towards her. Aya's face turned white as she pinched the bottle containing the blood parasites and viciously threw it in Fanhu's direction. However, those who had experienced the heavy rain of the end times had received a significant increase in their attributes. Fanhu easily dodged the blood bottle with a dodge. He laughed out loud, both eyes glowing red as he lunged more and more wildly towards Aya. "Help! Lin Chuan, save me! Bastard, come back quickly!" Aya struggled to stand up but fell back to sit down. She panicked and unconsciously screamed for help. A group of people are mesmerized by beauty. What they didn't notice was, the bottle of blood that Aya had just thrown was not dropped directly on the ground, even though they had dodged it. Instead, it hung straight up in the air, rather than levitating for no reason. If you look closely, you will see that there is actually a wire that is wrapped around the bottle, and the source of the wire was, without a doubt, naturally Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan looked at the blood parasites he had worked so hard to raise, and several of them ran out of the mouth of the bottle, and his face turned a little cold. With a swish of his right hand forward, the 4 wires were like arrows that flew out, and almost instantly, they bound those 4 men. Lin Chuan didn't just circle their necks and let their heads fall to the ground. Those 4 people were wrapped tightly in wire like 4 cicada chrysalises. Only then did Lin Chuan show up, slowly walking over and throwing the 6 crystal cores towards Aya. Aya quickly absorbed 6 crystal cores, her experience value +6, and she successfully rose to level 1. This scene of absorbing 6 crystal cores in one breath saw the 4 Fanhu people envious and jealous, itching to rush over and snatch the crystal cores for themselves to absorb, but they were confined and couldn't move at all. Lin Chuan didn't care about those 4 people. He squeezed the blood bottle in one hand while looking down at Aya. "Where's the cap?" Oh. As a result, Aya suddenly jumped into Lin Chuan's arms and cursed, "Bastard! You bastard! How could you leave me alone here?" "Oh, what?" Lin Chuan said in his heart. "How am I an asshole if I am a fucking hero to save the beauty? And I'll even help you upgrade for free. When have I, Lin Chuan, ever been so kind? This woman is a real wolf. If she hadn't been useful for the time being, I'm afraid she would have been a corpse." Aya also simply vented her emotions. Tears and snot were wiped onto Lin Xuan in retaliation. Only after that did he take the cap of the blood bottle and hand it to Lin Xuan. 3 bottles of blood parasites, essentially safe and sound. Aiya's symptoms of blood loss were also restored by the upgrade. Lin Xuan looked at the 4 people who were tied up as cicada chrysalises and said to Aya, "Are you going to take care of it yourself, or am I going to do it for you?" Settle. Aiya realized that what Lin Xuan meant by settle was to kill someone. She certainly wouldn't dare kill anyone in a time of peace, but it's the end times. Regardless of whether it was the world channel or the regional channel, the topic that everyone chatted about the most was that so-and-so murderous devil shall not die. Apparently, there have been a lot of people who have begun to ignore the law and escalate their killings. Those murderers were condemned by all, but there was a hint of envy and jealousy hidden in those condemnations. Those murderous devils, who had undoubtedly risen to level 1, held extra crystal cores in their hands and put them in the trade market to trade for supplies. Those who dared to fight and kill and fight have obviously become the flavor of the day in this world. In this killing game, Aya doesn't actually want to kill anyone, but she knew that this killing game had created a dark forest for all humans. Survival, always, is the first need of all people. The setting of killing to become stronger will surely create a chain of suspicion among the people in the dark forest, even if you abide by the principle of not getting stronger by killing people. But you can't be 100% confident that other people follow the same principles as you do. Between strangers, yet, those 4 men were more than just strangers to Aya. They tried to hurt her. Aya vaguely guessed Lin Xuan's thoughts. Her right hand was shaking a little, and her palm still had the blood-colored scars from Lin Xuan's previous cuts. Finally, she still firmly reached out toward Lin Xuan. "I'll take care of it." The tone was firm, but the voice was vaguely shaky. Lin Xuan glanced at her and handed her the blade. Then, watching such a childish-looking girl, pinching the blade towards those 4 cicada chrysalises, the 4 screamed and begged for mercy. And Aya didn't go soft, because not too long ago, she begged for mercy too. But these 4, too, had no soft heart. As Lin Xuan watched this scene, he finally realized why this woman in his previous life was able to hold on until her blood compulsion art talent shone. This is a woman who has intelligence and courage and is quite capable of flexing her muscles when appropriate. Although she is now bold enough to address him as Lin Xuan Sr. to Lin Xuan asshole from the initial coquettish Lin Xuan Sr. After the matter of this grove was resolved, Lin Xuan took Aiya and changed the grove again. Once again, a hornet's nest was sought, and this time, 4 vials of blood parasites were collected. Aya bled out even more than last time, but Lin Xuan had her add the 1 attribute point she gained from upgrading to her physique, and she didn't end up being so weak that she couldn't stand. A total of 7 bottles of blood parasites. Lin Xuan felt that this amount was probably enough. Then he wrapped his arm around Aiya and used the teleportation function of the 4th ring of the death grip. With a swish, Aya didn't even have time to react before she felt a flash of light in front of her eyes. When she finally regained her sight, she was dazed to realize that she was back in the boys' dormitory building. Lin Xuan let go of her and walked in the direction of South 4th. Aya followed behind Lin Xuan and asked in a low voice, "When you just burned the corpses of those 4 people, you used a talent? And now this spatial teleportation. What's going on?" "It's props," Lin Xuan casually responded. "Props?" Aya hung her eyes in thought, and suddenly asked again. "When Shi Feng died, his body turned into a rag doll. That doll, is it also a prop?" "Yes, that's the scapegoat doll, died once for chiffon." "What?" Aya couldn't hide her surprise. "So, could it be that Shi Feng didn't die?" Lin Xuan turned his head to glance at her. "What does it have to do with you if he's dead or not?" Aya shrunk her neck and whispered, I do think that if President Shi Feng isn't dead, he definitely won't let you go." Lin Xuan withdrew his gaze and continued to walk forward. Aya didn't dare say anything else. She hadn't actually been with Lin Xuan for very long, but the more they got along, the more they felt that this man was mysterious and unpredictable. He seemed to know a lot of things, and then again, he didn't care about anything. Aya also gradually realized that if it were not for the fact that her talent was useful to him, she might have turned into a corpse like Xiao Kuan and been burned into nothingness by his fireballs. The 2 men, one after the other, went up to the rooftop of South 4th. The 6th floor of the South 4th dormitory, where the people live, seems to have been cleared of subterranean monsters. The 2 made their way down the stairs towards the upper floors, barely seeing even a trace of the subterraneans. While walking up the stairs leading from the 5th floor to the 6th floor, I suddenly encountered a young boy. The boy cursed and came down from upstairs, and at a glance he saw Lin Xuan. His eyes were mocking and he was about to say something out loud. Suddenly he saw Aya again. The world, it must be said, has always been a world of face dogs. The boy's face changed instantly, and his tone was kind. "You too, you also want to go to the rooftop to fight monsters, right?" Above the 6th floor of the boys' dormitory was the rooftop. Before the end times, The rooftop was a place for students to dry their sheets and bedding. However, after the end times came, a dimensional rift was born on the rooftop of the South Fourth. A large number of subterranean worms were the ones that poured out from that subterranean rift. Lin Chuan faintly answered. Aha! That boy immediately persuaded. I advise you guys not to go. That dimensional rift on the rooftop has already been occupied by people from the Martial Arts Association. If you want to go up there, not only do you have to pay an entrance fee of 1 crystal core first, but if you go in afterward, you must also obey their arrangements. Gee, it seems that even if Chi Feng was beaten away, this plot of occupying a subdimensional rift to collect entrance fees remains unchanged. In his previous life, that dimensional rift on the rooftop was occupied by the student union that Chi Feng was a member of. Not only the one on the rooftop, but the other 3-dimensional rifts in the school. All of them had been preempted. This is the norm for the first day of a post-apocalyptic world where there are more monsters than people. When tomorrow passes, it will be only the kind of weak and well-fought chasms of the subterraneous monsters that will be occupied by the strongest of the strong. Other powerful subterranean monsters that wreak havoc all over the place. Ordinary people, you can only fight and play with the group against the powerful subterranean monsters. And if you don't pay attention, you will be wiped out by the group. Lin Chuan had already seen all of this and was not surprised. Aya, however, couldn't believe it. Everyone who goes and collects a crystal core? Then wouldn't all of them in the Martial Arts Association have risen to level 1? The young boy shook his head. Martial Arts Association. There are a total of 7 level 1 powerhouses. Not only that, they've all been drenched in heavy rain and their attributes have skyrocketed. Among them, President Takasaki's attributes even skyrocketed to 6 points. Almost no one is his opponent. Sheesh. That sounds pretty awesome. Lin Chuan sighed. Then asked, about how many people are on the rooftop? There's about 100 of them. I'm not really sure. Aya found it strange. The entrance fee crystals provided by 100 people should be enough to raise 10 people to level 1, right? Plus they occupied the dimensional rift to fight monsters. There should be even more crystal cores. How come only 7 people have risen to level 1? Well, the 30 or so people who went up to the rooftop in the beginning didn't pay the entrance fee. They only dared to collect the entrance fee after the team became strong. Moreover, it's not mandatory to have an entrance fee. For example, if someone has a special talent, or a very impressive A or B grade talent, they can go to the rooftop for free. Other than that, well, there are other ways. As he said that, the boys looked at Aya a little strangely. Feeling furtive inside, Aya asked, what other way? There was a guy earlier who paid his girlfriend as an entrance fee. The corner of Aya's mouth twitched slightly as she glanced at Lin Chuan and muttered in a low voice, I'm not his girlfriend. With the basic information clearly understood, Lin Chuan didn't say anything more and continued walking in the direction of the upstairs. Seeing that he was still heading upstairs, the boy's eyes flashed and he was busy following behind him, asking, hey buddy, could you afford to pay the 1 crystal core entrance fee? Lin Chuan didn't return his head and said lightly, don't I have a girlfriend here? Aya's face reddened with shame and anger as she listened, but she vaguely guessed that Lin Chuan should just be joking. He had gotten 4 more crystal cores after burning those 4 corpses earlier, but he didn't use it straight away, and he had a very casual attitude towards those 4 crystal cores, as if he didn't even look at them. The boys behind them don't know any of this. His eyes suddenly became playful as he continued to follow Lin Chuan up the stairs. What he thought in his heart was that a beautiful woman like that, although he couldn't get it, it would be nice to watch a living spring palace. So he got close to Lin Chuan again. Brothers really can bend and stretch. What's that saying? A man can't afford not to have a wife. As long as we are strong, what women cannot get? My name is Lu Boheo. I'm a sophomore in civil engineering. What do you call me? Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's attitude was cold. Lu Boheo didn't care, and introduced again. My talent is C-rank Steel Claw. The attack power is quite strong. Buddy, what talent? B-rank talent. Stealth. When Lu Boheo heard this, his attitude changed a bit, and his tone of voice was relaxed. Although this talent of yours has a higher level than mine, it has no aggressiveness, and it doesn't help in fighting monsters. Indeed, Lin Chuan smiled down, but I've only killed people before. I've never fought monsters. At those words, the air was suddenly quiet. Lu Boheo actually didn't know what to say for a moment. So, none of the 3 spoke again, and in silence, all the way to the rooftop. The stairwell on the rooftop was guarded by 2 big, burly men. When the 2 saw Lu Boheo, they immediately scolded. Didn't you kid fail to pay the entrance fee? How come you're back again? Lu Boheo fawned to please said, I'm not. With my brother came up together well. The 2 gatekeepers then looked at Lin Chuan and Aya again. When he looked at Lin Chuan, his eyes didn't change much. They were still high and mighty. However, when they saw Aya, both of their eyes went straight at the same time, and they were shining wolfishly straight. One of the burly men immediately turned to Lin Chuan and said, "Kid, do you pay crystal cores for your entrance fee or something else?" When he said the word something else, he looked at Aya with a lustful, evil look, the meaning of which was self-evident. Not only his eyes, but he also had the audacity to reach out towards Aya, trying to take advantage of the situation. After all, this entrance fee to pay in, but only the rooftop inside the Big Brother can enjoy, not their share of the two gatekeepers. Lin Chuan smiled very flatly and replied without hesitation, "Of course I can't afford to hand over the crystal cores. I'd rather hand over something else." The fact that he was still saying this up to this point caused Aya to panic a little inside. But well, in the next second, Aya saw Lin Chuan raise his hand. He lifted, with his right hand. Lin Chuan's B-rank stealth talent could not only make his entire body invisible, but also partially invisible, and could even conceal the equipment he was wearing. The death grip he wore on his right hand was too cool and racy in shape, so when he came to South 4, Lin Chuan used his stealth talent to conceal it. Still, the wire shot out from the death grip one ring was visible to the naked eye. It was almost an instant's work. The two strong men whose average attributes had risen to 5 points from experiencing the heavy rain simply couldn't even react before their heads were instantly strangled off by the wire. Thud was the sound of two heads hitting the ground. Immediately afterward, two headless bodies, wobbling, fell to the ground. Lu Boheo, who was standing by the side and was preparing to watch a good show, hadn't even reacted to what was happening. His pupils shattered and exploded and he could hardly believe what he was seeing, raising his hand to rub his eyes for that reason. When he was sure that what he saw was not a fantasy, the others were dumbfounded, their legs and feet weakened, and they subconsciously wanted to run away. It was then that he finally regretted it. "I was going to leave. Why do you want to follow to see what lives Spring Palace? It's nifty, you have to have a life to see it, too." He thought that Lin Chuan would incidentally kill him as well. After all, Lin Chuan did look like a murderous demon, but Lin Chuan didn't. His tone was the same as before, flat and unruffled, and he asked in a serious manner, "Can I pay these two heads as an entrance fee?" I don't know. Lu Boheo said as he retreated, his forehead breaking out in cold sweat and his back pressed against the wall. Lin Chuan was indifferent and said in a faint voice, "Try it. These two heads. You're responsible for carrying them." Lu Boheo wanted to refuse, but under Lin Chuan's eyes, there was no courage to refuse, and finally took a few deep breaths before resigning himself to picking up the two heads. Without the gatekeeper in the way, the two made it, rather smoothly, onto the rooftop. As expected, as Lu Boheo said, there were more than 100 people on the rooftop, vaguely forming a dozen teams. The subterranean worms were coming out of the rift at a rapid rate, averaging about 40 to 50 per minute. However, after they came out of the rift, they basically couldn't last more than a few seconds before they would be destroyed by the 100 or so, in an instant group. Then, someone would dig through the subterranean worm corpses for crystal cores. In the corner aside the rooftop, the corpses of the subterranean worms had been piled up as high as a small mountain. When Lin Chuan and the others opened the door to the rooftop entrance, they instantly heard someone break into a rage. "How many times have I told you, don't let anyone else in?" However, the man turned his head to look angrily, only to see Lu Boheo carrying a human head in one hand. Crap! In an instant, many people's gazes turned away with shocked eyes. Shocked as they were, the people on this rooftop were not as shocked and afraid as Lu Boheo. After all, there were many of them and they were not weak. The leading martial arts association president, Takasaki, had a very ugly face, with murderous intent in his eyes. He glared fiercely at Lu Boheo and said angrily, "This student, what do you mean?" Lu Boheo man was dumbfounded as he scrambled to throw the head away from his hand. It turned out that Chairman Takasaki's eyes were looking at him with increasing coldness and ferocity. Lu Boheo trembled in fear and hurriedly stumbled to explain. "No, not." He wanted to say that he didn't kill these two men, but I was too slow to explain because I was nervous. Lin Chuan at this time took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on Lu Boheo. With a finger of his right hand, a fireball flew out from his fingertip and instantly landed on the pile as high as a small mountain. The pile of subterranean insect corpses. His fireballs usually burned bodies quickly, but this time, it took nearly half a minute for a full 2,000 times the metamorphic insect corpses to finally burn through. And in Lin Chuan's mind, it was like an explosion, frantically flashing through the system prompts. Ding! Incinerated corpse of a level 0 subterranean worm. Looting power plus 0.1. Ding! Incinerate corpse of level 0 subterranean worm. Pillage body plus 0.1. Ding! Ding 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 ding. The voices rose and fell, and after half a minute of this, were not even finished reading. His four-dimensional attributes grew wildly. Takasaki and the others noticed the disappearance of the bodies of the subterranean worms, and all of their faces changed drastically, not knowing what had happened. And among the 100 people on this rooftop, there happened to be the existence of those who had teamed up with Chi Feng before. They were previously running out into the rain during a downpour, despite Chi Feng's discouragement. As a result, after coming back from the rain, he found that President Chi Feng and Xiao Koan, Aiya and others, all disappeared. They were eventually taken in by Takasaki and together they took over the subdimensional rift on the rooftop. Seeing Lin Xuan at this time, he naturally recognized him. What was even more surprising was that Aya, who had previously disappeared with President Chi Feng, was currently following behind Lin Xuan. Prince Han was the first to step forward and angrily cursed. Lin Xuan, it was you. That pile of corpses just now. Was it you who burned them? You think you have Yuan Feng to protect you now? You really don't know the heights of heaven. Lin Xuan? Yuan Feng? The people present instantly understood that this Lin Xuan was nothing more than Yuan Feng's lapdog. Yuan Feng has long been a thing of the past. His lapdogs, naturally, were not to be feared. Takasaki also realized at this time, and he asked Lin Xuan, was it you who just burned the corpse of the subterranean insect? Who gave you the guts to touch my things? Prince Hang and the others knew how strong this Takasaki of the Martial Arts Association was. In terms of battle power, he was even stronger than Yuan Feng. Seeing that Takasaki was about to strike at Lin Xuan, Prince Hang immediately beckoned towards Aya. Aya, come here quickly. From the situation, Lin Xuan was by himself. President Takasaki, on the other hand, is embraced by more than 100 people. But anyone with a brain would think that the chances of winning would be better if they sided with Chairman Takasaki at this time. But Aya looked at Lin Xuan. He gave off that mysterious and inscrutable feeling that got deeper and deeper. In the end, Aya didn't move her feet and remained firmly standing behind Lin Xuan. She wasn't sure she'd made the right choice, but there should be no regrets. Takasaki's face changed as he looked at Aiya, who was standing behind Lin Xuan. Aya was only a freshman, but had actually made a bit of a name for herself at the school. During her military training, she had a plain face and wore the same green camouflage outfit as everyone else, and still couldn't hide her stunning beauty. One of the images, taken surreptitiously under a large tree for shade, was posted on the campus website and instantly sparked a lot of discussion. Some people say that she will end the title of school flower that Sister Cebu Spirit has held for 3 years in a row. Others say it's not surprising that Aya is a minority girl who looks pretty. There are also advocates of Cebu Spirit Sister who feel that it's still more beautiful to be a more purely Han Chinese girl like Cebu Spirit Sister. But alas, the day that Kyoto University chooses the school flower is fixed every year in April when the spring flowers bloom. Favored today, April 1st, the school flower selection has not yet had time to start. Instead, the killing game suddenly descended. At first, many clubs wanted to recruit Aya into their clubs to increase their popularity. Unfortunately, Aya ended up in the student council. But no pity now, the end is near, and the world of the future will, without a doubt, speak from strength. Takasaki didn't think that his martial arts association would still be no match for Chi Feng's student association in the end times. However, before taking care of Aya, one had to take care of the guy in front of her, the one who was in the way. Takasaki looked over at Hayakawa and realized that he was in a state of ignoring himself. This made him more and more angry and dissatisfied, and his voice became more and more icy. Classmate, did you not hear my question? Or do you think I don't dare to move you? Lin Xuan still didn't answer. He was looking at his attribute panel. With the corpses of more than 2,000 subterraneans engulfed in fireballs, his four-dimensional attributes, on average, grew by more than 50 points, together with his previous attribute values. At this moment, the four major attributes had broken through 60, coming to a value that no one would even believe if they said it out loud. All four-dimensional attributes reached over 60 points. The others, even after the heavy rain increase, their attributes didn't necessarily reach 6 points, right? Lin Xuan's attributes were already 10 times that of an ordinary person. Under his eyes, there was finally a hint of a lazy smile, but to Takasaki, his smile was nothing short of a provocation. Enraged, Takasaki suddenly snapped, "Go on, empty underworld splitting blade." He gave this cry with a lot of gusto. The atmosphere at the scene, however, was somewhat awkward, because he pushed forward with his right hand and nothing happened at all as a result. No one else was sure but Takasaki himself. And to his horror he realized, surprisingly, he couldn't mobilize his natural ability anymore. What's going on here? With a shocked face, he looked at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, however, didn't have the idea of having to explain for the dead. He silently expanded the range of the forbidden magic field while raising his right hand. Everyone saw what he wore on his right hand, 4 bizarre rings strung together. At that moment, not only Takasaki, but everyone realized that they couldn't use their natural abilities. but they were not about to retreat or run away. After all, their four-dimensional attributes and physical qualities had all experienced heavy rain increases. With so many people, couldn't they still beat one Lin Xuan? The answer, of course, is, can't fight it. A barbed wire that flew out of the death grip 1 ring. The attack pattern of the iron wire was rather similar to that of the subspecies. It's all about wrapping around a person's neck and strangling them, but the attack of the iron wire was 10 times 100 times that of the subterraneous insect, both in speed and intensity. With that kind of attacking speed, with these people's 5 points of speed attribute, it was impossible to dodge, and that wire, with its special material, cuts iron like mud. Between each flying strand, not only can it strangle people to death, horribly, a head falls to the ground. Those who rushed to the front lost their heads, and their lives, in almost an instant, without reaction, without pain. The people after that were directly scared out of their wits and no longer had the idea of rushing over to the group to beat them up. Each and every one of the powerful people who had occupied the spatial rift and stood high above the others were at this moment frightened by Lin Xuan to the point where their eyes were wide open and their hearts and minds were broken. At this moment, they couldn't care less about the dignity of a strong man. They were scared to the point of losing their minds. Even if they jumped off a building, they had to escape from this earthly purgatory. Lin Xuan didn't continue to chase after him either. After all, using the death grip was actually mentally taxing. If it wasn't for the fact that his spiritual and physical attributes had broken through 60 in succession, he wouldn't have been able to control so many iron wires in one breath for an attack. Lin Xuan exhaled and used his stealth talent to re-hide the death grip in his right hand before looking at the field of corpses. By this time, Lu Boheo and Aya were already scared silly. Aya was fine, just a little trancy, and the way she looked at Lin Xuan was a little shocked. Lu Boheo was almost so scared that he peed his pants and fell to his knees with a plop. Or rather, almost prostrate, with his whole face on the ground, shivering. Big brother. He wanted to say that he was willing to work as an ox for Lin Xuan and only begged him not to kill himself. Lin Xuan didn't mean to make a move on Lu Boheo. He was very gentle and said lightly, "Don't worry, I don't actively kill people. I prefer self-defense." Like, self-defense? What kind of strange hobby is this nifty? Lu Boheo said he couldn't understand it, but he finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt that he had picked up a life. Aya listened to Lin Xuan's words and for some reason, silently sighed in relief. Lu Boheo had just gotten up with great difficulty when he was suddenly brought down again by Aya's words. I only heard the little girl, suddenly muttering like a voice, "Must we solve our problems by killing people?" Lin Xuan glanced at her indifferently, but did not get angry. He was returning from the late end times, reborn. He had seen all kinds of bloody scenes and experienced countless killings. Not decimating all the people on the rooftop who wanted to attack him was already him being restrained enough. But it's only the first day of the end times, and it's normal for others to have a hard time accepting it. Lin Xuan incinerated the corpses with fireballs while faintly saying, "Even if I don't do anything, these people of theirs, they won't be able to see tomorrow's sun." Why? Aya was willing to trust Lin Xuan, which was why she asked this question. Wanting to know the reason, Lin Xuan pointed to the sky. "Didn't you say yourself that there's something wrong with this rain?" At this instant, Aya blushed a little. "But didn't we get caught in this rain too?" "That's because I have a way to immunize myself from the side effects of heavy rain." Saying that, Lin Xuan had already burned all of the dozen or so corpses. Because his attributes were so high, they had reached 10 times that of an ordinary person, so the probability of obtaining the talent increased dramatically when he burned the body again, almost converging to 100%. All sorts of rare and strange talents were powerful boosts for ordinary people, but for Lin Xuan, most of the talents below S rank were not worth his attention. The only thing that was a surprise was Takasaki's A-rank talent, Empty Underworld Splitting Blade, an A-rank talent in the space department. The attack power was still very strong. In a way, space-based attacks could break through all defenses and deal real damage, but in the eyes of the knowledgeable Lin Xuan, it was just like that. In terms of his experience, everyone below the S rank was an ant, because only S-class talent can touch the rules. No matter how strong your space-based attacks are, you won't even have a chance to play in front of an S-ranked forbidden magic field. Although Lin Xuan had 2 major S-ranked talents, they were both support types. If you encounter an offensive S-rank gifted person, Lin Xuan stroked his chin and didn't continue to think deeply, but instead, he turned his gaze toward a fire water tank not far away, and faintly said, "Come out, classmate." Yi Hyaming, who was hiding behind the fire water tank, instantly turned pale, and for a moment he was unsure whether Lin Xuan had really sensed him or was swindling him. He hesitated and didn't show himself right away, until the cold wire wrapped around his neck. Yi Hyaming trembled with fear and immediately shouted loudly, "Classmate, I have no malicious intent. Lin Chuan knew, of course, that the man was not hiding there while he was killing people. Instead, from the beginning, he hid behind the fire water tank. Even Takasaki and the others didn't notice his presence. Generally speaking, there is also a clear-cut hierarchical suppression between talents. For example, earlier, when Thunder's power grid slammed into Wansteel's adamantine shield, the grid disintegrated the adamantine shield almost instantly. The reason for this was because Lei Ming's power grid was an A+ grade talent, while Wan Gang's Vajra shield was nothing more than AV grade, and Lin Chuan's B-rank stealth talent was mostly only effective against gifted people below A rank. It was possible for an A-ranked gifted person to recognize his invisibility by quieting his senses. None of the S-class gifted needed to meditate in sense, and could easily recognize his stealth. The fact that Yi Hyaming hid behind the fire water tank while never being discovered by Takasaki and the others showed that his talent for concealment was, at the very least, B rank. Lin Chuan didn't directly strangle the person, but collected the iron wire and faintly said, "Come out by yourself." Yi Hyaming didn't dare to delay, and immediately came over from behind the water tank. While walking, he also raised his hands high and explained in a loud voice, "Big brother, I'm not in league with Takasaki's gang. Tell me why you're hiding there." Anger surfaced on Yi Hyaming's face, and he quickly explained, "I was originally a student in the South 4th floor, and I was in the dormitory when the end times began. Because it's located right below the Sublime Rift, we have an especially high number of Sublime bugs in South 4. Then Takasaki came with a team to fight the monsters, and he started off looking like a savior, and all of us rescued students were grateful to him, but there were too many monsters on the rooftop at that time, and even Takasaki and the others couldn't handle it for a while, so he came up with a plan to get us, the students he saved, to go up to the rooftop and help him lure the monsters. Some were fast and survived, others were straight up strangled by the monster. I have the gift of being able to conceal myself, so I hid behind a water tank and escaped. Then Takasaki and the others attacked the rooftop, and I was afraid of being discovered, so I hid there the whole time and didn't dare to leave. In fact, Takasaki and the others are not good people, and two of the gifted people who paid the entrance fee to go to the rooftop later were all killed by them. There should be a dozen or so bodies hidden underneath that pile of subterranean bug corpses you just burned. Big guy. Yi Hyaming spoke with righteous indignation and did not seem to be faking. Lin Chuan did know that there were indeed 17 human corpses mixed in with the pile of subterranean bug corpses he had just burned. Such a thing is not really uncommon. The rain, which temporarily increases one's attributes, also, in a way, stimulates one's courage. Those who wanted to seize the opportunity to become lords in this chaotic world had already acted on the first day. Lin Chuan's attitude was casual, and with a nod towards Yi Hyaming, he lazily said, "All right, you can go now." Yet Yi Hyaming did not leave immediately. His eyes hesitated before he finally spoke. "You just said that there is something wrong with the rain, so Takasaki and the others who got wet won't be able to see tomorrow's sun?" Lin Chuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Hyaming. "What do you want to say?" "I want to live." Yi Hyaming's eyes were very determined, and with a plop, he knelt down. "Please big brother save me. I'm willing to serve you, as an ox." Lu Boheo didn't have the kind of lordly temperament that Yi Hyaming had on him, but at the moment, he also followed suit and hurriedly knelt down in front of Lin Chuan as well, pleading, "I'm also willing to be an ox for big brother. Please big brother save." Before the words left his mouth, he suddenly felt that a touch of coldness was wrapped around his neck. Lu Boheo trembled and instantly didn't dare to say anything. He's regretting it now. Why didn't he just walk away if he could? Now it's back to jumping sideways on the brink of death again and again. He trembled out and changed his voice. "Great big brother, I am wrong. I am not worthy to serve you as an ox. I go. I roll. Please let me roll. Get lost." Feeling the wire around his neck disappear, Lu Boheo almost rolled and crawled, escaping the rooftop. And Yi Hyaming, he actually had wire wrapped around his neck. But Yi Hyaming's behavior was much more calm than Lu Boheo. He was equally scared to death, but he still clenched his teeth and insisted, saying word by word, "I'm not worthy of being a cow for big brother either. I only ask that big brother show me a way out. I, Yi Hyaming, will definitely remember big brother's kindness." This was said with conviction, and Lin Chuan suddenly became a little interested. Can the act of remembering and repaying grace really exist in these last days? Lin Chuan has seen too many situations in his previous life where he saved people 1 second and was stabbed and betrayed the next. It was only a matter of words anyway, and he lightly prompted, "If you don't have the means to rise to level 3 today, find a defensive place to hide before midnight zero. Maybe you'll be able to dodge a bullet." Yi Hyaming didn't ask any more questions and didn't ask for anything more. He kowtowed 3 times to Lin Chuan and promised, "If I live, this life is yours, big brother." Lin Chuan didn't react much to his promise. Instead, after Yi Hyaming left, Aya suddenly speculated. The way you immunize yourself from the side effects of heavy rain is to ascend to level 3? Could it be that you have a way to ascend to level 3? Lin Chuan didn't explain. He casually killed the newly emerged subterranean bugs near the subterranean rift and burned the corpses, all in one go. After that, the 7 bottles of blood compound in the backpack were thrown in towards the dimensional rift. The dimensional rift was in existence similar to a black hole, except that while the black hole looked black on the outside, the appearance of the dimensional rift looked red, a dark shade of red that made it impossible to know, with certainty, what was at the end of the red. The mineral water bottle was gradually engulfed by the special energy as it diffused toward the red end. Yet those blood parasites were alive and well, as if they had crossed the rift and traveled to another world. It was a scene that made Aya look dumbfounded. When she returned to her senses, she realized that Lin Chuan had already walked up to her. He reached toward her and said, "Give me your hand." Ha! Aya was confused, but still subconsciously raised her delicate hand. Then, that small, cold, soft hand was held by Lin Chuan. Heat flooded Aya's face for no apparent reason. However, before she could be mortified, she heard Lin Chuan squeeze her hand and say, "Add a friend." As soon as the words left her mouth, a system alert sounded in Aya's head. Ding! Player Lin Chuan has applied to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Yes/no. Without much hesitation, Aya nodded yes. Then he realized that after the system's chat channel, there was suddenly a friend bar. Lin Chuan didn't explain much and only said lightly, "I have to leave beforehand, so wait here. If there's any danger, send me a private friend chat." Ha! Oh. Aya only responded before realizing that Lin Chuan had already disappeared. Only her small hand, which he had held, still had his warmth in it, and it made one's heart pound. Lin Chuan left the rooftop and directly turned on his stealth talent and headed in the direction of the North Garden. Saying it out loud might shatter the ordinary people's 3 views. He decided that on the first day of the end of the world, he would raise all the 4-dimensional attributes to the upper limit of what the current world could achieve. That is, 100 points. It had to be said that Lin Chuan and the others played as if they weren't in the same killing game. The others only had a measly 1 point or so in attributes if they didn't have heavy rain to add. And on the first day of the end of the world, Lin Chuan's goal was already capped at 100 points. Others struggle to survive in the post-apocalyptic world, scrambling, fighting and struggling for attribute growth. Lin Chuan would also struggle, but what he was fighting for was not attribute growth, but attribute cap growth. The reason he wanted to reach the attribute cap as soon as possible was to get stuck in a bug. When he was the first to level up to 3, the global announcement would give him a bonus of +3 to all attributes. If Lin Chuan was like any other ordinary person and hadn't reached the upper limit of attribute values, after the full attribute +3, it would only increase the attribute values. It can't be raised later after reaching the 100-point limit. However, if his attribute values had all reached the upper limit of 100 points, this full attribute +3 bonus could help him break through the upper limit of his attributes, bringing him to 103 points. While the former was purely adding attribute values, the latter allowed him to break through the ceiling. But anyone with a brain knows what to choose. In his previous life, Lin Chuan didn't know about the setting of the attribute cap, and had missed out on too much for that reason. And in this life, grasping more information, he not only wanted to break through the upper limit of attributes, but also to reach the limit and be strong to the extreme. And reaching a full attribute of 100 was simply a pipe dream for ordinary people before the world fusion. Not to mention, it's still the first day of the end times. However, it wasn't difficult for Lin Chuan, who had a bug-level fireball. At level 0, he gained 0.1 attribute points for every subterranean worm corpse he burned. All 4-dimensional attributes reached 100 points, equating to 400 attributes. Converted to subterranean worms, that's only 4,000. It really can be very simple. Even Lin Chuan in his previous life had reached the upper limit of his attributes a long time ago. He just didn't know how to break through. In this life, Lin Chuan's goal was very clear. He was stealthy under the rainy night, and his speed attribute of over 60 allowed him to reach the North Court playground in barely a few minutes. The North Court playground was filled with large groups of students, mixed with teachers and others. And here, there's a subdimensional rift that's even bigger than the southern tetradi. The sublime worms surged out madly at a speed of almost 30 to 40 per second. Yet there are more people gathered here as well, because there were too many people gathered and the space around them was too empty. The strongest people here didn't engage in any entrance fees, but even so, the location of the center of the brush was still occupied by strong people. Other ordinary people can simply only be at the back of the crowd, groping for fish and picking up the pieces. Many people were chatting idly in the back, disliking the fact that there were too many people in this post-apocalyptic world, causing them to have no monsters to kill and delaying their upgrades. There was also a group of people who were specialized in cleaning up the corpses of the subspecies. However, even if someone cleared it, those corpses were still piled up into a small mountain, much more than the southern 4 heavenly platforms. So many corpses were enough for Lin Xuan to reach the upper limit of his attribute value. He stealthily went over, and without the idea of having to greet anyone, the fireball flew directly from his fingertips. This time, also lasted more than half a minute, all kinds of ding 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 attribute growth prompts ringing frantically, until the separate rings. Ding! Your power attribute has reached its upper limit. Unable to raise it. Ding! Your speed attribute has reached its limit. Ding! Ding! 4-dimensional attributes, all of which have reached the upper limit. Only then was Lin Xuan satisfied. And naturally, the disappearance of the subterranean worm corpses drew attention. Many people tensed and panicked, wondering if some big scary boss had devoured the body. Lin Xuan wasn't going to stay here for long and turned around to leave. It was at this moment that he suddenly felt a cold sight. He slightly sidestepped his head, and saw that in the center area of the subspecies refresh, there stood a stunning beauty with skin like gelatin and a face like Votun. That's Cebu Spirit, who won the title of School Flower 3 years in a row. Cebu Spirit is a cool temperament type of beauty, although the reigning school flower, but act mysteriously, rarely appear in the public eye. At this moment, she was holding a bow and arrow, her long hair flowing as she stood there, her gaze coldly looking at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan wasn't surprised that the Cebu Spirit was able to discover himself, because he knew that Cebu Spirit's talent was S-rank. Moreover, not only did she possess an S-rank talent, she had also awakened a hidden profession. At this moment, no one should know that underneath Cebu Spirit's long, draped hair, she had deliberately hidden her ears, which had become elf-like and pointed. Ordinary players, generally, have to wait until level 10 before they can make a transfer. And there was a special group of people who awakened their hidden professions on the first day of the end times. There are benefits and drawbacks to awakening a hidden profession. The upside is that there is more growth potential. Normal players can only gain 1 free attribute point per upgrade before they switch. However, players who have awakened their hidden professions will be able to enjoy the Profession Plus mode before level 10. Each time a professional upgrades, not only do they have a fixed attribute increase, but they also gain a certain number of free attribute points. The number of free attribute points gained is related to the career star level. Career stars are categorized as ranging from 3 stars to 9 stars, and for each star, it corresponds to an attribute point. A 3-star career upgrade gives you 3 points of free attributes. A 9-star career upgrade gives you 9 points of free attributes. By switching jobs earlier, you can naturally enjoy the advantages of being a professional earlier. However, the downside of a professional is that one cannot upgrade without completing a professional quest. Cebu Spirit awakened to the 7-star profession Cold Ice Archer. The task of the job is as difficult as you can imagine. Even worse, since she awakened her profession at level 0, it was the same as saying that she was going to be at level 0, completing the profession quest. Otherwise, you will never be able to upgrade afterward. In his previous life, many people who had awakened their professions were either stuck at level 0 or died on their profession quests. And once the transfer is successful, the potential of the professional is infinite. And before the 10th level is even higher, above the ordinary players. Custodial Spirit, apparently, is one of the successful transmutations. In her previous life, she had the title of Elf Queen. However, the Cebu Spirit was out of reach in the eyes of ordinary people, and in Lin Xuan's eyes, it was nothing more than a slightly larger mole cricket. He knew that Cebu Spirit had seen him, but he only exchanged a glance with him before continuing to turn away. And the tension in the playground caused by the disappearance of the subspecies corpse soon calmed down due to the soothing presence of the host spirit. Besides Su Ling, a middle-aged man with a calm and steady breath asked in a low voice, "Miss, are you discovering something?" Cebu Spirit shook his head and didn't say anything more. It was only in the next battle that a flash of contemplation appeared under her eyes from time to time. Lin Xuan, whose attribute value had reached the upper limit, then quickly returned to the southern 4 heavenly platforms again. That girl Aya didn't know what she was thinking. Her eyes were empty. "What's on your mind?" Lin Xuan's appearance startled her. A flicker of panic flashed under Aya's eyes, and she quickly explained with a calm face, "Not thinking about anything, I was just, well, watching the area chat." Saying that, she observed Lin Xuan's face and realized that he seemed to be in a good mood, so she added with deliberation, "The group of people who escaped from the rooftop earlier, they're frantically smearing you on the regional channel." Lin Xuan listened to Aya's description and inwardly didn't care. However, after looking at the dimensional rift, it was estimated that it would be a small half-hour before the generation of level 3 dimensional worms. So idly, I also looked at the regional chat channel. Sure enough, it's pretty much what Aya said. and a bunch of keyboard warriors are calling him out. President Takasaki's character is also known to the Kyoto University students. How many monsters has he killed along the way for the safety of the school's students? How many people did he save? Later, he even ignored the danger and rushed up to the southern 4 heavenly platforms. There's a dimensional rift there. Chairman Takasaki didn't know how much effort it took to fight his way up to the rooftop. As a result, Lin Xuan was good and rushed up and directly killed Chairman Takasaki and seized the rooftop's subdimensional rift. Lin Xuan is simply a psychopathic murderer. He kills people in such a brutal way that he cuts off their heads. I've seen it before. I'll have nightmares tonight. Lin Xuan is just too arrogant, killing people at the drop of a hat. Such a person should be sanctioned. Similar voices, one after another. Lin Xuan watched, but didn't react at all, as if he wasn't the one being scolded. But what he found interesting was, many others who were not there seemed to be more interested in the way he kills people than in the way he kills them. Many people had previously learned that the president of the Martial Arts Association of the Capital University, that person had the extremely lethal A-rank talent of the Empyrean Splitting Blade. What made such an existence so easily seconded by Lin Xuan? Moreover, the sublime rift in the southern 4 heavenly platforms had to be guarded by dozens of people at least. Lin Xuan occupying a dimensional rift all by himself? Does he have that strength? Thus, more and more people, instead, focused on Lin Xuan's strength. Then another person who was on the rooftop at the time shared information. Lin Xuan's means of attacking people is not a talent, but wire. He seems to possess very powerful props. Right, I saw it at the time. He was wearing a very weird deep black ring on his right hand. That kind of killing wire was shot out of that ring. It's not just the wire. He also seems to have very powerful props that can ban people's natural abilities. I was so close. I couldn't use my own talent at all. Right. I remember at that time Chairman Takasaki was also preparing to cast his empty underworld splitting blade, but it didn't come out at all. Then he was attacked by Lin Xuan. I remembered when you said that. That's indeed what happened. Chairman Takasaki's talent isn't working either. I'm going? Really? A prop that can block natural abilities? That's a bit too heavenly, isn't it? It should just be a one-time prop, right? Otherwise it's too strong. That ring of his that fires the wire is definitely not a disposable prop. It must be a high-level equipment. Where did Lin Xuan get the props and equipment? Does anyone know what this Lin Xuan is about? He was with Yuan Feng before. He was a dog's errand boy. Then Yuan Feng died and his whereabouts were unknown. When he reappeared, he suddenly became so strong. Crap. I suddenly remembered that I saw a message in the World Channel. It said that someone had killed the 727th strongest person on the rank list. And afterward, a blue treasure chest had unexpectedly popped out. He opened equipment from the treasure chest. Yes. I remember there was speculation on the World Channel that killing rank list powerhouses would yield treasure chests. Did Lin Xuan kill Yuan Feng? It's not hard to explain. He must have gotten so strong through the treasure chest that Yuan Feng popped out. But didn't you say before that Yuan Feng was killed by Lei Ming? How could Lin Xuan, a loser, kill Yuan Feng? Think about it. We all lived in peace before. There was no defense. Lin Xuan is cunning and ruthless. It's not impossible for him to kill Yuan Feng with a sneak attack. All sorts of speculative voices, one after another. And while the crowd was eagerly discussing it, one of the parties suddenly spoke up. I'm Lei Ming. I swear I didn't kill Yuan Feng. When Yuan Feng died, I was over at Star and Moon Plaza. I'm going. Thunder big guy. What a bigot. This is a murderer. Thunder's appearance triggered a frantic swipe through the regional chat channel. Some people adore him madly and feel that he has fought for his country and is currently the highest ranked powerhouse in the country's rank list. There are also people who curse him madly, thinking that he kills without blinking an eye, is simply unconscionable, and will surely have no good death. Thunder is like the hottest star before the end times. Whether you black him or pink him, you can't hide the fact that he's hot. And at this moment, Lei Ming was fleeing while in a frenzy of chagrin and regret. When he got the upgrade secret from Yuan Feng, he promised Yuan Feng not to kill him today. His idea was to wait until tomorrow to kill. But I didn't expect that waste of a man, Yuan Feng, to die in someone else's hands first. Now I've heard that the man has obtained powerful props and equipment because he killed Yuan Feng. Lei Ming felt more and more regretful. At that time, I should have just killed Yuan Feng without any promises. However, Lei Ming didn't know that the rank list hadn't been released at that time, and Yuan Feng didn't have the words rank 1 above his head. So at that time, even if he did kill Yuan Feng, he wouldn't have exploded the treasure chest. Thunder looked at the message in the chat channel, and a flash of icy killing intent flashed under his eyes. Lin Xuan, right? You wait. On the other hand, the fleeing Chi Feng was also paying attention to the chat messages on the regional channel. After he escapes death through the scapegoat doll, His A-rank intuitive gift never ceases to remind him that there is danger. There is danger. Chiffon had to frantically flee like a lost dog. He fled all the way from Kyoto University to the outskirts of the city and hid in a dirty, smelly sewer, which made him feel the danger fade a little. But when he tried to leave the sewer, the sense of crisis would return. It caused him a dilemma, and he had to hide in the sewers like a stinking rat to survive. It was then, seeing the chat message on the regional channel, that he realized afterward. The person who attacked him before was probably Lin Chuan. He felt it then, the coldness wrapped around his neck. That would be the wire. Damn Lin Chuan. He hasn't even sent anyone after him yet. That bastard even made the first move. In his current state, Qifeng simply couldn't do anything to take Lin Chuan. But he's been in the student council for 3 years and is extremely articulate. Immediately, he started fanning the flames in the regional chat channel, calling on the crowd to join him in besieging Lin Chuan. Originally, the top-ranked player was Yuan Feng of our country, yet Lin Chuan has assassinated Big Brother Yuan Feng for his own selfish interests. Such a person is not worthy of being a human being. That's right, Lin Chuan has lost his humanity in order to become stronger. If we allow people like him to continue to be arrogant, only more and more people will be killed. I suggest we all join forces and kill Lin Chuan together to avenge Big Brother Yuan Feng. Agreed. Agreed. A murderer like Lin Chuan must be duly punished. Various voices of denunciation. Looking at Lin Chuan shook his head and laughed lightly. Avenge Yuan Feng? Avenge Takasaki? No. What they were after was just the equipment and props on Lin Chuan's body. Aya didn't know how Lin Chuan could still laugh. She was dying of anxiety. What should we do? I feel like someone will kill us soon. Should we find a place to hide first? Lin Chuan's face didn't look the least bit flustered, but instead asked a question that seemed inconsequential to Aya. What time is it now? Aya was confused and subconsciously looked at her watch. 10:48. There's still more than an hour. Lin Chuan looked at the sky. This bizarre downpour, which has been falling since 8 o'clock, has not stopped in the slightest. Aya was uncertain and was about to say something else when she suddenly sensed that there was an unusual movement in the subdimensional rift not far away. Previously, when it was occupied by Takasaki and the others, that dimensional rift would have 40 to 50 dimensional worms pouring out every minute. However, since Lin Chuan had thrown the 7 bottles of blood compound insects into the sublime rift for more than half an hour, the sublime rift had never crawled out a single sublime insect again. It wasn't until now that meta rift once again erupted with visions. That massive red. The color became deeper and farther away, and seemed to be accompanied by slight tremors and flashes. This scene is really a bit weird. Lin Chuan, however, laughed out loud at this scene. As he stepped forward, he said towards Aya, "Go hide behind the water tank first. The battle should be over soon." Fighting? Aya was wary, and immediately obediently hid behind the water tank. It was already clear in her heart that Lin Chuan's battle was not something that a little trash like her could participate in. So, being a good girl and hiding from him is the only thing one can do. Aya had just ducked behind the tank shortly before she heard a vibrating, hissing sound. From her perspective, all she could see was a burst of eerie red light. Then, the hissing sound, which was still somewhat vapid, suddenly became louder and shot up into the sky. Aya felt that the ground, beneath her feet, was shaking. She clutched her head in fear, afraid to look again. As for Lin Chuan, when he looked at the blood-red hulk, a sense of crisis that was hard to match actually arose in his heart. Of course, the experienced one knew that such a feeling actually originated from rank suppression. His current attributes, abilities, and combat power were enough to crush a level 3 subterranean bug. However, his level is only 0. Facing a level 3 subspecies, the level suppression would affect his mind even though it wouldn't be enough to lower his attributes. An ordinary person, under the influence of this kind of rank suppression, might be scared out of their wits or simply run away. However, Lin Chuan had seen a lot, and this level of intimidation and pressure could be easily dissolved by him. After dissolving the psychological pressure, it was much easier to fight this level 3 subspecies. Lin Chuan's right hand controlled the iron wire to wrap around the tentacles of the sublime insects, and his left hand struck out the Empyrean splitting blade. A level 3 subspecies doesn't just get bigger and turn red in color compared to level 0. It also has 3 more abilities. They are blood-sucking, parasitic, and self-healing, respectively. The first 2 abilities, like the most instinctive skill of the level 0 subspecies, strangulation, relied on the tentacles to be utilized. By imprisoning its tentacles with the wire, Lin Chuan was stifling the subspecies' attack. However, the ability to self-heal was slightly troublesome. A level 0 subspecies that is attacked in the head by a sharp blade will die. As for a level 3 subspecies, if Takasaki were to fire an air destruction rift blade at it, I'm afraid it would take a full dozen times before the subspecies' self-healing energy would be depleted. However, Lin Chuan, his 4-dimensional attribute values all reached 100. If anything, in terms of level, the level 3 subspecies crushed him. Then in terms of attributes, this level 3 subterranean worm was simply unbeatable in front of Lin Chuan. Only to hear a bang sound, this level 3 subspecies directly exploded, splattering blood in every direction. Lin Chuan wiped the fishy blood from his face and had no regrets about not being able to burn the body. His attributes had all reached the upper limit anyway. He walked to the center of the explosion and picked up a crystal blue core. It was a level 3 crystal core that he didn't absorb immediately. Instead, he looked at the subdimensional rift and waited for the next bug to come out. In this way, Lin Chuan had killed 7 level 3 sublime insects before the sublime rift finally stopped shaking. He pinched up a level 3 crystal core and absorbed it silently. Ding! Congratulations to the player who absorbed a level 3 crystal core. Experience value plus 1000. A full 1000 experience points allowed Lin Chuan to rise to level 3 in one breath. At the same time, the system prompt rang out again. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Chuan for being the first player in the world to upgrade to level 3. Reward all attributes plus 3. Lin Chuan didn't have the idea of hiding it. Or maybe there's no way to hide it at all, either. Once he rose to level 3, he would be number 1 on the rank list. And there is no way to hide the rank list ranking. In an instant, 3 global announcements in a row once again resounded in the minds of everyone around the world. Aya, hiding behind the tank, suddenly froze. Chiffon, who was hiding in the foul-smelling sewer, also froze. Lei Ming, who was dodging the SWAT team's pursuit, also froze. Luan Yuling and the others who had returned to the Luan family were similarly frozen. Lin Chuan? Level 3? How did he do it? No! Was this global number 1 Lin Chuan really the Lin Chuan they knew? Could it be someone else with the same name? The minds of those who had come into contact with Lin Chuan were reeling with thoughts. And the regional chat channel, which had been frantically denouncing Lin Chuan before, suddenly went strangely silent. Previously, they had established Yuan Feng, a former rank 1, as a hero who had fought for his country. And if Lin Chuan kills a hero, it is an unforgivable crime that deserves death. But now, Lin Chuan has become number 1 on the list? What about them? Then, continuing to denounce Lin Chuan? But this, too, is tantamount to denying the grandiose reasons they set up earlier, and is tantamount to slapping themselves in the face. You don't want to criticize Lin Chuan anymore? But the anticlimactic props in his hands were really coveted. For a while, those who had vociferously criticized him before were at a loss as to how to react. Until a message, out of the blue. I just confirmed it in the World Channel. It seems to be true. Killing rank list kill list powerhouses will really pop treasure chests. And it said that the higher the level ranking, the more precious and rare the treasure chests that pop up. There was still an abrupt silence after this message was sent, until suddenly another message was sent. Ahaha laughed me to death. Before, when I wanted Lin's props, I was talking about avenging Yuan Feng's death. Now that Lin has become the first on the list, he's saying that killing the first on the list will explode the treasure chest. You guys are killing me. This comment instantly sparked the ire of many, and a scolding war was reopened. Upstairs is Lin Chuan's dog, right? You just became the number 1 in the ranking list, right? And now you're calling yourself a big brother? You're too unprincipled, aren't you? That's right. A murderer like Lin Chuan deserves the word big brother? According to me, Yuan Feng has never killed anyone before. A scumbag like Lin Chuan, even if he's number 1 on the rank list. So what? Does he deserve to be compared to Yuan Feng? Yi Hyaming looked at the message in the chat channel and shivered with anger. He was posting in the chat channel earlier about how Takasaki was a straw man, and it was all said to be Hayakawa's dog spreading malicious rumors. Now that Big Brother Lin had become number 1 on the rank list, that group of people still didn't know how to restrain themselves. Really, a bunch of rabble-rousers. Yeah, Haiming remembered what was said in the Ravens. They spend their days wallowing in their own world, never allowing any opposition from others, and whatever nasty thing they are doing is right because there are so many of them. He had been hesitant to send the reminder Lin Chuan had given him to the chat channel as well, to give others a heads up as well. But now it seems really unnecessary. Lu Boheo followed behind Yi Hyaming and whispered, "Brother Yi doesn't have to be too angry. Anonymous chats are supposed to be like this. No one has to be responsible for what they say. Sooner or later they will get their comeuppance." Yi Hyaming shook his head slightly and stopped paying attention to what was going on in the chat channel. He glanced at the clock. It was less than an hour to midnight at midnight. Let's hurry up. Okay. Lu Boheo was very glad that he had kept an extra eye out after rolling out from the rooftop. He wasn't sure if Lin Chuan was telling the truth before. But now, with Lin Chuan rising to level 3, he became number 1 on the world rank list. He was becoming more and more convinced of Lin Chuan. Yi Hyaming had gotten news from Lin Chuan, and by following Yi Hyaming himself, he might be able to escape a death as well. Not only the Kyoto region, but the entire world was shocked by the fact that Lin Chuan had risen to level 3. Bakanov had previously been both number 1 on the rank list and the target of the Divine Punishment quest. His location was posted in real time to everyone around the world. No matter how he disguised himself, he would always have the words rank 1 on his head. On the other side of the world, all the major powers, almost all of them, had formed teams and went crazy trying to kill him. It can't be helped. The rewards of the Divine Punishment quest were just too tempting. 10,000 experience points. Orange treasure chest. Instinctive skills. Though many people still don't know what the natal skill is, and aren't sure what rewards the orange treasure chests will open, but just the 10,000 experience points alone was enough to make one's eyes water. It's only 100 experience points for level 1 to level 2, but it's just that because of the game settings, people on the first day of the end times can't even level up to. Bakanov is hiding on a ferry. However, the people who are after him have started searching the ferry. It was at such a critical moment that he suddenly heard the global announcement. Level 3? The guy who agreed to trade with him really went up to level 3. Hayashi Chuan? This sounds like a name from Southeast Asia. Bakanov instantly rediscovered the deal and sent over a private message. Customer, are you the Lin Chuan from the global announcement? Lin Chuan, who was far away on the southern rooftop of the capital university, was not surprised to receive news from Bakanov at the first opportunity. He calmly replied, "Can we trade now?" Bakanov looked at the line and a light swept across his eyes. As his thoughts flipped, he actually went back on his word at this moment. By all rights, the deal I promised you, I should fulfill it. But for me right now, even a B-grade gifted blood crystal can't circumvent the crisis I'm going to face. Lin Chuan's eyes went cold. So, you're expecting me to run to the Atlantic Ocean to hunt you down like everyone else? Bakanov's pupils shrunk, and a sense of crisis inexplicably welled up in his heart. It's an instinct unique to outlaws. It's not as good as Chiffon's gift of intuition, but it has brought Bakanov back from the dead time and time again. He realized that this guy called Lin Chuan was not something that the current him could offend. After hesitating for a moment, he changed his tone. Alright, the previous deal still stands. However, I would like to attach one more deal. Lin Chuan's eyes were cold and did not reply immediately. Bakanov added, I have a secret realm entrance ticket here, and I want to trade with you for my vitality. Secret entry ticket. A flash of surprise swept across Lin Chuan's eyes. The killing game is set up with many secret areas, some of which are unclaimed and require the player to find the entrance to the secret area in order to enter. And the masterless mystery realm is like a blind box. No one can predict what will be encountered inside. Could be a great surprise that makes people stronger. Or, perhaps, just go in and perish. And there is the main secret realm, which is usually accessed through a secret realm entry ticket. What Lin Chuan didn't expect was that it was only the first day of the end times, and someone had already obtained a secret realm entrance ticket. Moreover, since Bakanov had no way to get out of the crisis through the secret realm entrance ticket, it meant that that secret realm was, inevitably, a large multiplayer secret realm. You must wait until the required number of people have activated their entry tickets before the secret world opens. Generally speaking, large multiplayer secret realm rewards were so rich that even Lin Chuan would covet them. However, the killings and fights in the large multiplayer secret realm were also exceptionally fierce. Not to mention 9 deaths and 1 life. Many secret worlds are so tragic that no one survives. However, the large multiplayer secret realm was good for Lin Chuan, because large multiplayer mysteries often represent an otherworldly world. In the other world, Lin Chuan would have the opportunity to break through the attribute ceiling again. So, he quickly replied to Bakanov and asked, Tell me first, what is the secret realm? Customer, the name of the secret world is Dragons and Warriors, and it requires a total of 2,000 people to activate the entrance ticket for the secret world to open. It was because of this limitation that made Bakanov feel that this secret realm entrance ticket was simply a chicken rib that he couldn't use at the moment. Lin Chuan, however, directly clapped his hands and agreed, okay, you hang up the deal. I'll give you 3 tips that will allow you to live through the first 10 days of the end times. Bakanov lights up, deal. Soon, the two struck 2 deals in one breath. For the first transaction, Lin Chuan exchanged the moon god's blessing and the clear spirit fruit with the B-grade talent blood crystal. The second trade, with just 1 paragraph, was for an entrance ticket to the secret world of Dragons and Warriors. A trace of joy crossed Lin Chuan's heart. After all, to him, this secret realm entrance ticket was tantamount to a free ride. The 3 hints he gave Bakanov were, 1. Kill 10 gods' favorites and become a death favorite. 2. Kill the professional, get the scroll of the professional mission. Through the scroll, teleport to the special mission space. 3. Find the secret realm of the Lord of None, and hide from the pursuit in the secret realm of the Lord of None. These 3 points, without additional tips, amount to 3 sentences of nonsense. So Lin Chuan also gave extra tips. Just below the ferry Bakanov was on, in the deep sea, there was a hidden secret land of the Master of None. And the reason why Lin Chuan felt he had hoarded out the secret realm entrance ticket, because the Bakanov of his previous life had escaped the global pursuit of the early end times in that masterless secret realm. In other words, Lin Chuan, with this tip, had completely taken advantage of Bakanov, but it was a bargain that he took advantage of. Looking at Bakanov's surprise, "Thank you," Lin Chuan replied politely. "No need to thank me. Remember to keep looking for me in the future if you have anything good." Bakanov immediately returned. "As long as I can survive, I will." After completing the deal with Lin Chuan, Bakanov decisively jumped into the night sea. It had to be said that this man, who was known as the god of murder in his previous life, was still acting quite decisively. Lin Chuan didn't pay any more attention to Bakanov. He activated the Dragons and Warriors ticket, and it showed the number of people as September 2000, which meant that 8 people had activated the Dragons and Warriors ticket before Lin Chuan did. Before Lin Chuan, 8 people had already activated their Dragons and Warriors tickets. Lin Chuan wasn't too surprised. After all, people from all worlds had a chance to get a secret realm entrance ticket. The world is a big place. In every world, there are people who are added by chance. He put the secret realm entrance ticket away, then put the moon god blessing around his neck again. After that, the words rank 1 above his head automatically disappeared. It was only at this time that Aya snapped out of her shock and emerged from behind the firewater tank in a trance. She subconsciously said, "Lin Chuan, you rose to 3. Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly noticed that Lin Chuan did not have the golden text rank 1 on top of his head. Didn't it say that anyone who made it to the rank list would have the appropriate text displayed above their head? Lin Chuan's head. How come there is no text?" Aya stared blankly at the top of Lin Chuan's head. Lin Chuan said in a serious manner, "Oh, you said that Lin Chuan of the rank list, maybe the same name." Same name? Aya was almost convinced, but remembering her time with Lin Chuan, she still felt in her heart that the Lin Chuan in the global announcement should be the Lin Chuan in front of her. He must have used some special means to hide the text above his head. Aya, however, did not dare to ask more questions. Lin Chuan looked at the time again. It was less than half an hour until 12 midnight. "Come on, let's find a place to spend the night." Over. Night? Aya's pair of eyes were oozy and watery, and the wide-eyed look was especially cute. She followed behind Lin Chuan, and her little mouth started blathering again. I can go back to the dormitory for the night. My roommate is very nice and the dorms are safe." Lin Chuan suddenly turned around and raised his eyebrows. "Are you saying that I'm not nice?" No, I didn't mean that." Aya instantly turned on survival mode again. "What does that mean?" "It means..." Aya's face stiffened, and with a final pitiful swallow of her throat, she asked in a small voice, "Where are we going to spend the night?" "Go find a fallout shelter." The so-called bomb shelters were used before the end of the world to hide from sudden wars. On the first day of the end times, different people had different choices. There are people who, because of their morals, go out on duty all over the place to maintain order and protect the people. Some people are crazy about killing monsters in order to upgrade, wanting to become strong in the chaotic world. Some people just want to stay alive, frantically hoarding supplies and even building shelters. There are also more ordinary people who have no opinion within themselves and just want to wait for help. Lin Chuan remembers that there is an old house built a very long time ago to the north of the capital university. The old townhouse was constructed with a highly defensible, hidden bomb shelter. When Lin Chuan went to that air raid shelter in his previous life, he only saw a field of rotting corpses. They, it is assumed, were brutally murdered by their fellow countrymen on the most desperate night of the end times. It wasn't like Lin Chuan had to go there to spend the night in this life to save the day. It was just that bomb shelter that did allow him to rest in peace for the most crazy and chaotic night of the end times. Lin Chuan made some mistakes in his time calculations. Having only just arrived at the old townhouse, the time had come to 12 midnight. As soon as 12 o'clock hit, the weird downpour that had been falling for 4 hours finally stopped. At the same time, a terrible scene, too, appeared. The air, after the rain, suddenly became foggy. And that fog, not only was the color an eerie red, but it had a sticky, heavy feel to it that made people feel nauseous and uncomfortable. Aside from the change in circumstances, the most difficult thing to accept is that those who had been drenched in heavy rain, and whose attributes had originally skyrocketed after the downpour, suddenly dropped below 0.5 in an instant. With such attributes, most people experience weakness, and in severe cases, outright paralysis. Even in times of peace, paralysis symbolizes an inability to take care of oneself and inconvenience everywhere. And in these post-apocalyptic times, a sudden and unforeseen paralysis would put many people directly in danger. The most obvious, those who guard the subdimensional rift to fight the monsters, Before 12 o'clock, it's them fighting the monsters. After 12, it's the monsters that hit them. They'd be so weak that they couldn't even beat one of the lowliest subspecies. What's even scarier is that after 12 o'clock, the world opens up more subdimensional rifts, and the species is no longer just a single level 0 subdimensional bug. Various varieties of subterranean monsters, ranging from 0 to 5 levels. They were in the red mist, trampling wildly through the human cities. What a subpar monster from level 0 to 5. Even if the human attributes didn't plummet, it would still be difficult to deal with and life would be in danger at all times. What's more, many people have experienced heavy rain. This night, the earth, literally, became purgatory. Those who said before that these last days were too easy, those who resented the fact that there were more people than monsters, will eventually shed tears of remorse. Lin Chuan also came from that night. Even if he had already experienced it once, his heart, inevitably, was a bit heavy. At the same time, his chest heaved. Aya suddenly fell into his arms. Her small face was slightly red and her breath was slightly panting as she carefully explained. I don't know why. I suddenly feel so tired. I can't walk. She was ashamed of herself for saying that, worrying if Lin Chuan would misunderstand her. Lin Chuan of course knew what was going on with her, glancing down at her and asking with a calm face, look at your attribute panel. Me. Aya suddenly stared wide-eyed in disbelief. My attributes. How come all of them are suddenly only 0 points or so? The weakest spiritual attribute is even only 0.1? Lin Chuan wasn't surprised and held Aya in his arms. Not knowing what to think, he suddenly put the person down again and handed her a level 3 crystal core. Once 12 o'clock passes, the limit of 10 times per person to absorb crystal cores will also be refreshed. And Lin Chuan had killed 7 level 3 subterranean worms before. And because of the 100% crystal core burst rate for killing monsters over the level, he had obtained 7 level 3 crystal cores. Used one myself and have 6 left at the moment. He handed one to Aya and ordered, absorb it first. Aya dutifully did as she was told. She was level 1 absorbing a level 3 crystal core, gaining plus 100 experience value, just enough to move up to level 2. Moving up to level 2 naturally gains you another 1 free attribute point. At the same time, the text rank 3 appeared above her head. Lin Chuan wasn't surprised and went on to order, take the free attributes gained from upgrading and add them to physique. Once again, Aya dutifully did as she was told. After adding 1 point of constitution, her constitution attribute returned to 1.3, to such an extent that she was barely able to stand, but her entire body was still weak and drained, and she walked slowly. Lin Chuan didn't care, so he took Aya, who was able to walk upright, and broke open the old foreign house. It was an old, almost abandoned townhouse. They broke down the door, but there was hardly anyone to be seen. It wasn't until they reached the basement that they were suddenly stopped by 2 old men. The 2 old people, a man and a woman, seemed to be a couple. They had kind faces and were dressed appropriately, but their faces were a bit pale and frightened as they looked at the sudden arrival of the 2 Lin Chuan, cowering and questioning. What are you people? How did you find this place? Lin Chuan's attitude was still mild, and he calmly said, we heard that there's a bomb shelter here, and we wanted to come over for a temporary refuge. The old lady shrank back. The oldest man blushed hard but mustered up the courage to refuse. This place has already housed a lot of people. There's no room for more. Lin Chuan glanced at the closed iron gate behind the 2 old men and laughed lightly. Are there already so many people that both of your masters have been driven out? The old man's face changed and his speech trembled. How do you know? Lin Chuan's attitude was still gentle, and he continued, let us in, and I'll help drive some of the people away. The boss looked hesitant, but shook his head and whispered, I can't. My grandchildren are in there too. Lin Chuan sighed lightly. Suddenly, the blade was caught between 2 fingers and instantly pressed against the old woman's neck. The old woman was so scared that her legs went weak and her back instantly pressed against the iron door. The oldest man let out a frightened cry. Yulan! With a plop, he knelt down in front of Lin Chuan, choking and begging for mercy. Please let my wife go. She suffers from Alzheimer's disease. She doesn't understand anything. Lin Chuan didn't mean to hurt anyone, but just used it as a threat. Go open the door, and I'll make sure your wife and grandchildren are fine, or else dash. The oldest man was in tears and couldn't stop wiping them. His wife does have Alzheimer's, but her feelings for him don't seem to be forgotten. Even when he was held against his neck, he suddenly mumbled out a cry for him. Patriotic, patriotic. The boss's eyes suddenly flashed with determination when he heard his lover's voice calling his name. However, Lin Chuan didn't give him a chance to act. He stepped forward and said in a deep voice, you guys take a look at this one behind me. She's the 3rd strongest in the rank list. The rank list knows, right? She has the power to make sure your grandchildren don't get hurt. and you are now locked out and do not know what is going on inside. What if the people inside don't keep their word and hurt your grandchildren? The color of determination under the boss's eyes quietly faded, and he suddenly looked at Aya behind Lin Chuan. Aya was still weak at the moment, just barely able to stand. There was a hint of ill-concealed embarrassment on her face. Her, a rank-and-file powerhouse? Ha ha ha, don't be afraid, grandparents. My brother may look mean and bad, but he's actually a good person. Aya warmly persuaded the two old men in order to cooperate with Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan glanced at her faintly, thinking to myself that I don't look very mean or bad, do I? And, who the fuck is your brother? However, in order to cooperate with Aya, Lin Chuan obediently retracted the blade against the old woman's neck. The blade was just as scary, but it didn't actually hurt the old lady in the slightest. Zhuo Aiguo was relieved to see this. He hurriedly shielded the old lady behind him and looked at Aya behind Lin Chuan. Aya was like a little elf that ran out from the second dimension. Not only was her looks delicate and beautiful, but she had a more innocent and childish air about her. Such a little girl, in the eyes of the old man, unconsciously will have a favorable impression. Zhuo Aiguo was always a little hesitant, silent for a long time. He sighed and explained in a heavy tone. This is the old house of our old Zhuo family. The Zhuo family is declining, but it has never thought of selling the ancestral home. When that killing game suddenly descended and the world changed, it occurred to us Zhuo family members that there was still a bomb shelter under the old mansion, which was just the right place to take refuge. Originally, the elders had gathered and the young people went out to stock up on some supplies. As a result, my grandson was unintelligent and told his girlfriend the secret of this air raid shelter, and his girlfriend accidentally revealed it, attracting a lot of outlaws. We want to call the police. Our cell phones don't work, and our grandchildren are being threatened. As he spoke, the old man's eyes reddened again. He wiped away a tear before adding, there's a lot of space in the bomb shelter, but to stock up on supplies, there's only enough room left for about 100 people. There are more than 100 people inside right now. 12 of them, our old Zhuo family's own family. The other 30 or so, are classmates brought by the Big Dipper. And then there are another 50 or so, are idlers that the Big Dipper's girlfriend accidentally lured in. There's a particularly strong one in that loiterer. They call him Brother Piao. Piao has talent and strength, and a space ring with a lot of supplies hoarded in it. Everyone in there right now, probably listening to Piao. Saying that, Zhuo Aiguo looked at Aya again, and added additionally, there is no text on the top of Biao's head, so he should only have level 1. However, the little brothers he brought with him, it is estimated that they all have level 1. They look like, they have killed people. The old man's tone was heavy and scornful when he said the word kill. After listening to the information inside, Lin Chuan gazed and pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, does the old man know which of the more than 100 people inside have gotten wet, and which have not? Drizzle? Is that the heavy rain that can make a tribute skyrocket? Zhuo Aiguo said this, the bottom of his eyes flashed with pain. Those outsiders, almost all of them have been drenched in the rain. Only our Zhuo family's own family, is before the heavy rain, has been hiding in the air defense shelter. After the downpour, originally also want to go out to rain up property, but was Biao brother with people broke in. After that is not let our Zhuo family members go out to rain. The old man spoke with righteous indignation, but Lin Chuan's eyes were somewhat subtle. Only the Zhuo family didn't get wet he murmured, his tone rather intriguing. 10 minutes ago, Yang Biao participated in a scolding war in the regional channel that claimed Lin Chuan. After that, a total of 18 strong men agreed to gather at the entrance of the capital university at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. They were going to team up to kill Lin Chuan. As for how to distribute the heaven-defying props in Lin Chuan's hands and the treasure chest that burst out after his death, they hadn't discussed the results for the time being. It was decided to wait until tomorrow's rendezvous at KYU to discuss this in more detail. After finishing the matters related to getting stronger, Yang Biao's attention then returned to the reality of the air defense shelter. He's got his eye on Tian Gang's girlfriend. That little bitch is a restless vixen and has already winked at herself more than once behind her boyfriend's back. Yang Biao had even killed dozens of people, and his sense of morality had all but collapsed. He suddenly straightened up and smiled gangly at the little bitch. What are you looking at? Do you have a crush on me? Wang Shiyun was so frightened that she hurriedly withdrew her gaze. She was pure and soft-looking, with a choleric and weak air. Such a woman, before the end of the world, would easily inspire a man's desire for protection. In the post-apocalyptic world, it is easy to stimulate men's animalistic desires. Yang Biao laughed roughly and directly pointed at Wang Shiyun before he opened his mouth in a domineering manner. You, come over here for your master. Like a frightened white rabbit, Wang Shiyun was so scared that she jumped into her boyfriend Zhuo Tiangong's arms and delicately shouted, Tian Gang. Zhuo Tiangong's face turned blue as he shielded his girlfriend behind him. He looked at Yang Biao with a cold face and a serious expression. You promised us that you were only borrowing shelter and would not do anything untoward. Ha 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 ha. Misbehavior? Kid, you're fucking reading stupid, aren't you? Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Yang Biao and his minions, laughing uproariously. A few junior brothers directly laughed while going forward to restrain Zhuo Tiangang. Yang Biao, on the other hand, stood still and scoffed towards Zhuo Tiangang. Kid, master is teaching you a lesson today. The rules of the world now are set by the strong. To track or not to track, that's all up to the strong. After he finished speaking, he pointed his finger toward Wang Shiyun. Domineering. Chang Zi, escort that chick here for the master. I'm going to be her boyfriend's face on her. The little brother named Chang Zi also laughed and slapped Zhuo Tiangang's cheek nonchalantly. Kid, why do you look so bitter and hateful? Being cuckolded in front of brother Biao is your honor. Ha 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 ha. A group of juniors, pressing down on Zhuo Tiangang's back shoulder. After Zhuo Tiangang struggled, his knee was kicked so hard that he directly kneeled on the ground. And then he was pressed on the ground again. Even his face was rubbing on the ground. His beloved girlfriend, on the other hand, was being pushed and shoved by Keiko in the direction of Yang Biao. Wang Shiyun was superficially panicked and looked like a pitiful and bullied person. In fact, she wasn't scared inside, but rather a little excited. She's a smart woman, before and after the end times, and knows how to take stock of the situation. She was well aware that the world had changed and so had the times. As Yang Biao said, in this world now, the rules will be set by the strong. Before the end of the world, Zhuo Tiangang was handsome, had a good personality, excellent grades, had a house and a car, and his family conditions were quite good. Definitely the go-to guy for many women to marry. However, the end times came, and everything that was good about him disappeared in an instant. In the post-apocalyptic world, good looks don't make a meal. A good personality also means indecisiveness and difficulty in achieving great things. As for grades, houses, cars, all these things are meaningless in the end times. In contrast, a brave and strong man like Yang Biao is the man who can give women the security and survival needs in the post-apocalyptic world. Thinking of this, Wang Shiyun's surface was miserable, but her heart instead gave birth to a hint of anticipation, even if it is humiliated in public. But if I can use this to become Yang Biao's woman, that's definitely a better deal than continuing to be Zhuo Tiangang's girlfriend. However, thinking clearly is thinking clearly, and a persona can't be easily crumbled. When Yang Biao reached out towards her and pulled her into his arms with one hand, Wang Shiyun was still following her persona, like a bullied white rabbit, red-eyed and shrieking out in shock. Upon realizing that her struggles and screams were able to make Yang Biao go higher and higher, Wang Shiyun struggled more and more intensely. Her tears fluttered down, making her look more and more pathetic. These, however, were just a little means for her to satisfy Yang Biao's special fetish. However, such a tactic was taken seriously by Zhuo Tiangang, who was being held down on the ground. He really thought that his girlfriend had been insulted to the heavens, and while his heart ached, he hated his own weakness. He fought harder and harder to struggle. But he hadn't experienced a rainstorm. He hadn't gone through a surge of attributes, and he couldn't resist Yang Biao's minions. He was humiliated and angry to the point that his eyes were scarlet. Suddenly he stopped impotently cursing "stop an animal" and other meaningless words and shouted at the crowd. Save Shiyun. You've all been in the rain, and you've all had your attributes increase. Everyone go on together As long as we unite, we can definitely defeat Yang Biao Zhang Zishuan. Tang Yiping. Shiyun is also a classmate of yours. Didn't you guys say that you've awakened a powerful talent? You guys help and save Shiyun. He started calling out the names of his classmates and asking them for help. He was hysterical, shouting until his voice was hoarse. However, his classmates, the classmate who agreed to let them take refuge in their own bomb shelter because he was being nice, that one classmate who brags more than anyone else. At this very moment, but before his eyes, a vivid pantomime called "You Can Never Wake a Man Pretending to Sleep" was performed for him. These students had been intimidated by Yang Biao before. Upon realizing that a conflict had erupted, one of them hurriedly pretended to be asleep and stayed out of it. The Zhao family's own family, however, did not pretend to be asleep. Zhuo Tiangang started to call out various names like elder uncle and cousin again. However, these relatives, but the face ugly education him. Tiangang, you stop it. Big uncle has told you before that your girlfriend is not a good person. She's the one who revealed the secret of our family's air raid shelter. Don't you see it clearly? She's a scourge. Zhuo Tiangang's sister, Zhuo Tianyi, usually didn't like the girlfriend her brother had. In her opinion, Wang Shiyun is a green tea white lotus flower, but as a woman, even if she hated Wang Shiyun no matter how much she hated her, it was hard for her to accept something like a woman being insulted in public. Inside of her, there had been a moment of hesitation and struggle. but reason told her that it was definitely not wise to raise her voice to save the day at this time. First of all, she didn't have the strength to save Wang Shiyun. Secondly, she is quite good looking herself, so if she is going to put herself in harm's way to save someone's life, the consequences of that, Zhuo Tianyi couldn't bear. Thus, even as she watched her brother being so humiliated, Zhuo Tianyi could only shed silent tears, and then try to pretend that she didn't hear his cries so that she wouldn't be caught up in this beastly act of evil as well. But here's what she didn't expect. Her brother, whom she had spoiled since childhood, was not thinking about her as his sister at all at this time, but only thinking about that girlfriend of his. Zhuo Tiangang suddenly twisted his head and shouted frantically, "Sister! Sister! You are also female. How can you bear to see Shiyun being humiliated like this? You find a way to save Shiyun's sister. Sister! Please save Shiyun." When he shouted these words, his emotions were obviously more excited than when he shouted at his classmates and other relatives, as if he had placed all his hopes on his sister Zhuo Tianyi. Once upon a time, Zhuo Tianyi couldn't afford to let her own brother suffer a bit of aggravation, but at this moment, listening to her brother cry out sister, Zhuo Tianyi's face was pale. She even tried to pretend she wasn't Zhuo Tiangang's sister. However, it's useless. Zhuo Tiangang's cry for help only galvanized Yang Biao even more. And when he heard Zhuo Tiangang call out to his sister as if he were grasping the last straw to save his life, his eyes, in passing, looked over. At this time, it was only then that I realized that there was such a beautiful woman hidden in the group of Zhuo's family. Zhuo Tianyi was dressed in the overalls of a working woman, with a short, sharp haircut, and quite a bit of the temperament of a social elite. It's this kind of outfit and the air of a strong woman that makes it easy to overlook her cold looks. And Yang Biao distracted his attention to look over at that moment, and his eyes directly looked straight up. It instantly felt like the white rabbit underneath him didn't smell good. Still, this kind of career woman in uniform inspires him to conquer more. Yang Biao immediately burst into another fit of laughter. Sister? Ha ha ha, your kid can be really. Seeing as you are so infatuated, master give you a choice. You, press your sister over for your girlfriend. How's that? What? Zhuo Tiangang's entire body froze, forgetting to react for a moment. At this time, Yang Biao suddenly seduced Zhuo Tiangang again. Kid, think clearly. Your girlfriend has a boyfriend. Your sister shouldn't have a boyfriend yet, right? Now in this world, becoming my Yang Biao's woman is definitely an honor. Yang Biao was fierce looking, and also because of his strength, he spoke with arrogance and dominance, with a strong bottom line, and Wang Shiyun, who was in his arms, went white in an instant. She sneaked a look at Zhuo Tianyi, a hint of dark hatred hidden in the bottom of her eyes. The Zhuo Tiangang on the ground, on the other hand, had no idea what his girlfriend was thinking. As he listened to Yang Biao's words, a hint of faltering flashed in his eyes. That hint of faltering fell under Zhuo Tianyi's eyes, causing her to be instantly horrified and shocked. How can you not be shocked? Is there anything in the world more desperate than being violated? There is. That's being pushed into the abyss by the hands of your own brother, who loves you dearly. Zhuo Tianyi couldn't believe it when she heard that the younger brother, who was spoiled and spoiled by her, was crowned at this time. Sis, anyway, you don't have a boyfriend. Yang Biao brother, he's right. In this kind of world, he's in good condition, good enough to be your boyfriend. Word by word, Zhuo Tiangang saw his sister's desperate eyes. His heart also flashed a trace of hesitation. However, when he saw his girlfriend's pale face, he finally gritted his teeth and said, just think of brother Biao as your own boyfriend. Zhuo Tiangang. Zhuo Tianyi suddenly shouted out angrily, with tears in her eyes, a kind of shocked and desperate look. She glared fiercely at her own brother on the ground. Are you still human? You're an animal. Zhuo Tiangang was too ashamed to meet his sister's eyes, but he still had no intention of changing his mind, and that Yang Biao didn't know what special fetish he had. Seeing the scene of the siblings' antipathy, he laughed openly again. His little brother, following suit, laughed wildly. Keiko grinned wickedly and walked towards Zhuo Tianyi. Compared to Wang Shiyun's false appearance of refusal, Zhuo Tianyi's body has a more ruthless and resolute temperament. As if for a moment, she suddenly calmed down, her gaze cold and stern as she looked towards Keiko, who was walking towards her. She raised her luxuriant hand and compared it to her neck. Then the air plummeted cold, a blade of ice against her neck. She was thunderous and ruthless, and blood instantly seeped out of her swan-like elegant and slender neck. You take one more step forward and I'll die for you. Perhaps it was her brother's choice that made her despair. Or maybe it's the natural fierceness of the bones. The aura in Zhuo Tianyi's eyes, at this moment, was actually not at all inferior to Yang Biao, who had killed people. Even Keiko was shocked by her. When Yang Biao saw such a chaste girl, he instead became more and more interested. He even let go of Wang Shiyun in his arms and went forward personally. However, Just as Zhuo Tianyi's eyes flashed with determination and she was about to really cut herself off, an accident happened. Keiko, who was walking towards her, suddenly collapsed limply to the ground. Not only Keiko, but Yang Biao also fell down. Yang Biao's minions, all down. They flopped and suddenly all collapsed as if they were under ecstasy. Zhuo Tianyi froze, but thought that these people were playing some kind of trick, and the ice blade against his neck was hesitant to move away, until Zhuo Tiangang climbed up from the ground, tried half a dozen times, and kicked a foot toward Yang Biao. Yang Biao, however, was in a state of shock. Even his voice was extremely weak. How? What's going on? His four-dimensional attributes, after all, suddenly plummeted to below 0.5. What's the fucking difference between that and being wasted? It wasn't just Yang Biao and his minions, but also those classmates of Zhuo Tiangang, those who had been drenched in the rain. At this moment, all became weak. On the contrary, the attributes of the Zhuo family, those who hadn't gotten wet, stayed at a normal level. Zhuo Tiangang quickly learned about the situation from the chat channel, knowing that all those who had gotten wet and raised their attributes, at 12 o'clock midnight, suddenly all their attributes shrunk and became waste. The situation was instantly reversed. The strong become weak, heaven becomes hell. Zhuo Tiangang was like a weak person who had been oppressed for a long time who suddenly found an outlet to vent, and suddenly laughed up to the sky. Ha 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 ha, retribution. Retribution has come. It came so fast. He kicked Yang Biao in the face and laughed wildly. Yang Biao? Brother Biao? Aren't you crazy and arrogant? Go on and be crazy. Then arrogant ah. Ha 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 ha. Yang Biao's face was even more humiliating and ugly than Zhuo Tiangang, who had been pressed to the ground before. But he had been a tough guy since he was a kid, and even when he was in an unfavorable situation, he didn't say a single soft word to beg for mercy. Even, there was quite a backbone to gnash his teeth and say, kill or die as you wish. Even if my body falls, my bones are still fucking hard. There's no way I'm going to kneel down and beg for mercy like you softy. With these words, he had clearly poked Zhuo Tiangong's sore spot. Zhuo Tiangang, who had just laughed maniacally, instantly stopped laughing. He stomped hard on Yang Biao's face, and Yang Biao fainted from the pain. Then, waking up in even sharper pain, letting out a murderous scream, his bottom was wasted by Zhuo Tiangong's foot. Wang Shiyun hadn't even thought that the situation could be reversed like this. Yang Biao, who was previously so powerful that he suppressed 100 people, had instantly become a waste, and her boyfriend, who she thought was indecisive and wouldn't amount to much in the post-apocalyptic world, had such a ruthless and crazy side. She was suddenly glad at this point that she hadn't really been violated by Yang Biao. In this way, she was still clean in Zhuo Tiangong's eyes. As if she finally reacted, she jumped into Zhuo Tiangang's arms and whimpered and cried. Zhuo Tiangang did love her, too. Even when she was insulted by Yang Biao to his face, he did not dislike her, but instead coaxed her heartily to comfort her. Zhuo Tianyi's face was cold and mocking as she watched the scene. She walked in the direction of the entrance to the air raid shelter. Zhuo family eldest uncle suddenly shouted out, Tianyi, what are you doing to go? Zhuo Tiangang only remembered his sister at this time, and while gently patting the back of his girlfriend in his arms, he apologized to his sister with a stiff face. Sister, I'm sorry, Zhuo Tianyi didn't even look at him, but just said to her eldest uncle, now that there's nothing dangerous in the air raid shelter, I want to bring my grandparents back in. The reason why he agreed to his grandparents going to guard the door before was because he sensed that Yang Biao and the others were not good people, and he was worried that his grandparents would follow him and be scared. Now that the danger was lifted, Zhuo Tianyi naturally thought of her grandparents first. Unlike Zhuo Tiangang, that heartless one, who only has that girlfriend of his in his eyes and heart, Zhuo Tianyi, with cold air on his face and blood still bubbling from his neck, walked straight towards the entrance of the air raid shelter. However, walking through the dimly lit passageway and about to open the iron door at the entrance. The iron door, after all, opened from the outside. And the people who came in from outside were not grandparents. The Zhuo family's air raid shelter had experienced successive invasions by Zhuo Tiangong's classmates, as well as Yang Biao and others. This made Zhuo Tianyi have a purely natural aversion to resist those outsiders. Her face went cold for a moment as she looked at the strange man and woman who had somehow barged in before her. Who are you people? Where are my grandparents? Tianyi? Zhuo Aigua called his granddaughter's name from the back. However, when he stepped forward and saw the blood at his granddaughter's neck, his face instantly turned white with fear. Why is your neck bleeding? What happened? No. Zhuo Tianyi only started a conversation. Suddenly he felt a warm heat caressing his neck. She was instantly alert, only to realize that it appeared that the strange man had used his healing gift on her neck. Zhuo Tianyi looked at Lin Xuan with some surprise. Zhuo Aigua's ghastly white face also recovered quite a bit as the wound at his granddaughter's neck healed. The healing talent was something Lin Chuan had acquired when he burned the dozen or so corpses on the rooftop, and it was only E-ranked, but healing a tiny bit of small wounds was enough. He stated calmly, "We're going to borrow your bomb shelter for the night." Zhuo Tianyi's face improved slightly when she saw that her grandparents were safe and fine, yet the attitude remained somewhat cold. "I'm sorry, our family's bomb shelter is overcrowded, and there's no more room for more people. If it is overcrowded, then drive a few people out." Lin Chuan's tone was completely taken for granted. Zhuo Tianyi's eyes flickered as she thought that she should indeed drive Yang Biao's group out. Her gaze was a little wary, skimming over the words rank 3 on top of Aya's head, and she also swept over Aya's beautiful face without moving. A moment of slightly hesitant contemplation before she finally nodded. "It's just for one night, and I hope you leave as soon as possible after dawn tomorrow." "Hayakawa, we're leaving tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Zhuo Tianyi frowned, but didn't say anything more. She purposely walked behind Aya, separating her grandparents from the two strangers, obviously wary, not letting his guard down in the slightest. And Lin Chuan, who was at the front, walked through long dimly lit passages before finally arriving at a wide underground space. In this one space, the ground on the left was piled up with all sorts of living materials, while on the right there were people lying all over the place. Those who were lying on the ground were naturally paralyzed at the moment as their attributes plummeted due to the side effects of the rainstorm. And on the center ground, lying on the ground was a man who had been tortured to the point that he didn't even have the strength to cry out. And that was none other than Yang Biao. Zhuo Tiangang was in the middle of taking the next yuan ring from Yang Biao's hand when he suddenly saw that a pair of strangers were actually walking on the other side of the passage. A beautiful pair of people who looked like a couple. The first thing that made everyone pay attention to the girl was the words rank 3 above her head. "Who are you guys?" Zhuo Tiangang looked vigilant. He was so salty that he was afraid that he would experience the same kind of humiliation that Yang Biao had just brought upon himself. Zhuo Tianyi, who was walking behind Aya, was already disappointed in her brother in her heart. She couldn't wait to cut ties with her brother and die of old age, but had to take into account the two old men behind him. In order to keep her grandparents from worrying, she didn't show too much hatred, and only explained lightly, "They're here to stay for the night, and they'll leave in the morning." Zhuo Tiangang had just apologized to Zhuo Tianyi, and was a bit weak at this time, not daring to sing against his sister, so he also just said, "Borrowing is borrowing. I hope the two of you don't mind your own business." Lin Chuan only swept over with a glance and guessed what had happened here. Similar situations are played out all over the world. The strong who, before 12 o'clock, were complacent about their attribute gains and even bullied others. After 12 o'clock, they will experience the fall from heaven to hell. Meanwhile, some victims who have not gotten wet and have suffered from bullying because of their vulnerable attributes will fight back and become a new round of abusers. Lin Chuan lightly glanced at Zhuo Tiangang and did not make a sound, only finding a seat. And Aya, too, sat silently beside him. The silent demeanor of the two made it seem like they weren't troublemaking personalities. The Zhuo family members were heartily relieved. Then, Zhuo Tiangang put the sublime ring on his own hand and said to the Zhuo family, "I think everyone should have seen in the forums that Tereo Yui and I posted a strategy. A level 0 player absorbing a level 0 crystal core is only +1 experience point, whereas absorbing a crystal core beyond level 1 is +10 experience points. Yang Biao and his men, they have done so much evil that many of them have risen to level 1. Their crystal cores, they are also level 1. That's blunt enough. Almost all present, except the two old men, understood the meaning of his words. He wanted to kill people to take the crystal cores and use them for upgrades. Yang Biao, who was lying on the ground, couldn't make a sound because he was dying. However, his 10 minions who had risen to level 1, after realizing Zhuo Tiangang's intentions, had begged for forgiveness in a weak voice and in terror. Zhuo Tiangang gave a rather imposing bellow. "Shut up, all of you." Those 10 level 1 minions were immediately shocked and didn't dare to open their mouths again. Zhuo Tiangang resumed looking at the Zhuo family's crowd. Most of the Zhuo family are highly educated intellectuals with old-fashioned and conservative personalities. Let them see death when their lives are threatened. They can do it, but if they are asked to kill people in public, they are not sure what to do. But the good thing is, in these, there are a couple of young men, too. Apart from Zhuo Tianyi, her own sister, there were 2 cousins and 2 cousins respectively. Cousins are young and basically unplugged. Cousin Zhuo Tianhan participated in the work, more or less a little risked. He took the lead to stand up on behalf of his eldest uncle's family and took the initiative to analyze. I saw someone in the chat channel speculate that those people's paralysis was a side effect brought about by the heavy rain, and this side effect, and maybe time limited. If there's really a time limit, when they return to normal, by then, we'll be the ones to die instead. Zhuo Tianhan's words were clearly more convincing than Zhuo Tianong's set of near murderous escalation. Soon, under the 2 men's rounds of bombardment, the Zhua family members finally agreed to kill. However, during this period, Zhua Tianyi was not involved. After vaguely guessing what her brother was thinking, she quietly took her grandparents to the restroom so that the two old men could avoid the brutal scene of the end times. And the decision of the Druid family to kill soon gave birth to a new problem. Yang Biao has 10 level 1 minions. Counting Yang Biao, there are 11 in total. But the Zhua family crowd, it was 14 people. This level 1 crystal core, how should it be distributed? It was at this moment that Zhua Tiangang suddenly whispered, among my classmates, 2 of them have also risen to level 1. Zhua Tianhan locked eyes with him and silently lowered his voice. That's only 13 pieces. Zhua Tiangang hesitated again. Grandparents are old. I'm afraid they won't have a chance to participate in the battle. Zhua Tianhan felt the same way in his heart and naturally agreed quickly. Then the 2 grandparents, they will only share 1 crystal core. He thought that the distribution of the crystal cores was done. However, I didn't expect that Zhua Tiangong's face was a bit subtle, and he whispered again. No, what I mean is that, grandparents, there is no need for us to use the level 1 crystal cores. In this way, 13 crystal cores, the extra 1, can be compensated to Shiyun. After all, she just went through such a big aggravation. Before his words left his mouth, he was met with Zhua Tianhan's stern glare. Wang Shiyun, her surname is Wang not Zhua. Why should she share her grandparents' crystal cores? Zhua Tiangang didn't like to hear this, and immediately retorted. Then the eldest aunt is still surnamed Li. Why should she be divided? By virtue of her being my mom, she's married into the Zhua family. Shiyun is my future daughter-in-law, and sooner or later she will marry into the Zhua family. Zhua Tianhan was simply speechless to this dog-licking cousin. He was about to make another rebuttal when he heard Zhua Tiangang suddenly play the emotional card again. Cousin, your mom and dad are still alive, and your own brother doesn't have much combat power. So this time when the crystal cores were distributed, your family was given 4 of them, and Tianyi and I don't have a mom and dad. My siblings are dependent on each other, and as a result, we only got 2. Is it wrong for me to fight for 1 crystal core for my future daughter-in-law? When this was all said and done, Zhua Tianhan didn't even know how to refute it. But he couldn't stand this brother's dog-licking attributes and warned in a low voice again. Since you said she's your future daughter-in-law, keep a close eye on the person. Don't end up taking the favors given by my Zhua family and run off with an outsider, and then really put a green hat on you. The words cuckolding were obviously a sore point for Zhua Tiangang, and he blushed badly just hearing them. The 2 quickly discussed everything and began to kill people silently. Zhua Tiangong's talent is an E-rank aggression toxin. This talent is particularly cockamamie, having to conduct toxicity through the bloodstream, but it's just right for this time of year. He uses a knife to cut slits in Yang Biao and his little brother before letting the toxin seep in. Soon, those 11 people became 11 corpses. According to the division of labor, the task of digging up crystal cores was left to Zhua Tianhan. Yet he was a well-bred social elite before his end times. The matter of digging crystal cores out of a corpse's head was a bit tough for someone like him who had never even killed a chicken. He was building up half a day in his mind, and when he was finally ready to make his move, he suddenly saw a flash of fire that burned all 11 corpses to the ground without even a crumb left. There were only 11 crystal cores left, lying on the ground in a big way. Zhua Tianhan was startled and turned his head to see Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan was particularly polite, explaining with a calm face, my talent can quickly burn corpses, which is more convenient than digging crystal cores directly from them. He said it lightly, but Zhua Tianhan's hands shook a little. With quick eyes and hands, he picked up the 11 crystal cores on the ground and put them away before he looked at Lin Chuan with a wary face and calmly said, thank you, but I hope that you don't mind your own business with this young student for what's happening here. Of course, I've always disliked meddling. Lin Chuan was telling the truth. He knew what was going on here, but had no intention of interfering in the slightest. It was those level 1 crystal cores that they didn't put in their eyes. He came here, for one thing, to settle down for the night. The other reason is to burn corpses to loot talent. When he came here in his previous life, he burned all the rotting corpses in the air raid shelter, looted to an A-rank talent afterward. It's an A-level talent for the average person. In his hands, however, he was able to utilize the effects of an S-rank talent, so Lin Chuan just wants to burn the corpse. This does not contradict the deeds of the Zhuo brothers, but he had just heard them discussing it and talking about killing only 13 people at level 1. But in his previous life, Lin Chuan had seen a field of corpses. According to the number of speculation, it should be everyone except the Zhuo family. All of them were killed by them. Killing for something like an upgrade is like kryptonite for a game. Kryptonite only has 0 and countless times. As soon as you break out of a certain principle, the desire keeps growing. The Zhuo brothers were breaking the principle after killing level 1 players in order to upgrade. After that, in order to enjoy this convenient way of upgrading again, It was only logical to kill other defenseless level 0 players. Such a development did not surprise Lin Xuan in the slightest, and there was no target for him in the gift of just burning 11 bodies to loot. So that gift, it's in someone else who's still alive. Lin Xuan hung his eyes in thought, but suddenly, he heard a warning suddenly exposed not far away. Shua Tiangang, let go of me, or you'll regret it. That voice came from Tang Yiping, a classmate of Zhuo Tiangang's first grade. He lay weakly on the ground. Having guessed what Zhuo Tiangang was going to do after noticing that Zheng Zixuan had died of poisoning, he couldn't believe that Zhuo Tiangang, a good student with excellent grades who was friendly to others, could be so ruthless. Tang Yiping doesn't want to die, but he was weak at the moment because of the heavy rain. Suddenly, a flash of determination and austerity crossed the bottom of his eyes, and he shouted with a strong voice, "You can't kill me. I'm a god's favorite. If you kill me, you'll be punished by the gods like Bakanov in the global announcement and be hunted down by everyone on the globe in a frenzy." God's favorites? Lin Xuan's heartbeat steeply heaved when he heard those 3 words. However, he didn't show any abnormality on his face at all. Zhuo Tiangang was also shocked by these 3 words. After all, Bakanov, who had killed the divine favorites before, had been issued a global mission by the global announcement. The name of the mission is also called Divine Punishment. The rewards of the mission are still rich enough to make everyone crazy-eyed. They were, at the moment, daring to kill just for the level 1 crystal cores capable of plus 10 experience points, and in the rewards given by the Divine Punishment quest, there could be a full 10,000 experience points, not to mention the orange treasure chests and nativity skills. It's good stuff as soon as you hear it. Zhuo Tiangang's eyes reddened a little when he thought of the rewards given by the Divine Punishment quest. Not only was he red-eyed, the rest of the Zhuo family was also red-eyed. Zhuo Tianhan suddenly also came over and analyzed in Zhuo Tiangang's ear. Since the rewards of the Divine Punishment quest are so rich, we can totally find a scapegoat to kill the divine favors. Afterward, when the Divine Punishment quest descends on the scapegoat, we can then kill the scapegoat, and won't we be able to obtain the rewards of the Divine Punishment quest? After this analysis of his, Zhuo Tiangang was so excited that his eyes filled with blood. Right, that's right. This will make it easy to get the rewards of the Divine Punishment quest. 10,000 points of experience. That's enough to level up to how many levels? It'll definitely make it to the top of the leveling list and get the global announcement. However, Tang Yiping, who was lying on the ground, instantly retorted, "You guys are too naive. Who do you think issued the Divine Punishment mission? It's issued by the residual thoughts of God's favorites after their deaths. Even if you found a scapegoat to kill me, I would still designate you as the target of the mission when I issued the Divine Punishment mission." After his words, the Zhuo family brothers were like being poured a pot of cold water over their heads, and their excitement and ecstasy instantly faded. When you think about it, it's true. How could the killing game allow a loophole of that magnitude to exist? And since Tang Yiping was able to tell the secrets of the Divine Punishment mission, I'm afraid that he was indeed a divine favorite without a doubt. The Zhuo brothers struggled and hesitated several times, but they finally didn't dare to kill Tang Yiping to endure the global pursuit of the Divine Punishment mission. But if he didn't kill Tang Yiping, the level 1 crystal core that he had arranged to be distributed earlier would be missing another one. Just as the two were about to revisit the distribution of crystal cores, on the side, Wang Shiyun suddenly spoke delicately. "I remember. I saw a divine favorite speech on the World Channel. He said that after he became a god's favorite, he obtained the Thunder God's Blessing, a necklace that was immune to lightning attribute damage." When she said that, Zhuo Tiangang instantly reacted. Right, the divine favorites will be blessed by the gods. Thus, Zhuo Tiangang looked at Tang Yiping again and said in a cold voice, "You said that you're a divine favorite. So on your body, you should have something like the Moon God's Blessing, the Thunder God's Blessing, or something like that, right?" Tang Yiping's face turned vaguely white and he was about to say something, but it was at this moment that the global announcement rang out again. Ding! Locking rank list, kill list. Ding! Rank list rewards being distributed. Ding! Killing list rewards being handed out. Ding! The rank list rewards are as follows. 0.1-999, reward primary attribute fruit, attributes randomized. 0.1-100 reward blue treasure chest +1. First to 10th place, reward random occupation scroll +1. 1-3th place reward purple treasure chest +1. First place, awarded green crystals +1. Ding! The kill list rewards are as follows. First to 999th place, bonus skill points +1. 110th place, reward randomized secret realm entrance ticket +1. First place, rewarded with red crystal +1. After 24 hours, the next list reward will be opened. Lin Xuan looked at the time. It was just 12:30 midnight. Same as in a previous life. Every day at 12:30 midnight, the system will release the list rewards on time. To the end time players, the list rewards released by the system were almost the most easily obtainable and valuable resources in this apocalypse, and also because the list is published at a fixed time of 12:30 midnight. Instead, the refresh time for the limit on the number of crystal cores to be absorbed was 12 o'clock midnight. Many ranked list players in their previous lives had stayed up all night partying themselves alive for such a setting. As soon as 12 o'clock passed every day, he absorbed the next day's crystal cores in order to rank himself further on the rank list. Obviously, list rankings have a huge impact on rewards. First place is able to receive all 5 rewards from green crystals to attribute fruits. The 999th, on the other hand, is only rewarded with attribute fruits. The difference is not insignificant. All players in the previous life, even if they knew that the rank list kill list was also jokingly referred to as the boss list, they were still willing to fight tooth and nail for a good list ranking for the sake of the list rewards. Even Lin Chuan was not surprised. His rise to number 1 on the rank list on the first day wasn't entirely just for the bug of the carded attribute cap, also for the green crystals rewarded for first place on the rank list. The green and red crystals are unique rewards for the top big guys. Players can't get it any other way. The green crystal is almost approximately equal to a resurrection coin, and is able to help a player withstand a lethal attack. The red crystal, on the other hand, is the equivalent of a disposable death scythe, enabling the player to inflict a lethal attack on a target regardless of level ground. The green and red crystals are actually a bit of a contradiction in terms of what they do. One resists lethal attacks and one inflicts lethal attacks, equivalent to the strongest spear, with the strongest shield. As for what happens when the effects of green and red crystals collide, Lin Chuan in his previous life used to think that it was the effects that cancelled out and nothing happened, but after actually experimenting with it, it turns out that nothing happens. After all, the fact that nothing happened didn't mean that the effects of the green crystal and the red crystal cancelled out, but only meant that the life-preserving effect of the green crystal triggered while the lethal effect of the red crystal failed. So, what's really going on is, there is a probability that the red crystal effect will occur and the green crystal will fail, i.e., the owner of the green crystal dies. There is also a probability that the green crystal effect is produced and the red crystal is disabled, i.e., the green crystal owner survives. As for the probability of this, Lin Chuan speculates that it is related to the four-dimensional attributes of the respective owners of the green and red crystals. It could also be related to the more esoteric attribute of luck, but Lin Chuan couldn't know for sure if this game had a lucky attribute or not. If nothing else, some people do get overly lucky, with all sorts of deaths and opportunities. Bakanov, for example, is one of those examples. If anything, some of the OUs are lucky as if they existed before the end times. Moreover, if there really was a lucky attribute, why did the divine favorites, who were favored by the gods, not show good fortune beyond the norm? Thinking of this, Lin Chuan's gaze, again, fell on Tang Yiping, who claimed to be a god's favorite. The others in the room, however, instead dropped their gazes to Aya. After all, the list rewards were just too far away to be relevant to most people. But here, on top of Aya's head, the words rank 3 were written in big letters. She was a rank list powerhouse. She was bound to have been rewarded with a rank list. Aya was currently looking at her attribute panel. At the bottom of the panel, the words list reward, to be claimed, are displayed. She was in a little bit of a mood, and a little bit nervous. When he raised his eyes, he found a pair of eyes looking at him. She had also gotten wet, and her physical state was actually about the same as those people lying on the ground. Simply weak and without any fighting ability. Facing the burning gazes of the crowd, she became more and more nervous and subconsciously looked at Lin Chuan. Do I have to receive the list rewards now? These words caused Lin Chuan to reap a lot of envious and jealous gazes. After all, in the eyes of the crowd, this little white boy of his, not only did he evening out the beautiful strongman of the rank list, but he also managed to get the strongman to respect him so much to dote on him and put him first in everything. It couldn't be more dreamy, alright. In particular, Lin Chuan's next performance was so envious and jealous that one could not wait to replace him, only to see him faintly blankly glance at Aya, his tone even a little impatient. You love to claim or not? Why ask me? If it was really according to Aya's nature, she felt that one should keep a low profile, and even more so in the end times. Something like a leaderboard reward was of course best collected on your own in secret. However, she was well aware of her situation and subconsciously did not deal with things according to her own preferences, but rather tried to gauge Lin Chuan's mind. Did Lin Chuan expect her to collect the list rewards in public? In Aya's mind, a scene from the southern 4 heavenly platforms suddenly flashed. The back of that man, not much older than her, killing, cold and powerful. In the back of my mind, echoing what he said, he likes self-defense. It sounded like a joke, but with a thought, Aya took the list rewards and claimed them in public. Ranking 3rd on the rank list, she gained a primary power fruit, a blue treasure chest, a berserker transformation scroll, and and a purple treasure chest. When these 4 items appeared in her hands, the breathing in the entire air defense shelter was noticeably heavier by a few points. A number of burning eyes seemed to settle on her hands, unable to look away. Even though Aya has been in the limelight since she was a little girl because of her looks, the turnout has been off the charts. But those greedy, viper-like eyes still made her uncomfortable. So, without hesitation, she actually handed over the 4 rewards that many people would want to grab in their hands even if they were to fight for their lives, towards Lin Xuan. This scene, once again, drew envious and jealous gazes for Lin Xuan. Even looking at Aiya's eyes, they were tinged with disbelief, wondering if she had been PUA'd by Lin Xuan. How can there be such stupid women? However, Lin Xuan's performance was even more surprising. He only took the Berserker transformation scroll, and then said indifferently, "Hang the strength fruit in the trade market to exchange it for the physique fruit. As for the treasure chest, you open it." Aya, of course, dutifully did as she was told. She had seen Chi Foam open a white treasure chest. Opening one herself was a first. Moreover, it is still a blue treasure chest which is more advanced than the white treasure chest. Inevitably, she was a little nervous inside. The palm-sized blue treasure chest was placed in the palm of her hand. Aya took a deep breath and silently chanted, "Open." After that, the small and delicate blue treasure chest exploded instantly, and a black card popped out from it. Lin Xuan had already recognized the card just by glancing at it with his afterglow. Cards in the killing game generally represent disposable props, and that card is the one that can only be used once. The Death's Coffin Experience card. The Coffin of Death was a very powerful artifact that could isolate almost all attacks. None of the special means, including time, space, and fate, could have an effect on the interior of the Coffin of Death. It could be said that by hiding inside the Coffin of Death, one was isolated from everything and also possessed absolute safety. The effects of the Coffin of the Dead experience card were naturally weakened compared to the real Coffin of the Dead. However, its defensibility was still in existence that could be described as insurmountable. However, an experience card is an experience card, and it has a very dodgy setup. Once a player activates the Coffin of the Dead experience card, he must stay inside for 8 hours until the experience time is over and the sarcophagus disappears before he can regain his freedom. This stuff, Lin Xuan had owned a lot of it in his previous life. Take it often. Sleeping. Yes, it's pretty hard to get a good night's sleep in the post-apocalyptic world. Instead, the Coffin of the Dead experience card gives one the sleep of a dead pig. The first time in this life to witness the opening of the treasure chest is to see such an old friend. Lin Xuan slightly twitching corners of the mouth, calmly instructed, "This thing, hanging trading market, let the buyer with goods private you." Oh, good. Aya sounded slightly lost, thinking she had opened something she couldn't use. Then, with growing nervousness, she opened another, more precious, purple treasure chest. After opening it silently, what exploded out of the treasure chest was actually just a thin piece of paper. It was a good thing that the paper was printed with formation illustrations that looked very subtle. Lin Xuan looked at the piece of paper and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly again. The way he looked at Aya was a little odd. This girl, really, luck can't be too good. The Coffin of Death experience card was not much of a precious prop in Lin Xuan's eyes though. However, after the heavy rain, when countless people were caught in the weakened state that would last for 10 hours after the rain, this Coffin of Death was definitely a precious prop that could save their lives. Once it's listed on the trading market, it's definitely going to be a mad scramble. And what Aya opened from the purple treasure chest, surprisingly, it's a skill book. It's also a fucking C-rank Fate skill book, Judgment of Fate. The probability of opening a skill book from a treasure chest was already low to the extreme. The Fate skill books were even more rare to the point of making people doubt their lives. In his previous life, although Lin Xuan had utilized the BUG level fireball to loot the Fate talent, he had never obtained a Fate skill. As a result, this life just opened a purple treasure chest and unexpectedly opened a Fate skill. It was no exaggeration to say that to Lin Xuan, the value of this C-rank skill, Judgment of Fate, almost exceeded that of a normal S-rank talent, an S-rank skill. But unfortunately, he didn't have any skill points for the time being and couldn't learn it right away. And it's rumored that the Fate skill book has a very dodgy setup. That is, there is a risk of learning failure, and it's the kind where the skill book disappears when you fail to learn it, and you don't even get a fucking refund of skill points. Phew, Lin Xuan exhaled, and then took the liberty of putting the skill book away. After that, his gaze faintly glanced at the Zhuo brothers. Zhuo Tiangong's breathing was rapid and heavy, and his burning gaze was dead on. Greed, lust, written plainly on his face, coalesced into a madness that made him almost lose his mind. And cousin Zhuo Tianhan is better. He wasn't breathing too steadily either, but at least he restrained his desire. Even, viciously pinching Zhuo Tiangong's arm, he shouted down to him, "Tiangang, The pain coming from his arm caused Zhuo Tiangang to suck in a breath of cool air and gradually regain his composure. He tried to restrain his greed, but his face remained fickle. In comparison, Zhuo Tianhan is too mature. Not only did he calm down, he also calmly said congratulations to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. It's nothing. Saying that, his footsteps slowed and he took 2 steps in the direction of the 2 Zhuo brothers. Just because of these 2 steps, the atmosphere of the entire air defense shelter was momentarily somewhat stagnant. Well, Lin Xuan stopped his steps again. He suddenly turned around and pointed at a young boy of about 10 years old in the Zhuo family's group. He smiled towards Zhuo Tianhan and asked, "That one, is your brother?" Yes. Zhuo Tianhan was inexplicably a little nervous. The kind of nervousness that comes from facing an absolute powerhouse. Lin Xuan looked at the child's tender face and asked again, "What's his name?" "Zhuo Kaiyuan. My brother, his name is Zhuo Kaiyuan." Lin Xuan listened to this name, pondered for a moment, and then asked, "In your Zhuo family's generation, aren't they all of the Tian generation? How come he is singled out with the name Kai?" Zhuo Tianhan: "Serious nonsense. My brother when he was a child cannot write the word heaven, always written as open word, and then simply called Kaiyuan." "Oh, so," Lin Xuan nodded non-committally. In his heart, he was almost certain that the quiet boy who looked as if he was suffering from autism should be the Zhuo Kaitian on the kill list in his previous life. Can't write the word sky? His name on the rank list was Zhuo Kaitian. Thinking of Zhuo Kaitian's talent, Lin Xuan then looked at the Zhuo family members present and his eyes changed again. However, he still didn't have the idea of meddling. The footsteps continued to move, but in the direction of Tang Yiping. The Zhuo brothers' minds were so focused on the rewards of the list that they were almost forgetting about this man who called himself a god's favorite. Lin Xuan walked up to him and condescendingly asked, "What did you want to say before the rank list was released? About your divine blessing?" Tang Yiping lay weakly on the ground, looking up at Lin Xuan. He actually had some inexplicable panic and fear in the bottom of his heart, and said in a trembling voice, "I was originally blessed by the gods. It's the fire god blessing. The effect is to be immune to fire damage. But when I was at school, my fire god blessing was snatched away." "Snatched away?" Lin Xuan laughed lightly and asked again. "Snatched by whom?" "By Lin Xuan. That Lin Xuan who's number 1 on the rank list. That guy is heartless and does nothing wrong. He wants to snatch all the good stuff he sees. It's him. He's the one who snatched my Vulcan blessing. Ask him if you don't believe me." Tang Yiping spoke with righteous indignation and even cursed Lin Xuan. In fact, ever since Lin Xuan had risen to level 1, the regional chat channel, there had been quite a few people making rumors about him. Anyway, it's an anonymous chat and you're not responsible for what you say. Anyway, it's the onset of chaos that makes it harder and harder to dispel rumors. Lin Xuan knew what those people wanted, but it's just a way to find an argument for striking yourself down. To make it all look reasonable. To make it look right. He had seen too many such tactics in his previous life. However, at this moment, even if the list rewards had just been released, the chat channel was almost full of messages frantically begging for help. For those struggling on the edge of life and death. They didn't want to care who Lin Xuan was, nor would they care if he was good or evil. They also don't care about the list or the rewards. They just want to live. Yet many people will die this night. A lot of people are frantically posting pleas for help. And many more, in despair, left their last words. Lin Xuan smiled slightly. He looked at Tang Yiping with a very gentle gaze. Then, he suddenly asked, "The Lin Xuan you're talking about, are you sure it's the Lin Xuan who's number 1 on the rank list?" "Okay, it's him alright. He'll attack people with wire." Tang Yiping's tone was very certain. After saying that, his entire body suddenly froze and his pupils exploded. His face was a ghastly white. His eyes almost glazed over. Staring at Lin Xuan's head, the words rank 1 suddenly appeared in golden splendor. Tang Yiping's brain was a bit spinning, and he summoned the system to look at the rank list again. When he saw that the name at the top of the rank list was still Lin Xuan, there was no change. Tang Yiping was almost scared out of his wits. He trembled his lips, his voice trembling chaotically. No. I'm not talking about, not that Lin Xuan. That person from the rank list, that person he calls himself Lin Xuan. He's definitely an imposter. He suddenly thought of the perfect excuse before his tone finally became less trembling. That person. He must have intentionally impersonated Big Brother Lin Xuan to do bad things. Intentionally discrediting Big Brother Lin Xuan. He droned on frantically explaining. The others present also saw the words rank 1 suddenly appearing above Lin Xuan's head. A pair of eyes, filled with shock. Lin Xuan didn't care how insignificant people looked at him. The reason why he used the moon god's blessing to hide the rank list words above his head was merely to save trouble. And in no way was he afraid of it. Now, he crouched down beside Tang Yiping. The back of his hand patted Tang Yiping's cheek. Lin Xuan said in a gentle tone, "So you, in fact, are not a divine favorite, right? I. Tang Yiping shook so much that he couldn't say a whole sentence, but Lin Chuan had already drawn an answer from his state. He asked again, so how do you know that the divine punishment quests are issued by the death of a divine favorite? Nee. It was really because Lin Chuan's aura was too strong, and it took Tang Yiping half a day to regain his senses. He suddenly realized that Lin Chuan had come over to have a conversation with himself, seemingly because he wanted to obtain news about the divine favorites, and that, in a nutshell, is his leverage. Tang Yiping finally suppressed his trembling and hurriedly explained, although I'm not a divine favorite, I've come into contact with divine favorites. The secret of the divine punishment mission is what he told me. I was going to fucking kill him, and he told me he was a god's favorite, and that killing him would result in a global hunt. I hesitated and let him get away. I'm pretty sure now that that guy didn't lie to me. He must be the real god's favorite. Lin Chuan held his chin and thought about something and asked again, so, who is he? Tang Yiping gasped violently, and then tried to calm down afterward. Instead of answering directly, he turned the tables and used it as blackmail. You want to know about the divine favorites, don't you? Yes. Lin Chuan didn't hide it. Tang Yiping sighed in relief, finally speaking without trembling. And the bottom line was also sufficient. Then if you promise not to kill me, and if you promise that the other people in this air raid shelter won't kill me either, I'll tell you who that person is. Saying that, and thinking it wasn't reliable enough, he added hastily, you must swear. Swear you won't. His voice, here, ended abruptly. Those eyes, once again, widened to the point where they seemed to be coming out of their sockets. This time, however, it was the wire wrapped around his neck. Before dying, Tang Yiping's ears rang an extremely cold sentence. I'm sending your mom. Lin Chuan had extremely hated being threatened in his previous life, and in this life, not only did he want to be strong to the extreme, he also wanted everything to go his way. Threats? Swear. He, put aside this funny? Fireballs flew from his fingertips, instantly burning Tang Yiping's corpse into nothingness, and at the same time, a system alert sounded in his head. Ding! Burning body level 1 player. Looting a ranked talent shadow split. Grade A shadow divergence talent. This was precisely one of the purposes of Lin Chuan's trip. He also disregarded the crowd and directly used this shadow divergence talent in public. This talent, in the hands of the average person, is actually kind of cockamamie. This is because the attributes, talents, and skills of the shadow doppelganger must be split from themselves by the owner. For example, Lin Chuan wanted to have a shadow doppelganger with a full attribute of 10. His own attributes, then, would be minus 10 points across the board with the creation of the shadow doppelganger. For the average person, this talent is a way to make a Battle 5 scum self into 2 Battle 2.5 scums, which may not be as effective as a full Battle 5 scum self. But Lin Chuan was different. After distributing attributes, talents, skills, etc. to his subs, he himself could continue to loot the bodies by burning them with fireballs. At this moment, Lin Chuan's full attribute was 103. He kept only 3 points for himself, and divided the other 100 points, all of them, among the shadow dividers, and some of the messed up talents were split between the shadow split through and through. When everything was completed, a pure black figure appeared steeply beside him. Because of that black color, in his previous life Lin Chuan named the shadow doppelganger Little Blackie. In this life, I've decided to change my name to something a bit more understated. How about vegetable chicken? Ha, a bit uncivilized. Why don't we just go with the harmonic stems and call the dish only because the shadow doppelganger didn't have 5 senses and couldn't speak, looking dull and stupid. However, he suddenly coalesced a basketball-sized ball of throbbing fire in his palm, seemingly expressing his love for the name. Lin, student Lin Chuan? You're the Lin Chuan who's number 1 on the rank list? Zhuo Tianhan's face turned vaguely white, and his eyes looked at Lin Chuan with dark fear. Lin Chuan ignored the Zhuo brothers. He once again turned on the effect of the moon god's blessing, and the rankings of the level list above his head disappeared once again, and the ground that had burned through Tang Yiping left behind a level 1 crystal core. Lin Chuan, rightfully so, picked it up and received it into his hands. Zhuo Tiangong's face was a bit displeased, but he didn't even dare to say a word more. As for the 13 grade 1 crystal cores they had originally been assigned, because Lin Chuan had taken the one from Tang Yiping, they were left with only 12. The brothers had to redistribute again, to eliminate one person from the original 13 who were assigned the crystals. Zhuo Tianhan took it for granted that the 12 crystal cores would be distributed to exactly 12 people in their Zhuo family other than their grandparents. But Zhuo Tiangang had already promised Wang Shiyun. He didn't want to disappoint his beloved girlfriend, so he repeated the same trick, citing Zhuo Kaiyuan's young age and lack of combat power as the reason why he felt that he should be kicked out of the candidates for the distribution of the 12 crystal cores. The reason why Zhuo Kaiyuan became the Kai generation instead of the Tian generation was naturally not the reason that Zhuo Tianhan explained to Lin Xuan. In fact, Zhuo Kaiyuan is illegitimate and a bit mentally ill. He's obviously a kid, but he has a history of animal cruelty and a suspected sociopathic personality. He was usually silent, and instead of being a little bit of a child's simple and cute appearance, he gave off an eerie feeling. The entire Zhuo family, even the softest-hearted grandparents, didn't like him much. Zhuo Tianhan had even less affection for this half-brother, but no feelings are no feelings. Zhuo Tianhan, however, did not agree to let his brother Zhuo Kaiyuan's crystal core go to Wang Shiyun. Zhuo Tiangang said good and bad, and moved with emotion and reasoning. It was only then that Zhuo Tianhan finally popped up. It's fine if I want to let out his crystal core for my brother. But Tiangang what are you going to do with that sublime ring you stripped off Yang Gao's body? Zhuo Tiangong's face changed and he frowned. The sublime ring is nothing more than a storage space. The materials inside, of course, belong to our Zhuo family. When there is a need, we will distribute them evenly. Zhuo Tianhan smiled. Of course it's evenly distributed. But that ring, there has to be someone responsible for keeping it, right? This, of course. Before Zhuo Tiangang finished speaking, Zhuo Tianhan raised his hand and pressed his arm, saying meaningfully, Tiangang, you're too young. I'm afraid you don't have enough seniority. Zhuo Tiangang instantly cursed in his heart. It's just a matter of managing a subdimensional ring. You need a shitload of seniority. But he could sort of see that his cousin was eyeing the sublime ring in his hand. With this ring on his hand, I'm afraid a lot of people in the Zhuo family will be staring. Plus he had to fight for Wang Shiyun in the matter of crystal core distribution. Zhuo Tiangang finally took a step back after careful consideration. You're right, cousin. I really don't have enough seniority. This ring should be given to someone older. Zhuo Tianhan was delighted and was about to introduce himself. However, he heard Zhuo Tiangang say in a serious manner again, to say that in our Zhuo family, the ones who are the most qualified to wear this sublime ring are the grandparents. What do you think, cousin? Zhuo Tianhan's face stiffened. Grandparents' seniority is indeed enough, but their battle power is insufficient. So I'm afraid that they are not capable of preserving the sublime ring. The two brothers were peaceful on the surface, but in reality, they were secretly competing for the crystal cores and for the subdimensional rings. Eventually, the two took a step back each. In a safe area, the secondary ring is given to the grandparents for safekeeping, and the two old men are responsible for distributing the supplies. And in the future, when they went out to gather supplies, the sublime ring was handed over to Zhuo Tianhan for temporary management. As a price, he assigned the crystal core that originally belonged to his younger brother, Zhuo Kaiyuan, to Wang Shiyun. Zhuo Kaiyuan was silent and not well received in his daily life, so naturally no one would stand up for him at this time. He sat silently in a corner, an almost eerie calmness in his dark eyes. The Zhuo brothers on that end were advising on the development of the Zhuo family. Lin Xuan, on his side, didn't rest directly either. First of all, he hadn't claimed his own rank reward yet. Secondly, the 10 hours of darkness after a heavy rainfall can be full of business opportunities. He's got to make a ton of money while he can. Of the 7 level 3 crystal cores obtained from killing 7 level 3 subterranean worms earlier, he had used one for himself and one for Aiya, leaving him with 5. Lin Xuan hesitated for a moment and handed one of them to the Shadow Divergent. Shadow Split has many drawbacks, yet it is still an A-rank talent, mainly because Split also has a player panel and is upgradable like a player. Even the doppelganger can participate in the rankings of the levels and get the rewards of the list, just like the players. This gift, obviously, can be worth its weight in gold when it falls into strong hands, but in weak hands, it's basically useless. If it was Tang Yiping who had endured the pain of cutting his attributes to create the Shadow Doppelganger, it would have been difficult for him to cultivate the Doppelganger. But Lin Xuan was different. Shortly after the Shadow Doppelganger held that level 3 crystal core, the level leaderboards changed again. The second name on the rank list became Vegetable Just Cause, and Aya, by the way, dropped to 4th place. Lin Xuan was kinda sorry about that. After all, if he gained the talent to create a Shadow Doppelganger earlier, he would be able to wool-gather the list rewards earlier. Now, well, we'll have to wait for the next list reward. The remaining 4 level 3 crystal cores, Lin Xuan hung them up in the trading market, and the move was instantly fishy and widely debated. After all, according to the guide posted by Tereo Yuana, a level 0 player who absorbed a level 3 crystal core would gain 1,000 experience points, and 1,000 experience points, able to directly promote a level 0 player to level 3. Tereo Yuina also gave a special example in the guide post. Lin Xuan, who was number 1 on the rank list, was afraid that it was by directly absorbing a level 3 crystal core that he had risen from level 0 to level 3 in one fell swoop and topped the rank list. And now, there were actually people selling grade 3 crystal cores in the trading market. What does a level 3 crystal core mean? Means instantly creating a level 3 player who can make it to the rank list. The rules for ranking in the tier list are obvious. When levels are the same, they are not ranked in order of how much experience they have, but rather, how long it took to reach that level. That is to say, the same level 3, even if you have a higher experience value, but as long as you rise to level 3 later than others, the level ranking is just as behind others. Therefore, at this stage, those who were able to be the first to obtain a level 3 crystal core would be able to directly ascend the rank list and have a greater advantage in ranking. For a time, all the strongest people were excited, and all the forces were boiling with blood. As for Lin Chuan's trading channel, there was an endless stream of various private messages, hundreds of millions of private messages from transactions that he had no time to check. So he simply went to the forum and opened a thread for those who wanted to request for a level 3 crystal core to follow directly below. The nice thing about starting a thread is that the posts are public. Various requests for information. He can get someone else to look at it for him. As for the other, of course, it was Aya. Aya looked a little nervous, but I'm not even sure what's valuable. Lin Chuan was indifferent, casually encouraging. See more, learn more, think more, there will always be progress. Aya listened to such encouragement, but an unsettling feeling bubbled up. She always felt as if she was going to embark on a path of no return called Lin Chuan Online Store Exclusive Customer Service. The forum channel is different from the chat and trading channels in that anyone posting a follow-up post in the forum will have their real name displayed. Two of the hottest threads on the forum at the moment. One was what Lin Chuan had just posted, a trading post selling grade 3 crystal cores. The other, a how to post that Tereo Yuana posted not too long ago. The other threads where various powers advertise for recruits are not so hot. And Lin Chuan also caught fire again in the world because of his sudden posting. Kyoto host family. Cebu Spirit looked at the report written by Uncle Tubby and frowned slightly. Her voice was light and pleasant as she slowly told Lin Chuan's information. Strongly lethal bizarre equipment. Fireballs that can quickly burn corpses. Ability to ban demons. Invisibility. And extremely fast speed. She raised her eyes to look at Uncle Pipe and asked, "What do you think? He relied on to kill the level 3 sublime monster?" Uncle Pipe said respectfully, "It should be by that powerful equipment that can firewire." Cebu Spirit nodded slightly, then asked, "Is the clan sure about the level 3 crystal cores he's selling?" Uncle Guan sighed softly and shook his head. "There's not much to be sure of. There are only 4 grade 3 crystal cores. Yet the competition comes from all over the world. No one is sure what Lin Chuan will look at." Cebu Spirit was not surprised, and after pondering for a moment, she added softly, "Xiao Hai's talent is special, so perhaps he can be looked at?" Uncle Pipe nodded. "We've followed up with a note under the post, but it's not yet known if we'll end up being chosen." "It doesn't matter." Cebu Spirit smiled faintly. "His post is hot. Even if the deal doesn't work out in the end, it's still an advertisement for Xiao Hai's talent. I'm sure the Cebu family, because of Xiao Hai's talent, will rise rapidly." She was confident and had a light in her eyes. Uncle Guan smiled along with him and said respectfully again, "Miss, your talent is not inferior to the young masters, and your future will definitely be brighter." Cebu Spirit but smiled. Her own gifts could only make her strong. The talent of his younger brother, Cebu Hai, however, could make the whole family powerful. There is no comparison between the two. The other side, Luan Family Manor. Luan Yuling finished the family meeting and found Han Shuiying and Su Gongqing with a grave expression on her face. It was clearly late at night and early in the morning, and these two, like so many others around the world, were not sleeping at all. Seeing Luan Yuling's heavy face, Han Shuiying didn't move and said, "How did the family meeting go? Has it been determined that Lin Chuan, who is number 1 on the rank list, is Lin Chuan from Jing University our previous teammate?" Luan Yuling looked deeply at the two and said in a deep voice, "Based on speculation, Yuan Feng was most likely killed by Lin Chuan. After that, Lin Chuan, who killed Yuan Feng, was rewarded with a treasure chest and possessed great battle power. And then, he killed the level 3 sublime monster and rose to level 3 in one breath, becoming number 1 on the rank list." Han Shuiying suddenly frowned and interrupted. "I have a question. You say, how did Lin Chuan find a level 3 monster? According to what I learned in the World Chat channel, on the first day of the end times, there was only one type of secondary monster, the level 0 secondary worm, all over the world." Luan Yuling nodded her head and explained, "The family has also discussed this issue, speculating that he should have had some strange encounters. By the way," Luan Yuling suddenly added as if she remembered something else, "we also obtained information that Lei Ming, who defeated Yuan Feng at the school before, he's actually not an S-rank talent, but an A-rank talent. According to his roommate in the same dormitory who broke the news, he had a miraculous encounter at the very beginning of the end times. It is rumored that when the killing game first descended, Lei Ming broke into a masterless secret realm. When he came out from the secret realm, all the clothes on Lei Ming's body were gone, and his hair stood up like he was electrocuted. His roommate speculated that he should have experienced a miraculous encounter similar to lightning quenching his body, and his physical attributes and talent for lightning attributes have both increased to a certain extent. After Luan Yuling finished speaking, Han Shuiying and Su Gongchang were shocked and touched inside, especially Han Shuiying. Her healing gift, though precious, had no offensive power. In terms of combat alone, she couldn't even beat Luan Yuzu, who had a D-ranked talent. And as time goes on, people learn more and more. Han Shuiying's heart, too, inevitably came alive. The world, she realizes, is not a world where talent determines everything. In this world, there are quite a few other avenues to become stronger. For example, rank list, kill list. For example, secret worlds. For example, professions. For example, treasure chests. In the early days of the end times, any opportunity has the potential to change destiny. Lin Chuan, an F-ranked waste, had directly ascended to the number 1 position on the rank list due to some strange encounters. After that, it is even stirring up the wind and clouds, snowballing gradually stronger. This has amply demonstrated that chance, luck, these esoteric things, perhaps sometimes, are even more important than talent. Han Shuiying's heart was complicated, and her gaze once again looked at Luan Yuling. Luan Yuling resumed speaking back to Lin Chuan, but in a heavier tone. She looked at the two of them, Han Shuiying and Su Gongcheng. You should have more or less heard that the forces in Kyoto are mainly divided into the 3 great families and the 7 great clans. Han Shuiying and Su Gongcheng nodded their heads. Luan Yuling added, although the world has changed, these lineages and families can still have a not-so-small advantage in the pre-apocalyptic period. Han Shuiying suddenly laughed meaningfully, but such an advantage, not all families, can last. For example, your Luan family, do you have any S-class gifted people? Luan Yuling pretended to be mysterious. This is a family secret. I can't tell you easily. What I'm going to say now is about Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan killed Yuan Feng and killed someone on the rooftop. He acted wildly and has already sparked public anger. Triggering public anger? Han Shuiying smiled. Is it triggering the public's anger? Or is it what he has on him that attracts people's eyes? Something that everyone knows by heart. Luan Yuling didn't refute it, but continued without blushing. The Luo family of the 3 great families, the Luan family, the Qi family as well as the Nye family of the 7 great families, as well as a portion of the dispersed powerhouses have discussed and decided to wait for the situation to stabilize tomorrow, and then besiege Lin Chuan. You too, are you going to participate in tomorrow's battle? Luan Yuling came to ask specifically. After all, the two had been teammates with Lin Chuan. Su Gongcheng comes from a poor background, and his eyesight is not high. At this moment, he even stupidly asked Luan Yuling, what about you, Luan, will you participate? Without waiting for Luan Yuling to answer, Han Shuiying took the lead and laughed out loud. Fellow student Xiao Su, you're hilarious. Didn't you hear what she just said? Among the forces surrounding Lin Chuan, there is the Luan family. Can Luan Yuling still rebel against the Luan family for Lin Chuan? Luan Yuling nodded with a calm face. Indeed, between Lin Chuan and I, rather than having been teammates, we are pure strangers. The family's decision is my decision. Su Gongcheng nodded his head directly upon hearing this. Good, then I will also participate in the siege against Lin Chuan. Han Shuiying, however, didn't decide right away, but asked nonchalantly, you big families, do you know where Lin Chuan is? Luan Yuling looked confident. You don't need to worry about this, we have our own channels to know Lin Chuan's movements. Han Shuiying asked another extraordinarily realistic question. Then how will the harvest from killing Lin Chuan be distributed? Luan Yuling analyzed methodically. First of all, after killing Lin Chuan, a golden treasure chest will be exploded, and Lin Chuan himself represents a level 3 crystal core. Secondly, Lin Chuan has the powerful props obtained from killing Yuan Feng on his body, as well as the rank list rewards, the props and equipment that he exchanged for level 3 crystal cores, and so on. They will be distributed among the top powerhouses of the lineages, clans, and casual players. What you guys can get if you participate in this operation is 10 level 2 crystal cores. 10 level 2 crystal cores. Su Gongcheng's breath sank as he listened. Han Shuiying, however, raised her eyebrows and laughed softly. Good, I'm not participating in this operation. She was not a native of Kyoto, and her family's power was no match for the Luan family, but at least it's a local gentry. With her eyesight, she instantly saw another layer of those so-called worldly families and clans. In the name of surrounding Lin Chuan, in order to encircle Lin Chuan, they first spread rumors widely and then gathered a large number of people with benefits. When the battle broke out, Lin Chuan was bound to kill a large number of players if he had the strength. After the battle was over, the benefits those clans gained didn't just come from Lin Xuan. There were also the corpses of a large number of cannon fodder players who had been killed by Lin Xuan. That's not just a corpse, it's a lot of cores. That's a good way to kill a man with a knife. Both killed Lin Xuan and harvested a large number of crystal cores. Han Shuiying understood the stakes clearly, and naturally wasn't happy to go and serve as cannon fodder for her family's forces. When Su Gongqing saw how dryly she refused, he inwardly hesitated a bit, but he was quite fond of Luan Yuling and didn't want her to think he was a wimp. Plus, with the lure of 10 level 2 crystal cores, he finally decided to participate. Luan Yuling looked deeply at Han Shuiying before turning to Su Gongqing. Okay, tomorrow morning, we'll gather at the entrance of the capital university before going to the old foreign house on the outskirts of the southern part of the city to round up Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan had guessed quite a bit about the fact that he would be surrounded. After all, it was experienced in a previous life. In his previous life, anyone who had ascended to the top of the rank list had experienced sieges and chases. After all, the top of the rank list was a top boss that had the probability of popping out golden treasure chests. As for the other rank list powerhouses, their lives were actually not peaceful either. Lin Xuan had lived a tiring life in his previous life, and other powerful people were equally tired. Or maybe no one in the killing game has an easy life. However, in this life, Lin Xuan was in a much better frame of mind. After handing over the task of checking the forum followers to Aiya, he was excited to collect his rank list reward, a green crystal, directly bound on the spot. From then on it was equivalent to one more life. A purple treasure chest that opened a palm-sized pet egg. Pet eggs are precious, but they're also dope. This was because the hatching of a pet egg required the identification of a beast master first, followed by the collection of precious heavenly materials. After that, it would then be carefully incubated with heavenly materials and earthly treasures according to the guidance of the beast master, and it would take as short as 7 or 8 hours, or as long as 7 or 8 days, before a small pet could be conceived. For that matter, there's still a 10% chance that it will fail. According to this process, one would have to wait at least until after level 10 for someone to transfer to a beast master in order to hatch a pet egg. But Lin Xuan didn't have that patience. Plus he was a bit of a loser in his bones. He simply threw the pet egg at Aiya. Aya looked confused. Ha? What's this? For the eggs you hatched. Me? Hatching eggs? Aya had a black question mark on her face. Hatch it with blood. Or be extravagant and use a crystal core. Lin Xuan's tone was very casual. Aya was speechless. Crystals? Does she have a nucleus? She had seen that the egg was opened from the purple treasure chest. What a prop to open in a purple treasure chest. This in case she hatches a disability. Whose is it? But she didn't dare to refuse Lin Xuan's request. So he cut open the palm of his left hand again and skillfully bled it as he had done before when cultivating the blood parasites. After placing the pet egg on the palm of her left hand, she was surprised to find that the pet egg could actually suck blood. Should be able to successfully hatch a small pet, right? Aya thought naively. Lin Xuan looked at the third reward again. A summoner's transfer scroll. Put it away casually and then open the blue treasure chest. The blue treasure chest opens up and is a card, instead of a coffin. Though, the card was a phalanx. Lin Xuan looked at the card, and the joy on his face was even stronger than when he had obtained the C-rank skill in the Fate department. This is a disposable area teleportation card. Allows one to instantly teleport to a designated area. This stuff wasn't really precious and rare, but it was of wonderful use to Lin Xuan at the moment. It could be said that this regional teleportation card was Lin Xuan's biggest surprise since he was reborn. In his previous life, after Lin Xuan became powerful, he had also obtained regional cards. The first regional card he used was designated to return to his hometown of Sea City. He wants to go to his eldest uncle and ask for the perpetrator of his father's car accident. But by then, when they returned to Haichang, the eldest uncle's family had long since died without even a corpse left. After that, Lin Xuan spent some time in Haicheng trying to find out who was responsible for his father's car accident. However, too many people died in the end times, and the information he had was too little, and in the end, all he knew was that the perpetrator seemed to be a pretty rich second generation. Lin Xuan had killed almost every rich second generation in Haichang, but he also never knew if he had avenged his father or not. But in this life, he had obtained the regional teleportation card earlier than in his previous life. At this point in time, the eldest family may still be alive. Without delay, Lin Xuan immediately wanted to move. He handed the rewarded speed attribute fruit back to Aiya. This is also for you. Hang it in the trade market, exchange it for a physique fruit, and then use it yourself. Aiya's talent requires long-term bloodletting, and too low a physical attribute can have side effects. Aiya didn't understand, but obeyed. Good. Lin Xuan then got up and said, I have something to leave. Leave? Without taking me with you? Aiya was suddenly a bit flustered and subconsciously grabbed the corner of Lin Xuan's coat. There is only one prop for teleportation, Lin Chuan explains succinctly. So when are you coming back? Not sure. Lin Chuan beckoned towards the blackish dish on lion and introduced himself to Aya. During the time I'm away, this little blackie will protect you. Also you've added me as a friend. So if there's anything you need, you can also private me. So the deal you put me in charge of. Aya glanced at the forums. So far, I've summarized a few things that might be useful. Lin Chuan thought about it, then nodded and said, okay, tell me about it. First of all, there were 6 people who exchanged their secret realm entrance tickets. Aya said the names of the 6 secret realm entrance tickets in turn and was about to introduce the characteristics of the 6 secret realms when she heard Lin Chuan's decisive voice. 6 entrance tickets. Only for the Great Struggle Mystery Realm entrance tickets. Nothing else. Oh, good. Aya made a note of it and then talked about some more props. Hearing this, Lin Chuan directly asked, what is the name of the follower of the Face of Death experience card? Aya hurriedly checked. It's a foreign player on the kill list called Bernard. Lin Chuan pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, I want this prop, but it's not valuable enough to exchange for a level 3 crystal core. So ask the other party to add something more. Oh, good. Aya hurriedly wrote it down. Before continuing, lastly, there are some special deals, 2 in total. One is a follow-up post from Tereo Uina, who says that his talent is S rank and that he can sacrifice his lifespan in exchange for important information. He wants to trade some important information for a level 3 crystal core. Tereo Uina is currently hot. First of all, he was ranked 5th on the rank list and 9th on the kill list. Secondly, the strategy posts he posted in the forums benefited all the players in the world greatly. He should be considered on the kill list, the only player with a good reputation, and his talent is, indeed, S rank, and it's an S rank talent in the Fate department. Lin Chuan had plundered quite a few S-class talents in his previous life. There's even a talent to evolve to SS level, but of all the talents, aside from the BUG grade Fireball, the most powerful, without a doubt, was the S-rank talent that was plundered from Tereo Uina, Fate Abyss. Most of the Fate talents have a kind of insurmountable power. The S-class Fateful Abyss was even more powerful to the point of being chilling, even if it was Lin Chuan, unless he evolved his Forbidden Magic field to SS grade, or had SS grade Forbidden Magic props or Destiny props. Otherwise, against Tereo Uina, he had no chance of winning. There's no way around it. The Department of Fate is just too unreasonable. No matter how high your attributes are, no matter how strong your talent is, in front of Fate, all of you are fucking ants. Lin Chuan in this life, I'm afraid that it will still only be the same as in his previous life, waiting for Tereo Uina to work herself to death. Then he helped the other man collect his body. As for Tereo Uina wanting to trade information for a level 3 crystal core, Lin Chuan didn't even bother. Information? Born again, he would lack information? Seeing Lin Chuan shake his head, Aya then continued. The second special deal is a follow-up post from a player named Cebu C. According to him, he has an S-rank talent divine contract and can draw up contracts. He wants to trade 3 deeds for crystal cores. Aya was about to continue describing the role of the contract when she heard Lin Chuan directly interrupt her. This is to be determined. If there are still crystal cores left to be traded out until 4 or 5 in the morning, then we'll trade with him again. The S-rank divine deed was a rule-based talent, just like the forbidden demon domain. In these post-apocalyptic times of collapsing morals, trust between people has become extraordinarily weak. Backstabbing is very common even among those closest to you, and the Divine Pact gift can generate all sorts of contracts to solidify trust between people. Common employment contracts, master-servant contracts, slave contracts, group contracts, etc. The Cebu family in the previous life almost buy these things to develop and grow. Because of the existence of the contract, the Cebu family is more united within the family. And many concerns can be avoided when recruiting talent, and selling these deeds would make the Cebu family a fortune. However, to the Lin Chuan of the moment, these contracts weren't necessary, so he wasn't too interested. If there's nothing else good behind it, go back and change the deed. Aya nodded dutifully and quickly reported back. Bernard, who traded for the Face of Death experience card, has returned word that he's willing to add another subdimensional ring with a large hoard of supplies. Lin Chuan frowned slightly as he listened. Supplies aren't much of a prized possession in this killing post-apocalyptic world. After the 10 hours of Darkest Hour have passed, which will be at 10 a.m. on April 2nd, Killgame will make another major announcement. At that point, 4 vending machines will be set up in each area. Players can use crystal cores and buy almost everything in life at the vending machines. The core of the killing game has never been about killing and getting stronger. Only you are strong enough to guard the supplies you have. If Lin Chuan wanted supplies, he could directly destroy the Zhua family and snatch the sublime rings and a large amount of supplies from their hands. It's a breeze, so to speak. So, The large amount of additional supplies from Bernard, he was actually not too happy with, but the Face of Death experience card was what he needed at the moment. It's just that it's convenient to wear a secondary ring at this stage. Lin Chuan quickly thought about it. Alright, switch with him. Okay. After Aya completed the transaction, she handed Lin Chuan the Great Struggle Mystic Realm entrance ticket, the Face of Death experience card, and a Sublime ring together. Lin Chuan put the Sublime ring on his left hand and took out most of the supplies inside, leaving them for Aya. He had only brought some necessary props himself, and then he used the area teleportation card, designated teleportation area, Sea City. His brain went blank for about 3 seconds or so, and when his consciousness returned again, Lin Chuan directly exploded. It's fucking awesome. The limbs, laced with corrupt, fetid blood, pounced directly and enthusiastically on his face. The effect, it was comparable to the open screen blitz of a horror movie. Lin Chuan didn't have time to wipe the dirt off his face before he noticed that his center of gravity was a bit unsteady and he was almost thrown out. Look down. Nice guy. He's in a fast-moving car. Oh no. More accurately, on the roof of the car, the roof of a rampaging conversion van. And it was the remains of the ghoul that had been hit by the modified car that had just jumped in his face. To avoid flying out of the car, Lin Chuan hurriedly got down. In passing, he activated the effect of the Death Grip second ring again and threw a defense shield over his body. Up to that point, he was relieved, and glanced toward the rear. The Nima. It's full of ghouls that are frantically chasing this modified car. One more downward glance at the modified car, and one has to admit, the owner of this car is a real warrior. This is a fucking ghoul's nest, isn't it? I also wonder how the owner of this car is going to end up. In fact, Lin Chuan didn't know what to do for the time being. It wasn't too long ago that he'd split most of his attributes, and the talents that he didn't see fit to give to the shadow split. The data panel is now as follows. Rank, 3, 390/1000. Power, 3. Physical, 3. Speed, 3. Spirit, 3. Talents, Fireball. Stealth, B rank. Hollow Split Blade, A rank. Forbidden Realm, S rank. Blood Alchemy, S rank. As the attribute decreases, the offensive effect of the Death Grip follows suit. Facing the siege of such a huge number of ghouls, he really couldn't do anything about them and could only avoid them for the time being. As he was thinking, Lin Chuan suddenly realized that his data panel had changed. The four-dimensional attributes that were originally 3 points suddenly all went up to 4 points. Lin Chuan's eyes twitched, and he immediately pressed his ear to the roof of the modified car. As expected, the sound of playing music was heard coming from the car. That musical sound. It's the oboe. Lin Chuan remembered that in his previous life, there was a special profession of mourners that seemed to have come from Hai Chang, and the exclusive weapon of the mourners is the oboe. This made Lin Chuan have to sigh that his luck was no one else's. Just after teleporting to the Sea City, I was surprised to meet a professional. And it's still a professional who has already made a successful transition. He remembered that the mourner was a 7-star profession. This means that the opponent gains 7 points of free attributes for 1 level up, fully 7 times that of the current untransformed normal player. At this moment, 2 men and 2 women were sitting inside the modified car that had raced all the way. On the faces of these 4 people, there was no fear of being chased by a large number of ghouls. Instead, they all showed colors of joy. The thin black youth driving the car sounded excited. All of my 4-dimensional attributes went up by 1 point. Sister Han's profession is too strong. In the back seat of the car sat 2 women. A young nurse in a white coat. A sexy woman in a cheongsam. One of them, a sexy woman in a cheongsam with bright red brimming lips, was pinching a shaman playing. Hearing the words of the youth in front of her, the cheongsam woman stopped blowing. At the same time, the effect of +1 to all attributes of the crowd also disappeared. The cheongsam woman's sexy and charming face raised a color of dissatisfaction. The mourner is strong, but this exclusive weapon is too vulgar. Let me such a big beauty play oboe. Really? Hey, 2 against the grain. Van died. Sister Hong, you are really too extraordinary. In the co-pilot's seat, sat a burly man with a robust figure, a face of envy and jealousy. We still want to blow it all out of proportion. That oboe was the exclusive weapon of the mourner's profession, and no one else could use it. The woman known as Sister Hong leaned back lazily in her chair. She played with the oboe in her hand, her tone still regretful. It's a pity that my occupational mission rating is only D, or else I could have been a bit stronger. The skinny black youth in the front driver's seat couldn't help but be excited again. In the previous global announcements list rewards, the top 10 in the rank list were all rewarded with transfer scrolls. Those people, will they be able to transfer soon as well? Luo Shuhan laughed softly with some condescension. Although the top 10 on the rank list have obtained transfer scrolls, they still need to wait until level 10 before they can transfer. I'm afraid that those like me who are able to transfer in advance, like the divine favorites, are a rare and rare existence globally. She sounded triumphant, and the other three flattered. It's definitely a phoenix. And among these phoenixes, Sister Hong's mourner profession is definitely a top profession that ranks at the forefront. Right. And since the career quests are so difficult, Sister Hong might be the first being in the world to successfully transfer. Like Lin Chuan on the rank list, Bakanov on the kill list, and Tereo Uina, who is wildly sought after by players in the forums. I'm afraid that none of them know about the existence of professionals yet. Still there, complacent and smug because of their temporary achievements. I'm afraid none of them are a match for Sister Red. After all, Sister Hong's level 1 attributes are already comparable to an ordinary level 7 player. So what if Lin Chuan on the rank list is the first to level up to 3? He's still being crushed by Sister Hong in terms of attributes. Luo Shuhong was very receptive to these words of flattery. A faint smile permeated her enchanting and sexy face. The conversation of the 4 people in the car was not heard by Lin Chuan, who was lying on the roof of the car. The car was going so fast and the ghoul odor was so disgusting he kind of wanted to throw up. Well, after about 10 minutes, the modified car, which had been racing furiously all the way, finally stopped. It stopped in a luxury villa area, and the sound of the sudden braking was particularly harsh in the chaotic night. And as the modified car braked to a stop, the large number of ghouls chasing after it suddenly became excited, becoming more and more frantic, and swooping over in the direction of the modified car. At that moment, the sexy Cheongsam beauty got down from the car. With a slight leap, she jumped onto the roof of the car. Ha! Luo Shuhong suddenly felt something was wrong. Fuck! Lin Chuan, who was lying on the roof of the car, also felt that something was wrong. Meow! He's been stepped on. Strange shame. Strange shame. When had Lin Chuan ever suffered such a strange shame? In an instant, he was so enraged that he got up violently and directly lifted the person who stepped on his back. Luo Shuhong thought she had stepped on a human corpse. It wasn't until it was lifted off the ground that I realized. It was outrageous. The roof of the modified car that they had raced all the way to the top was lying on a big living person, and this person, to her surprise, lifted her off the ground. You know, even though she was only level 1, her attributes were already comparable to an ordinary person's level 7 attributes. How can you still be lifted off the ground so easily in this situation? However, she simply didn't have time to think anymore. The spot where she was about to fall after being lifted off the ground. But there was a group of wailing ghouls flailing about. Ghouls are 2 meters in stature per capita, with long arms and legs, and a putrid stench that permeates their bodies. They feed on human flesh, and are the most insanely aggressive humanoid monsters against humans of almost all the subgenres. Luo Shuhong was about to fall into the pile of ghouls, her face instantly turning pale with fear. However, the reason why she dared to just go on the roof of the car, naturally, she was prepared and sure. She reacted extremely quickly, and threw the props that had long been prepared in her hand, in the direction away from the villa area, fiercely, and the group of ghouls, who were extraordinarily obsessed with human flesh, suddenly went berserk and darted in the direction she had just thrown the props. Luo Shuhong did not suffer life-threatening injuries, although she reacted in time. Still, the fall was scratched at the back by ghouls with long arms and legs. The blood drenched the wound, causing her to blanch in pain. At this time, the other 3 people who came down from the car all changed their faces when they saw that Luo Shuhong was injured. The young nurse in the white coat was the first to rush forward, releasing her healing talent while anxiously saying, "Sister Hong, how did you get hurt? Did the corrupted spirit bead fail?" At that moment, Lin Chuan was jumping down from the roof of the car, greeting Luo Shuhong's gaze that was so angry that it wanted to kill. He was calm and just frowned. "Corrupted spirit bead? Where did you get the corrupted spirit beads? How many have you used?" Luo Shuhong angrily got up, and as a result, her movements were too large, pulling her back wound, which hurt so much that she sucked in a breath of cool air, her chest heaving slightly. It was only after a long time that he stabilized the pain, cupping the Swona in his hand and glaring angrily at Lin Chuan. "Who are you? Why did you appear on top of our car?" "Me?" Lin Chuan lightly raised his eyebrows, his tone breezy. "I seem to have been teleported into your car. It wasn't on purpose. It was accidental." You. Luo Shuhong didn't know whether she was infuriated by his attitude or what, but with a flip of her plain hand, a long red whip with barbs suddenly appeared in her hand. With a violent force, he swung his whip in the direction of Lin Chuan and threw it over. Lin Chuan's body moved, easily dodging the strike. With another flash, he instantly appeared at Luo Shuhong's side. He pinched Luo Shuhong's wrist that was holding the whip, and with a casual twist, he heard the sound of the woman sucking in cool air again. Luo Shuhong suspected that her wrists had been twisted. It hurt so much that cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Her other 3 teammates tried to help, but realized to their horror that they couldn't use their natural abilities. It's not just the three of them. Luo Shuhong also discovered that she was unexpectedly unable to use her talent and profession skills. At this moment, she grew paler and paler. In the psychological sense of the word. You, what exactly are you? Luo Shuhong's voice, finally, was no longer as noble and cold as it was before, but instead, it was vaguely trembling. After all, everything Lin Xuan had shown was just too bizarre and terrifying. How the hell did he do that? The attributes were powerful along with the surprising ability to make all of one's talents and skills unusable. It's nifty. It's just buggy, isn't it? Could it be a more powerful professional than the mourner? Or, perhaps, a professional with S-rank talent? In the bottom of the four people's hearts, they were all enveloped in fear. And Lin Xuan didn't have the slightest idea of trying to answer their confusion. He repeated his previous question. Where did you get the corrupted spirit beads? How many have been used before this? As the leader of this four-member team, Luo Shuhong held back her fear and responded with strong composure. The corrupted spirit bead was obtained when I completed the profession quest, and its function was to be able to lure away the ghouls. Before that, we used a total of 3 of them. Listening to the woman's explanation, the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth twitched slightly. The corrupted spirit bead's purpose is to draw away the ghouls? This woman has water in her head, doesn't she? She didn't think about it either. What makes the corrupted spirit bead able to lure away the ghouls? Technically speaking, the corrupted spirit bead was a prop for feeding a necromantic pet. Pets are something that you generally have to wait until a player is level 10 before you can have them. Ghouls, at this stage, are generally just 0 to 3 levels, and the ghouls after using the corrupted spirit bead were able to quickly grow to level 5. After growing to level 5, it then keeps swallowing corpses to evolve and even has a chance to become a level 5 boss. Lin Xuan suddenly remembered that in his previous life, he had gotten a secret realm token for the ghoul's lair in Haichang. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid that the secret realm token was exploded from the limit evolved level 5 ghoul. However, when he obtained the secret realm token in his previous life, the ghoul's lair was no longer useful to him. In this life, if one could obtain the secret realm token of the ghoul's lair earlier, it would definitely be a huge gain. A glint flashed under Lin Xuan's eyes as he asked again. So, how many corrupted spirit beads are left in your hand? There are 7 more. When Luo Shuhong saw that Lin Xuan didn't even ask her about the details related to the profession quest, she became more and more convinced that Lin Xuan should be a phoenix-like professionist just like herself. And, I'm afraid his profession is more powerful than his own. The career stars are higher. That's why his attributes are so strong. I'm afraid that the ratings for completing occupational tasks are also higher than my own. Her wrist was still being pinched by Lin Xuan, and she was stiffly terse. Speaking hesitantly, you're also a professional, right? I apologize for the rude offense I just took. May I please release my hand? Loose is loose. Lin Xuan smoothly took the long red whip in her hand and stowed it in his secondary ring. And then, he took a step back and said in a serious manner, what do you need the police for if apologizing works? I think you have to give me some compensation. The corner of Luo Shuhong's mouth twitched slightly. This Nima, it's the end of the world. Are you talking to me about the police? If you're so capable, go find a cop to come out to the old lady. She cursed in her heart, but she didn't dare to retort on her face, so she could only smile stiffly and say, may I ask what kind of compensation you want? Just pay me 7 rotting spirit beads, and by the way, pay me for that car too. Lin Xuan pointed with one hand at the modified vehicle, which should have been a Hummer with excellent performance before the modifications, and in the group of 4, the burly man with a scar above his brow bone had a cold, hostile face when he heard this. The atmosphere was a little tense for a while. Lin Xuan, who is a pair of 4, has no fear at all, and always looks light-hearted. Luo Shuhong was cursing madly in her heart. She wanted to just yell, what the hell kind of compensation is this? This is clearly open robbery, yet women are naturally intuitive. Luo Shuhong felt in the dark that if the people on her side dared to say a single word of no, the man in front of me, he doesn't give a shit. He'll do it, he has great strength, but not the wonderful virtue of compassion. Luo Shuhong noticed that the man in front of her had gotten a little impatient after such a short period of silence from her side of the family. Finally, the sharp intuition inspired a strong desire to survive, and with a clench of her teeth, Luo Shuhong took the 7 corrupted spirit beads out of her sublime ring and handed them to Lin Xuan. She hesitantly tried, that car. However, the words only took off. Lin Xuan swept over with cold eyes and kindly reminded, I advise you not to haggle. I have little patience for this person. Luo Shuhong swallowed her throat and shut her mouth decisively. She took a step back and opened one hand to stop her 3 teammates. Her gaze kept falling on Lin Xuan. The keys are in the car. You can just drive away. Thanks. Lin Xuan kinda politely said thanks. Then they turned around and got in the car. It didn't take long for the modified Hummer, before the eyes of the four, to drive away. Because the batch of ghouls just now hadn't been led too far, the four didn't dare to delay and hurriedly hurried back to the villa. The faces of the four people were all unsightly, and Luo Shuhong even dared to explode her fiery temper and curse out at this time. Damn little white boy, don't let sis run into him again. The black and thin youth's eyes were tangled and hesitant, and he politely said, Sister, the next time we run into him, we may still be robbed. Fuck you. Luo Shuhong kicked over, her flirtatious and sexy face showing her arrogance. Next time we run into each other, my old lady must be better than that little white boy. Sis, the little white nurse asked weakly as she popped up. That man was so covered in ghoul's putrid fluids that he couldn't even see his face. How did you tell he was a white boy? Sis? Then what's the point of looking? I've seen more men than you've eaten rice, so what if I didn't see his face? Next time I see him, I'll be able to recognize him by his smell. Luo Shuhong was as arrogant as ever. On the other hand, Lin Chuan drove the modified car, then headed towards the Star River Bay neighborhood where his eldest uncle's house was located. There are sections of the highway that are so clogged that vehicles cannot move at all. There was no way around it. Lin Chuan had to stop the car, stow the modified Hummer in the Sublime Ring, and then run wildly across the stretch of road on foot. It's a good thing that the large number of vehicles clogging up the road makes it extra inconvenient for the ghouls to move around as well. Lin Chuan was weaving and running wildly through the wreckage of the vehicles while still having the presence of mind to incinerate some of the well-preserved corpses, plundering some attribute points along the way. Just like that, after crossing this heavily clogged road, Lin Chuan realized again that the number of ghouls had significantly decreased. He noticed that not far away was a gas station. There should be a decent player in there who has cleaned up the ghouls. Raising his eyes to look at that gas station stop sign again, Lin Chuan remembered that one of the 4 vending machines in Haichang in his previous life was set up in that gas station. In his previous life, when he shopped at the vending machines at that gas station, he even clashed with the local strongman who was hogging the vending machines. At this point in the node, though, the game vending machine hasn't been generated yet. The same people who were in conflict in a previous life are not necessarily in the gas station now. Lin Chuan was in a hurry to find his eldest uncle, so he didn't put that gas station too much on his mind. With a wave of his hand, he released the modified car that had been stowed away in his secondary ring back out. As he restarted, where the headlights shone, Lin Chuan suddenly saw a black treasure chest, lying wide open on the side of the road. His eyes glazed over, but without stopping at all, he pressed on the gas and continued to drive off into the distance. The treasure chests of the killing game are generally divided into 7 colors. The grades, from lowest to highest, are white, green, blue, purple, orange, red and gold. The black treasure chest, on the other hand, has a very different meaning than these 7 colors. Black treasure chests, also known as blind boxes, open with good or bad items inside and act directly on the person who opens them. In other words, you can give away the items opened from the 7 colored treasure chests for others to use, or you can take them to the trade market to trade them. But what's in the black treasure chest will act on you the moment you open it. Irresistible and untradeable. It's kind of a means of preventing players from cheating. In a previous life, black treasure chests were all the rage among players for a while. The forums are often bursting with news of people who have reversed their fortunes by opening blind boxes. Some people's talents evolve directly from a C to an S. Some people are qualified for dual careers. Someone extra awakens a new talent. There were even people whose attributes skyrocketed, directly reaching the current upper limit of attributes that could be achieved. Such exciting cases have made countless people madly addicted to opening blind boxes. It was Lin Chuan who also failed to resist the temptation to indulge in it. After all, anyone can be curious. Something that is unknown and has the probability of giving you something good. Anyone can't help but want to open it. Like Pandora's box, it is too strong a temptation for people. However, Lin Chuan had average luck and did not become a case of opening a blind box against the odds and then being celebrated. The blind boxes he prescribes have a mild effect. Sometimes you get blessings, sometimes you get curses. The blessings and curses he received were of low level, and the effects were painless. There were a few times when he was a bit more lucky and managed to gain skills or talents, but for him with the fireball talent, it was just icing on the cake. Better than nothing. There was one instance of bad luck, a talent in him that was instantly stripped from him. It was that one time that made Lin Chuan incomparably afraid. Luckily for him, what he was stripped of was only an inconsequential C-rank talent. If it's the fireball talent that's being stripped away, he couldn't even begin to imagine how he would have suffered that kind of consequence. It was after that time when he was stripped of his talent that his addiction to opening blind boxes was tempered a little, but still not completely quit. After all, who doesn't want to fly high with ease? Gambling is really addictive and hard to quit. He really quit opening blind boxes. Or rather, all the players around the world that are truly wary of blind boxes. It was Tereo Yuana's death that taught her a lesson. Tereo Yuana's S-rank fate-based talent was unbeatable and unsolvable at the time. He was an invincible powerhouse in the hearts of all players, and was crazily pursued by countless people. Even if Lin Chuan coveted his talent, he didn't dare to confront him in the slightest, but it was such a heavenly pride that was favored by the heavens. As if he was a son of fortune, he died under the blind box curse. It is said that Tereo, after opening a black treasure chest, was suddenly enveloped in a black aura and then died. A top-notch powerhouse who could have dominated the end times had died so absurdly. There was no fight, no struggle to resist. Even the several green crystals that were bound to him didn't work. He just died. So suddenly. At the time, many people had a hard time accepting the outcome and thought Tereo was deliberately faking his death to play a joke on everyone. It wasn't until Hayakawa burned Tereo's body that he was quite sure that Tereo was really dead. The man known as the Voice of Destiny died, so gently, under the compulsion of the black treasure chest. It was also when global players finally came to their senses through Tereo's death. It turns out that all those cases of people who changed their fate by opening a blind box and flying off the handle were all survivor bias. A lot of nameless people have died in the process of opening blind boxes. And because the dead can't speak, the deaths of those people remain silent. It wasn't until the death of Tereo, a popular character, that the horrors of the black treasure chest were finally taken seriously. Hayakawa also learns a lesson from Tereo's death and quits opening blind boxes altogether. Even, in order to prevent himself from becoming addicted again, he directly blocked all messages related to the black treasure chest. Even if he met them on the road, he would simply ignore them and never look at them more than once. It was shortly after Lin Chuan ignored the black treasure chest and drove the modified car away. A line of people suddenly emerged from the gas station in a sneaky manner. One of the leading men, looking angrily at Lin Chuan's departing direction, cursed in a low voice, "Damn it! That guy couldn't have missed it, right?" The little brother next to him immediately ruled out this possibility. It's impossible not to have seen it. That black treasure chest obviously has a kind of seductive power. That is, it melts in the night, making it hard to be ignored. There's no way that guy didn't see it. Then why doesn't he go open the treasure chest? I don't know. Probably in a hurry. Obviously, the black treasure chest was deliberately placed by the roadside by this group. The leader's name was Rong Jiaming, and he was lucky enough to find a white treasure chest at the beginning of the end of the world, from which he opened a dimensional ring. Then it started raining heavily, and everyone in the chat channel said that heavy rain could skyrocket attributes. Rong Jiaming would have wanted to go out in the rain, too, but it was when he was about to go out that he saw the anti-fraud warning on the neighborhood bulletin board. Before the end of the world, Rong Jiaming had the experience of being scammed. At first he thought it was pie in the sky, and good things were falling on his head. In the end, I realized that there was no pie. It was a trap. How similar was that downpour? Rong Jiaming keenly smelled the scam, so the mind was alert and didn't get wet. Later on, after 0 hour, all those who experienced the baptism of heavy rain, their attributes plummeted again, and all of them became battle scum. Rong Jiaming then became more and more grateful. This incident also made him act more and more cautiously. So, later, when he found the black treasure chest that had an inexplicable attraction to people, he tried to restrain the idea of opening it directly, and prepared to find a scapegoat to see what happened. If the treasure chest opens up a monster, it's just the thing to let the scapegoat die. If the treasure chest opens up a treasure and you are strong, just grab it directly from the scapegoat. He counted loudly, but did not expect, well passed by a scapegoat, pressed the black treasure chest as if he did not see the car directly drove away. Rong Jiaming exhaled and looked at the black treasure chest again. He couldn't help but feel the itch to just open that treasure chest again. Footsteps were moved in the direction of the treasure chest, but suddenly heard, blocked by a large number of vehicles in the direction of the roadway. Once again sounded the sound of the car engine. There's another one coming. Let's look again. Look. So the group rushed back into the gas station and hid, waiting to see what the next scapegoat would do. However, not long after they had returned to the gas station, Rong Jiaming heard a junior with the gift of vision enhancement exclaim with a pale face, "Oh no! Something's going to happen. What's wrong? The visitor is not good. That guy, with 2 lines of golden writing on top of his head. Two lines? One line is 98th on the rank list and one line is 894th on the kill list. Crap, a double-listed powerhouse. There's even a strong person of this level in our high city?" Rong Jiaming hurriedly checked the rank list and kill list. Sure enough, it was discovered that the person who was ranked 98th in the rank list and 894th in the kill list was the same person. The name is Wu Jun. What should we do? That guy was able to make it onto 2 world-class lists at the same time. His strength must not be bad. In case he opens the treasure chest and gains benefits, we definitely won't be able to snatch it. The little brother had an anxious look on his face and said nervously, "Moreover, that guy was able to make it to the kill list, so he must have been on a killing spree during this period of time. If he discovers us, he might just do it without saying a word." The minions were in 6s and 7s, and Rong Jiaming's face was very ugly. He didn't have more time to think about it and quickly made a decision. "Tiger, you hurry over there now and get the black treasure chest back, then let's make a run for it." Tiger blanched, but being a speed talent, he had been in charge of the dangerous monster attraction before as well. At this point, it really was better for him to get the treasure chest back. So, without saying a word, Tiger rushed out to get the treasure chest. As a result, before his hand even touched it, a level 3 ghoul split his head open with a claw and died on the spot. In the gas station, the atmosphere was instantly anxious and tense. Rong Jiaming was even more pale. How could such a powerful ghoul suddenly appear? His words were just an exclamation, but he did not expect that the little brother with the gift of vision enhancement would give him an answer with a horrified face. That powerful ghoul. It seems to be manipulated by that Wu Jun. And, around that guy, there are 4 equally powerful ghouls. What? He can manipulate ghouls. Rong Jiaming's face grew more and more alarmed. And soon, he witnessed an unforgettable scene, only to see the ghoul that had just split the tiger's head with one claw. After it had eaten the tiger's body dry, it actually ran straight to carry the black treasure chest up. Afterward, from among the massive vehicles that had blocked the road, a long-bodied young man emerged. Same thing the vision-enhancing gift had said. The young man's head was topped with 2 lines of golden text, and beside him, there were 4 ghouls respectfully guarding him like servants. Rong Jiaming was a little weak in the knees. He knew that the big man had noticed them. Wu Jun glanced faintly at the group of people in the gas station, and when he realized that none of them had golden writing on their heads, he pressed them into oblivion. His attention was drawn to the black treasure chest. He had never heard of the black treasure chest either, and he felt it in the shadows. There was something really weird about the attraction of this treasure chest to people. So, being cautious, he purposely instructed his ghoul subordinates to open the treasure chest for him. As a result, the clumsy ghoul pinched the treasure chest and fiddled with it in various ways, but could not get it open. This, more and more, reveals the weirdness of the black treasure chest. But Wu Jun is powerful and more or less inflated inside, so he took the treasure chest himself and read open in his heart. In that instant, Rong Jiaming and the others who were following the scene in the gas station cursed spitefully in the bottom of their hearts. It's best if the treasure chest doesn't open up anything good. If it's something harmful, all the better. Apparently, however, their curse failed. Although they weren't sure what the treasure chest had opened, they all clearly saw the look of ecstasy that erupted on the face of the man in the night. Not just ecstasy. Wu Jun was even a bit restrained and suddenly laughed wildly up to the sky. That crazy look, simply comparable to a poor beggar in one breath won $1 billion. Wu Jun's feelings at this moment are simply more crazy joy than winning $1 billion. Because just at the moment he opened the treasure chest, a wonderful beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the player who has received the blessing of the God of Fate. Your S-rank talent Necrotic Transmutation has evolved into the SS-rank talent Necromastery. SS level talent. Everyone's clearly known talent level could be just F to S grade. And he, surprisingly, was the first to have an SS rank talent. And the means of obtaining an SS rank talent was so easy. Just opening a black treasure chest picked up on the side of the road. How can this not be exciting and thrilling? In this one instant, Wu Jun simply felt that he was the legendary son of Qi, the protagonist of Heaven's Destiny. Ranking list? Kill list? The world's strongest? Ha ha, just wait for it all. Wu Jun, will be invincible and rise to the top of the world, admired by all. The ecstasy that flowed from Wu Jun's body was too much, and his sudden burst of aura was impossible to ignore. Rong Jiaming at the gas station saw the scene and was so cynical that his eyes were red and dripping with blood. If he had known that, he wouldn't have looked for a scapegoat. It would have been better to just open the treasure chest himself. Now it's good. Obviously he discovered the treasure chest first, but he got the chance for someone else for nothing. Rong Jiaming was so angry that he was so depressed that he sprayed blood on the spot. That black treasure chest you just put on the street for fishing? Wu Jun had picked up a great benefit for nothing and was in a very happy mood, and in his gaze towards Rong Jiaming, he rarely showed any killing intent. Rong Jiaming felt the gentle gaze of this double-listed big brother and couldn't help but curse in his heart. I'm just a fucking idiot. In his heart, he cursed, but he did not dare to show the slightest on his face. He only dared to bend his waist pole, respectfully giving people as a grandson, big brother joking. That treasure chest is your own strength to pick up, and I have nothing to do with it. Alright, I don't like to listen to those words of flattery. Wu Jun gave him a blank look and said calmly, tell me about the treasure chest. How did you obtain it? And also, tell me all the information you have related to the treasure chest. without leaving out a single detail. Actually, that treasure chest, I don't know how it happened. It appeared in my car out of nowhere by itself. Rong Jiaming was also confused when he talked about this. Its appearance was too weird, and it also had an inexplicable attraction to people. The minions under me have always been loyal, and as a result, they almost fought over this treasure chest. Later still, when we were far enough away, we had the sense to surmise that there was something odd about the treasure chest. So this treasure chest, we do not dare to open. But this thing and cannot hang the trading market and people trading, directly thrown us and cannot afford. This will it to the roadside, waiting for the person who has the destiny. The word fated was quite subtle. After saying that, he also deliberately flattered and flattered. Now it seems that this treasure chest ended up in your hands. Big brother, it's really destiny with you. There's no such thing as karma or whatever. It's all bullshit. What Wu Jun has is strength. He narrowed his eyes slightly and thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, this treasure chest is indeed a bit odd. Seeing as you're still sensible, I won't kill you. You and your little brother. Help me pay attention to the chat channel to see if anyone else mentions information about the black treasure chest. Thank you big brother for not killing me. You'll be our new boss from now on. A group of people were extremely flattering to Wu Jun. No way. The ghouls following around Wu Jun had changed from 5 to 10. Moreover, the state of those 10 ghouls also looked even more brave and brawny than the previous 5. The muscles between their arms and chests and stomachs looked frightening. Their claws, which also looked like an evolved version of normal ghouls, were long and sharp, almost like sharp blades. What was even weirder was that the aura of corruption on these 10 ghoul slaves was also quite a bit lighter than ordinary ghouls. It's no exaggeration to say that by giving these 10 large men human clothes and sunglasses, they could, I'm afraid, disguise themselves as humans. With these 10 superb combatants in place, Rong Jiaming and the others were not surprised as to why Wu Jun was able to become a double-listed powerhouse. Too strong. He and his team of ghouls are just too strong. On the other hand, Lin Chuan still didn't know that the black treasure chest, which he had avoided, had already been opened by someone, and he had also gained heavenly benefits from it. At 3:50 a.m., he finally arrived at the Star River Bay neighborhood. After the modified car stopped, he got out and jumped directly onto the roof just like Luo Shuang did before. This time, naturally, I won't step on anything. He pulled out 7 corrupted spirit beads and threw them fiercely in the direction where the ghouls had gathered in large numbers. The group of ghouls, instantly like flies seeing shit, swarmed madly in the direction of the corrupted spirit pearl. Luo Shuang and the others lured the ghouls, using only 1 corrupted spirit bead at a time. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, threw 7 at once. He roughly calculated, estimating that in 6 or 7 hours, a level 5 ghoul boss that had evolved to its limit would appear. Let's hope it really does pop the secret token. Thinking this way, Lin Chuan put the modified car back into his secondary ring and dashed into the neighborhood. Building 3, Unit 2, 6th floor, Lin Chuan High School 3 years. RN the eldest uncle Lin Changjung home borrowed, is also familiar with the door. He made his way up the stairs, taking care of a few more ghouls and goblins in the process. There were no signs of invasion by level 5 monsters here, so I guess there should still be quite a few residents hiding in their homes. Lin Chuan didn't have a key to his eldest uncle's house, but he didn't just break the door either. Instead, he got a wire and very quickly opened the door. A 3-bedroom, 2-bath home that was quick to stroll through. Lin Chuan was surprised to find that there was no one in the eldest uncle's house, and it's already 4 in the morning. At this hour, where can I go if I'm not at home? Has something bad happened to you? Or did you go to some survivor hangout? Or maybe trapped somewhere and can't come back? Lin Chuan's body was covered in ghoul's putrid liquid, and while inwardly speculating on where the eldest uncle's family had gone, he specifically went to the bathroom to take a shower. It was at this time that he received a private chat message from Aya. There are so many tens of millions of messages from forum followers. Aya was busy and summarized more than 90 objects that she found valuable for Lin Chuan's reference. That message, a long one, Lin Chuan looked at it for a few minutes. However, although there was a lot of stuff, not much of it caught his eye. Finally, Lin Chuan took a towel and wiped his body while replying. Replace number 78's Prajna mask, leaving the other crystal core, for the contract of Sukumi. Good, Aya answered diligently, and some uneasiness said, before let me hang to the trading market of the coffin of the God of Death experience card, because most buyers 100,000 fire, are waiting to get the coffin of the God of Death experience card to save their lives. I took the initiative, and one of the people exchanged. Lin Chuan didn't get angry and asked indifferently, what was replaced? It is a prop called Destiny Poker, which is said to have a total of 54 cards, equal to 54 pieces of equipment props. Destiny Poker. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. He had to sigh inwardly. This girl, Aya, is really lucky. Previously, She had opened her purple treasure chest to get a fate skill, and now she had switched to a fate prop. Although the fate poker is not considered to be much of a powerful or destructive fate prop, however, with its value, under normal circumstances, not to mention one coffin of death experience card, I'm afraid that even 10 of them would not necessarily be exchanged. 54 playing cards are indeed equivalent to 54 equipment props. Destiny Poker, though, can only draw one card per day. Each card has a different effect. Each different. A spade card, representing a mitigating effect. The card of hearts, on the other hand, is a gain effect. The plum card will open the sublime monster, which explodes 100% of the treasure chests when you kill it. The square tiles represent test mysteries, which you can earn rewards for clearing, where the spade and heart cards are opened and the effect is immediate. The clubs and diamonds cards, on the other hand, can choose for themselves if and when they are activated. On top of that, there are 2 aces. Each of the 2 trump cards sealed 2 human powerhouses. After killing the 2 human powerhouses, it was clear that there were benefits to be gained. However, Lin Chuan hadn't opened Destiny Poker in his previous life and wasn't sure of the strength of the 2 trump cards or what the benefits were. He squeezed the metal playing card case and toyed with it for a while before finally pulling out a card from his hand. Average luck. It's a plum 5. Lin Chuan didn't think much about it and directly chose to activate it. In the next second, a bulky minotaur appeared out of thin air beside him, and Lin Chuan had long ago trained a strong sense of combat in his previous life, and almost instantly, he opened the forbidden demon domain while releasing the death grip 1 ring of iron wire. Sharp iron wires that instantly wrapped and twisted the minotaur tightly. A crushing battle that was over in 3 seconds. Lin Chuan casually incinerated the minotaur's corpse and then opened the green treasure chest that the minotaur had popped out. Inside the treasure chest is a battle axe. It is about a meter long and has a sharp axe blade. The only downside is that the axe is too damn heavy. Even with Lin Chuan's 3+ points of strength value, it was a bit of a struggle to lift it. It seems like it's better to bring the attributes back up first. Okay, let's call you the jackaxe. Lin Chuan casually played with the jackaxe to get used to the feel of it. On that end, Aya happened to have finished the crystal core transaction and was about to trade the Prajna mask and 3 contracts to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan thought about it and then casually said, "Let's leave these things at your place for now. I'm not in a hurry to use them. You can also wear the Prajna mask yourself for now." The Prajna mask was meant to protect against some low-level mental attacks. It is also immune to some low-level illusions. It sounds like it's not as useful as a killing weapon, but when you really meet a subdimensional monster or person who possesses the means to attack mentally, you will definitely suffer without a means of defense. A lot of it, and there's very little chance you'll ever get to use it. But when it really comes time to use it, not having it is passive. The Prajna mask is such a rarity. It's also the only one of all the mask-type equipment that doesn't need to be worn on the face to be effective. It is hung around the waist and can also be effective. The average person can only wear one piece of mask-type equipment. The Prajna mask, on the other hand, is the equivalent of being able to make multiple equipment bars. That's why in the previous life, many strong people would hang a Prajna mask around their waist, and it almost became synonymous with being strong. Aya obviously didn't know this yet, as she directly put the Prajna mask on her face. It feels kinda new. It was just as well that the mask blocked her easily coveted face and saved her a lot of trouble. Aya thought and sent another message asking, "If there's nothing else now, can I go to sleep?" Lin Chuan looked puzzled. "You can sleep if you want to. What are you asking me for?" Aya, who's been exploiting her like a chowderhead on a wild goose chase. "It's amazing that you're acting innocent now." In her heart, she scolded Lin Chuan severely. As a result, after that, even in their sleep, they were all scenes of themselves being squeezed and exploited by Lin Chuan. Working hard day and night, Lin Chuan, who was far away in Haichang, was also a little tired in spirit. There was no clue about finding his eldest uncle for the time being, so he simply rested for the time being as well. April 2nd, 10 a.m. The weakness effect caused by the heavy rain finally disappeared. This change, of course, is only known to those who experience the debilitating effects and end up surviving. For everyone else, only one thing happened at 10 o'clock, a brand new global announcement. Ding! Congratulations to all players who have successfully passed the game's newbie period. 3 major announcements are now released. 1. Each district to open the regional rank list, regional kill list. Each record of the first 99. 2. For system vending machines will be generated in each area, so players are invited to explore them on their own. 3. Global upgrade tasks have been generated. Players are requested to ascend to level 10 within 30 days. Those who fail the mission will be wiped out. 3 system announcements. Exactly the same as in the previous life. However, the reborn Lin Chuan also knew that 30 days later, the first world fusion would take place. Those who had managed to reach level 10 and thought they could finally breathe a sigh of relief would soon experience another round of despair. Lin Chuan's heart was like water, and he smoothly clicked on the newly generated regional list. Daxia Kingdom Haicheng Regional Ranking List. First, Hayakawa, level 3. Second place, Wu Jun, level 3. Third place, Song Sandong, level 2. 7th, Shuhong Luo, level 2. 18th, Janie Rong, level 2. All the way up to 38th place. The clear is all level 2. As the night went on, the top players were already clearly ahead of the average as the subpar monsters increased. Level 1 is no longer visible on the world rank list. Even the players who had risen to level 3 were more than 100. The rest are all level 2. No one has gotten to level 4 yet though. Lin Chuan was still number 1 on the world rank list because of the time he had taken to rise to level 3. Meanwhile, many people far away in Kyoto were a bit confused as they looked at the freshly released regional list. Daxia's Kyoto Region Ranking List. First place, Vegetables only because, level 3. Second place, Thunder, level 3. Third place, Su Ziqiu, level 3. Fourth place, Wang Weiqi, level 3. Fifth, Jenny Tame, level 3. Sixth, Aya, level 2. I have to say, Kyoto lives up to its name. Some of the regional first place finishers aren't even at level 3 yet, and Kyoto alone already had a full 5 level 3 powerhouses. Such a situation instantly sparked a lively discussion within the regional chat channel. And the focus of many people's attention is, what about Lin Chuan? Who's number 1 on the world rank list? How come he doesn't appear on the Kyoto regional ranking list? It was only at this point that people finally continued with their earlier suspicions. I'm afraid that Lin Chuan, the one at the top of the rank list, and the Lin Chuan from Kyoto University are not the same person. Even, due to the anonymity of the chat channel, many people post irresponsible and untrue statements on it. More and more people with a brain are subconsciously skeptical when they see a message in the chat channel again. Now that we've seen the regional rankings, some people are even wondering if the character of Jing de Lin Chuan is simply a fabrication. The major powers in Kyoto were also amazed by the reversal. Could it be that the Lin Chuan of the rank list, and that murderous demon Lin Chuan of the Kyoto University, were really just the same name, not the same person? What if Jing de Lin Chuan couldn't explode the treasure chest? Then should they continue with their siege of Lin Chuan or not? Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Kyoto is in a state of flux. Over in Haicheng, it's not peaceful either. When Luo Shuhong saw the regional rank list, she was first shocked that she was only ranked 7th for such a strong professional. Then it was shocked that the number 1 ranked big shot on the world list was in the same region as her. She suddenly remembered the man who had robbed her modified car. I think he's on the regional rank list as well? I wonder what number it will be. At the same time, looking at the word Lin Chuan on the regional rank list, Wu Jun was also very shocked. He had thought he would undoubtedly be number 1 on the regional rankings list. And yet, how could he not have expected that he would be in the same area as the number 1 on the world ranking list? Hayakawa. Wu Jun stared at the name with a deadly stare, murderous intent hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Although they were the same level 3, he was certain that he was definitely stronger than Lin Chuan. After all, he was the world's only SS-ranked talent possessor. The reason why he was behind Lin Chuan on the level list was simply because he hadn't found any level 0 or higher sublime monsters at all on his first day, and now he was faced with another headache. His 10 times limit for absorbing crystal cores today had been used up, and he could only wait for tomorrow if he wanted to level up again. He wanted to level up to level 4 before the list rewards were released at 0:30 midnight tomorrow. At level 3, he only had 100 experience points for absorbing one level 5 crystal core. And level 3 to level 4 requires a full 1000 experience points. With 1000 experience converted into crystal cores, he would either absorb 10 level 5 crystal cores or 1 level 6 crystal core. He certainly preferred to absorb 1 level 6 crystal core. After all, this would save 9 more chances to absorb the crystal cores. Wu Jun was so powerful that he was extraordinarily confident, and didn't feel at all that his army of ghouls would not be able to defeat a level 6 sublime monster. He agonized over the fact that he had never even seen a level 6 monster. So far, the highest ranked sublime monsters seen were all only rank 5. For ordinary people, the subterranean monsters at this stage are numerous and strong, seriously threatening the survival of human beings. However, for a top-tier powerhouse like Wu Jun, who was far ahead of the rest, there would still be an affliction that the monster was not strong enough. It seems that something else has to be done. Wu Jun's gaze was fixed on the trading market. At this time in the trading market, there was a person who was getting a lot of attention and was being eagerly sought after by countless players. That was the number 1 powerhouse on the kill list, Tereo Uena. He, who is trading information for crystal cores, is trading a lot of them. With a thought in his mind, Wu Jun sent Tereo Uena a trade private chat. I want to trade for a quick upgrade strategy. Tereo Yuana was so busy that it took a long half-day before she returned with a nonchalant, "Didn't I write the upgrade strategy on the forum? What else do you want?" Woojun, I also want to know, other than absorbing crystal cores, are there any other ways to upgrade quickly? Tereo, who was far away in the Sakura country, saw this and laughed disdainfully. It's almost funny. If I knew the way to upgrade quickly, I wouldn't have gotten the top rank list to play with? Why are you still here selling strategies? However, cursing in his heart, he still replied decisively, other than absorbing the crystal cores, there are indeed other methods of upgrading, but the feasibility isn't too strong, so let's charge you 10 level 0 crystal cores. At this stage, many people have risen to level 1, and level 0 crystal cores are basically useless. However, when Wu Jun saw this, he suddenly remembered that the announcement seemed to also say that the area was set up with vending machines. So, the currency of the vending machine should be the crystal cores? He had harvested a lot of crystal cores from killing monsters and was considered a tycoon, so he traded with Tereo without much hesitation. Tereo quickly sent over an organized rundown. Feasible upgrade strategy at this stage. 1. Take the fruit of the spirit to increase the number of crystal cores absorbed per day. PS. 1 fruit of the spirit increases the number of cores by 1 time. How to get the fruit of the spirit? Dropped by killing the god's favorites. 2. Taking experience potion or experience meal directly rewards experience value, requires apothecary or chef professional. 3. Part of the barrier test class secret realm. Direct reward experience value. The guide is detailed and comprehensive. However, it's not very useful at all. Wu Jun frowned and asked again, what is a professional? Tereo, 2 grade 0 crystal cores. Wu Jun quickly traded over 2 more crystal cores and was shocked and disappointed by the results he got. It turned out that this killing game, in addition to the divine favorites, there were also Heaven's Destiny professionals who were able to transfer their jobs ahead of time. Luckily, though, the number of Heaven's Destiny professionals should be small as well. Wu Jun estimated in his mind and felt that with his own strength, even if he met a powerful professional, he should not fall into a disadvantage. Then, he asked, do you know how Lin Chuan upgraded so fast? Tereo, 1 level 1 crystal core. Wu Jun exhaled and hit the money again. The other end did reply again quickly. There are 3 possibilities, as far as I can surmise. 1. He went through a special secret realm and directly gained a lot of experience value. 2. He utilizes a talent or special item to catalyze a high-level monster and kill it. This is the most likely case. 3. He's a divine order professional, directly transferred to apothecary, and successfully made an experience potion, very low probability. Catalyzing advanced monsters? Wu Jun stared at the words and asked again with some excitement. How do you spawn high-level monsters? Tereo, 10 grade 2 crystal cores. Wu Jun immediately frowned. This is too expensive. Tereo, I have my pricing standards. Buy it or not as you wish. After thinking about it, Wu Jun felt that the information given by Tereo did give him insight, but none of it was actually very feasible. Divine fate professionals, special secret realms, and that clear spirit fruit that only drops from killing divine favorites. None of these things are easily accessible anytime soon. Forget it. 10 level 2 crystal cores were still too expensive, and Wu Jun ended up not switching to the option of spawning high-level monsters. Instead, he asked again about what he was most interested in at the moment. Do you have any information and strategies about the black treasure chest from your side? Tereo, far away in the land of cherry blossoms, is at a nursing home at the moment. The grassy aisles and other areas of the nursing home are filled with the bodies of the elderly. And those corpses, they all had one thing in common. Very obvious signs of aging can be seen in all of them. And Tereo, dressed in samurai uniform, with a calm and collected face, walked past these bodies. He looked at the message sent by Wu Jun and visibly froze. The black treasure chest? What's that? He hadn't really heard of treasure chests being black, but never mind. He was very calm, and gave Wu Jun a sentence back. You wait, I'll estimate the price first. After saying that, he found a room in the nursing home and utilized his S-rank talent, Abyss of Fate. With a lift of his hands, a huge black hole-like vortex was presented in front of his eyes. This, then, is the Abyss of his destiny? In the Abyss of Destiny, a full 30 or so streams of destiny were condensed, like a river of stars, flickering with variegated luster. Such a picture looks like a sea of galactic stars in the vast universe, beautiful and dreamy, but in reality, the streams of fate coalesce very cruelly. The field of nursing homes, the withered corpses, was the consequence of his coalescing the streams of destiny. Tereo is now ranked number 1 on the kill list, but getting to number 1 on the kill list was not his intention. The act of killing he performed was, more than anything else, to gather the streams of destiny, and the stream of fate is so powerful that it can be almost omnipotent. It can be transformed into attack, defense, healing, and everything else. It can be exchanged for all kinds of information. and it can also materialize into all kinds of physical props. It really is just about everything. Of course, the gift of Destiny's abyss has its drawbacks. When he throws creatures into the abyss of fate, they are not 100% cohesive with the stream of fate. Once the cohesion failed, he himself would suffer a backlash. However, Tereo had already researched it. As long as his own destiny is stronger than that of the creature thrown into the abyss of destiny, the coalescence of the stream of destiny will succeed. In order to ensure the success rate of coalescing the streams of destiny, it was only then that he would target the elderly or other weaklings who were about to die in nursing homes. He visited 5 nursing homes and slaughtered tens of thousands of old people before he could manage to gather about 50 streams of destiny, which exchanged information and attacked with the stream of fate. Using more than a dozen passes, there are now 37 courses left. Tereo made light work of it, driving the splashes of color in the abyss of fate. A strong will rose in my heart. I wanted information about the black treasure chest. Up to this point, all processes were normal, but in the next second, Tereo was suddenly horrified. The 37 thin streams in his abyss of fate actually all ran wildly towards the center of the vortex uncontrollably. 37 rode. Tereo paled for a moment. He had spent so much time and effort to accumulate the streams of destiny with great difficulty. Surprisingly, in one breath, it was consumed. That black treasure chest. What kind of heaven-defying prop is it? How could it cost so much of the stream of fate? Tereo cursed in his heart, but he could only watch as the vortex of the abyss of fate absorbed all of the streams of fate that he had worked so hard to condense. In the end, the feedback came out to be just a few short lines of text. Information on the black box. 1. The black treasure chest, also known as the treasure chest of destiny, is born between heaven and earth and transcends all world rules. 2. Characteristics of treasure chests: non-tradable, non-snoopable, non-shieldable, non-functional, irreversible. 3. Contents of the treasure chest: fate is relevant and anything is possible. 4. Not enough destiny power to access. I'll fuck you up. 37 streams of destiny. The information gained was surprisingly still crippled. Inside Tereo's heart, he once again cursed madly. Just these 3 short messages had taken all of his stream of destiny. It's fucking outrageous. And those 3 pieces of information, they don't have much value at all. Okay. Tereo was so angry that his eyes were red, and he couldn't wait to directly get Wu Jun, who had approached him to buy information about the black treasure chest, to death. But after calming down, he soon realized, I'm afraid that the black treasure chest, which consumes so much power of fate to only obtain such a simple 3 pieces of information, is a fully precious prop. His eyes fell on the words, beyond the rules of the world. Under his eyes, a fire instantly rose. Black treasure chest. Such a precious and powerful prop. He had to find a way to get it. Tereo took a deep breath and calmly messaged Wu Jun back. Where did you know about the black treasure chest? You have used this kind of treasure chest, right? Wu Jun waited for half a day for such a sentence. His eyes moved slightly, and he calmly returned. Get it straight. I'm a customer. I'm not obligated to answer your questions. Tereo smiled contemptuously and directly said in a big way. 10 grade 5 crystal cores. I want to know how you obtained the black treasure chest and what you harvested from it. 10 level 5 crystal cores. Wu Jun breathed a few times heavier. As long as he waited until 12 midnight, when the number of times he had absorbed the crystal cores was updated, he who had absorbed 10 level 5 crystal cores in a single breath would be able to directly rise to level 4. By then, it might be possible to take the first global announcement to rise to level 4. Wu Jun pinched his fingers, and after a few struggles and hesitations, he agreed to the deal. The trading market had its own rules for some trade auditing. He set the news that he had evolved his SS rank talent through the black treasure chest as a trade item, and after both parties confirmed it, he quickly exchanged it for 10 level 5 crystal cores. Level 5 crystal core pinched into his hand. Wu Jun had to sigh. The world of killing game. Really crouching tigers and hidden dragons. This Tereo is quite something. Meanwhile, Tereo, who saw the news and knew that Wu Jun had evolved the SS level talent, likewise knew that Wu Jun was not simple. But at the same time what excited him more was the effect that the black treasure chest brought. It's so counterintuitive. It turns out that above the S-class, there is actually an SS class, and the black treasure chest was no less than an existence that transcended the rules, and was actually able to raise the talent level. If his S-rank Fate Abyss talent also evolved to SS rank, Tereo's breathing was searing and frantic. He had to do everything he could to get the black treasure chest. However, based on the fact that the black treasure chest could not be traded, the best way for him to obtain the black treasure chest was to form a force. As long as the number of people at his disposal increases, the probability of obtaining a black treasure chest increases. So this was the moment when Tereo began his scheming. Wu Jun, who was far away in Haichang, shared similar thoughts with Tereo. The black treasure chest is just too tempting. He also wanted to form forces to facilitate his access to the black treasure chest. Just as he was thinking this, his recently adopted little brother, Rong Jiaming, suddenly reported towards him. "Boss, there's news." "What?" "Got word from the chat channel that over at Star River Base Cell, there's a limit evolution ghoul boss out." "Ghoul boss?" Wu Jun's eyes twitched. "Reached level 6? It doesn't seem to be." "Hey," Wu Jun sighed. "If it's not there, it's not there, but hopefully that ghoul can pop out any useful props." With that said, he commanded one of his own ghoul minions to head to Star River Bay while walking towards the vending machine generated by the gas station. On the other side, the Star River Bay neighborhood, Lin Chuan stood on the balcony and looked at the scenery for a while. He was stretching lazily when he suddenly received a message from Aya. "That, your pet egg hatched." The corner of Lin Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. Pet eggs that had not been appraised by a beast master had a pathetically low probability of successfully hatching. But on the contrary, Aya had actually hatched successfully. However, after thinking about it, Lin Chuan felt that it should be related to Aya's own talent. He casually asked, "It's worms that hatch, isn't it?" "Ha, how did you know?" "How do you know?" "Because that talent of yours lends itself to raising bugs." However, he didn't tell Aya this directly, but only pretended to be profound and asked again, "What does the bug look like? Give a description." "This bug seems to be a bit malnourished. It is covered in black and grows dry and shriveled. There was a thin, withered yellow line extending from head to tail on its carapace, and there was a tentacle on top of its head that was also withered in color, and looked as if it was malnourished." In her tone, Aya was vaguely worried about the state of the bugs. However, the corner of Lin Chuan's mouth twitched again. Nima, off the charts. He was now a bit skeptical that this girl, Aya, couldn't really be some kind of heavenly destined daughter. The wasted death butterfly was actually hatched by her? He remembered that even with the guidance of a beast master and even with the use of precious heavenly materials, the hatching probability of the wasted death butterfly was pitifully low. Right? Nope, definitely not right. Aya's talent really lends itself to raising bugs, but not to the point where it could successfully hatch the wasted butterfly, right? Lin Chuan's brows almost nodded as he asked with a solemn expression, "Your talent, is it really only C rank?" Aya's end, after a while before returning, "It's C class ah." Lin Chuan frowned and warned in a serious tone, "I advise you to better not play any tricks on me." Aya hesitated for a moment, but still chose to confess, "Actually, I don't know what this means, but after my talent, there is the word true. The corners of Lin Chuan's mouth twitched again. Just outrageous. How can a C-rank talent have the word true? This girl really is the chosen one, isn't she? True and false talents are generally only found in A rank and above. And it is not until the first world fusion that the concept of authenticity emerges. For example, Thunder's talent, after evolving from A rank to S rank, was pseudo S rank. Talents that only evolve to S rank through world fusion are generally pseudo S rank. And those who are S-class from the beginning of their awakening are true S-class. Between true and false S-rank talents, naturally the true S-rank was stronger. True S-rank talent, more comfortable in applying the power of rules. And pseudo S-rank doesn't actually have the power of rules. This was the first time Lin Chuan had heard that a talent below S-rank could even have a true mark. It wasn't hard to surmise, though, that Aya's talent, while it was indeed only C-rank, hid a hint of rule power. It was this thread of rule power that allowed her to successfully hatch the wasted death butterfly. Alright, Lin Chuan exhaled. He had to accept that there were always people in this world who were lucky enough to casually obtain heavenly chances. Of course, Aya's greatest chance was definitely not the wasted death butterfly, but Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan gave Aya a lecture on how to feed the wasted death butterfly. Then he instructed, "I can't go back for a while, so you can get some more blood compass worms to trade to me." "Oh, good." After Aya obediently agreed, she suddenly reported again, "On my side, it's a bit strange, I don't know why, but I'm the only one left in the air raid shelter. Zhuo family members and Zhuo Tiangong's classmates all disappeared." Lin Chuan looked at these messages and wasn't surprised in the slightest. Zhuo Tiangong and the others weren't missing. Instead, they are in a wasted purgatory. The wasted death butterfly's greatest killing move was the wasted death purgatory. It must have been because Zhuo Tiangong and the others were hostile to Aya that they were attacked by the wasted death butterfly. What Lin Chuan doesn't know is, it wasn't just Zhuo Tiangong and the others who were caught in the inferno of wasted death. There was also a group of cannon fodder ready to surround him, who were just as much in wasted purgatory. And Aya was still stupid and oblivious to it all. She was completely unaware of the horrific presence of the dried-up worm in her hand. She held the malnourished bug in the palm of her hand with a pained look on her face. He also waved his hand towards vegetable-only cause. "Little Blackie, let's go." At the same time, he chanted, "With the text of the ranking list on our heads, There will definitely be people who want to come and assassinate us. We're too weak. We must keep a low profile. The dish was only confused because of the dark massive color. Is it weak? Well, if you say it's weak, it's weak. The dish that was originally prepared to rush into the wasted death purgatory to kill in a big way, because of Aya's admonition, still decided to keep a low profile. In this way, one person, one doppelganger and one bug left the old house in an exceptionally low-key manner. Aya was going to find a grove of trees to continue poking at the hornet's nest, and what she doesn't know is, the figure of her and the vegetables leaving the old house because of the low profile fell into the eyes of the people in a high-rise building not far away. The Luo family, the Wan family, the Chi family, and the Nye family, still carried out their plan to surround Lin Xuan. A group of profit-driven cannon fodder led the way into the old townhouse. According to the plan, those cannon fodder should have surrounded the old foreign house and not let a fly out. And they, the senior members of the family forces, hunkered down in the high rise and waited for the results. But why did Nabiki, who was ranked second, and Aya, who was ranked 198th, come out of the old house? The representative of the Luo family looked skeptical. What's going on? Where are the people who went into the old house? Where's Lin Xuan? Why hasn't he come out? What the hell is going on? A group of men, soon sending another man, went into the old townhouse to find out what was going on. Yet bizarrely, anyone who went inside that old townhouse lost all contact. That old townhouse turned into a weird existence that you can only get in and out of. The few people who quietly followed Aiya were killed in seconds by vegetable-only cause. These family executives who had originally planned to surround Lin Xuan finally panicked. Luan Yuling looked away from the eerie old house, her face slightly white. Those people, are they all dead? Died at the hands of Lin Xuan? How the hell did he do that? No, they didn't die. They should be trapped by something. Chi Feng had dodged a bullet in the foul-smelling sewers, and after that, rightfully so, he had participated in the siege of Lin Xuan on behalf of the Chi family. His eyes were dead set on the old ocean house, and in his heart, he hated to cut Lin Xuan into 1,000 pieces. Standing beside him was the same instructor who had once praised Lin Xuan so much that he had even thought about funding him, Nye Taijun. Nye Taijun's gaze looked deeply into the eerie old ocean house. His brows locked. In my opinion, we shouldn't even be conducting this operation. Call it quits. Luo Yinping, have the people following Aya and Vegetable Online pull back. Maybe we can still save their lives. Luo Yinping braced his hands on the railing, his expression tight. At this time, Chi Feng spoke again. The enmity between us and Lin Xuan has already been made since the beginning of our operation. As far as I know, Lin Xuan is small-minded and is a vindictive character. Even if we call it quits now, he definitely won't let us go. Instead of passively admitting defeat, why don't we kidnap Aya, who is on good terms with him, and look for a breakthrough in attacking Lin Xuan from her? Luo Yinping is about 30 years old, wearing a pair of thin-framed eyes, and is a gentlemanly and elegant. Yet it was this svelte exterior that had a ruthless aura of superiority. When he braced his hand on the railing, no one of the 20 or so people present dared to approach him. Only after listening to Chi Feng's words did he raise his hand to hold his glasses, turn around to look at Chi Feng, and said with a smile, President Chi Feng? When Chiffon was at Kyoto University students called him President Chiffon, but it was such a familiar name that came out of Luo Yinping's mouth, making people feel rather out of place. Chi Feng realized that it was because, when the students called him president, their tone was respectful and worshipful. And this strong-wristed Luo family's head of power. His tone seemed mild, but he was hiding a sneer. Chi Feng's hand behind his back was quietly squeezed tightly, and there was a hint of humiliation, a hint of unwillingness in his heart. And yet, he didn't dare to resist in the slightest. Even the slightest hint of dissatisfaction did not dare to show, simply because this person in front of him was Luo Yinping. It's a real bigot. Chi Feng, who was admired in school, could only do so with his tail between his legs in front of Luo Yinping. He smiled reluctantly. Mr. Luo, don't flatter me. How can I deserve to be addressed as president by you? Luo Yinping's shrewd gaze faintly surveyed Chi Feng. After that, he looked at the 20-odd high-ranking officials from the great clans present. He dominated the big picture while pacifying the people. Everyone has heard the call that President Chi Feng just analyzed. Regardless of whether we succeed or not, the conflict between us and Lin Xuan has already been formed. Moreover, with so many of us besieging him alone, there has to be a result, doesn't it? Let's do it this way. Our group, let's split up. On one end, we're going to send someone to take care of Aya. On the other end, let's go meet Lin Xuan. None of the 20-odd people present said anything. A sort of acquiescence. Thus, Luo Yinping turned his gaze back to Chi Feng and raised a spring-like and warm smile. As far as I know, that Aiya, she and President Chi Feng are old acquaintances. Since that's the case, on Aya's side, Let's leave it to Chairman Chiffon. Everyone else, attack the old ocean house with me. Yes, all listen to Mr. Luo. The others took their stance, leaving only Chiffon with a dumbfounded look on his face. Wait, on Aya's side, only me is arranged? Luo Yinping laughed again. I thought that Chairman Chiffon is a smart person and should understand what I mean. Chiffon certainly counts as smart. With a little movement of his brain, he realized what Luo Yinping meant. What he's going to do to Aya is not to kidnap her by brute force, but to use ploys and play the emotional card. When Chiffon thought carefully about the feasibility of this, he couldn't help but frown. Aya has been in the student council for a very short period of time, and the relationship between her and me is just a little stronger than that of a pure stranger. It doesn't matter. Women are all sentimental creatures that are easily softened. I believe that with Chairman Chifeng's experience in love affairs, it shouldn't be a problem to get a little girl. Saying that, Luo Yinping clapped his palms with a big brotherly air and said calmly, I have 2 more helpers on my side, so I hope that President Chiffon can make good use of them. As he clapped his hands, 2 young girls, disheveled and in a state of disarray, their legs so weak that they couldn't walk steadily, were pressed by 2 strong men. Chiffon said suspiciously, They are Aya's roommates. I don't need to tell you. Chairman Chiffon should know what to do, right? Chifeng's eyes swept, and his heart was already clear. All right, on Aya's side, I'll take care of it. After agreeing on everything, he led the 2 women to leave first. Finding a place where he could talk, Chiffon directly fed 2 pills to the 2 women and threatened and warned, Be good and obedient and I will give you the antidote. Otherwise, 24 hours later, your whole body will fester and you will vomit blood and die. The 2 women had obviously been tortured so much before they were handed over to Chiffon that they were in a very bad state of mind. One of the round-faced glasses girls, who still had a trace of sanity, nodded her head repeatedly in panic when she heard Chifeng's words. Another fair-skinned woman with a nice figure and a few clean-cut looks, she seemed to be having trouble accepting what was happening to her. Her whole body was dumbfounded, as if she hadn't heard Chifeng's words at all. Chiffon is not polite with her at all. Picking up the woman's messy collar, sap a slap on her face. Then, there was an even harsher tone of threat. Talking to you. Do you hear me? The woman, however, remained unresponsive, dropping her tears in silence. On the contrary, the round-faced glasses girl on the side, at this moment, actually followed the cry. However, she was crying, President Chiffon, Zhong Qinger, she is Zhong Qinger, she had a crush on you before the end of the world, when she was violated last night. Qinger, she resisted to the death, and she kept shouting your name to call for help. Listening to these words, Zhong Qinger seemed to recall some nightmarish memories. Her entire body trembled and her tears fell even more fiercely. But no matter how many tears fell, she never made a sound at all, just looking at Chiffon with an infatuated and broken gaze. Chifeng's eyes flashed. In the next second, with a flip of his palm, he took out a fruit knife from his secondary ring. Almost instantly, the sharp blade cut through Zhong Qinger's graceful swan neck, instantly taking her life. And there were still tears slipping silently from her wide eyes. The round-faced girl on the side thought that her words could make Chiffon feel something and could be gentler towards Zhong Qinger, but she didn't expect that Zhong Qinger would just have her throat slit by the man she adored the most. She witnessed the scene and was so scared that she turned pale and shivered. Chiffon, on the other hand, casually pulled out a white handkerchief and slowly and methodically wiped the blood from the blade. He looked at the round-faced girl and said in a flat tone, People who like to get emotional are most likely to get out of control. What do you say? Yes. The round-faced girl nodded her head randomly in fear. I won't get emotional. I don't have feelings for Aya. I'll definitely listen to all of you, Chairman. And I definitely won't get emotional. So good. Chiffon tenderly stroked the round-faced girl's pale face, and said in a patronizing tone, After it's done, I'll let you be my woman. The round-faced girl's body was still shaking, but the color of surprise appeared in her eyes, and her mouth responded quickly. Thank you, Chairman. I'll be obedient. The cooperation between the two seems to be very pleasant. As for Zhong Qinger's corpse, Chiffon cracked her head and dug out a level 0 crystal core. Then, the two of them followed the plan and headed in the direction of Encounter Aya. On the other hand, Sea City, Lin Chuan had some guesses about what was happening in Kyoto, but didn't care. In his previous life of post-apocalyptic survival, he had experienced so much. Betrayed by a trusted partner, backstabbed by the man who saved him. Some do it for profit. Some do it to stay alive. Some do it out of love. Human nature is too complex and fickle. Lin Chuan's heart had gone through 1,000 refinements, and it was already hard to care about anyone. He didn't care if Aya lived or died. The big deal is that if she dies, just loot her talent for your own use. The only thing that's not cool is that you have to use your own blood to raise blood parasites again after taking the gift. Whether Aya was loyal or betrayed, he likewise didn't care. Loyalty? Just take her more. Betrayal? Let Blackie send her on her way. It's simple. He stood on the balcony overlooking the ghouls fighting in the neighborhood, with an easy smile. Then, he jumped down from the 6th floor. Once he landed steadily, a giant axe appeared in his hand. With a swing of the axe, a ghoul's head fell to the ground. As soon as the fireball was raised, the ghoul corpse was instantly reduced to nothingness. Strength attribute plus 0.1. On the ground, there was actually a level 3 crystal core left. A level 3 Lin Chuan fighting a level 3 ghoul could have a crystal core burst rate of only 1%. For that matter, it's amazing that he even came up with an opening. He bent down and picked up the crystal core, weighing it in his hand in a good mood before storing it away in his subdimensional ring. It was a nice day, just right for hunting. 7 rotting spirit beads that raised a limit ghoul boss. Meanwhile, the ghouls in the Star River Bay neighborhood have been heavily internalized and are nowhere near as dense in numbers as they were last night. The rustling ghouls were interspersed with the occasional blue-skinned kobold. Lin Chuan shuttled through them like a ghost dancer. And even though he was wielding the heaviest and roughest giant axe in his hand, his movements were calm and unhurried, and quite pleasing to the eye. However, the good luck seemed to run out, and even after killing the level 3 monsters again, he was never able to harvest the crystal cores. The 4-dimensional attributes were a good haul, basically 5 points or more. Only the mental attributes are slightly behind, still a bit away from 5 points. Lin Chuan killed soundly, and when he arrived at the neighborhood basketball court, a figure suddenly rushed out of the low landscape bushes on one side. Nice guy. Voldemort? With Lin Chuan's battle sense, he naturally wouldn't be easily sneaked up on. With a lift of his right hand, sharp iron wires were instantly shot out, instantly entangling the figure that rushed out of the grass into a cicada chrysalis, directly twisting it into rotten mud. Lin Chuan didn't care about this until he was a little surprised when he burned the rotten corpse with a fireball. Unexpectedly, he had thought the creature that had sneaked up on him was human. After all, that thing had a suit on it. But what the system prompted was, ding, incinerate a level 5 necrotic transmutation creature. Looting power plus 1. Level 5 necrotic transmutation creature? 1 point added directly to the strength attribute? Nice guy. Is this a bit of a departure? It wasn't that Lin Chuan didn't know about the necrotic transmutation creatures. However, the highest leveled players in the current world were all only level 3. How could anyone possibly manipulate a level 5 necrotic transmutation creature? Did someone already get to level 5 and purposely didn't post a global announcement? Lin Chuan hurriedly looked at the world ranking list. Strange. The number 1 in the world rank list is still him. Still at level 3. So where did this level 5 necrotic transmutation creature come from? Even S-class talent can't do this, right? Lin Chuan held his chin in contemplation for a moment and stopped thinking when he couldn't understand. After all, anything is possible in the killing game. There were too many people in previous lives who suddenly rose to prominence because of an opportunity. But there are more. Just like a firework that suddenly rises to the sky. It was gorgeous for only a short time before falling quickly again. A fallen powerhouse will not be remembered. Only the strongest of the living are truly strong. And Lin Chuan, it is to be the strongest man alive. With a flash of his figure, he continued in the direction of the ghoul boss. In a converted car traveling toward Star River Bay, Wu Jun was originally leisurely watching the various messages in the chat channel. However, his face suddenly changed, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. Rong Jiaming, who was driving the car, was so startled that he almost ran straight into the barricade. He rushed to avoid the barricade and spoke up with a million nerves. Old boss, what's wrong with you? Wu Jun's face was very ugly. He pulled out a paper towel and wiped his mouth, then took out a bottle of mineral water and rinsed his mouth. Yuck! The mouthwash was spat out the window. His eyes were shady as he gritted his teeth. Nothing, just someone who is so impatient with life that he dares to make a move against my necrotic transmutation creatures. What? To your... Rong Jiaming's pupils widened in disbelief. Your ghoul little brother can be stronger than many current level 5 monsters. Just what kind of person can be your ghoul little brother's opponent? Wu Jun wasn't sure, but he had a murderous aura under his eyes. No matter who it is, I will make him pay a painful price. Rong Jiaming instantly flattered a few words, then drove the car faster. The conversion van soon drove to the Star River Bay neighborhood. Rong Jiaming immediately instructed his junior who possessed the gift of vision enhancement to take the lead in checking out the situation. Soon after, the little brother suddenly burst out with an exclamation of surprise. Crap! Purple treasure chest! What? Rong Jiaming and Wu Jun were both surprised out loud. That little brother immediately described. I saw that over at the neighborhood basketball court. There was a man who had just killed a ghoul that popped out a purple treasure chest. What happened to him? He just seemed to look towards my side. The little brother's face was a little white. but he was not sure, at such a distance, whether the other party was really looking at him, or whether he was vigilantly checking the environment before opening the purple treasure chest. Wu Jun clearly didn't care if the other party detected him or not. What he cared about was the purple treasure chest. Keep in mind that only the top 3 in the rank list rewards were rewarded with purple treasure chests, and although Wu Jun was now a double-listed powerhouse, he had actually ascended the ranked list only after the list rewards had been distributed. He has not been rewarded with a list. The purple treasure chest was full of temptation for him. What's more, the man who popped the purple treasure chest was most likely the murderer of the necrotic-turned creature that killed him. Wu Jun immediately got out of the car while summoning the other 9 ghoul minions. Go to the basketball court. A group of people with a vast and majestic momentum went towards the direction where Lin Chuan was. Lin Chuan certainly noticed. However, he didn't worry about it and just calmly opened the purple treasure chest popped out by the ghoul boss. As expected, in the treasure chest was a secret realm token for the ghoul's lair. The secret realm token and the secret realm entrance ticket are 2 different things. The secret entrance ticket is the equivalent of a ticket, and by having a ticket, you have a chance to enter the secret realm. The secret realm token, on the other hand, is equivalent to a VIP membership card, and with a VIP membership card, you can enter the same secret realm multiple times. Usually only monster lair type secret realms will have secret realm tokens that can be entered multiple times, and this ghoul's lair secret realm token that Lin Chuan had obtained was able to allow him to repeatedly enter the ghoul's lair secret realm 10 times. He was thinking about whether he should take a trip to the secret realm first, or whether he should first deal with the group of ungrateful things that were rushing at him, but suddenly a system prompt was heard in his head. Ding! The secret realm of dragons and warriors has accumulated 2,000 players, meeting the criteria for opening the secret realm. The secret world is opening now. Please prepare for the secret world. 3, 2, 1. Dragons and Warriors has been opened. Wish players a happy game. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Chuan experienced a radical change in front of him. He was still on the basketball court, but suddenly he was transported to an alien dimension. It was a space full of high-tech textures. 2,000 players, standing on 2,000 circular stations in a giant circle, and at the center of this circle, a huge crystal ball was suspended. Inside the crystal ball was a black silhouette that could not be seen. The black silhouette emitted a low and gloomy voice. Welcome, everyone, to the secret world of dragons and warriors. I will now introduce you to the rules of the game. This secret realm is a camp confrontation secret realm. The camps are divided into the Evil Dragon Camp and the Warrior Camp. Evil Dragon Camp, 200 players. Warrior Camp, 800 players. If all of one camp is eliminated, the other camp wins. When the game officially begins, your talents will be sealed and your attributes will be regenerated. The Evil Dragon attribute is 10 times the Warrior attribute. The Evil Dragon will randomly generate talents, but the Evil Dragon is trapped in the Evil Dragon's lair and may not leave the lair. Warriors can pick up quests at taverns, fight monsters to upgrade, and obtain various props. Warriors may team up to enter the Evil Dragon's lair to slay the dragon. The warrior who slays the Evil Dragon will be richly rewarded. The game is 24 hours long. After 24 hours, if all the Evil Dragons are killed, the Warrior Camp wins. If all the warriors die, the Evil Dragon Camp wins. If there are survivors in both the Evil Dragon Camp and the Warrior Camp, the game is ruled a draw. If it's a tie, then all hands are wiped out. When the Black Shadow used a cold and bloodthirsty voice to say the words wipe out all the players, the 2,000 players on the round stage all sucked in a breath of cold air. That is to say, once the game forms a draw, all 2,000 of them will be wiped out and none of them will survive. For the next 10 minutes, players are free to ask questions about the content of the game. After 10 minutes, the selection of camps will begin. The Black Shadow and the Crystal Ball didn't care in the slightest about the horrified expressions on the faces of the 2,000 players, and directly continued his process. Soon there was a chorus of questions. Pick a camp? You can pick your own camp? Then what if everyone picks a camp? Dark Shadow, when a camp is not full, it is randomly selected from another camp. Warriors and dragons aren't in the same dimension, right? Dark Shadow, yes. Warriors live on the Brave Continent, evil dragons live in the Dragon's Lair. And how does a warrior find the Evil Dragon's Lair? Black Shadow, there is no need to worry about that. A warrior can easily teleport to the Evil Dragon's Lair by silently chanting in his heart. It was said before that warriors can team up. Is there a limit to the number of people who can team up? Black Shadow, there is no limit to the number of warriors who can form a group in the Brave Continent. However, a maximum of 10 warriors can exist in the Evil Dragon's Lair at the same time. Once a warrior enters the Dragon's Lair, do they have to defeat the dragon before they can leave? Or can you just go in and look around and leave? Dark Shadow, half an hour after the warrior enters the dragon's lair. If both the dragon and the warrior survive, the warrior may leave in silence. Lin Chuan laughed quietly as he listened to this sentence. There was a huge trap in that statement. Yet it wasn't realized at the moment. What the Dark Shadow is saying in this quote is, if the warrior and the evil dragon survive at the same time, how does the warrior leave? And what he deliberately ignored was, if the warrior slays the dragon, how does the warrior leave? This is a question that no one has asked. Apparently, a lot of people have overlooked. In the original Dragon and the Warrior story, the warrior who slays the dragon eventually becomes the new dragon. Most questions were answered in time rushed by. Out of 2,000 people, Lin Chuan also casually raised a question. Can warriors kill each other? Warrior to warrior? Dark Shadow, yes, but there is no reward. Soon, another person imitated Lin Chuan and asked, what about between evil dragons? Can they kill each other? Dark Shadow, theoretically not, because evil dragons live in their own lairs. And theoretically, evil dragons can't leave their own lairs. How can they kill each other if they can't even meet each other? This time, the Black Shadow's answer was quickly seized upon. In your answer just now, you used theoretically twice. Does this mean that, in reality, the evil dragon has a way to leave the lair? The Black Shadow smiled faintly. Rule Colonel related. No answer. The crowd chattered, some continuing to ask Black Shadow cockamamie tricky questions, while others discussed amongst themselves how they should pick a side. The evil dragon can only wait for the warrior to enter the lair before it can kill the warrior. This is too passive. Yeah, and there are ties in this game. And in fact, the initiative of the tiebreaker is in the hands of the warriors. If a warrior realizes that the evil dragon is too strong, then simply and intentionally doesn't enter the evil dragon's lair. The big deal is that it's a draw and everyone dies together. And if a warrior intentionally tries to make a draw, no matter how strong the evil dragon is, there's nothing they can do about it. Fuck. When you say it like that, I have a feeling that there will be disgusting dogs that will deliberately choose warriors and then die afterward to not enter the evil dragon's lair. In that case, either wait for the other warriors to lie down and win after killing the evil dragon, or drag the evil dragon camp to die with them. You don't say. There could be that disgusting dog. After analyzing it so much, it's still the warrior camp that's reliable. The initiative is all on the warriors. That's right. I've decided. Must pick the warrior camp. Right. I'll take the warrior camp too. As we delve into the discussion, more and more people are realizing the downside of the evil dragon camp. The point that the evil dragon is strong, but not being able to leave the evil dragon's lair, is too passive. The warriors don't want to draw and can fight the evil dragon to the death. But the evil dragon doesn't want to draw. But it can't do anything about the warrior who won't go into the evil dragon's lair. So, figuring that out, almost 99% of the people prefer the warrior camp. Even, there were already people with dark hearts who had secretly decided that after choosing the warrior camp, they would die without entering the evil dragon's lair. In this way, it is either lie down and win or die together. When the 10 minutes were up, Black Shadow announced, now it's time to start choosing camps. As soon as the words fell, a large number of voices shouted choose the warrior camp. Lin Chuan knew the secret realm like the back of his hand, and directly murmured in his mind, I'll go with the evil dragon camp. 3 seconds later, the well-lit, tech-filled space was suddenly plunged into darkness. Only the crystal ball in the center. Once again resounded the Dark Shadow's weird and gloomy voice. Now, the game begins. I wish you all players enjoy the game. When he regained his sight again, Lin Chuan realized that he was already in a huge valley. The rocks, flowers and trees of this valley were all eerily black. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, was standing on top of a huge black rock. He glanced at the overcast sky, and a smile lifted at the edge of his mouth. Then, he said in his mind, open the evil dragon panel. Identity, dragon. Number 001. Power, 10. Physical fitness, 20. Speed, 10. Spirit, 10. Talent, unawakened. This attribute, obviously, was not Lin Chuan's original attribute. Rather, it is the evil dragon property generated by the secret world, and Lin Chuan's original talent could not be utilized at all here. That is, anyone, whether you were strong or weak before. In the secret world, everything reshuffles. A former underdog may hold a good hand. What was once strong may reverse into weakness. This is one of the most popular reasons for the secret world. It gives the weak a fair chance to compete with the strong. Here, the advantages Lin Chuan had accumulated through his fireball talent were all but eliminated as well. However, he has another advantage. That's rebirth. Reborn. He has more information. He smiled slightly, and with a thought, he found the chat channel exclusive to evil dragons. Here, a number of people have already spoken. It's bad luck. I originally chose the warrior camp. I didn't expect to be randomized into an evil dragon. It's over. It's over. I've been randomized as a dragon too. I have a feeling that the evil dragon cap can't win at all. If the evil dragon is weak, it will be killed by the warriors. If the evil dragon is strong, the warriors will just intentionally draw the game and drag us down with them. It's no use complaining about it now. Why don't you think about how to improve your strength to fight against the warriors? My panel says my talent hasn't been awakened. What about you guys? I'm also not awakened to my gift. Who knows how to awaken it? I have a physique of 20 and all other 3D attributes are 10. What about you guys? The same. It seems that evil dragons all have the same initial attributes. Only talent can bridge the gap between the dragons. The point is, how do you awaken a talent? There's no awakening button here. Lin Chuan looked at the chat messages of the 200 evil dragon camp players while walking towards the valley. At that moment, the chat channel suddenly exploded with news. Ah ha ha ha, I've awakened my talent. Although it's only a C-rank talent, but I've also gotten great news. What's the news? How did you awaken your talent? We're all in the same camp. Hurry up and share it. Don't panic, everyone. Look in your own evil dragon lair. Find a beautiful princess who will help us awaken our gifts. And I just got an important news from the princess. It turns out that we evil dragons can be resurrected. As long as we protect the princess from death, we can be revived indefinitely. If a warrior wants to kill the dragon, he must first kill the princess. I'm going. There really is a princess. The princess is so pretty. Her hands are so smooth. Princess voice is so sweet. Princess hey hey hey. What? Something's wrong. Is something wrong upstairs? Something's wrong. I'm not right. I'm a girl. Why don't you give me a handsome prince? But to be honest, with the princess looks, I can barely bend a bit. I'm sorry, I'm a female too. And I've already bent over the princess to become a mosquito, */omega**. Enough. You guys are really enough. A princess has mesmerized you all. It's a shame. Hiss, the princess smells so good. We are saying, no warrior would be willing to kill such a beautiful princess, right? Unlimited resurrection is a sure thing. Unlimited resurrection? Steady? Lin Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly, then landed his gaze on a stunningly beautiful young girl beside a small black stream. Everything in the dragon's lair is black. That princess, however, was gorgeous. Snow-white skin and a slim waist, the great big eyes, Xiaojing agaric nose, cherry mouth. Her features were delicate and beautiful, and her temperament was clear and confusing. She just sat quietly by the brook, without any words or actions. She became the most beautiful scenery between heaven and earth. Apparently, the chat channel's description of the princess was not exaggerated at all. This kind of stunning color is as beautiful as a dream. When she saw Lin Chuan, she got up and made a false bow to him, and that voice was also light and soft. Mr. Evil Dragon, I am your very own princess. As long as I live, the evil dragon has the power of unlimited resurrection. And now, my dear Mr. Evil Dragon, would you like to begin the awakening of your gift? Saying that, she didn't wait for Lin Chuan to reply, so she raised her slender hand. Above that palm, there was a translucent mist-colored crystal ball floating. The princess smiled towards Lin Chuan, her voice soft and unhurried. Come on, place your right hand on top of this crystal ball, and you will awaken your exclusive talent. Lin Chuan smiled faintly and slowly walked over. He raised his right hand to the princess's expectant gaze. The gentle movement naturally carries a veiled sense of ambiguity. The princess smiled slightly. However, the next moment, her absolutely beautiful smile froze on her face, simply because the hand that Lin Chuan raised was not placed on the crystal ball. Rather, it twisted straight into the princess's swan-like, graceful and slender neck. The princess instantly stared with wide eyes, her eyes filled with unbelievable horror. Her dreamy, exquisitely beautiful face was engorged with blood and red from the difficulty of breathing. She only had time to spit out the word "you" before she died of regret, with doubts and shock that she couldn't figure out. Lin Chuan lightly retracted his right hand, and as he let go, the princess's body slowly collapsed. Her snow-white skin instantly turned pure black, just like everything else in this evil dragon's lair. Only the crystal ball, still translucent and foggy in color. Lin Chuan casually picked up the crystal ball, then directly crushed it. Instantly, a system alert sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations on your awakening of the C-rank talent, wonderful hands. Lin Chuan sighed helplessly. This luck of his? Hey, it wasn't too bad to say it was bad. It was at least a C-rank talent. But it's not so good. It's only a C-rank talent after all. There was no comparison to his bug-level fireballs. But luck is something that really can't be forced. Lin Chuan quickly opened the chat channel again to see what talents everyone else had awakened. I'm a fucking non-celebrity. I'm really a fucking non-commoner. I awakened an E-rank talent in reality, and then I reawakened it in a secret realm. and it turned out to be an even worse F rank. Hey, in reality, I'm a strong person with A-level talent, but as a result, I've only awakened to a D level here, so there's a big difference. Aha! I've awakened the S-rank talent Soul Lord. That group of warriors dared to enter my evil dragon's lair. I can defeat them before using my talent to control their souls and enslave them. Crouching. Astonishingly, an S-ranked talent Big Brother has appeared. This talent sounds so awesome. I'm begging for a ride. I'm not a big shot. All I want to do is cry. In reality, I'm just a little F-rank trash. This kind of good fortune of awakening an S-rank talent. How come it happened in the secret realm? This talent can't be taken away. So even if it's strong, it's only strong for a while. Hey, don't be too sad upstairs. If you have such a powerful S-rank talent, the victory rate of our evil dragon camp will be 1 point higher. With the rewards we'll get after victory, we'll all have the possibility to take off and become stronger. That's right, we must unite. Let's fight hard for the victory of the evil dragon camp. That's right, let's all cheer together. The dragons will win. Dragon camp will win. For a while, the chat channel was swarming with excitement. Lin Chuan took a closer look and realized that he seemed to be the only one who had killed the princess in the opening. That's right, after all, the princess has the power to bring back evil dragons and is so pretty. Who would want to kill her? However, Lin Chuan knew that the princess's so-called dragon resurrection was actually only for dragons, not for players. In other words, an evil dragon status player is literally dead once they are killed by a warrior. However, while the player dies, the evil dragon can still exist, because the warrior who slays the dragon will be converted from the warrior camp to the evil dragon camp, directly replacing the identity of the evil dragon he slayed. This is what the princess called the resurrection of the dragon. The resurrected evil dragon, however, was clearly not the original evil dragon. According to this setting, as long as the princess doesn't die, the evil dragon camp will never be overthrown, because dragon slayer warriors are automatically converted to the evil dragon camp. If this goes on and on, this game of camp rivalry will turn into a game of capture the ring with 2,000 people vying for 200 evil dragon identities. And the princess and crystal ball in the evil dragon's lair are actually a hidden reward for this secret game. If the player is good enough to listen to the princess and awaken the talent in the way she does, then the talent he awakened could only take effect in the evil dragon's lair. Once you leave the secret realm and return to reality, the talent can't be taken away. However, if you can kill the princess and crush the talent crystal ball, then the awakened talent will be permanent and can be taken away from the secret realm. And that talent, naturally, becomes the biggest reward of this secret game. Of course, if it was just a C-ranked mythical hand talent, Lin Chuan, who had a BUG-ranked fireball, wouldn't really be able to look at it. What he had before him, however, was not a gift. Instead, it's a full 200. Moreover, because of the special secret realm rules, the probability of awakening an advanced talent here was far higher than the world Lin Chuan was in. No, it was only 200 people, and someone had even awakened an S-ranked talent, the Lord of Spirits, capable of enslaving intelligent beings. That's a good talent. Not surprisingly, it will soon be his. As he was thinking about it, the chat channel suddenly exploded with another message. The evil dragon camp will win. Don't worry, everyone. I've awakened the SSS rank talent Shadow Body. This talent allows me to transform into a shadow and ignore all attacks. It's basically the same as being immortal. This way, even if my princess is killed by a warrior, I won't be killed by a warrior. With me here, the warrior's camp will never win. What the hell? Isn't the highest talent S rank? What the hell is SSS rank? I'm going. Long C. Big Brother begs to be taken to fly. It's too awesome. This secret realm can even awaken an SSS rank talent. It's a pity that this talent can't be taken away. Otherwise wouldn't it be directly invincible back in reality? Can't you take it with you? Other people can't take it away. But Lin Chuan can take it away. Lin Chuan looked at the message in the chat channel and his eyes lit up frighteningly. He was afraid of any accidents. So he didn't move to speak in the chat channel. SSS ranked Big Brother lives in the 66th Dragon's Lair, right? There's no one else with this kind of luck. He was outwardly complimentary, but in actuality, he was secretly prying into the other party's evil dragon number. However, the other party never spoke in the chat channel again. Lin Chuan's eyes darkened, and after a moment, he let out a deep breath. It doesn't matter. Big deal. We'll go nest to nest. So now here's the question. As a rule, an evil dragon cannot leave its own evil dragon lair. Such a rule prevents evil dragons from going to the lairs of other evil dragons as well. However, as Black Shadow said earlier, such a provision is only theoretical. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, has a specific program for breaking the theory. With a movement of his fingers, a black card appeared between his fingers. On top of the black card was a weird and gloomy mask pattern. Lin Chuan silently activated it, and a thin black mask suddenly appeared on his hand. As soon as he pressed this mask to his face, the thin layer seemed to blend into his cheeks. On the outside, it looked as if nothing had happened. Lin Chuan's appearance. There was no change, but only he knows. At this moment, his attribute panel turned into an editable state. It sounds impressive, but in fact, the statute of limitations for the Face of Death experience card is only 24 hours, and the edited attribute panel is only an appearance that doesn't change anything substantial. The Face of Death experience card doesn't really do much in reality, but put in some secret worlds where there are camps set up. It can help people fake an identity of another camp. For example, at this moment, Lin Chuan quickly edited his new identity. Furukawa Dai. Status, Warrior, number 1801. Generally, there are only 1800 warriors, numbered up to 1800. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, could utilize the Face of Death experience card to become the 1,801st warrior. Of course, such a forged identity is not omnipotent. When the final game ends for the camp settlement, even if he remains disguised as a warrior camp, the Dark Shadow will determine that he is in the Evil Dragon camp. After all, the disguise is always just a disguise. Nothing substantial has changed inside, and naturally the camp has not really changed. As for the props for changing sides, there actually are. After all, some of the camps in the secret world are assigned completely randomly. Players who are assigned to a camp they don't want to go to can switch camps with a camp switch prop. However, most of the camp conversion props were fate-based props that were so rare that even strong people would find it difficult to obtain them. So, when it came to those secret realms that forced the assignment of camps, most people were all about luck. The Dragons and Warriors camp is pretty good. At least it gives the player freedom of choice. But there were still people, too, who had been forcibly assigned to the Evil Dragon camp because they were outnumbered. Lin Chuan was probably the first player to actively choose the Evil Dragon camp, so the number in the Evil Dragon camp was 001. According to the rules, even though he had forged his warrior identity, he still had to wait half an hour before he could leave the Evil Dragon's lair. During this half hour, Lin Chuan then continued to follow the Evil Dragons in the chat channel. After about 10 minutes, the topic of discussion among the Evil Dragon players suddenly changed from their respective talents to the Evil Dragon form. Ahahaha, Princess is really great. I just got a level 1 Evil Dragon form from her. All attributes have been doubled. I'm afraid we can't lose with the help of the princess. With the help of the princess, I'm afraid it's hard for us to lose. One level of dragon form can double your attributes. When we refine into a level 3 Evil Dragon form, level 5 Evil Dragon form, that is not easy to completely abuse the warriors? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Ha ha ha, it's too good. I never dreamed that I would have the day to become a dragon and fly in the sky. Don't get too cocky upstairs. The Evil Dragon form lasts for half an hour at most, and there's a half-hour cooldown after that. What if a warrior enters your lair during the cooldown period of your dragon form? It won't. People's dark shadows have said that the warriors are weak at the beginning. They definitely need time to develop. That's right, the warriors need time to develop. But they will never realize that while they are developing, we are also getting stronger. We must practice our dragon form hard now, and try to raise it to level 3 within 12 hours. Level 3's Evil Dragon form increases its attributes by 3 times. At that time, the warrior will definitely be no match for us. Almost all of the Evil Dragon players are overjoyed at the powerful Evil Dragon form. However, there is always a shortage of minorities who like to go against the grain. A voice popped up in the chat channel. I think we'd better not be too optimistic. I'm afraid this secret game won't be that simple. If our Evil Dragon is so powerful, I'm sure the warrior's side won't be weak either. I feel the same way. Besides, haven't you all noticed? In this secret realm, there are not only warriors and evil dragons, but also princesses. So guess, will there be props like a dragon slayer's sword or something like that? I also always feel a little uneasy. After all, the story of dragons and warriors, regardless of which version, the warrior has succeeded in slaying the dragon. However, these minority voices will always be quickly drowned out by the voices of the majority. You're thinking too much. This is a game of confrontation between camps. It's all about the player's efforts. How can we win or lose according to the story's ending? And a dragon slayer's sword? I think you're paranoid. That's right. Not only do we have the princess on our side to help us, but we also have a big brother with an SSS ranked talent. Even if some of the weaker dragons are killed by the warriors, the SSS ranked gifted big brother will definitely not die. As long as one dragon doesn't die, the dragon camp will still win in the end. So, what about the draw? The word tie popped up on the chat channel suddenly went quiet for a moment. Still, soon the crowd was cheering each other on and steering the conversation in an optimistic direction. After all, no matter how powerful the evil dragon is, the initiative of the draw is always in the hands of the warriors. Lin Chuan watched for a while longer, and half an hour's time soon arrived. He confirmed his attribute panel, and then he mentally mumbled, "Leave the evil dragon's lair." The next second, he appeared in a village shrine. Most of the warrior players at this time were diligently busy with their upgrades, which led to the fact that there were no players in the shrine, only NPC guards. Lin Chuan turned his head to look at a statue enshrined in the shrine. The statue looked like some kind of god or Buddha. The god Buddha had a seated appearance, but there were no five senses on his face. In one hand, it stretched its index finger and pointed to the sky, and in the other, it dragged a mist-colored crystal ball. Lin Chuan's eyes twitched and he took 2 steps forward. At that moment, however, the guard on the side suddenly shook the floor with the long handle of his weapon and looked at him with a look that implied a warning as well. Although Lin Chuan's evil dragon attribute was stronger than the current stage of warriors, he wasn't so bold that he dared to go against the guards of the brave village. Thus, he could only look at the crystal ball in the statue's hand with reluctance, and left sardonically. When you leave the shrine, you see the entirety of the Braveheart village. The sky here was blue and the sun was bright, very different from the gloomy and dark style of the evil dragon's lair. The streets are spacious and the architecture is on the medieval western side. Lin Chuan didn't have the mind to loiter, and directly then traveled in the direction of the tavern. It was clearly broad daylight, but the tavern was extraordinarily lively, simply because today, 800 warrior players had suddenly descended upon it. A portion of warrior players went directly to the Brave Canyon to fight monsters and upgrade. Another portion of the players exchanging messages at the tavern. There is no chat channel between warriors, yet they can exchange messages face to face. There is even an electronic screen in front of the tavern, which directly updates the rank list in real time. The physical version of the rank list was surrounded by a lot of people. Lin Chuan also went up to look at warrior ranking. First place, warrior 0189, level 5. Second place, warrior number 1672, level 5. Third place, warrior 0012, level 5. Fourth place, warrior number 1199, level 4. With 1,800 warriors, the rank list only recorded the top 99, and less than an hour after the secret realm opened, even the 99th place on the warrior ranking list had already reached level 4. Lin Chuan heard the people around him talking about the rank list. This mode of fighting monsters and upgrading is kinda like the games I used to play. Moreover, there's no limit to upgrading here. It's much faster than reality. At this rate of upgrading, we'll be able to rise to more than 20 levels in half a day. At that time, if we form a team again, it won't be easy to fight the evil dragon. Hey, if only upgrading in reality was as easy as it is in this secret realm. I've been working so hard in reality to fight monsters, and I'm only at level 2. Hey, bro, how about you? How many levels? The brother beside me pretended to be casual. Me? I'm level 3. Crap. So it's a big brother. Unfortunately, we're not from the same world. Yes, there are 2,000 players in this secret world. Hardly from one world. And it is here that these players are the first to touch the truth of the world through contact and communication. The players here look like the normal looks of the average blue star person. How did they know they were from a different world? The reason was simple. The rank lists of their respective worlds were not the same. For example, in the world where Lin Chuan was, the number 1 on the rank list was Lin Chuan. As for the others, number 1 on the rank list was a different name for each. However, although the rank lists are different, the historical knowledge they know, the famous people and events, all of them can match up. And even, as a more detailed exchange reveals, there are people in your world, and there are people in my world. There's a cheating god named Tereo Yuina in your world. Hey, coincidentally, there's a cheating god named Tereo Yuina in my world too. As they continued to communicate, they gradually realized a chilling fact that they were, it turned out, from different parallel worlds. Those people in your own world exist in parallel worlds as well. Even yourself, the parallel world has another. A lot of things are the same between parallel worlds and parallel worlds. For example, the talent that the player awakens at the advent of the killing game is the same for all parallel worlds. It's just that individuals are in different situations and the development of each world is different. You may get the opportunity to become strong in your own world. You, on the other side of the world, may be bumbling around and accomplishing nothing. And after 30 days of gameplay, there will be a 2x2 fusion between parallel worlds. And the killing game issues a horribly mandatory quest, kill your other self. The player who succeeds in the kill gets everything the other self has. Even talents can be fused. In his previous life, Lei Ming, who originally had an A+ grade talent, was the one who managed to evolve into an S grade talent by killing himself after the world fusion. But, Who could tell whether the thunder that survived was the thunder of this world, or the thunder of another world? It's something that doesn't matter to anyone else. After all, no one cared which thunder he actually was. The only one who really cared was Thunder himself. Lin Chuan too. No one cared that the one who lived was actually Lin Chuan of which world. Only Lin Chuan himself would try hard to survive. He was nearly invincible in battle in his own world at the time. As long as you don't mess with someone with a special talent like Tereo, you can walk sideways almost anywhere. However, the appearance of the mandatory mission made Lin Chuan feel a deep sense of fear and frustration. He was able to be so powerful, and so could Lin Chuan from the other world, because the bug-level fireball that he possessed, Lin Chuan from the other world also had. But fortunately, the other Lin Chuan that Lin Chuan had encountered during the first world fusion was not as strong as him. He had completed the mandatory task of world fusion and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He wasn't much happier, though, because there was something even scarier waiting for him back there. Second world fusion. Third world fusion. Lin Chuan had, in the end, died by his own hand. That guy, he's awfully powerful. Before killing Lin Chuan, that guy told Lin Chuan in an extraordinarily calm tone, if life holds a myriad of possibilities, then I, for one, want to be strong to the limit of that possibility. It must be said that even from different worlds, Lin Chuan and Lin Chuan still have a lot in common. For example, the one who killed Lin Chuan, the words he said touched Lin Chuan's soul more. So returning from rebirth, Lin Chuan wants to be the strongest version of himself. In fact, he had originally been a little worried. As far as he understood, the parallel of the world lines began at that point in time of the killing game. Everyone, in all worlds, is in the same situation before the killing game, only after the killing game does life diverge. Lin Chuan's rebirth just happened to be a return to the beginning of the killing game. He had originally been a little worried that his parallel world self would also have the experience of being reborn, but now it seems that there should be none, because from the descriptions of these warriors, their world, there was no Lin Chuan on the rank list. In other words, the Lin Chuan of the other worlds hadn't risen to prominence for the time being. Untying the knot in his heart, the corner of Lin Chuan's mouth raised in a smile. Then, he was bumped on the shoulder, and a few people who were chatting feverishly in front of the leveling list suddenly asked him the same question. How about you, brother? How many levels are you in reality? Level 3. Lin Chuan didn't hide it. That person is tall and thin, but his character is quite free-spirited, and immediately exclaimed, ouch. I go. Another big man. We have a lot of big guys here. My level 2 is already a big man in my own world, but I can only come here to hang on to the end. Lin Chuan thought for a moment and suddenly asked, do any of us warriors exist who are level 4 in reality? The tall thin man's eyes changed. A long time before he came to Lin Chuan's ear and lowered his voice. Brother, you just came to the tavern may not know. There was just a level 4 that was made to die. Oh, Lin Chuan looked calm. The tall skinny guy froze and asked, why don't you ask how the level 4 big guy died? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow and briefly speculated. Level 4 bigots are high-minded and think they're great. However, when you come to the secret realm, your talent, level, and attributes are all sealed. Everyone starts from the same point. If a level 4 bigot is any more arrogant, he will easily get beaten up, right? Hey, brother, you're pretty smart. That level 4 big guy from before was just too arrogant and got ganged up on and killed. And the sublime ring was snatched too. The tall thin man gave a thumbs up towards Lin Chuan, then smiled again. My name is Hu Shilong. What's your name, brother? When I go back to my own world, take care of you in my world if I meet. Lin Chuan smiled back. At this stage, players don't know how to play world fusion, which is why they say you who take care of my world to get close. When people from different worlds meet again in the secret realm after experiencing world fusion later, the words will be, help you kill the you of my world. It does happen that when worlds merge, the other world's self has died. In this case, the mandatory quests amount to direct completion, and the player doesn't have to experience the danger of killing with himself. The bad thing, however, is that there is no way to get a reward for killing yourself. In the previous life, there were quite a few players with arrogant personalities who would even take revenge for their selves in the other world when they found out that their selves in the other world had died when the worlds merged. Lin Chuan didn't want to cause any repercussions to his self in the other world, so he just faintly said a fake name. My name is Furukawa Dai. With that, he headed in the direction of the tavern. Hu Shilong suddenly stopped him. Brother, the tavern is occupied. We can't get in. Lin Chuan's footsteps lurched as he looked toward Hu Shilong. What's going on? Hu Shilong looked left and right for a while, then lowered his voice again. There is limited space in the tavern. It can probably only accommodate around 100 people at the same time. The person who killed the level 4 big brother before occupied the tavern and wouldn't let anyone else in. One man can take over the tavern? Lin Chuan frowned slightly. Hu Shilong explained again with an ugly face. If he dares to occupy the tavern alone, it will definitely touch the public anger. But he didn't completely occupy it, just hogging the inside, only letting the blacks in. And those of us whose skin is not dark enough are not allowed to enter. Ha! Those whose skin isn't dark enough aren't allowed in. Quite arrogant too. Lin Chuan said this unapologetically while stepping into the tavern in a dignified manner. His words, naturally, were overheard. On the other side of the bar of the tavern, there was a swish sound, and a sharp concealed weapon instantly flew in, pushing straight into his head. This time, if he couldn't dodge, Lin Chuan was afraid that his blood would be splattered on the spot. His apparent identity is a warrior, but he actually possesses the attribute of an evil dragon. The warrior's initial 4-dimensional attributes are all 1 point. The first 10 levels only gain 1 free attribute point per upgrade. The evil dragon, on the other hand, has basically 10 points in its initial 4-dimensional attributes. The physical attribute is even higher at 20 points. It was no exaggeration to say that even if that concealed weapon really hit Lin Chuan's head, with his 20-point physique attribute, it wouldn't be life-threatening. What's more, his powerful attributes and battle sense allowed him to dodge the blow almost with his eyes closed. However, in order to deter this group of unruly guys, Lin Chuan didn't dodge. He just slightly raised his right hand and received the concealed weapon into his hand with his bare hands. Another fling towards the original path and the tavern instantly resounded with a murderous howl. Just over the bar, a black man covered his ears with a bloodless face, blood spilling out from between his fingers, and one of his ears, which had been cut off by a concealed weapon, fell so plainly on top of the bar, dripping with blood and shocking to the eye. In that instant, the entire tavern was left with the man's screams. Everyone unconsciously held their breath and looked at Lin Chuan with horror and shock. The atmosphere was instantly anxious and tense, and in a hidden corner of the tavern near the back door, another tall, stocky black man suddenly pushed his way through the crowd and stepped out. He glanced over at the bar, then turned his gaze to Lin Chuan. His eyes were shady, and his voice was low and cold and hostile, harboring a hidden threat. Kid, you're very arrogant. With that, he produced an additional sword-type weapon in his hand. However, perhaps he was still deliberating on something. His sword did not immediately swing towards Lin Chuan, probably thought that there was room for negotiation. However, Lin Chuan clearly had a personality that didn't like to talk nonsense with people. In his hand, a giant axe also suddenly appeared, and his actions were much more thunderous and decisive than the Negro's. The heavy giant axe flew past like a hidden weapon. Bang dash, there was a loud thud, and the bar was almost smashed. The tavern was in instant chaos. Screams, running disorganized footsteps, and others took advantage of the chaos and still wanted to continue to attack towards Lin Chuan. However, all of them were easily taken by him. The NPC guards in the tavern finally stepped in to mediate before the situation was stabilized. Hu Shilong was so scared that his face was white, looking at Lin Chuan's eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. Brother, you're the one who let me see what it means to be really arrogant. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow as he didn't even give an extra look to the tavern guard who stepped in to mediate. Instead, he turned towards the dozens of blacks still remaining in the tavern and said in a loud voice, "Everyone, I'm a person who actually doesn't like fighting and killing. What's more, we're all in the warrior camp, so once there's serious internal friction, the possibility of winning this secret game will be greatly reduced." He swept his gaze over a dark face, and his tone was sincere and solemn. "So, I hope that we can all unite. Things like what happened before, occupying the tavern, don't happen again, okay?" He said the word okay in a very soft tone. However, all the warrior players in the tavern just felt creeped out. They responded to him very heartily, eye to eye and nose to nose. Good, good. Big brother is right. We should unite. It was indeed wrong to occupy the tavern before, and Dio deserved to be killed. Lin Chuan was not surprised by this. After all, the killing game teaches everyone one thing in the shortest amount of time, that the power of speech is always in the hands of the strong. If you can't beat someone, you have to take it from the heart. Lin Chuan was very satisfied with their submissiveness, and in a few steps, he walked over to the black man's corpse and removed the 2 sublime rings, before turning to the tavern guards. "Trouble you all." The guards nodded to him, after which they disposed of the black man's body in flames. From start to finish, there was no intention to punish Lin Chuan, the troublemaker. Hu Shilong looked at such a scene, could not help but thumbs up straight call cattle. On the contrary, on the side, a small, thin black man suddenly took the initiative to come over and tell Lin Chuan, "This big man, this move you made in the tavern is really not a wise move." The skinny black man saw that Lin Chuan wasn't angry, before he continued to carefully explain again, that Dio, before, was the one who killed someone in this tavern. The guards in the tavern don't care about killings in the tavern, but if you were to leave the tavern, You would be wanted by the guards of Brave Village, that Dio from before. The reason he's occupying the tavern isn't idleness, it's that he can't get out at all. Not being able to get out means not being able to level up. Big brother, your current strength is indeed very strong, but when the others level up, you're afraid that you'll be in dire straits. The words were kind. Lin Chuan sized up the skinny black man, then asked, "What's your name?" "Just call me Alvin." "Big man." Alvin lowered his eyebrows in respect. Lin Chuan nodded and added, "Since you know that I can't be upgraded, why did you come to flatter me?" Alvin's dark eyes flashed with dismay. He looked left and right, hesitantly approached Lin Chuan, and lowered his voice. "I was fighting monsters and upgrading in the Brave Canyon before, and I gained a scouting skill." He didn't say so explicitly, but Lin Chuan got it. This guy should have seen that Lin Chuan's warrior number was 1801 through his scouting skill. From this point, he sensed Lin Chuan's uncomplicatedness. This Alvin, he's kind of a smart guy, too. Actually, Hu Shilong is quite smart. He didn't understand the deeper meaning in Alvin's statement, but even after a brief thought he could guess that Lin Chuan was definitely not simple. Lin Chuan didn't care what these two thought of him. He briefly organized the two newly harvested sublime rings, and then it went towards the direction in which the black man had just appeared. That is, the hidden corner in the direction of the back door of the tavern. This corner is extremely dimly lit. A lavish card table off to the side hides a small dead space of a few square meters, and circling around the card table, Lin Chuan really saw that in the dead center of everyone's line of sight sat an alcoholic dressed in black. The odor was overwhelming on the drunk, and he was leaning against the wall and snoring. Lin Chuan squatted down directly in front of him and spoke with business skill. "A ticket for self-existent heaven." The alcoholic, all disheveled, belched lazily. It looked as if he hadn't heard Lin Chuan speak at all. In reality, however, with a flip of his hand, there was a golden ticket, suspended in the air. Lin Chuan was about to hand over the 1 gold coin that he had obtained from the black man's secondary ring. The drunkard on the ground, however, suddenly raised his eyelids and gave him a deep, sidelong glance. And then, it even suddenly spoke out. 100 gold coins. What? Lin Chuan frowned fiercely. "As I recall, this ticket only costs 1 gold coin. That's someone else. You, just charge 100 gold coins. Love to buy or not." The drunkard was still disheveled and lazy, yet that tone, but arrogant to the extreme. Lin Chuan's face, too, was difficult to see. 100 gold coins is simply not something a warrior player can obtain at this stage. During the warrior player's development, he basically goes to the Canyon of Valor to fight monsters and upgrade. There, experience and coins are bound to be gained from fighting monsters. 100 copper coins equal 1 silver coin. 100 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. For 1 gold, you can barely save up by doing quests, but 100 gold coins, pressed, unless Lin Chuan went and robbed all 1,000 plus warriors, there was no chance of getting enough 100 gold coins, but that would not only be an outrage, it would be too much of a waste of time. Lin Chuan's face was hard to see, but he entered the secret realm of dragons and warriors. In addition to obtaining the talent from the dragon's lair, his other goal was the self-realization sky. To make him give up on it? No way. Fighting this drunkard? That's even more impossible. Even Lin Chuan in his previous life couldn't fathom the identity of this drunkard. He took a deep breath and had to lower his voice again to ask, "Can I get credit?" The drunkard didn't even raise his eyelids and replied crisply, "Yes, pledge your death grip to me. When you come out, just spend 200 gold coins to redeem it." The corners of Lin Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. "Fuck you. Waiting for him here. 200 gold coins. Why don't you go fucking grab it?" Lin Chuan cursed fiercely in his heart, but he suddenly heard a cool, grim voice in his ears. "If you want me to rob you with my hands, I can satisfy you as well." Lin Chuan's mouth twitched again. His mind instantly didn't dare to ruminate, and he silently and wordlessly took the death grip out of his sublime ring. The drunkard took the string of 4 rings connected together, put it in his hand and weighed it, and suddenly sighed with some regret. It's a pity. Lin Chuan knew what he was pitying. There was no origin power in this death grip, so in reality, it can't be considered a true artifact. There is a death grip like this one in every parallel world. Countless parallel worlds could have countless pieces of death grip, but the death grip, which possessed the power of the origin, was the only one of its kind. This was also the reason why Lin Chuan dared to pledge this death grip. With a cold face, he squeezed the golden ticket suspended in the air into his hand. Then, without a moment's delay, the tickets were shredded. In the next second, his figure directly disappeared in place. "Welcome to Zygote. A temporary identity is being created for you. Ding. Please identify a codename for your temporary identity." Without any hesitation, Lin Chuan directly reported a codename, Furukawa Dai. Then, The system's mechanical voice sounded again. Ding. Identity Furukawa de G*****6, created successfully. Wish you a happy game. After completing this series of processes, in front of his eyes, the bustling streets filled with a sense of futuristic technology appeared. There were no vehicles visible at all on the streets, but there were quite a few pedestrians. This is the self-existent heaven. The self-realization is the equivalent of a virtual world. When one dies here, one doesn't really die, but exits the world of self-realization and cools down for 24 hours before being able to re-enter. Of course, access to the self-realization is very limited, at least until the first world fusion. Lin Chuan could only think of buying tickets at the secret realm merchants, T-Meow, and got slaughtered hard. Still, it's easy to make money at self-advance as long as you're good at it, provided, of course, that there is strength. In the self-realization sky, strength is almost equal to money. You have the power to make a lot of money in minutes. You don't have the strength. You simply can't move an inch. The streets here are very wide. In addition to a variety of buildings full of sense of technology, the street is a lot of people like vendors to let out their voices. Recruitment of accompanying trainers. Requirements are 4-dimensional attributes of 10 points or more, and strength exertion of 80% or more. Out of destiny coins. Jumping sale. Come on in if you're interested. Out of the realm of the realm. There are 2 more uses of the quota. Just 200 self-containment points. Seeking chaperones. High price for a big brother to accompany me. Ask for a big brother who has broken through the 7th floor of the trial tower. Price is negotiable. Of all the people, the ones begging for a chaperone were the most numerous. In fact, when most people get a boost in attributes, it doesn't mean that the strength immediately follows. For example, some people have 10 points of strength attributes, but they may only have 5 points that they can actually utilize. In order to maximize your strength, you will seek out a partner and work on yourself. Like before, when Lin Chuan met the 7-star professional Luo Shuhong, the difference in attributes between the two of them actually wasn't that big. At that time, Lin Chuan's 4-dimensional attribute was only 3 points, and after the 7-star profession Luo Shuhong upgraded, she gained 7 points of free attributes, coupled with the fixed increase in attributes of her profession. Her attributes at that time really didn't seem to be any worse than Lin Chuan's. However, when fighting, Lin Chuan still crushed his opponent. This was because Lin Chuan was able to maximize his strength. As for Luo Shuhong, it was considered good that she could play 30 to 50%. The current Blue Star players, apparently, don't realize such a problem, whereas those in the self-realization heaven come from all the heavens and all the worlds. It wasn't just the parallel world of Lin Chuan's world. Here, there are also players from higher realms. They have a more robust system, and their quest for strength is, well, more comprehensive. Usually after gaining an increase in their attributes, they look for a companion to give them a tangible boost in strength. In Lin Chuan's previous life, he also looked for a chaperone, which was dead expensive, but the effect was really strong. However, in this life, he had tried. Even if he reached the upper limit of his current world's attributes, he would still be able to bring his strength to 100%. With his strength, finding a job as a chaperone in the self-realization sky would be a big profit in minutes. However, a job like chaperoning is like tutoring before the end times. You either have to be a student at a prestigious university or be able to show evidence that you did well in high school. Otherwise, why would anyone recruit you? Lin Chuan is now just empty strength without credentials. So, for the time being, I didn't think about doing chaperoning. He didn't waste any time and went straight to the building called Arena. It was at this moment that a cry was suddenly heard from behind. Furukawa-sama, wait for me dash. Lin Chuan was shocked. No one should know him in the self-realization sky. Turning his head, he saw that it was Alvin and Hu Shilong. Lin Chuan all froze. How did you guys get in here? Alvin snapped. We paid for tickets too. His voice lowered involuntarily as he spoke. Lin Chuan's face stiffened, as did his voice, and he asked in a self-defeating manner, how much did you pay for the tickets? Alvin gulped and avoided looking away, not daring to answer. Hu Shilong's smile was dry. Ahem. Each cost 1 gold coin. People are more angry than people. Lin Chuan was extremely unbalanced inwardly and couldn't wait to slap these two little b-boys to death on the spot. He tried his best to suppress the feeling of imbalance within him and said expressionlessly, what are you guys doing in here? Wasting gold coins? Ahem. This is not. Come in for a long time to see well. Hu Shilong smiled slightly embarrassed. Said, and deliberately changed the topic. This place is really magical. We asked that drunkard before we came in, and it is said that 1 point of self-contained points can be exchanged for 10 gold coins. We just need to find a way to get 1 point of freedom. That's blood money. Oh, figure out how to get a point of comfort? It's too much to think about, isn't it? Lin Chuan didn't care about these two followers anymore and walked straight into the arena. The two beautiful receptionists at the entrance smiled and said, "Welcome, you need to pay 1 point of ease to enter the arena." This gentle voice instantly scared off those two people behind Lin Chuan. "Really? You have to pay an ease point to enter a building? Do we have to pay for other buildings as well?" Hu Shilong's face turned slightly white. The beautiful front desk service was professional grade and didn't ooze disdain in the slightest. Instead, he patiently explained, "Yes it is. It's almost impossible to move an inch in the selfsame sky without a selfsame point." Hu Shilong's face hardened as he exchanged glances with Alvin. After that, both of their gazes fell on Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan certainly didn't feel more comfortable, but with a bemused look on his face, he said, "I'm going to play competitively, the kind where you sign a contract of sale. The deed of sale. The term is not uncommon in the selfsame sky. All institutions in the zygote have to pay at least 1 point of zygote to be let in. And it's not an exaggeration to say that you really just can't move an inch without a point of comfort." A newcomer without a background who wanted to survive in Zygotii could almost only take a step forward and get the first bucket of money by selling his body. This was almost an unwritten unspoken rule that had been developed by the self-realization sky for newcomers. This is a holy place that can make people stronger. But at the same time, the law of survival here is also cruel to the extreme. Newbies, either sign a sellout contract with one of those private individuals down the street and the other will take you for a ride. Either that, or sign a sellout contract with a large organization like the Arena. By signing a contract of sale with a private individual, you basically lose your human rights and work as a dog for someone else for the rest of your life. Signing a sell-side contract with a large organization retains at least some freedom to a large extent. Also, the chances of redemption of a sale deed signed by a large organization are much higher than the probability of redemption of a private sale deed. Some of the strongest and luckiest ones redeem themselves in as little as 3 or 5 months. Of course there are also the less powerful ones who fall into slavery to large organizations and are stuck working there for the rest of their lives. In his previous life, Lin Chuan had signed a contract of sale with the Arena. It was exploitative, but it didn't affect his own life. Moreover, through the constant battles in the Arena, he had gained strength. Overall, he earned it. Of course, he could have made more if he hadn't signed a contract of sale and was just a regular customer. But there's no way around it. Reality, it's that cruel. Even if he were to relive his life, Lin Chuan would not be able to break the default unspoken rules in the self-realization heaven. However, with his current strength, it was easy to redeem himself. When the two beautiful receptionists heard him talk about the contract of sale, their expressions were a bit subtle. The two of them exchanged glances, and one of them, the gentle and clear-looking sister, then used a gentle voice to politely state, "This sir, are you from the lower realm of new access?" "Yes," the beautiful woman explained in a small voice again. "Newly accessed realms have an extremely high player mortality rate. Our arena signs a selling contract with such a person, and the requirements will increase accordingly." "I understand. Just call the manager directly." Lin Chuan looked like he was skilled in business, causing the two beautiful receptionists to be a bit confused. Is he really from a lower realm that he just accessed? He's acting like an old man. The two beauties looked at each other in a tangled way again, and after that, it was up to the other, colder looking, imperial type beauty, to call the manager. The manager was a middle-aged man of about 40, and after slightly sizing up Lin Chuan for a few moments, he took him to a meeting room. "This is the contract you see." The manager handed over a document, and thoughtfully explained, "The contract of the self-realization sky is also bound by the power of the rules, and neither party can breach the contract." Lin Chuan took the contract and briefly scanned it. The content was basically the same as in his previous life. He is fixed to play 20 matches per month in the arena, with a fixed appearance fee of 2 self-points per match. Secondly, if a guest specifies that they are looking for him to play against, he has 3 chances a month to decline. However, there is no appearance fee for him in cases specified by the customer. However, if he defeats the customer, he gets 5 self-compassion points. On top of that, there are some additional benefits. For example, winning 5 matches in a row earns you 5 bonus self-points. Winning 10 matches in a row earns you a 10-point bonus to self-compassion. It looks like a pretty good perk, but compared to real customers, it's pretty shabby. After all, real customers are rewarded with a base of 10 self-points for a victory in the arena. Some special bets win and earn even more, and there is a 50 self-point bonus for customers to get 5 consecutive wins. For 10 consecutive wins, it's a 100 self-point bonus. It's also because of all the incentives set up that many freelancers are willing to come to the arena to play matches for money. Lin Chuan signed a selling contract for the arena, still earning free points, but much less than a customer. There's no way around it. Newcomers just don't have human rights in the selfsame sky, and the method of redemption is written into the contract. Lin Chuan turned a page and his eyes suddenly went cold. He raised his eyes to the manager. I remember that in the normal sellout contract, the ring only requires 10 consecutive victories to redeem yourself. Why is it that in this contract of mine, 20 consecutive wins are required? A brilliant light flashed under the manager's eyes, and he politely opened his mouth to ask, I wonder where little brother heard about the rules of redemption for 10 consecutive victories in the arena ring? Lin Chuan grimaced and casually babbled. From the person who sold me the tickets to Self-Realization Sky. The manager's eyes flickered as he looked at Lin Chuan with more and more respect. He even unconsciously lowered his head halfway. However, regarding the contract, it didn't back down, but explained, our arena has our reasons for making the contract. Naturally, with your strength, I'm sure it's not too difficult to win 10 consecutive victories in the ring, and if we still sign with you according to the regular contract, wouldn't you sign a contract of sale on the same day and redeem yourself on the same day? In that case, it would break the rules of the self-realization heaven. Breaking the rules? Lin Chuan's face did not ease up due to his explanation. He slowly stood up with a cold expression and said, in that case, this contract of sale, I won't sign it. With that, he raised his steps to leave. The manager rushed forward to stop him. Sir, you don't have to go. We have something we are not satisfied with. We can still discuss it again. Lin Chuan's steps were stopped, his eyes still looking at him coldly. The manager's tone became more and more humble and respectful. On my side, I can offer you 2 options. What about the first? You are still signed under the regular contract, and you can be released from the contract to redeem yourself after 10 consecutive wins in the ring. However, a clause must be added that you may not terminate the contract within 3 months. The second option, or this contract, requires 20 consecutive victories in the ring in order to be released from the contract. But as compensation, as long as you complete 20 consecutive victories in the ring, our arena will reward you with an additional 1,000 self-compassion points, rewarded with 1,000 self-containment points? Lin Chuan heard it, but only wanted to sneer. The average customer earns 1,000 self-points for completing 10 consecutive victories in the ring at the arena. 20 consecutive victories, and even more 10,000 self-points bonus. 10 consecutive wins in the ring and a regular 10 consecutive wins are 2 very different concepts. A normal 10-game winning streak has no requirement for intervals between games. All that's required is that you don't have a single loss in 10 consecutive matches. For example, if you finish a race, take 3 or 5 days off, or even 3 or 5 years, and go to the next one, that streak can still continue. But a ring battle is different. The ringmaster has just won a fight, and there will be hardly any pause before the next challenger quickly takes the stage. Such a wheel battle is very exhausting for the ring keeper. Normally, for the ringmaster to win 3 matches in a row would be very impressive. Winning 10 matches in a row, that meant that the ringmaster had to have the strength to kill opponents at the same stage with ease. This is already very rare, and the arena side of things will even secretly block the ringmaster's 10 consecutive victories. Usually the ringmaster wins about 6 or 7 matches in a row, and then the opponents he encounters will resort to delaying tactics. After being physically drained so much, it's even harder to go on to win 8 or 9 in a row with exhaustion behind you. As for winning more than 10 games in a row, it wouldn't just be a matter of strength. It would also require the ringmaster to be physically strong while achieving an extremely refined level of control over physical exertion. Even Lin Chuan hadn't attempted to win more than 10 consecutive victories in his previous life. Not to mention 20 straight wins in the ring. It's crushingly an impossible challenge. However, while mentally concluding that 20 consecutive wins in the ring was an impossible challenge, but Lin Chuan didn't reject the second option outright. Once he was reborn, he had been following the plan, smooth and powerful, but such power is always located in the comfort zone. If he can't step out of his comfort zone and take on the impossible, and how is it strong to the limit? So, even if reason told him that winning 20 consecutive matches in the ring was difficult, almost impossible, but after a few moments of contemplation, he decided, nevertheless, to complete the challenge. He had to seize the minuscule probability to try to push the limits. Only in this way, when facing a stronger version of himself in the future, would he have a better chance of winning. Lin Chuan's eyes had never been firmer, but when confronted with the manager, he didn't just agree to the second option either, but bargained for it. I'll go with the second option, completing 20 consecutive victories in the ring in order to terminate my contract. However, the arena side is giving me compensation, and I would like to change it to letting me advance 100 free points in advance. The manager's eyes glazed over. You're trying to. Lin Chuan interrupted him. You only need to answer me. Agree or disagree. Agreed. The manager also acted decisively, and immediately tapped to change the contract. According to this version of the contract that required Lin Chuan to win 20 consecutive matches in the ring, it was only necessary to actually add a supplemental clause that advanced 100 free points. Once the contract was changed, the A's place was stamped with the arena's seal. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, stamped his own handprint on the B side. When the contract was generated, a strand of rule power was integrated into Lin Chuan's brow. Neither Lin Chuan nor the arena party could break the contract. The contract was in duplicate, and the manager put one of the copies away and handed the other to Lin Chuan. After that, another token was handed to Lin Chuan. This is your identity card in the arena. It has your identity number on it, as well as the completion of your monthly tasks. Also, when a customer challenges you, there will be a prompt on the identity token. Lin Chuan casually accepted it and glanced at his number in passing. Trainee Field AK-658. At the same time, the 100 self-sustaining points he had advanced were in the identity card. After faintly retracting his gaze, Lin Chuan said bluntly again, "Since the contract has come into effect, then please trouble President Duan to help me go and arrange a ring match." Duan Ji's pupils suddenly shrunk as he listened to his sentence. He really isn't your average manager. After a long time, he looked Lin Chuan up and down once more before finally handing out a business card. "My name is Duan Gu. I am the president of the Myriad Success Chamber of Commerce in the Origin Plane." Lin Chuan casually took the business card, glanced at it and put it away in his sublime ring. He didn't say much, and with a nod he said, "I'm going out for a while, and will be back before the ring officially starts." With that, he lifted his steps and walked away. Duan Gu, however, suddenly called out to him, "Little brother, wait, I haven't asked yet. What's your name?" Lin Chuan raised his eyebrows and was a bit surprised. "With President Duan's your segment, you would be unable to detect my information?" "Indeed, I can't detect it." Duan Gu didn't hide it, and said with a solemn expression, "I'm afraid that the ticket you're using, little brother, is a bit special." It was indeed quite special. The tickets Lin Chuan used could be fully 200 times more expensive than others. That dead drunkard. I don't know if he's trying to help him or purposely screwing him over. Lin Chuan knew that the average person signing a contract of sale with the arena wouldn't be able to alarm a figure like Duan Gu. Most people even have to go through tests in their signing. And not only did he not go through the test, but Duan Gu was just too nice to him. That's not at all like the way the self-realization heaven treats newcomers. Moreover, Duan Gu had even asked him to win 20 consecutive matches in the ring. Lin Chuan speculated that the ticket the drunkard had given him was, indeed, special. I'm afraid there's a hint of a message hidden there. A message that he's being favored by the big boys. It was also information like this that influenced Duan Ji's attitude and Lin Chuan's criteria for signing. Lin Chuan hung his eyes in thought for a moment and casually gave his pseudonym. "My name is Furukawa Dai." With that, he left the parlor. And shortly after he left, a young man suddenly appeared out of nowhere in this parlor. The man's gaze suddenly looked towards the seat Lin Chuan had just sat in, and then to Duan Gu, who whispered, "Does Uncle Duan really think that that kid can take the ring for 20 consecutive victories?" Duan Gu shook his head and smiled. "Xiao Chen you're thinking about 20 consecutive victories too simply." Duan Zichen froze. "Uncle Duan, are you saying that he can't finish?" "At the moment, of course, he can't accomplish it, but after 3 or 5 months of poking around in the arena, he'll probably be able to make it." Duan Gu looked very confident and seemed to see Lin Chuan's future through. Duan Zichen, however, was a bit worried again. "Then uncle, you bind him to the arena like this. Will you do it?" Duan Gu smiled faintly again. "Don't worry, he's from a lower realm after all. Even if he's noticed by the Ghostbusters, the Ghostbusters won't pay too much attention to him. I'm sure they won't stand up for him over a small matter. Furthermore, our behavior is in accordance with the unspoken rules of the self-realization sky. Even if the Ghostbusters want to regulate, they can't pick a fault." Duan Zichen had always admired Uncle Duan the most, so when he heard him say this, he put his heart down and spread his smile. "In that case, Uncle Duan, get me a VIP ticket for the ring. I want to see what kind of strength that kid has that he can be noticed by the Ghostbusters." Lin Chuan didn't know about the conversation between Duan's uncle and nephew. When he came out of the arena, the two beauties at the front desk comforted him in a gentle manner. "It's okay if you didn't pass the test. The signing standards of our arena are still quite high. You don't need to be discouraged, sir, and strive to improve your strength and come back next time." Lin Chuan did not explain anything to the two, just politely said thank you. He left the arena and walked down the street for a while before finding Hussein and Alvin. These two are looking embarrassed, being taunted by the people on the street. "Haha, those from the lower realms just don't know the heights of heaven. Do you really think that if you're strong in your own world, you can still be strong when you come to the self-realization heaven? You guys want to eat shit. Do you know why the entrance fee to Zayushan is so cheap? Because most people who come here can only look at the scenery and can't do anything. Just a lowly creature from a lowly realm like you. How dare you mind signing a contract of sale for us? With your strength, you'd be honored to have someone willing to buy you as slaves. TSK, 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 still lacking in the poisonous beatings of society. Still dare to think that our young Master Chen's selling contract is too shady? Let me tell you, if you reject young Chen's selling contract today, you will never be able to earn one freedom point in this life. In this life, even if you enter the free sky, you'll only be able to look at the scenery. All kinds of sarcastic voices, all kinds of mocking looks. Hu Shilong and Alvin were embarrassed. Their eyes were filled with shame and anger, but they could not even utter a word of resistance. Alvin is used to being discriminated against. He is quite good at holding back, quietly tugging on Hu Shilong's sleeve. He whispered, "Otherwise, let's just go back? Being here is just a waste of time and humiliation." Hu Shilong knew he had a point, but they've already wasted 1 gold coin each. To them, even 1 gold coin is quite precious. Obviously the self-sustaining points here can be exchanged for 10 gold coins for 1 point. But how come they can't even earn 1 point of ease? It's really hard to be resigned to that. He really couldn't afford to part with the 1 gold coin he had spent, and he really couldn't swallow it. So he gritted his teeth and said, "Otherwise, let's follow the example of Furukawa Wadeo and try to see if we can sign a contract of sale in the arena as well." As soon as he spoke, a mouthful of phlegm was spat at him with a yuck sound. That Chen Xiao just now smiled arrogantly and wildly. Signing a contract of sale in the arena? That's a beautiful thought. If a little trash like you, who climbed up from a lower realm, can sign into the arena, I, Chen Jingtian, will directly cut off your head and kick it as a ball for you. What weird hobby, like cutting off heads and giving them to people to kick as balls? Lin Chuan held the arena's identity card in his hand as he slowly and leisurely walked over. That Chen Jingtian was on a roll, and the moment he saw Lin Chuan, his eyes were also very disdainful. "You're the punk bigot these two losers are talking about?" This didn't pass. Halfway through his words, he suddenly saw the identity plate in Lin Chuan's hand. "That's arena ID cards." Chen Jingtian's pupils instantly widened, and changed his words quite quickly. "This is to cut my head as a ball kick? Come on, you come to cut it," he said, and deliberately stuck his head out. It was only when Lin Chuan saw the man's face that he suddenly recognized. This guy seems to be Chen Jingtian, who was known as the king of lip sync in his previous life. This guy has no face and often goes around mouthing off on the basis that you don't die for real in the selfsame sky. Some of the newcomers didn't know the rules, and when provoked, they actually took a shot at him in public. As a result, the one who started the fight first would be punished by the forbidden guards of the autonomous heaven. After all, private fights were forbidden in the self-realization sky. Lin Chuan blankly glanced at Chen Jingtian and calmly said, "If you really want to fulfill your promise to cut off your head, why don't we go to the arena?" "All right, going to the arena is going to the arena," Chen Jingtian replied very sharply, even trying to hide the color of ecstasy under his eyes. The surrounding onlookers, on the other hand, were looking at Lin Chuan with a look of contempt and banter, as if they were looking at a clown who didn't know the heights of heaven. On this street, Chen Jingtian is talking about cutting off his own head, but if we really go to the arena, it's not clear who cuts off whose head, and their free customers are rewarded for winning fights in the arena. I have to say that although Chen Jingtian is a shameless person with a cheap mouth, he does have a few brains. Quite a few people held the mentality of watching the spectators, so they followed Lin Chuan and the others, and went towards the arena. Hu Shilong and Alvin were led by Lin Chuan, and still had to pay 1 self-point when they entered the arena. This fee, Lin Chuan helped them pay. The two were flattered and vowed to find a way to pay it back. Lin Chuan waved at them and lowered his voice. "The method of repayment. I've already thought of it for you. Here are 98 self-compassion points. Each of you take 49 points. In a moment, I'll start a ring match, and you guys will press me for 20 consecutive victories." Hu Shilong and Alvin, new to the game, had no concept of a 20-game winning streak, but obediently nodded their heads one after the other. Alvin was a bit puzzled. Isn't one person enough for this pressure bet? Why make us both together? Because the arena's odds, just like our pre-apocalyptic tax payments, it is divided into stages. Lin Chuan thought about it and gave an example. For example, in a simple win/loss game, if you press 110 self-points to bet on me to win, the odds might be calculated like this dash. The odds for pressing 10 points are 1 to 10, for the portion greater than 10 points and less than 100 points, 1 to 5, and for the portion greater than 100, 1 to 2. Alvin nodded thoughtfully. That means two people can make more money betting the same amount. Hu Shilong even combined it with the pre-apocalyptic tax payment model to give an example. This is equivalent to, for the same $1 million, if it is the income of one person, then a large amount of tax has to be paid, but if it is the income of two people, the amount of tax paid will be significantly reduced. Lin Chuan patted the two on the shoulder. The specific rules. You'll know when you place your bets later. Remember, no matter what the people around you say, make sure you do what I say and press for 20 straight wins. Got it. The two immediately swore. Lin Chuan nodded and headed in the direction of the backstage. Separating from these two, over in the arena, setting up the ring was quick. However, the arena took a moment to promote him in order to draw a crowd. The gimmick was 20 consecutive victories in the ring challenge for newcomers to the apprentice ring. Such a gimmick spread almost instantly to all the competitive rooms in the arena. Some of the bigwigs are used to all kinds of gimmicks, and are not interested in seeing a match in the apprentice arena. Of course, there were still quite a few people who were attracted and ran to the ring room. Chen Jingtian's group was almost the first to arrive. Looking at Lin Chuan in the center of the ring, a group of people jeered. This kid really doesn't know his place. He just signed up with the arena, and he dares to set up a ring. He doesn't really think that the arena is a charity that allows him to sell his body and redeem it on the same day. Does he? Ah, laughed me to death. Those newcomers who signed up for the arena. Which one of them didn't first grind for 3 to 5 months before daring to fight in the ring? After that, they press rank and charge attributes again, spending 3 to 5 years before they have the chance to fluke through the ring for 10 consecutive victories. This kid? Really? Wait, don't you guys think it's a bit strange? In the past, ringmasters used to aim for 10 consecutive victories, so why is it that this guy? The arena advertises him as 20 consecutive victories. Chen Jingtian frowned. It should be because the newcomer has no fame, so the arena is deliberately making a gimmick, right? It's also true that he's a rookie with no reputation. And I'm afraid that if it wasn't advertised as 20 consecutive victories, there wouldn't even be any viewers to watch it. As time goes by, more and more spectators are attracted by the 20 consecutive victories. On the arena side, the usual bets were set up. Chen Jingtian and the others were shocked as soon as they looked at it. Good guy. Surprisingly, there are really 20 consecutive victories at odds. Hiss. 1 odds of 1,000. I'm afraid this is the highest odds in the arena's history. Wait. A little brother next to Chen Jingtian suddenly widened his eyes with a look of disbelief. Look, Chen Xiao, the odds for this guy to win 10 in a row is only 1 to 10. This odds, it's too low, right? In the past, the odds for 10 consecutive wins in the ring were, for the most part, over 100, but this freshly signed rookie, the odds on him winning 10 in a row, are only 10. What does that say? This shows that the arena side is very high on this newcomer. This shows that the arena side believes that the probability of this newcomer being able to pick up 10 consecutive wins is much higher than previous ringmasters. It wasn't just Chen Jingtian and the others. Other viewers, too, have noticed the unusual odds. Also through the odds, there were speculations that Lin Chuan's strength might not be simple. However, others feel that the intentionally low odds could also be a deliberate ploy by the arena. After all, many people are in the habit of judging a person's strength by the odds. What if the arena is deliberately leading the crowd to press their bets through this mentality of the crowd? Chen Jingtian and his little brother were a bit uncertain. They all looked at Chen Jingtian and asked, Chen Xiao, are we going to press it or not? How? Chen Jingtian was contemplating, when he suddenly saw that the two people he had mocked earlier were also pressing their bets. He had his little brother follow him over to take a peek, and shortly afterward he heard his little brother whisper in his ear in shock. I can't believe those two rednecks both pressed for 20 straight wins. I go? Pressing 20 straight wins? They're crazy, aren't they? No, it's not madness. They're ignorant. Chen Jingtian's eyes were deep black, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly asked his little brother again, see how much they pressed? The two of them, each pressed at 49 points of ease. Chen Jingtian's pupils instantly shrunk. It stands to reason that even if he signed with the arena, the guy hasn't fought a single match, so he should be penniless. But on the contrary, he had actually gained 100 self-compassion points. How did you get these 100 freedom points? What was the reason for the arena to advertise for him so much? What was the reason the arena set the odds so low on him winning 10 in a row? The more Chen Jingtian thought about it, the more he felt, shuddering. He suddenly looked deeply at Lin Chuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground in the ring. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly acted like a hothead and yelled down to his minions. Fuck! Bet on it! I'm going to press him to win 10 in a row. I'll go. Boss, you calm down. Don't think about it. Chen Xiao, 10 consecutive victories. That's not something a rookie can accomplish. Chen Jingtian's eyes glowed red and fierce. Don't worry. I'll just press 10 points. If I lose, I lose. If I win, I'll get rich. The juniors have sucked in cool air and watched Chen Jingtian bet on the world, but none of them have such vigor as Chen Jingtian. Soon, as the clock ticks down, a gold medalist host appears in the ring. With a big wave of his hand, the host held a charm between his fingers. With a swoosh, The rune died into a ball of energy and shot up into the sky. The entire ring, however, was soon enveloped under a protective shield. Someone in the audience was surprised, but it's only a ring match in the apprentice arena, and it's even hosted by Master Jibing himself. This newcomer is truly extraordinary. I just don't know if it's the strength that's unusual or the background that's unusual. That must be an unusual strength. Who signs up for arena fights when they have a strong background? It's not really possible to say, is it? In my realm, there are quite a few rich second-generation people who can obviously rely on their backgrounds, but say that they want to prove themselves. Each and every one of them really thinks that they can become respected and strong without relying on their backgrounds. They simply don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Many people had speculations about Lin Chuan's identity. When the host announced the match begins, no one came into the ring for a while. Duan Gu and Duan Zichen, uncle and nephew, were also following Lin Chuan's match in a luxurious VIP box. Only, just as the match started, a waiter entered the box and went to Duan Ji's ear and whispered a few words. Duan Zichen didn't hear it and asked with a frown, "What's wrong?" Duan Gu gazed at Lin Chuan, who was looking bland on the screen, and laughed meaningfully. It seems that while this guy is strong, he's also really a little bit flaky. He even dared to bet on his 20 consecutive victories. Duan Zichen also looked at Lin Chuan in the screen. It turns out that he advanced 100 self-points in order to press the bet. Once he really accomplishes 20 consecutive wins, not only will he be able to redeem himself, he'll also be instantly rich. Duan Gu shook his head and laughed lightly. He thinks pretty well. I'm going to put my words down right now. This 20 consecutive victories, he can't get it down. At least, not today. Duan Zichen also raised his lips and smiled. When appropriate, I will step in. Uncle and nephew, both of them looked all confident. In contrast, those who attempted to attack the ring were all hesitant. Lin Chuan didn't want to waste any time, so he directly raised his hand and pointed in Chen Jingtian's direction, raising his voice in a provocative manner. That high-mouthed king over there, didn't he say he'd give me a chance to cut off your head? How come you don't dare to go on when I have the ring all set up? For a while, many gazes were directed towards Chen Jingtian, and there was a great deal of discussion. So it's him. Saying that this guy is the king of verbal highs really isn't an injustice to him. I remember he likes to provoke newcomers. The king of lip sync? Haha, that's an appropriate title. King of the mouth. Get on it. Don't be a wimp. The corners of Chen Jingtian's mouth twitched slightly as he listened to a goading and mocking voice from the audience. He does like to get high off of his mouth, and he does plan on coming to the arena to fuck with Lin Chuan, but the anomaly he found after coming to the arena made him change his mind. He himself had pressed Lin Chuan to win 10 consecutive victories, so how could he go up and die for nothing? The good thing is, besides being a high-mouthed man, he also has the trait of being thick-skinned. Against the goading gazes of all the spectators, Chen Jingtian suddenly smiled playfully towards Lin Chuan in the ring. Ha ha ha, just trying to kick me in the head. With that, he suddenly held his head in both hands. Then, slowly twisting his head, in full view of everyone, he actually twisted his head off. A headless body carrying its own head in its hands, and the head that he carried in his hand. The facial expression maintained its playfulness. Chen Jingtian's headless body just threw his head towards the ring. The head also continued to playfully say, "Come on, big brother. Since you have this special fetish, my head is for you to kick all you want." Lin Chuan had a black question mark on his face. Special meow. Who the hell has a special fetish here? He wasn't polite at all, and with a single kick, he sent Chen Jingtian's head flying out, and that head, actually in the air and free to fly back to the body of Chen Jingtian's side. He caught the head in a smooth motion, and it settled back on his head. With such a bizarre scene, the audience in attendance was not really surprised, although they were watching with great interest. After all, the world is a big place. Chen Jingtian clearly had some sort of special talent to be able to do so. It's no wonder he had the nerve to say he'd give his head for a ball. Turns out it really can be done. A viewer commented, "This king of lip sync is lip syncing, but at least he's keeping his word." After Chen Jingtian did this, he quickly faded out of sight. He even quietly found both Hu Shilong and Alvin and apologized to both of them in droves. The corners of Hu Shilong and Alvin's mouths twitched and didn't pay much attention to him, and on the other side of the ring, someone finally started to attack. Tournament competition in the arena is divided into apprentice, beginner, advanced, master, and title arenas. One of the things that the apprentice scene is geared towards is players who are below level 10 and have not gone through a transfer. As for these apprentice field players, their attributes will be uniformly set to 10 points in all attributes. Also, skills and talents cannot be used. Therefore, the competition between opponents was about pure combat awareness and combat skills, and about who could utilize their strength more thoroughly. It's actually hard to form a one-sided crush in this situation. That's a big reason why it's so hard to go on a winning streak in the ring. Also, both fighters may use the standardized weapons provided by the arena. The weapon Lin Xuan used was a pair of two-handed swords. The attack power of a two-handed sword was not as good as a long sword and axe, but it was better because it was flexible and lightweight, making it one of the most suitable weapons for a ringkeeper. The first to take the stage was a burly man with an axe. The moment he rushed onto the stage, he even directly threw the huge axe in his hand off towards Lin Xuan. This is a very adventurous way to play, but the benefits are also clear. But wherever Lin Xuan's nerve reaction and body speed were one thing not up to par, he could be swung by the giant axe, as long as one was whirled around. Even if one did not lose the battle on the spot, one's battle power would be damaged. Injuries are extremely taboo for the ringmaster. Even the slightest injury can affect fighting strength and endurance. All the spectators held their breath, not daring to blink. In fact, there was no time to blink. It all happened so fast. Many of the low-ranked spectators didn't even see Lin Xuan's movements before they saw that he had already appeared behind the burly man. That one-handed sword lightly slashed on the neck of the strong man, and the body of the strong man turned into a piece of nothingness. He's dead, killed in seconds. The air in the arena was eerily quiet for a moment. Then came the monstrous murmur. So strong. This newcomer is really strong. I'm afraid his true speed attribute has long exceeded 10 points. It's not just speed. There's also nerve sensitivity. This guy, he wouldn't have upgraded his divine soul level, right? It's not to be, is it? Who would raise their divine soul at the apprentice stage? It should simply be just high nerve sensitivity. Over in the audience, there was a lot of talk about Lin Xuan's strength. In the VIP box, Duan Gu and Duan Zichen were also talking. Duan Zichen was a bit stunned. Uncle Duan thinks, what is this kid's real-world attribute? Duan Ji's eyes narrowed slightly as he held his chin in thought for a moment before slowly speaking. They should all be over 10 points. How is that possible? Isn't he from a lower realm that he just accessed? It should be difficult for a trainee player from a lower realm to gain attribute points. What makes him have more than 10 points in all 4 dimensions? Duan Gu shook his head and laughed lightly. Have you forgotten? Even in the lower realms, it's possible for a 9-star occupation to appear. Duan Zichen was instantly dumbfounded. You're saying that he's a Heaven's Mandate 9-star professional? Saying that, he muttered. Also, only this makes sense. Fortunately, our apprenticeship field doesn't allow the use of talents and skills. Otherwise, with his status as a 9-star professional, the advantage would only be greater. Duan Gu smiled faintly and didn't answer again, but quietly instructed the people to continue attacking the ring on the stage without stopping for a moment. In just 3 minutes, Lin Xuan, who was defending the ring, defeated 5 more attackers. On average, no more than 20 seconds per fight. Seconds, all seconds. It was only at this point that the spectators in the gallery finally realized with a shock though. It turns out that the low odds on the 10-win streak were not deliberately guided by the arena. Rather, this guy, he's really strong. Someone sucked in a mouthful of cool air and muttered incredulously. This guy, it won't really hit a 20-win streak. The person next to him who heard it, immediately retorted. Impossible. No matter how strong one's strength is, there is bound to be consumption during the battle. And the arena party will definitely deliberately arrange some strong opponents for him to interrupt his winning streak. Even if they couldn't interrupt it, it would still increase his consumption. Just wait and see. His battles afterward won't be as easy as the first 6. As expected, in the VIP box, Duan's uncle and nephew looked at Lin Xuan's 3-minute score of 6 consecutive victories, and neither of their faces changed. Even, Duan Gu had a confident smile on his face. He pressed a jade tablet against his lips and calmly commanded. In the 7th game, put the green Fong on the field and fight a tug-of-war, trying to drag the battle out for more than 10 minutes. Duan Zichen frowned. Can even the green Fong only drag him for 10 minutes? Duan Gu sipped his hot tea and smiled idly and lightly. 10 minutes is enough. If Lin Xuan's goal is to win 10 in a row, then being dragged around for only 10 minutes in the 7th really doesn't count for much. His goal, however, is a 20-game winning streak, dragged up for 10 minutes in the 7th. This disadvantage would only quickly drag him down like a snowball. The gazes of uncle and nephew soon turned back to the screen, and in the audience, as a lean youth wearing a green-faced Fong mask on his head took the stage, a burst of gasps instantly erupted. The 7th game is really the green Fong. The arena strikes as hard as ever. The green Fong seems to have been able to utilize his 10 attribute points of speed 100% for a long time. Moreover, he's the best at stalking and his nerve reactions are quite sharp. This 7th game, I'm afraid it's going to be a tug-of-war. Guess how long it will take this kid to defeat the green Fong? Half an hour less. Half an hour? If it's really half an hour, I'm afraid he'll stop his 10-game winning streak. 10 wins in a row is already impressive. Okay, if this kid wants to break the 10-win streak, he'll have to defeat the green Fong in at least 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Hardly. The Green Fangs aren't vegetarians. The Ring, the Green Fang, who wore a green-faced Fang mask on his head, used a silver-white dagger as his weapon. When he got on the field, he almost instantly powered up. His dagger crossed in front of his body, and he violently charged vigorously in Lin Chuan's direction. At such a thrilling moment, Lin Chuan stood still and did not move at all. Seen through? The Green Fang was secretly surprised. The entanglement was like fighting a guerrilla war. With each attack, half true, half false, hard to distinguish between reality and reality. The Green Fang's surface attack was fierce, but the first strike was just a test, not really close to Lin Chuan at all. After that, he surrounded Lin Chuan and tried to attack. Yet every attack, all of them fell short. Lin Chuan stood still, barely moving. If this was a solo duo battle, the Green Fang would, without a doubt, surely lose. But this is a ring battle. As an attacker, the Green Fang had no worries. He can do whatever it takes and put his best foot forward. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, had to hold back for the fight afterward. Once, twice, 3 times, all 3 of the Green Fang's attacks were false tests, and these 3 attempts failed to force Lin Chuan to make a move. For the 4th time, the Green Fang circled around Lin Chuan several times before finally attacking his left side. This time, Lin Chuan moved. He raised his left hand only slightly, and the Green Fang quickly backed away. The sound of the soles of his feet rubbing against the ground could even be clearly heard in the ring. The Green Fang was mentally relieved that he hadn't been attacked. Then, he quickly danced again, circling around Lin Chuan once more. 5th attack, launched from Lin Chuan's left rear side. That's a pretty tricky angle. Lin Chuan stood still, his feet never moving. But then, he suddenly moved. With his left hand swung back, his two-handed sword, with a swish, viciously cut through the Green Fang's arm. The Green Fangs blanched slightly, but their reaction was still timely, and they quickly backed away again. However, this time, Lin Chuan, who had been standing still, as if he was able to predict his movements, even waved his right hand again. The cold, sharp blade of the sword stabbed straight down in the direction of the Green Fang's heart. The Green Fang's pupils instantly widened as he raised his hand to block it while attempting to back away. However, his raised right hand did not block Lin Chuan's attack in the slightest. The sharp blade of the sword pierced straight into his heart. Deadly strike. The Green Fangs instantly turned into nothingness. Hiss, this battle, it seems like it hasn't even lasted 3 minutes? So strong. The Green Fang power isn't bad either. I can't believe I didn't block it. 1 strike kills. I'm afraid this Ringmaster's strength attribute can also bring all 10 points into play. It's too strong. Even if it's strong in speed, it's also crushing in power. No, is it just a matter of speed and power? The point is, how did this guy see through the Green Fang movements off? Has he studied the Green Fang's stance before? Otherwise, how did he manage to make such a precise prediction? Isn't he a newcomer? How do you study the Green Fang in advance? This relies on battle sense, right? Then this guy's battle sense is too strong. Simply, speed crushing, strength crushing, battle sense is also so strong. This newcomer, 10 consecutive victories are assured. The audience erupted into a frenzy. The bottom of Chen Jingtian's eyes even erupted in ecstasy. The 2 of them, Hu Shilong and Alvin, on the other hand, were bewildered and confused. They are simply like Lu entering the Grand View Garden, shocked and marveled, but at the same time a little uncertain. And in the VIP box, Duan Gu and Duan Zichen, their faces were both a bit subtle. Duan Ji's hand that squeezed the teacup almost crushed it to pieces. The air in the entire box, on the other hand, took on an eerie silence. Duan Gu stared at Lin Chuan on the screen with a calm gaze for a long time before suddenly pulling out his jade token again and saying in a deep voice, "Old Li, do you still have the contact information of Qian Sui there? Contact him for me and come over for a fight." "Yes, the terms are whatever he wants them to be. Make him as quick as possible. The sooner the better." After ending the communication in 3 or 2 sentences, Duan Ji's gaze refixed on Lin Chuan and the screen. On top of the ring, Lin Chuan's 8th and 9th matches ended quickly in the same short span of 3 minutes. The 2 attackers are taking extreme defenses. He didn't even dare to take the initiative to approach Lin Chuan, and only defended himself. However, under Lin Chuan's proactive and powerful attacks, both of them were powerless and were quickly seconded. The audience, off stage, was almost numb. By this time, someone finally exploded with a speculation. Heavenly Destiny Professional. This guy must be a Heaven's Destiny Professional in reality. That's right, maybe it's even a 7-star or higher professional. Fuck, it's so unfair. The Divine Destiny Professionals playing the apprentice field is just as good as being open. Damn it, I should have known I'd press for 10 straight wins. The odds are 100. Chen Jingtian had begun to rejoice in ecstasy, while his juniors, on the other hand, had repented. only hating themselves for not following their boss and pressing for 10 consecutive victories. However, they didn't have time to repent for long. When the 10th attacker took the stage, the audience once again erupted into frantic murmuring. Crouch, crouch, crouch. 1,000 flints. I'll go. Didn't Big Brother 1000 Flint get through the ring with 10 consecutive victories half a year ago and terminated his contract with the arena? Now he's even coming back to help the arena in the ring? No. I heard that 1000 Flint was already preparing for a transfer when he won 10 straight victories through the ring before. How come half a year has passed and he still hasn't transferred? Hey, I've got some gossip here. The 8-star profession scroll that fetched an astronomical price at last year's auction was auctioned off by 1000 Flint. I'm going? Where did he get the money to shoot an 8-star reel? According to the gossips, I heard that he was looked upon by a certain family in the origin plane, and gave a great lady as a door-to-door son-in-law. A door-to-door flunky? Scary as hell. It seems that 1000 Flint is not too ambitious. The scrolls that were shot last year were not even transferred this year. This is trying to rush the S-rank evaluation of the transfer quest, right? With 1000 Flint's strength, even if it hasn't been transformed yet, it's enough to go up against an ordinary professional. That one in the ring is no ordinary professional. So what? That guy has fought 9 matches in a row. Even if he fights every single one of them quickly, his physical strength and spirit will still be more or less depleted. At this point against 1000 Flints, it's still not clear who will win or lose. In the audience, everyone was sweating for Lin Xuan, wondering whether he could actually take the 10 consecutive victories. Even Chen Jingtian, who was originally complacent, turned ugly when he saw 1000 Flint on the field. He didn't even hold back his anger and cursed. This go said the arena. It was definitely them who invited 1000 Flint over. On purpose. Damn it, they're purposely not letting people win 10 in a row. Hu Shilong and Alvin remained bewildered. They don't know about the 1000 Flints. They don't know about the 8-star scrolls. They don't know about the origin plane. All they knew was that Lin Xuan's goal, it seemed, was 20 consecutive victories. So this one, it should be a smooth win like before, right? Box. Duan Gu and Duan Zichen had a higher vision. The two of them almost concluded that Lin Xuan would definitely be able to win the 1000 Flints. At the same time, to win 1000 suicides, he was bound to pay a price. And the battles after his 10 consecutive victories would inevitably get tougher and tougher due to the depletion of the battle against the 1000 Flints. Neither of them had a conversation. They just stared at the screen, not daring to blink, and they were keenly aware. Lin Xuan's attitude finally changed when he faced Qian Sui. The two finally saw a hint of solemnity on his face. Facing a real opponent, 1000 Swear was a young man with hard features and a serious look. His weapon, like the green fong, was a dagger. The dagger's color, however, was a deep black. He didn't even directly launch an attack towards Lin Xuan when he got on stage. Instead, I slightly clasped my fists and said, I have also fought in the ring, and I am well aware of how difficult it is for the ringkeeper. However, there is only competition in the arena. I'm offended. As soon as the words fell, his figure, in place, disappeared. So fast. In the audience, there was a gush of astonishment. 1000 suicides is much stronger than half a year ago. I'm afraid that if he fights in the ring again now, he'll easily pick up 10 consecutive victories. No wonder he can be a son-in-law. We can't envy his strength. Above the ring, Lin Xuan looked very serious. He knew 1000 Flint in his previous life, and the man had switched to the 8-star profession Spectral Assassin. I've heard that his career plan was very clear before he switched. Not only was he a full-speed add-on, but he also took a lot of primary speed attribute fruits. Moreover, he had also honed his skills in the arena for 2 years, and his battle sense was very strong. However, facing 1000 Flints, Lin Xuan had an advantage. He'd fought Shifuyu in his previous life, and he'd won. In this life, inevitably, it will also triumph. And all he had to do was minimize the consumption. The same assassin who juggled daggers. 1000 Suit and Green Fong's attack methods were somewhat similar, yet not all that similar. 1000 Flints is even tougher. In his true-false attacks, it was almost exclusively injury for injury. Lin Xuan would have to win 10 more matches in a row after that, so naturally it was impossible to exchange injuries with him. This has led to his offense and defense being shackled and looking a bit intimidated. 3 minutes passed. 1000 Suit's attacks were still frantic and harsh. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, was dodging and defending almost the entire time. Every attempted attack would have to be terminated for fear of injury. And this, for the first time in his 10 fights, he had fought for more than 3 minutes. 3 minutes had passed, and there was still nothing that could be done about this extreme and crazy offense of Shifuyu. In the audience, the crowd watched in fascination. Only in addition to press Lin Xuan 10 consecutive victories, Chen Jingtian pinched a cold sweat for him. And in the VIP box, a pleased smile finally appeared on Duan Ji's face. He took another shallow sip of tea with an idle look on his face and exclaimed, "Which realm did this Daguan Shui Ming come from? The flavor is good." Duan Zichen also followed Uncle Duan's example and took a sip of tea. How it tasted is not to say, but perhaps in a happy mood. He followed suit and agreed, "It's really good." The word wrong was pronounced with a vague tremor. His hand that was squeezing the teacup suddenly shook, and the slightly hot tea stains splashed onto the back of Duan Ji's hand. Duan Gu frowned, but he heard Duan Zichen's trembling voice as he shook out of his mind. Thousand flint he lost. What? The tea in Duan Ji's hand also instantly splashed out drops of tea stains, but he clearly didn't have the heart for it, his eyes glaring dead at the screen. However, at this time, on the screen, it was clear that only Lin Chuan's figure was left. Where's Shifuyu? He lost? How is it possible? How did you lose so quickly? Play it back for me. Soon, the screen rewinds and plays a scene of Lin Chuan defeating Thousand Flints. Thousand Suits' attack was still the familiar and frantic exchange of injuries for injuries, and Lin Chuan on the screen finally couldn't help himself. His eyes glazed over, as if he had finally decided to end the fight quickly at the cost of his injuries. He didn't dodge anymore, and was in a stance to fight Thousand Flints. His attacks equally harsh and frantic, but when he came to the point where one sword and one dagger met, he suddenly retreated again. Thousand Flint did not intend to give him the chance to dodge again. He multiplied his attack towards Lin Chuan, but was suddenly disrupted by the sword thrown from Lin Chuan's hand. Lin Chuan unexpectedly threw his two-handed sword towards Chi Sui. This is a very bold play. Without his two-handed sword, his attack power was bound to be greatly reduced. However, what everyone hadn't expected was that Lin Chuan, who had thrown out his two-handed sword, had not only not reduced his combat power, but had instead increased it dramatically. Lin Chuan, who no longer held a sword, demonstrated full fighting skills. As Chi Sui dodged the two-handed sword that flew towards him, Lin Chuan's body was as fast as it could be and pinched Chizu's wrist to give him an over-the-shoulder slam. After that, a foot stomped on Shifuyu's head. The scene was bloody and violent, and Duan's uncle and nephew stared at the screen in a daze, with one word floating in their minds at the same time: hide the clumsiness. Lin Chuan, who used a two-handed sword, was actually inferior to Lin Chuan, who fought with his bare hands. After freeing his hands, his combat power once again soared. At this moment, the whole room was silent. The silence was followed by a more frenzied murmuring. I'll go. What a strong fighting skill. This guy deliberately hid his hand. The power is too strong. I feel like he could have just torn apart 1,000 flints with his bare hands. Tay meow. 1,000 flints just lost like that? One over-the-shoulder drop and he got his head blown off? This is too fucking fantastic, isn't it? Why do I have the illusion that I'm okay on me? Is Shifuyu too weak? The audience even had some difficulty accepting Lin Chuan's victory in this one. And in one of the VIP boxes, a clean-looking woman stared calmly at Lin Chuan. Beside her, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, although Auntie lost, this ringmaster didn't win as easily as it appeared. That last over-the-shoulder fall, he expended a considerable amount of strength. At that instant, I felt that his breath was a bit unsteady. The woman, however, shook her head and sighed softly. Even Yen Qian Sui, did he only make him consume a bit of strength? What exactly is this person's origin? The middle-aged man hung his head and replied, it's a newcomer from the newly accessed lower realms. The woman looked a little dazed. Terrible. This newcomer is not simple. The middle-aged man asked in a low voice, want to reach out and pull the plug? The woman shook her head. I'm afraid it's hard to get in touch with such a person. Let it be as it is. As for the box where Duan's uncle and nephew were located, Duan Ji's face, from the extreme unsightly look he had when he had watched the replay of the battle, quickly regained its calmness. Obviously, he had also noticed that Lin Chuan's blow to defeat 1,000 suicides appeared to be a light touch, but in reality, he had expended a power that surpassed the sum of the previous 9 matches. Duan Gu immediately pinched the jade card and said angrily, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and continue arranging people to the ring. For the next battle, don't give him any chance to catch his breath. And as Lin Chuan easily completed his 10 consecutive victories, more and more spectators noticed this ring battle in the apprentice arena. More and more VIP boxes turned their screens to the ring Lin Chuan was in. On top of the ring, Lin Chuan had barely caught his breath for a few dozen seconds, and had just picked up his two-handed sword from the ground when the 11th attacker took the stage. The attackers in the first 10 matches were almost exclusively old faces to the arena regulars. As each one took the stage, there was always an audience member on stage who could say a thing or two about the attacker. However, from the 11th position, the spectators in the gallery were all at a loss. Who's this guy? Not an arena regular. Is he a savage who hasn't played competitively at all? How dare someone like that go up and give away food? Isn't this giving away 20 consecutive victories for nothing? Nope. That guy, I think I've seen him somewhere. Where have I seen it before? The Tower of Trials. I go? Can't it be that it's the big guy who mixes with the trial tower? Arena fights where the spectators get to see the fight in its entirety directly. Some of the familiar faces that frequent the arena are also easy to keep track of. However, it is not possible to see the process of breaking into the trial tower. So many of the bigwigs who played the trial tower, many of their names stayed on the record list of the trial tower, and the looks of the names themselves were little known. Bigots like that are usually so low-key that no one would necessarily recognize them if they met them walking down the street. It was also because of this sense of mystery that many people would have a sense of reverence brought out by distance towards the big brother of the trial tower. After all, playing arenas, as good as you are, people know you're making money through that. There is a natural feeling of inferiority when you are a big arena player. That's why some of those with good family backgrounds are actually not happy to throw their weight around in the arena to fight, even if it does make money. It's like the entertainment industry. The acting does not look at the variety show, and the variety show does not look at the live bandwagon, feeling like it's just a drop in the bucket for the sake of money. And similar chains of contempt permeate almost every walk of life, everywhere. For example, those who attacked the secret realm naturally despised those who mixed with the self-realization heaven, thinking that they were a group of people who were greedy and afraid of death. For example, in the self-realization, the ones who break into the trial tower in turn naturally despise the ones who fight in the arena, feeling that they are full of brass and unworthy of being bigots. And when it exploded from the audience that the 11th attacker was likely to be a trial tower bigwig, the chatter in the audience suddenly got a bit subtle. Ho 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 ho, that's funny. Aren't they all so noble when it comes to the Tower of Trials? Why are they suddenly showing up to fight in the arena? Ha ha ha, what in this world can't be solved by money? If there is, it's not enough money. The arena has made a huge investment this time, right? I'm afraid that at normal prices, we can't afford to invite those high-minded and noble bigwigs from the Tower of Trials. The tone of the audience was more or less mocking. After all, they also belonged to the bottom of the social class that mixed in the arena and ran around for money every day. To those who do not know the suffering of the people who say not interested in money of the big brother, although worship, but more or less will be born a little hate the rich mentality. Now see the big brother down to earth. The mood is naturally a little sour. And as it turns out, the big guys who mix with the trial tower are not as famous as the big guys who throw their weight around in the arena. Though, but strength-wise, each of them is indeed not to be underestimated. The 11th attacker, who lasted 5 minutes in the ring before being popped. The 12th attacker, who lasted 7 minutes. 13th place, lasted 6 minutes. 14th place, lasted 9 minutes. The battle for the 15th position, on the other hand, lasted 11 or 12 minutes. By this point, Lin Xuan had already maintained a high-intensity battle for nearly an hour. Not to mention the bigwig spectators in the VIP box. Even the ordinary spectators in the auditorium could tell that Lin Xuan's fight had been somewhat forced. After all, nearly an hour of continuous high-intensity fighting was too much of a drain on the ringmaster of the apprenticeship arena. The VIP box where Duan's uncle and nephew were located had maintained an eerie silence, until Duan Zichen suddenly spoke. "Uncle, that's almost enough. Let me go and end his winning streak. It just so happens that I've wanted to meet him for a long time." There was a hint of chess-like solemnity in his calm demeanor. Duan Go fell silent and suddenly looked at Lin Xuan in the screen, somewhat grudgingly pretending to be relaxed. 15 wins in a row. This kid has also made enough of a splash. Duan Zichen followed his gaze and also looked at Lin Xuan in the screen. After a long time, he exhaled heavily and said frankly, "If both sides are in full strength, all without worries in a fair competition, I'm afraid I'm no match for him." Duan Gu patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Xiao Chen, don't think too much. The path of a strong man is long, and the apprenticeship stage is just the shortest preparation stage of it. Your uncle Duan, I've seen many people, and a moment of splendor doesn't mean permanence. There are many variables in life, not to mention the fact that he's still in a terrible environment like the newly accessed lower realms. You, on the other hand, have the Duan family behind you. Even if you are not his opponent now, you have a long road ahead of you. Maybe if you look at it again in 3 years, your path to powerhouse is thrilling and exciting. While this person who was once stronger than you may have already disappeared, Duan Zichen was born in a higher and more powerful realm, and his eyesight was naturally not bad. Of course he understood what Uncle Duan meant. A big world, a big wave. Among them, I don't know how many amazing talents have come out, but how many, really, have become overwhelmingly strong? As Uncle Duan said, life, too many variables. What you encounter today, no matter how stunning, is just a landscape that will eventually fade away. And his gaze should always be forward. Duan Zichen cupped his fists and saluted towards his most respected Uncle Duan, and then without further ado, he appeared above the ring in the twinkling of an eye. 16th attacker. he didn't cause much of a stir in the audience when he appeared in the ring. After all, the audience in the auditorium basically didn't recognize him either, and just assumed that it was another trial tower bigwig. On the contrary, many people in the VIP box recognized him. The Duan clan's young proprietor? He actually came down to attack the ring himself. Duan Zichen? I heard that he's a professional. Surprisingly, he's even able to participate in the apprentice field. So he's also a Heaven's Destiny professional? Nice guy. This seems to be the first time Duan Zichen has fought in public, right? Quickly, hurry up and inform all the idol juniors in the family to come over and take a look. Maybe they can learn something. In a flash, another large group of young spectators flooded into the VIP box of the arena. These young juniors didn't realize what was happening in the arena. However, when they saw Duan Zichen on the screen, each of them had an expression of having seen a ghost. What the hell? That genius from the Duan family? He's playing in the arena himself? Is the Duan clan going out of business or something? Soon, though, they were told by their elders. The ringmaster who guarded the ring this time was not simple, no matter how uncomplicated they were. The gazes of the young juniors looking at Lin Xuan were still contemptuous in their scrutiny. After all, the family background was there. For many of them, the so-called big men in the arena don't deserve to be called big men at all. Those are just a bunch of fly-by-night thugs out to make a buck. So what if you win 10 straight in the ring? So what if I win 20 in a row? Those who were truly capable had either gone to attack the secret realm or to break into the trial tower. Those who mix with the arena are, to put it bluntly, poor. No background. Some dudes who weren't usually so strong even started a private betting game in their dude group. Guess how long it will take Duan Xiao to beat up that poor bastard from the lower realms? He's the genius of the Duan clan on the surface. If he can't take the fight in half an hour, I guess the entire Duan clan won't be able to face anyone. I'm going to press 100 points. Duan Zichen will finish the fight in 10 minutes. The dude chat group is chatting up a storm, but all of a sudden, the hot chatting subtext seemed to be cut off from the net. There was a moment when everyone was quiet and didn't speak, and all of the various boxes, both elders and juniors, were dumbfounded, staring at the screen. It was a long time before someone in the dude chat group finally spoke up. I'll go. Duan Zichen took money? Deliberately playing a fake match? Come on. Do you know the rules of the arena? They've all signed a contract with the power of the rules to prevent fake matches. So, Duan Zichen really lost? Defeated just like that? It's like a fucking dream. Funny, isn't it? Duan's obvious genius. That's all? I'm even more of a fucking loser than I am. Cut. Duan Zichen is a genius. Isn't it just a 7-star destiny career that's awakened? My dad said that the ringmaster is also a heavenly fate professional, and he's probably a 9-star. I'm going. There's something about this ringmaster. Duan Zichen didn't lose unfairly. The dude's eyesight is not even close to the average spectator in the audience. And there was no shortage of young geniuses in those many VIP boxes who had come to observe the match at the invitation of their elders. In one of the boxes, the middle-aged man in the main seat narrowed his eyes slightly, with an inscrutable look on his face, and said in a faint voice, "How is it? Did you see anything?" Beside the man was a white-clothed boy dressed as an ancient swordsman. The teenager, who had a somewhat unsmiling appearance, said with a slate, "This ringmaster, he's very strong. What do you need to say?" The middle-aged man gave him a blank look. "What I'm asking is, do you see where he's strong and how he defeated Duan Zichen?" The teenager cupped a sword at his side that was never far from his body, and after a moment of contemplation, he analyzed it with precision. According to the rules of the arena, talents and skills cannot be used in battles in the apprentice arena. However, the strike that just defeated Duan Zichen struck a skill effect. Yes, the key to Lin Xuan defeating Duan Zichen was that his attack hit with a 3-second stun effect. It would be absolutely unsurprising if, in reality, he played like that. But in the arena, skills are blocked status. He didn't rely on the skill itself and still hit the skill effect. This could only mean that his proficiency and comprehension of skills had reached the point of being out of this world. But the fact that he was mixing in the apprentice field meant that the level didn't exceed 10. Such a young man, yet he had a 10-year mastery of the use of skills. This can only mean that either he is an excellent match for the skill, either that, or he's extremely enlightened. It would be fine if it was the former. If the latter, terrible. The teenager's voice was always quiet, yet when describing Lin Xuan, a hint of surprise and shock was hidden in his tone, while the middle-aged man beside him laughed in satisfaction. Not bad. Early let you come to the arena to play a few you refused. In fact, Duan's this arena. The training effect on newbies, not worse than the trial tower. The teenager was thoughtful and soon nodded in a daze. Indeed, the battle's here, where talents and skills are blocked. Instead, the more they can stimulate one's most primal potential. The middle-aged man nodded along. Just like this ringmaster, even though his talents and skills were blocked, he was still able to hit the skill effects. Su Wenjian, you might as well ask yourself, can you do that? The young man stood holding his sword, contemplating for a long time, and solemnly said word by word, I can't do what he did, but I can beat him. The extraordinarily calm tone, without a hint of pride, sounded as if it were stating a simple fact. The middle-aged man smiled slightly and nodded approvingly. Indeed, however, do you want to go down and compete with that guy? Su Wenjian did not reply immediately. He looked at the screen with a calm gaze, obviously a proud son of heaven who stood higher and had a stronger background. His gaze towards Lin Xuan did not have the slightest bit of the contempt and disdain of those dilettantes. Instead, enough attention and reverence. After a long period of silence, he finally looked at Lin Xuan in the screen and spoke with wariness. If it's against such a strong person, this arena, it's not like we can't have a fight. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. Apparently, he was very pleased with the teenager's attitude. With the strength to crush young people of his generation, he never regarded himself as superior, but respected every opponent with great strength. Such a teenager deserved to become strong, and since he wanted to fight, the middle-aged man would naturally pave the way for him. Duan Gu had been busy with the next attacker slot after Duan Zichen's defeat. He had successively contacted quite a few of the Origin World's Heaven's Pride. Those geniuses, however, didn't even bother to participate in the arena bouts, especially when they heard that the opponent was a bumpkin from a lower realm. Their attitude grew more and more contemptuous. It even questioned Duan Zichen's strength because of it. Duan Gu gritted his teeth in anger. Just as he was having a headache, a communication was suddenly received in the Jade tablet. With one line of text, Duan Gu looked dumbfounded. Su and Su asked for the sword. He is going to be on the field? On top of the ring, after Lin Xuan defeated Duan Zichen, the battle grew weaker and weaker, but he also still fought hard to defeat the 17th and 18th 19 attackers. The 20th and final position. Once he takes it, he will have 120 straight in the ring, but if he fails, the consequences, it's not something he can afford. First of all, after dying in battle in the ring, he will rejoin the secret realm and won't be able to log back into the zygote for 24 hours. In that case, he would gain nothing from this trip to the autonomous heaven. Not only that, but the death grip, which was mortgaged to the alcoholic, can no longer be redeemed, and the 100 self-satisfaction points he advanced to the arena to press his 20-game winning streak will be bloodied. Therefore, in this battle, he could be said to have broken the boat, and could only win, not lose. Before making all these acts, Lin Xuan had a calculation in his heart. He knew that many geniuses in the higher realms were high-minded and proud, and simply didn't look down on places like arenas that relied on fighting to make money. So the odds are that the opponents he's going to face won't be ridiculously strong. In his anticipation, the strongest opponent he could meet was Duan Zichen. However, he had dealt with Duan Zichen in his previous life and knew his fighting path like the back of his hand. So the 16th match, the battle with Duan Zichen, was instead extraordinarily easy, and after winning against Duan Zichen, Lin Xuan had thought that his 20 consecutive victories had been secured, until the 20th game, when he saw that sword-carrying young man dressed in white appear in the ring. Lin Xuan's state of being calm and collected since he was reborn, a state where Tarzan collapsed in front of him without changing his face, finally showed a crack. His face was instantly hard to see, and he didn't even hold back from bursting out on the spot. Fuck! Su Wenjian didn't immediately start the fight, but stood at the other end of the ring, nearly 20 meters away from Lin Xuan, and held his sword in a salute before saying with some surprise, "You know me?" In the audience, there was still no one who recognized Su Wenjian. However, in the VIP box, a spectator from the higher realms was stunned to see Su Wenjian, who appeared in the ring. In the younger generation, no matter if they were dilettantes or geniuses, when they saw Su Wenjian take the stage, their expressions were even more exaggerated than when they saw Duan Zichen get seconded. Some even rubbed their eyes to make sure they weren't mistaken. Even in the older generation, they all look like they've seen a ghost and can't believe it. Duan's hiding his strength in a low profile, but can he afford to invite Su Wenjian? This can't be someone's fucking impersonation, right? Bullshit. You impersonate a Su Wenjian to show me? Don't you want to live? But this is so unscientific? Everyone was incredulous at Su Wenjian's appearance on stage. There is only one person that tells the truth of it. This guy, he shouldn't have been invited by Duan Gu. Rather, it's himself. Who wants to compete with that ringmaster? Previously, even though Lin Xuan had displayed the strength of 20 consecutive victories in the ring, many of the bigwigs of the higher realms still looked at him with the contempt of a higher person looking at a lower person. But at this moment, just because Su Wenjian had taken the stage, all the gazes that looked at him changed. After all, this was a man who could make Su Wenjian interested in crossing the line. Even if he was instantly seconded, it would be enough to blow it off for the rest of his life. Compared to the shock of the audience in the VIP box, Lin Chuan's heart was almost desperate. Seo asks for the sword. He knows the big man. The innate SSS rank talent Sword Heart allowed him to use his sword-type weapon sword-type skills with an unknown number of times more power, coupled with a 9-star vocation of heavenly destiny, an understanding and tenacity that exceeded that of ordinary people, as well as an excellent heart. This guy, even in a place like the Origin Plane where there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons, was a genius who had suppressed an era. Such a character, Lin Chuan's previous life, could only look up to, not even qualify to fight with it, but without even needing to exchange blows. He knew that he was no match for Su Wenjian, and this life, he's just making a fight. How can you even attract such a big Buddha? Do you still want to give people a chance to live? Lin Chuan really did want to break into a rage. After all, he really did have a billion points of collapse in his mind. If it really came down to a fight, Lin Chuan was almost 100% sure. His own self at the moment could never be a match for Su Wenjian. Luckily, Su Wenjian's purpose for entering the ring wasn't to defeat him either. He stood 20 meters away and calmly said towards Lin Chuan, "To be fair, I'll give you 10 minutes to recover your status. Also, for half an hour after the start of the battle, my attacks will not be deadly. If you can defeat me within that half hour, it's your win." Lin Chuan gave Su Wenjian a calming glance without opening his mouth to respond. Just when everyone thought he was going to say something mean, he lay flat. What's the big guy doing? The costumed kid is so arrogant. Why doesn't the big man put out harsh words in return? Big brother isn't really going to take a 10-minute break, is he? What if that costumed kid takes advantage of the 10 minutes to make a sneak attack? 20 wins in a row. We're just one win away from the last one. You mustn't slack off. Big brother, get up, big brother. Kick the ass of this arrogant swordsman. The spectators in the auditorium had watched Lin Chuan for 19 matches, and the successive victories had made them watch with a great sense of enjoyment and exhilaration. One by one, the audience who initially did not think Lin Chuan was good, but in the end became his fans, and they want to keep watching him, like the myth of omnipotence, defying everything, killing everything in seconds, and they, the fans who are standing around, can get a kick out of their idol's feats. Therefore, it is very unacceptable for them to see the idolized big brother lying down. One by one, the spectators stood up and shouted at Lin Chuan to hurry up and beat up the white-clothed swordsman. However, at the bottom of Lin Chuan's heart, he had never taken those spectators seriously. He's going his own way. The adoration and admiration of others, or the pointing of fingers, would not affect him in the slightest. For the next 10 minutes, Lin Chuan turned a deaf ear to the cries from the audience. He just laid down in the ring and rested silently, not saying a word of nonsense. And Su Wenjian likewise didn't take that rabble in the audience to heart. No matter how much he shouted in the audience and how much he was galvanized, he kept his word and stood holding his sword. He didn't come close to Lin Chuan in the slightest during these 10 minutes. 10 minutes was not too obvious a recovery for Lin Chuan, who had been fighting for over an hour. But those 10 minutes were a rare lull in his time in this ring. He could summarize the previous 19 battles in his mind. At the same time, one could also mentally ponder on how exactly to defeat Su Wenjian. And in those 10 minutes, another large number of bigwigs from the Origin Plane flooded into the VIP box of the arena. Obviously, they were all here for Su Wenjian, to watch this genius fight. As for Lin Chuan, he was naturally just an insignificant supporting character. But to those in the audience who had little insight, Lin Chuan was the main character, especially Hu Shilong and Elvin. These two didn't know anyone, and to the end, they could only trust Lin Chuan unconditionally. Elvin was still quite perceptive. Although he didn't know Su Wenjian, he also saw from the change in Lin Chuan's expression that the man was not simple. He didn't hold back and asked Chen Jingtian, "Does young Chen know that white-clothed swordsman?" Chen Jingtian shook his head. "I don't know, but it should be a strong person from the Origin Plane." "What is the Origin Plane? I've heard that word several times already." Hu Shilong also came over to ask. Chen Jingtian had already apologized to these two men because of Lin Chuan's winning streak, and when he conversed again, he wouldn't look down condescendingly. After thinking about it, he still patiently explained, "You should also know that we come from different realms, and all the realms are divided into low-level realms, medium-level realms, high-level realms and origin realms." Alvin quickly grasped the point and asked, "How is this dimensional hierarchy divided? I feel like those of us from different realms don't look too different." Chen Jingtian didn't explain right away, but instead asked rhetorically, "Since you guys have access to the self-existent heaven, you should know about parallel worlds, right?" Hu Shilong hurriedly nodded his head. "Yes, the 2,000 people we have attending a secret realm are all from different parallel worlds." Chen Jingtian then expanded on this point. "The realm you are in is in the evolutionary stage. All the parallel worlds will slowly merge over time. At the end of the day, the fusion will become the only world that is qualified to be called a true realm. The low realm, formed by the fusion of tens of thousands of parallel worlds, the medium realm, formed by the fusion of thousands of parallel worlds, and the high realm, formed by the fusion of hundreds of parallel worlds, the highest level of origin plane. It is unique from the very beginning of its birth and has never experienced fusion. To describe how strong the origin plane is, Chen Jingtian paused. Have you seen Infinite Horror? Hu Shilong nodded excitedly. Seen it. If you compare the low, medium, and high realms to mission worlds like Resident Evil, then the origin realm is the main god space. The bigwigs at the top of the pyramid in the origin realm even have the ability to destroy the low, middle, and high realms. Hiss, horrible as hell. The two of them, Hu Shilong and Alvin, even though they had grown to know each other well in Zetion, still couldn't help but suck in cool air when they heard Chen Jingtian's words again. The origin plane, is it even that strong? Even the lower realms can be destroyed at will? No wonder people from the origin realm would look down on people from the lower realms. It's really too big of a gap. Hu Shilong and Alvin had felt uneasy again. In that case, if we accidentally offend someone from the origin plane, wouldn't we even be destroying our own plane? Possibly at the whim of the origin plane's bigwigs? You guys are thinking too simply. Chen Jingtian blankly glanced at the two of them. The fusion and destruction of worlds, the hidden secrets of that are not something we can access. However, the examples of destroying worlds that I've heard of seem to have something to do with the cultivation of the gods, and the bit face seems to be a kind of energy to them. Exactly what kind of energy? You guys shouldn't ask. You can't get in touch with it anyway. Hu Shilong and Alvin were both confused and shocked, finally realizing that there are some things that it doesn't do any good to know too much about. Their gazes, once again, looked towards Su Wenjian in the ring. By this time, the more and more I feel that this person is terrible, the people of the origin realm. Furukawa Dajo, I am afraid that it is very difficult to win this hand. Right? Chen Jingtian gazed unblinkingly at the ring inside. Don't be unaware of it, alright? This big brother of yours from a lower realm. He's already very strong for having fought this far. With the strength he's displayed, he can definitely be looked upon by the great families of the origin realm as well. And maybe he can become a house son-in-law or something. Hu Shilong suddenly asked again as if he remembered something. That Thousand Flint. He's also from a lower realm. And he's even able to be a flunky for a great lady from the origin realm? So he's really strong, right? It's quite strong. But you guys might have misunderstood something. Chen Jingtian's expression was somewhat subtle. There may be more than one flunky recruited by the other missy. 10 minutes passed in a tense, anxious atmosphere, almost in the blink of an eye. In 9 minutes and 56 seconds, Lin Chuan stood up. 10 minutes exactly. Su Wenjian didn't hesitate any longer and attacked towards Lin Chuan. He never takes his opponents lightly when facing them, and Lin Chuan quickly dodged to avoid his attack. When he had fought with thousand suicides earlier, Lin Chuan had thrown away the weapon in his hand, because to him, weapons were ultimately external objects, far less flexible than using his hands. But to Su Wenjian, his sword was more flexible than his hands. The idiom of like an arm using its fingers is used to describe Su Wenjian's use of the sword. In comparison, Lin Chuan, who was also holding a two-handed sword, using his sword in front of him was simply like a jumping clown playing with a big sword in front of Guangong's door. All of his attack paths were easily seen through by Su Wenjian, and in just 3 minutes, his body had already been slashed with dozens of wounds by Su Wenjian's sword. Undoubtedly, this was the result of Su Wenjian staying his hand. According to him, in half an hour, he won't lay a hand on anyone. If he really did kill him, every sword that cut into Lin Chuan's body would be enough to kill him. Such a realization made Lin Chuan very powerless inside. Could he really defeat Su Wenjian in half an hour? And in the VIP box, one big shot watched Su Wenjian's sword strike, basically all in admiration. An old man wearing a mask sighed. This kid deserves to be a sword nerd. Even when faced with opponents that are inferior to him, he is surprisingly able to learn strengths from them. The eldest lady who had taken 1,000 flints as her son-in-law heartily exclaimed, "This Su Wenjian, he's using this ringmaster as a whetstone." The middle-aged man next to Missy said, "Talents and skills are blocked in the apprenticeship arena. However, this ringmaster's previous blow that defeated Duan Zichen struck a skill effect. Su Wenjian is using this ringmaster to test his sword, and he's afraid that he's trying to raise his skill proficiency." That's right, although the skill is blocked, but the way he strikes his sword still shows the flavor of a point sword type skill. As for the box that Duan Gu was in, while he watched the image of Lin Chuan being pressed by Su Wenjian on the screen, he said comfortingly to the jade tablet, "Su Wenjian's outburst is considered a kind of recognition of that Gu Chuan Da's strength. In that case, this matter of you losing to him isn't too humiliating." On the other side of the jade tablet, it was obviously Duan Zichen. When he is killed in the ring, The person returns to the real world and it takes 24 hours to rejoin the zygote. He was sitting in a luxurious room with a very ugly face. After a long time, he suddenly asked, "Uncle, do you think Guchuan De He can defeat Su Wenjian?" This issue. Duan Ji's eyebrows jumped when he heard this, and he immediately comforted again. "Xiao Chen, your mind is a bit unstable. This one failure doesn't mean anything. You're still the genius of the Duan family." In reality, Duan Zichen took a deep breath. Reason he understands. He should be looking forward, not clinging to one failure. But this one really hit him hard. Lin Chuan played the 15th game, and it all took a full 12 minutes, but it took less than 5 minutes to beat him. Although battle time is not representative of one's battle strength. However, this was too humiliating for Duan Zichen. It was too hard for him to be willing. The only thing that could make him regain his stability of mind, I'm afraid, would have to be Su Wenjian's defeat in the ring as well. At least then, everyone would believe in the ringmaster. And in contrast, Duan Zichen's failure was nothing. But he also knew that it was too hard and too difficult for Su Wenjian to lose this fight. It's hard as hell. Duan Zichen barely pulled the corners of his mouth into a smile. So he said to the jade sign, "Uncle, I'm fine. I'm going to the training room first. I'll talk to you later." Duan Gu hung up his communication with Duan Zichen and then looked at the two people battling each other on the screen. So his mind was a little subtle. Previously, he had tried to find ways to prevent Lin Chuan from winning these 20 consecutive victories. But at this moment, he couldn't help praying in the back of his mind. How wonderful it would be if Lin Chuan could really defeat Su Wenjian. In this way, his nephew Duan Zichen's failure could almost not be considered a failure. After all, even Su Wenjian was defeated. Then Duan Zichen's failure would seem insignificant and even taken for granted. But will Su Wenjian lose? It won't. This was something that everyone who knew Su Wenjian was 100% sure of. And what was shown in the ring was, unsurprisingly, Lin Chuan completely fell into the wind and was chased by Su Wenjian almost the entire time. On his body, he had already received an unknown number of swords, and his entire body had become a bloody man. If it wasn't for Su Wenjian staying his hand, he would have died many times over. Such an image made Lin Chuan's fans in the audience, who were expecting him to win again, furious. All sorts of angry curses were heard, and if it weren't for the conditions, I'm afraid there would have been rotten eggs thrown. Hu Shilong and Alvin's gazes were stunned, and they couldn't believe it. The people of the origin dimension are really ridiculously strong. Furukawa Dalao, you're going to lose this time, aren't you? Chen Jingtian nodded with a heavy heart. Definitely lose. His opponents are simply all just using him as a sparring partner, hammering their skills through him. Hu Shilong and Alvin didn't understand it very well, but their hearts inevitably became a little sad. It was a sadness bound to Hayakawa. It's the powerless sadness of everyone who says that the lowly are inferior to the highly, and you realize that it is indeed true. It's the sadness of trying to challenge an airplane cannon with your millet rifle and ending up with a bloody head. It's the sadness of thinking you have a passion to overcome everything, only to find out that that passion doesn't mean shit and just makes your death look sadder. Hu Shilong and Alvin looked at Lin Chuan, who was being pressed and beaten into blood in the ring, and the two strong men actually coincidentally had red eyes, even though they met Lin Chuan in passing and had no emotional foundation. Chen Jingtian looked at the two men's expressions, shook his head and sighed softly. When you are exposed to more and more, you will realize more and more deeply that in this world, there are too many existences that make people powerless. If you can't change, just learn to adapt. The two of them looked at Chen Jingtian and realized that this fellow was also a man with a story. No wonder, he was so arrogant when he taunted people earlier, but later on, he was able to remove his own head without any shame at all. This ability to bend and stretch is not because of shamelessness, but because it knows too much. Hu Shilong and Alvin originally both hated Chen Jingtian quite a bit, but at this time, on the contrary, they suddenly didn't hate him that much, and the battle in the ring continued. 10 minutes had passed, and even the most unseeing spectator in the gallery could already see that Lin Chuan has no chance of winning this one. However, amidst all the curses from the audience, Lin Chuan suddenly made an incomprehensible move. He even suddenly threw away the two-handed sword in his hand and fought the white-clothed swordsman with his bare hands instead. And he fought with his bare hands, each strike, almost regardless of whether it hit or not, all with his full strength. Fighting patterns like that are clueless, like a madman pushed to the brink of extinction who suddenly breaks out in a frenzy. Not only did the audience not understand such a move on his part, but Su Wenjian in the ring didn't understand it either. He changed his stance set as Lin Chuan changed his stance set, while speaking as he fought. With the way you're fighting, you're consuming too much. I'm afraid you won't be able to last even 10 minutes. Lin Chuan didn't respond to him, still fuming, clenching his fists and putting his best foot forward with every strike. Fighting continuously for more than an hour would have made him consume a lot of physical and mental strength. now in his injured state, and playing with his life without regard for the consequences. He was in a state that was getting worse and worse. Su Wenjian even felt that he probably didn't even need to make a move himself. This ringmaster, by himself, could tire himself to death. But even if Lin Chuan went crazy, Su Wenjian still didn't take it lightly. He continued to respect this opponent, and with each blow, he took it seriously. Even with Lin Chuan's reckless consumption, his physical strength was becoming more and more unbearable. His blood-soaked body was a bit shaky even standing alone. His clenched fists vaguely trembled with each attack. In such a state, not only Su Wenjian, but also one of the bigwigs in the VIP box concluded, "This guy, I'm afraid that within 3 minutes, he will collapse due to physical exhaustion." In a certain box, Missy shook her head inside lightly. This ringmaster's strength is indeed not bad, but his heart is too poor. A man who cannot face defeat openly is doomed to not be able to go too far. The middle-aged man nodded along. Indeed, at least in terms of heart, this ringmaster is not as good as your aunt. Missy nodded. Tell Yan Xiansui that he doesn't need to care about this failure. Just continue to focus on preparing for the transfer. In the other box, Duangu also shook his head and muttered as if to himself. That's how people in the lower realms are like, seeing too little and experiencing too little. One ordinary failure will break his state of mind. Let's hope that Xiao Chen's state of mind won't be affected by such a person. On the contrary, in the box where Su Wenjian was before, the middle-aged man who was traveling with Su Wenjian had his eyes glued to the screen. In the bottom of his eyes, a brilliant light flashed. After a long time, he suddenly gritted his teeth and sighed. Damn it! This brat! Shouldn't he even want to use the questioning sword as a whetstone? Could it be that his, in reality, attributes broke through the upper limit of the apprentice stage? The man unconsciously clenched his hand, and it was only this time that he finally, extraordinarily seriously, surveyed Lin Chuan's face that was almost stained with blood to the point of not being able to see his face. Time flies. After about 3 minutes, Lin Chuan really appeared to be in a state of obvious physical exhaustion. To outsiders, his breath was unsteady, his figure shaky, and he trembled with every attack. And his own feelings were even more real than the onlookers could see. He looked like he had just finished a good marathon, his muscles sore and heavy all over. When he clenched his fists, the muscles in his arms tensed up, almost harder than his fists. It's like it's going to blow up the next second. All over his body, all the onlooker could see was blood and water all over. What was clearer in his own senses was, instead, sweat. The wet, salty sweat covered his body as if it were a mountain, weighing him down. Even the sight was vaguely blurred. This was clearly an extremely bad state of affairs. And finally, his next swinging attack not only failed to hit Su Wenjian, but also fell straight down. Bang! He said, falling on top of the ring. There was a chorus of boos and curses from the audience off stage. Su Wenjian on the stage, but not the slightest bit of joy of impending victory. On the contrary, the serious and calm look, vaguely transmitting a hint of shock. He looked condescendingly at the collapsed Lin Chuan, and suddenly and ponderously ventured out. Your attributes in reality have already broken through the upper limit of the apprentice stage? Lin Chuan was panting violently, and his entire body didn't even seem to have the strength to get up. Naturally, there was no answer. Su Wenjian's eyes flinched, and after a long while, he suddenly exhaled heavily. Alright, I'll give you a hand, but still, according to the agreement, I'll only give you half an hour, and right now, it's less than a quarter of an hour away from half an hour. After saying that, he actually threw away the sword that never left his body and switched to the same swing, once again launching a fierce attack on Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, continued to dodge. However, with his stamina severely overdrawn, almost every punch from Su Wenjian had struck his body. By this point, the fight between the two turned into a pure physical fight. While the audience was uncertain, in the VIP box, another big shot finally saw what was going on. This kid couldn't be thinking to break through the human body's limits in an extremely oppressive battle? Are you kidding me? This is the self-realization heaven. Moreover, has his own attributes broken the upper limit, and he dares to do so? And on top of the ring, Lin Chuan carried down a heavy blow raw. He was like a sandbag, getting all kinds of wildly flattened by Su Wenjian, not to mention the blurred vision. But the brain, it started to go blank. With his body overdrawn to the limit, the only thing left to support him was his will. Just like that, he was beaten by Su Wenjian as if he were a sandbag for a full quarter of an hour. The half hour in Su Wenjian's appointment arrived. He looked solemn and austere, his voice calm. You failed. Saying that, in the next strike, he really did strike a deadly blow, slapping his palm towards the location of Lin Chuan's heart. With his strength, with Lin Chuan's state, this fatal blow, everyone knew, Lin Chuan can't avoid it. After this blow, it will end the ring. However, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded happened. Lin Chuan, whose physical strength was severely overdrawn, was clearly already like a walking corpse, and he didn't even have the strength to swing his fist. But he had, surprisingly, suddenly avoided the fatal blow. The audience in the auditorium were unsure and thought that Lin Chuan's terrible state was feigned, but he actually still had the strength to deal with it. And in the VIP box that was paying attention to the battle, a bigwig, so shocked that he instantly clapped his hands together, his gaze fixed dead center on Lin Chuan and the screen. It was Su Wenjian himself who was shocked, the teenager who had always been calm and introverted to the point of being somewhat paralyzed. At this moment, he actually exuded a look like he had seen a ghost. After the shock, his eyes suddenly lit up again. In those eyes was the burning intent of battle. He regained his sword. He launched one more attack, putting his best foot forward and no longer holding back. However, every attack was unable to hit Lin Chuan again. The bloodstained Lin Chuan was like a different person. His appearance is still like a walking corpse, as if the word muddled is written all over his body. However, it was in such a state that he had easily avoided all of Su Wenjian's attacks without any pressure. By this time, even in the audience, they finally saw some clues and exclaimed, "What's going on?" After this ringmaster was brutally beaten up, how come it feels like his fighting strength has risen a notch instead? Was it hiding a hand before? It's not quite like that, is it? I feel like he's in a weird state right now. I'll go. I feel like he's in a state, much like the legendary breakthrough limit? What? Pushing the limits? I also heard from someone that the upper limit of attributes in the apprentice stage is 100 points. And there are some bigwigs in the origin plane who manage to break through this limit. But just because the attributes break through the upper limit doesn't mean that the strength also breaks through the upper limit. To put it simply, the big guy may have broken through the attribute ceiling and possessed 110 points of attributes at the apprenticeship stage. However, the strength he can exert is still 100 points. It's hard to utilize the part that exceeds the upper limit. For example, I've heard that there's a genius big shot in the origin plane named Su Wenjian, who just reached level 10 a long time ago, and his four-dimensional attributes are even as high as 160 points. But what he can really bring out is still only 100 points. In order to truly exert strength beyond 100 points, one first has to exceed 100 points in attributes. Next, it's about breaking through the limits of the human body. It is said that when one breaks through the limits of the human body, one will enter a metaphysical instinctive state. This state is somewhat similar to an epiphany, and one's combat power will be greatly enhanced as if with divine assistance. I'm going? So, this ringmaster's state at this time is breaking through the human body's limit? Doesn't that mean that his attributes in reality have also broken through 100 points? So diabolical? Am I the only one who thinks that the genius in the origin plane whose attributes are as high as 160 at the apprentice stage is also frighteningly strong? 160 is nothing. People have strong backgrounds, and there are plenty of ways to boost their attributes. The point is that even after raising their attributes, they can't bring them into play. The limits of the human body are not that easy to break through. I've also heard of cases of breaking through the human limit, but it's on the first and second turn bigwigs. I've heard that breaking the human body limit at the apprentice stage is the hardest, but it's also the one that benefits the most. Just as the crowd was discussing the possibility that Lin Chuan had broken through the limits of the human body, above the ring, Lin Chuan's battles were also getting more and more flowing, looking pleasing to the eye, and by this time, the situation had reversed in the battle between him and Su Wenjian. From before, Su Wenjian had pressed him to fight. To this point, it could be said that he had pressed Su Wenjian the entire time. Su Wenjian's sword couldn't even touch even a corner of his coat. Even with a bang sound, Lin Chuan's fist ruthlessly smashed into Su Wenjian's brow. He stunned the whole thing for 0.3 seconds. But when masters fight, just this 0.3 seconds of instantaneous can already decide the winner. Lin Chuan's hand, covered in blood, grabbed Su Wenjian's hand at once and twisted, and stabbed Su Wenjian's own sword. Under Lin Chuan's manipulation, reversed and stabbed into his own chest, and his figure instantly disappeared above the ring. At this moment, the audience erupted with cheers that shook the sky, and a VIP box was plunged into dead silence. 20 wins in a row. To the point, Lin Chuan came down from the ring with a bruised nose and bloodied body, and his brain was all still a bit muddled. He arrived backstage at the arena and hadn't long sat down when he saw an unfamiliar middle-aged man walk into his lounge. The way the man looked at him was subtle, but it didn't seem hostile. After handing Lin Chuan a towel, he introduced himself. I'm Su Wenjian's seventh uncle, Su Yefeng. Lin Chuan looked at the man with a fixed gaze and didn't say anything. Su Yefeng looked at him with some meaningful eyes for a long while before sighing. Ask the sword asked me to carry a message for him he's looking forward to the next time he fights you. Lin Chuan's gaze was calm and unassuming. I look forward to it as well. Su Yefeng laughed and pointed out meaningfully, if you can make it that far, your next encounter would be in the Great Thousand Mysteries. Lin Xuan hung his eyes and thought for a moment and said flatly, perhaps. Su Yefeng instead laughed again. Little fellow, aren't you going to ask how you're going to obtain the Great Thousand Mysteries entrance ticket? Lin Xuan answered in detail. In the Origin realm, it should be the school that rewards, right? As for us in the lower realms, we have to earn it on our own. From the Great Struggle Mystery Realm, obtain the Small Thousand Mystery Realm entrance ticket, then from the Small Thousand Mystery Realm, obtain the Great Thousand Mystery Realm entrance ticket. Su Yefeng's smile faded, and the way he looked at Lin Xuan became more and more solemn. After a long time, he asked seriously, you've come into contact with people from the Origin plane? Lin Xuan was silent and didn't answer. Su Yefeng sighed and slowly said again, young student, you have a bright future ahead of you, so it's best not to get too involved with big powers you don't understand. Lin Xuan didn't retort. Instead he sincerely said, thank you. The thanks were both to Su Yefeng, also to Su Wenjian. Su Wenjian ended up clearly seeing that he was using him to break through the limits of the human body, but instead of being irritated, he was very cooperative. Even for this reason, threw away the sword in his hand and fought with his fists. It could be said that Su Wenjian played a rather crucial role in Lin Xuan's ability to successfully break through his limits. This guy is really good. Perhaps because he had left the vast majority of geniuses far behind, he didn't feel any jealousy when he faced genius powerhouses. On the contrary, they are cherishing their talents. Lin Xuan was ashamed to be inferior to that kind of vision and connotation. Shortly after Su Yefeng left, Duan Go led Hu Shilong in with Alvin. The way he looked at Lin Xuan was even more subtle than Su Yefeng. The attitude towards Lin Xuan was also even more respectful than before. First, he broke the contract with Lin Xuan, and then he handed a turquoise jade token towards Lin Xuan. This is a gift from Mr. Duan on behalf of the arena. With it, you can freely travel to and from the Z Heaven without the need for a ticket. In addition to that, this identity jade tablet also has a storage function. Your two friends pressed you for 20 consecutive victories, earning a total of 59,000 self-existence points, which also exist in this identity jade tablet. Lin Xuan wasn't polite and took the jade token and bound it. He'd seen this stuff in his previous life. Most of the free people in the free sky would have such a jade tablet. If a single person wants to buy it, this jade tablet is worth 100 self-possession points, which is not cheap. The arena is now given away for nothing, which is a gesture of goodwill to him. In addition, if you continue to come to play competitive matches in the future, this side of the arena will give you the treatment of a platinum member. Okay, I got it. After leaving from the arena, Lin Xuan went shopping at the Autopia Mall. At 59,000 self-sustaining points, the purchasing power is pretty strong. He shopped for the better part of an hour to get all the things he desperately needed. A warrior badge that costs 500 self-points, 10 copies of the primary dragon's blood potion cost 10,000 self-compassion points. One side of the realm costs 1,000 self-containment points. An origin contract costs 1,000 self-containment points. A space charm costs 1,000 self-points. 10 skill points at a cost of 1,000 self-compassion points. A breastplate and a sword cost a total of 560 self-points. It ended up being 220 gold coins and costing 22 self-points. All told, a total of 15,082 self-care points were spent. It can be said that this wave of self-satisfied heavenly journey, although spent 200 gold coins to buy tickets, but the final harvest, feel worth the price of the ticket. Nope, it's not just worth the price of admission. It's simply a bloodbath and a full house. In addition to being so rich in terms of wealth, being able to break through the limits of the human body so quickly also belonged to the category of unexpected joy. Lin Xuan was in a pretty good mood. In the shopping mall menu bar to see the price of 100 at the point of a bottle of moon fairy drunkenness. All the bold clouds of heaven and earth in one breath to buy 10 bottles. If this were to be put aside in his previous life, there was absolutely no way he would so casually spend 1,000 self-points on useless things. But in this life, the master has plenty of money. After fixing everything, Lin Xuan then moved his mind and left the self-realization sky on his own accord. Hu Shilong and Alvin, naturally, followed close behind. With a flash of sight, the three of them rejoined the secret tavern. The people in the tavern, they've changed. Lin Xuan, however, didn't care in the slightest and walked straight towards the drunkard in the hidden corner. He handed the drunkard 200 gold coins along with 10 bottles of moon immortal drunkenness and spoke in a very pleasant tone. I've come to redeem my death grip. The alcoholic was not at all polite. 200 gold coins and 10 bottles of moon immortal drunkenness in red gourds. He pocketed them all. Immediately opened a bottle of moon immortal drunk, tilted his head and gurgled into his mouth. The tantalizing aroma of wine instantly spread throughout the tavern. Only after a bottle of moon immortal drunkenness was finished was the drunkard able to throw Lin Xuan's death grip back to him, his mouth slurping and praising with intent. Not bad. Not bad. Lin Xuan put the death grip into his sublime ring and laughed. Nice wine or nice people? The drunk gave him a blank look. Nice wine. Lin Xuan didn't mind either, and after throwing the remaining 20 gold coins to Wu Long and Alvin, he went straight back to his evil dragon lair number 1. The people in the tavern were shocked to see him disappear in place. Strange. Where did that guy go just now? It can't be that he went straight to the evil dragon's lair, right? No way. It's impossible for him to run off alone to the evil dragon's lair to die, right? Wasn't there a team of 10 people who went in before, and they were all wiped out? It's horrible. The evil dragon's strength is too terrifying. There's no way for us warriors to survive. Big deal. It's a draw. Pull the evil dragon and die together. Wu Shilin and Alvin did not participate in the discussion. They were originally worried about the ending of this secret world as well, but experiencing a journey to the self-reliant heaven, one instantly feels. It's a good thing the warriors' camp was chosen. As long as they hugged the thighs of Furukawa Deo, slaughtering the evil dragons wouldn't be a breeze. They certainly don't think the warrior big man they thought of as the real thing, but the evil dragon. And the first thing Lin Xuan did when he returned to the evil dragon's lair was to use the newly purchased spatial talisman on himself. The space charm was a high-grade space-type prop that was unknown how much more advanced than the sublime ring. The sublime ring does not bind the owner, and once killed, the ring is taken from them. And some people have a special talent for peeking into the props in other people's secondary rings. What's more, you can steal props from other people's secondary rings. Also, the sublime ring takes up a finger equipment bar, which can be a disadvantage for the strong. And space charms don't have those worries. First of all, it's an unknown number of times more spacious. Secondly, both privacy and security are guaranteed. What's more, the space opened up by the space rune. The internal time was static. Put hot food and cold food in. Put it in the same way. Take it out the same way. This is something that Lin Xuan didn't even bother to buy in his previous life. That is to say, this morning I became a tycoon and spent 1,000 self-possession points to buy it. When he bound the space, a hidden rune appeared on his right tiger's mouth. After putting all the important things into the runic space, Lin Xuan began to prepare the dragon blood medicinal bath. Pushing the limits of the human body is very taxing on the human body. If left untreated, it can leave dark wounds in the body that cannot be repaired. The dragon's blood medicinal liquid, on the other hand, was exactly what was used to condition the body after breaking through the limit. However, the process is very torturous. A large bucket of water, without any heating, just a drop of the medicine, and instantly the medicine boiled as if it were a frying pan. Lin Xuan stripped off his clothes, gritted his teeth and soaked in, and after only 3 seconds, he couldn't stand it and popped out of the medicine bucket. Take a 10-minute break before jumping back in. This time, after holding on for 5 seconds, it popped back up. In this manner, it took nearly 2 hours to consume the bucket of medicinal liquid. He recovered from all his physical injuries during this period. The whole person was also as if he had been transformed, and his body became more robust. Finishing this, Lin Xuan redressed and exhaled heavily. And it was during this period of time when Lin Xuan was breaking through his ego and continuously becoming stronger. In reality, the old houses in Kyoto have become a real hell on earth. The wasted death purgatory created by the wasted death butterfly was actually just an illusion. When the butterfly was a malnourished newborn caterpillar, its illusions were not lethal. Even as Aea left carrying the wasted death butterfly, the illusion of the wasted death purgatory didn't last long and disappeared of its own accord. When Luo Yinping arrived at the old foreign house with his team, he found that the group of cannon fodder that had taken the lead in attacking the old foreign house were all intact. Only their faces were a little pale. Worse, wet your pants. After a brief exploration, Luo Yinping realized that in the air raid shelter, only was family members, who were also frightened, and some other people were left. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, couldn't find it anywhere. Luo Yinping quickly learned again from the Zhuotiangang brothers that Lin Xuan was indeed the number 1 on the world rank list. As for why he's not on the Kyoto regional list, it might have something to do with his disappearance last night. Zhuotiangang depicted in great detail Lin Xuan's disappearance in plain sight last night, and he also analyzed himself. According to my speculation, he either obtained a spatial teleportation prop from the rank list rewards and went to another city. Either that, or he entered some secret realm. Secret realm? Luo Yinping mulled over these 2 words in a low voice. Zhuotiangang thought that he didn't know about the secret realm, and deliberately flattered and ingratiatingly explained that Bacchanal from the God's Punishment mission is said to have gone into a certain secret realm, and only then did he escape the frantic pursuit of all the major foreign powers. We heard with our own ears last night that Lin Xuan had asked Aya to exchange a level 3 crystal core for a secret realm entrance ticket. It seems to be called the Great Struggle Secret Realm Entrance Ticket. Luo Yinping glanced indifferently at Zhuo Tiangang. He didn't say anything more to Zhuo Tiangang, but said to the large group of cannon fodder that had followed them to surround Lin Xuan. Sorry everyone. I'm afraid that this siege of Lin Xuan will still end in failure, but the guaranteed rewards promised by our 4 great clans will still be honored. Now, all of you just line up in this old ocean house, and we'll arrange for someone to distribute the crystal core rewards at the entrance of the old ocean house. Headed by the super family Luo clan and supported by the Luan clan, Qi clan and Nya clan, the top management of the 4 major forces had promised the righteous, Pao, soldiers, Hui, invited to besiege Lin Xuan that even if the besiegement operation failed, they would be able to obtain the compensation of crystals given by the 4 major families. Now, Lin Xuan is absent and the operation has failed. Compensation for these righteous people is coming. One by one, a long, winding line of righteous people formed in the old townhouse. The people of the 4 great families stood at the entrance of the old house, handing out crystal compensation. Once the righteous have received their compensation, they can leave on their own. Su Gongqing was also among the righteous. Although he didn't dare to show it because of his low self-esteem, he was more or less in love with Luan Yuling at the bottom of his heart. For this siege of Lin Xuan, Han Shuiying had actually privately hinted to him that this operation was very risky, but Su Gongqing came anyway. He's here for Luan Yuling. He wanted to make himself more weight in Luan Yuling's mind, and didn't want Luan Yuling to think that she was a wimp. Well, in the end, although the journey to the old townhouse wasn't uneventful, it didn't end up experiencing any real danger. Not only is there no danger, but you can get crystal cores for nothing. Soon the queue reached Su Gongqing. The people who handed out the crystal cores were divided into 4 batches, and the one who gave out crystal cores to Su Gongqing happened to be Luan Yuling. Luan Yuling was still so exquisitely beautiful, pure and wonderful, as if she hadn't been disturbed by the end times in the slightest. Even in her mobility-friendly black tracksuit, it was still hard to hide the cool beauty in her bones. With a light smile towards Su Gongqing, she handed him the 3 crystal cores he was entitled to. That smile almost seduced Su Gongqing's soul. He stood a little coyly next to Luan Yuling, trying to help her a little. However, before he had the chance to open his mouth, he heard Luan Yuling's gentle voice. In order to prevent someone from receiving the crystal core repeatedly, according to the rules, those who have received the crystal core are to go out. Okay, I'll go out first then. So Su Gongqing stepped out of the old foreign house. He had thought that the group that had already received the crystal cores before would be waiting outside. The street outside the old townhouse, however, was cold and empty, and there were no people to be seen at all. Su Gongqing vaguely felt that something was wrong. Just at this moment a breeze brushed by. The landscape tree beside him gently swayed, the branches and leaves rustling. The sound, like a sad sob, like a low whistle. Su Gongqing inexplicably tensed his nerves. By this time, however, it was too late. All he felt was a dull, knife-like pain in his brain, and the next thing he knew, he was permanently unconscious. A+ talent, soul strangulation. You can kill without being seen. You can't even see a scratch. Soon, a dark shadow sprang out of a landscape tree off to the side. The black shadow very skillfully disposed of Su Gongqing's corpse, recycling the 3 crystals he had just claimed, and in the meantime, digging another one out of his head. Finally, take his body and put it into the sublime ring. The next righteous man who came out of the old house had almost the same experience as Su Gongqing, and after about 10 corpses were collected, someone would specialize in carrying a cloth bag full of crystal cores and hand it over to the person handing out the cores at the door. Luan Yuling finished handing out the crystal cores in the bag in her hand and quickly took over a new bag before continuing to hand out crystal cores for the people behind the team. And they have more and more crystal cores. Obviously, it is not as if the team of righteous men did not notice the strangeness of the situation at a later stage. Yet at this time they were powerless to resist, only like silent lambs to the slaughter. The whole process of hair crystal nucleus lasted nearly an hour. What the 4 great clans had harvested was more than 200 crystal cores, as well as more than 200 corpses, more than 200 crystal cores. The Luan family, the Qi family, and the Nya family, each shared 50 of them. The rest goes to Luo Yinping. After all, his soul strangulation talent had played a very important role in this harvesting operation. It wasn't as if there weren't strong people with notable combat power in those 200 people, but they were almost all killed by Luo Yinping in seconds. It's because there are no soul defenses. In the end, the sublime ring, which contained over 200 corpses, was also handed over to Luo Yinping. Luo Yinping was still wearing his thin-framed glasses and had a refined and elegant demeanor. However, at this time, the green text of the number 67 on the kill list had already appeared above his head. Green text is still different from gold text. The gold color indicates the world list and the green color is the regional list. This meant that in just an hour's time, Luo Yinping had already honored the 67th place on the Kyoto kill list. He seemed to be enjoying himself very much with the green text above his head, and with a smile on his face, he walked idly towards the old townhouse. He spread his arms slightly and twisted his head with each step, and as far as his eyes could see, there was a body, which he had released from his secondary ring. More than 200 corpses were soon spread all over the corners of the old townhouse. Su Gongqing's body, naturally, was mixed in, yet the goddess he secretly adored was just preoccupied with her Luan's family, distributing the 50 crystal cores she had just obtained. Not the slightest hint of a second glance at his already cold body. Luo Yinping placed all the corpses, and then once again walked in the direction of the air raid shelter. As he walked, he suddenly bumped into a woman in a black uniform, fleeing in the direction of the air raid shelter with a panicked look on her face. The woman was about to lock the door when she was quickly stopped by Luo Yinping. Soon, the people from the 4 great families, led by Luo Yinping, once again entered that underground air defense room. Zhuo Tianyi's face was pale as she blocked in front of her grandparents. She had just witnessed, with her own eyes, that crazy batch of perverts, with a smile on her face, release more than 200 corpses from the sublime ring. She was shivering, and the gaze she looked at Luo Yinping with was a deep fear that she couldn't hide. And naturally, her demeanor did not escape the 2 Zhuo Tianhan brothers. However, these 2 brothers did not dare to disobey Luo Yinping in the slightest. Instead, he forced a smile and treated Luo Yinping in a humble and pleasing manner, almost to the point of kneeling on the spot. With a slight smile, Luo Yinping then spoke. Just now, Lin Chuan suddenly appeared and killed all of the more than 200 righteous people who tried to surround him. His tone was flat, and he didn't go anywhere with his lies. However, the Zhuo brothers were extraordinarily cooperative, and immediately scolded Lin Chuan with righteous indignation. It's too much. Lin Chuan really is a murderous devil. They would have liked to curse a little harder, like something about not being allowed to die and being struck by lightning. But they all knew very well in their hearts that the one who really killed without blinking an eye was the seemingly gentle big brother in front of them. They were afraid that if they cursed hard enough, the big man would suspect them of finger-pointing. So, after a few symbolic curses, Zhuo Tianhan took the initiative with an obliging expression. We must expose Lin Chuan's evil deeds to the chat channel, so that everyone will know that he is a murderous devil that everyone has to put to death. Both of them were still smart, and Luo Yinping nodded with great satisfaction, and then he smiled slightly. But it's strange. Why do you guys think that a murderous devil like Lin Chuan didn't kill you guys? His tone was as warm and gentle as a spring breeze, yet everyone in the Zhuo family who heard this felt a shiver run down their spine. Even the Zhuo brothers, who had always curried favor with Luo Yinping, couldn't help but feel a little weak in the knees at this time. It was at this, the moment when everyone was so scared to death that they didn't even dare to utter a breath. Zhuo Tiangong's girlfriend, Wang Shiyun, suddenly changed her image of a white rabbit and her eyes were ruthless. She actually suddenly struck out from the back, towards the battle-less Zhuo family's grandparents. Almost instantly, 2 kind and gentle old men who had never done anything bad in their lives instantly collapsed to the ground, out of breath. This scene deeply irritated Zhuo Tianyi. Her pupils widened momentarily, the white parts of her eyes almost stained with blood, unable to believe what she saw before her. Then, after a cry of venting fury, she went mad again and hysterically lunged towards Wang Shiyun. Wang Shiyun, what have you done? Wang Shiyun immediately ducked towards Zhuo Tiangong's back, and at the same time, she shouted loudly in Luo Yinping's direction. Lin Chuan is ruthless and even struck out at the Zhuo family members who took him in. Thanks to big brother Luo's help, we were able to survive. Zhuo Tiangang was also baffled by his girlfriend's maneuver. He had completely never imagined that his churlish girlfriend would have such a ruthless and decisive side. However, his years of licking dogs made him still subconsciously protect Wang Shiyun at this moment, not letting Zhuo Tianyi attack her. The sudden outbreak of chaos unexpectedly made Luo Yinping's eyes flash with interest. He gave Wang Shiyun a meaningful look, then laughed along with her words. It's not that I can't come to the rescue, it's just a pity that dash. With that, he suddenly held up 3 pieces of parchment between the 2 fingers of his right hand. He waved the parchment in his hand in the direction of the Zhuo brothers and smiled. Unfortunately, I only have 3 slave contracts, so I can only save 3 people. A gentle voice, but like a demonic whisper. As his words landed on the ground, the entire air raid shelter was plunged into an even more brutal and ghastly chaos. The one who made the first move was Zhuo Tiangang. He personally killed his sister Zhuo Tianyi who loved him the most. With that start, the killings were out of control. In the end, only Zhuo Tiangang, Zhuo Tianhan, and Wang Shiyun, the original personnel in the air defense shelter, were left alive. They slaughtered their loved ones with their own hands, and the look on their faces then was vicious and cruel. And yet, When it was all over, it was like a dog, groveling and wagging its tail at Luo Yinping. Luo Yinping was in a rather good mood after watching a good show, so he casually threw the 3 slave deeds onto the ground. The Zhuo brothers and Wang Shiyun quickly signed the contract, and from then on, they really became Luo Yinping's dogs, and of the 3, Luo Yinping seemed to appreciate the more ruthless Wang Shiyun. He smiled again and said, "You, take charge of digging up the crystal cores. You 2 brothers, take a head count." What he meant, in fact, was to see if the crystal cores he finally received in his hands matched the number of bodies here, lest anyone be greedy for the crystal cores. And then the head count turned out to be an unexpected discovery. After Zhuo Tiangang and Zhuo Tianhan had counted the number of people, they exchanged glances with each other and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Luo Yinping saw the clues and frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" Zhuo Tianhan truthfully explained. "My younger brother Zhuo Kaiyuan has disappeared." "What do you mean it's gone?" "The person is gone. Or the body is gone?" "The person is gone," Zhuo Tianhan briefly recalled. "I don't think I saw him when I was just killing." Either. Zhuo Tiangang saw that Luo Yinping's face did not look good, and immediately also helped to explain. "That child's presence in the Zhuo family is usually particularly low. We haven't paid much attention to him since last night, and he really wasn't in the air raid shelter during the fight just now." Luo Yinping coldly looked at Zhuo Tianhan and asked, "What is your brother's talent?" Zhuo Tianhan was a little afraid. His voice trembled. "No, I don't know. My brother, he is only 10 years old, usually a little autistic, not very good communication." Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Yinping kicked him in the chest. With a bang, Zhuo Tianhan's back hit the wall. "Rubbish! You don't even know how your brother disappeared." Luo Yinping condescendingly stepped on Zhuo Tianhan's face again and coldly said, "People like you don't even know how to die one day." "I'm wrong, big brother, I'm wrong. I will find a way to find my brother out, and then I will silence him." Zhuo Tianhan was stepped on his face, begging for mercy in a broken voice, tears and saliva dripping together. No dignity to speak of. Only then did Luo Yinping retract his foot and leisurely said, "There's no need to directly exterminate him. If your brother's talent is good, it's possible to be a dog for me." "Thank you, Biggie. Thank you, Biggie." Luo Yinping's side of the operation was basically successfully completed. On the other hand, Shifan, who had split up with him, also came into contact with Aya. That being said, Aya had experienced several sneak attacks from humans since she left the old townhouse. As time passed, still only level 2, she had gradually dropped out of the world rank list, but she remains at the top of the regional rankings. The green text rank 11 was naturally placed on his head. The vegetable beside her, however, remained in the golden color of rank 2. It's also the kind of text that makes some people feel bad and try to kill them to pop treasure chests. However, almost all of those sneak attackers were seconded by Koriko Nai just because of a single strike. Aya also gradually realized that Koriko was strong, almost as strong as Lin Chuan, capable of crushing everything. It was also with these sneak attacks that Aya became more and more acclimated to the treacherous nature of people's hearts in the end times. She stripped a secondary ring from one of the squad leaders who had sneaked up on her and put it on her hand. And something like digging up crystal cores could have been left to the emotionless little black guy. But she forced herself, in order to exercise her courage to survive in the post-apocalyptic world, to dig up the crystal cores with her own hands. After all, little Blackie was a bodyguard that Lin Chuan had arranged for her, and did not essentially belong to her. She didn't want to leave Lin Chuan completely sometime in the future and be left with no ability to survive. While entering a mall, Aya said to Koriko, "If you encounter a weaker sneak attacker after that, you'll give me a bit of a fighting chance as well, right?" Little Blackie had no senses and couldn't speak. A black mass that couldn't even respond to Aya. Aya wasn't sure if the little black man had understood her words. She went to the mall and bought a lot of clothes for both men and women. The men's went straight to the little black man to put on his body. After that, it was given a hat, a mask, and sunglasses. After this dressing up, the blackened dish looked more and more like a living person just by the way it looked from the outside. And such a living person's appearance made the lonely and scared Aya's heart slightly warmed. It wasn't as if she hadn't come into contact with the living since she got out of the old townhouse. But the living ones, either tried to kill her to pop the treasure chest or tried to morally kidnap her. Such a post-apocalyptic world, such humanity, is chilling. Instead, Koroko, who had no human feelings, was more reliable than a living person. As they left the mall, another group of ungrateful party tried to kill them to pop the treasure chest. Aya, for once, finally pinched a tanged sword and joined Koriko in the fight. However, her fighting ability was still too poor, and the tang blade only ended up cutting through the arm of one of them. If it wasn't for little Blackie being there to protect her, she was afraid that she wouldn't have known how many times she would have died. Aya sighed, despairing at her lack of growth in combat. Digging out 7 more level 1 crystals, She exhaled. Let's go. I remember there's a park around here. I don't know if I'll have any luck finding the hornet's nest this time. Just like that, one person and one dark shadow, once again moving in the direction of the park. Encountering a subterranean monster on the road is also basically solved by Koriko. And upon entering the park, Aya realized that the park had clearly been cleaned up again by the subterranean monsters. She frowned, and as she continued deeper, she could faintly hear cries for mercy. That voice, after all, sounded somewhat familiar. Aya was startled, and immediately accelerated her steps in the direction of the source of the sound, and as she drew nearer, a scene as far as the eye could see made her instantly angry. A couple of lewd punks, actually bullying a weak woman in broad daylight. What's even more annoying is that the round-faced, weak woman with glasses is none other than Aya's roommate. Aya's eyes reddened with anger, and she instantly rushed over to save the day. However, someone was faster than her. A swoosh of the sword cut through the neck of a punk. A graceful man's figure came dashingly dancing with a sword. The man was clearly 1 against 4, yet he was not at all outmatched. The man, on the other hand, did not seem to notice Aya's arrival, but only gentlemanly took off his jacket and draped it over the humiliated and weak woman, saying in a warm voice, "Are you all right?" The round-faced girl instantly threw herself into the gentleman man's arms and lost her voice, and Aya, who was originally going to rush up to save the others as well, suddenly stopped in her tracks at that moment. Her eyes were subtle as she watched the back of that graceful man, and her grip on the tang sword was unconsciously tightened. She looked at the little black child on her side again, emotions flowing under her eyes, and with a final clench of her teeth, she prepared to leave quietly. However, the round-faced girl, who was crying her heart out, suddenly saw her, and cried out directly, "Aya! Oh, Aya!" Chiffon happened to turn around in response to the shout, put on a surprised face, and saw Aya not far away. Aya, who had wanted to leave in a hurry, was not in a good position to just leave at this time. With a slightly embarrassed expression, she spoke dryly, What a coincidence. Aya, why are you here?" Chiffon looked surprised. "Where's Lin Xuan? Isn't he with you?" Lin Xuan? He's not with me. Aya looked visibly nervous. It was also spoken with a distracted perfunctory manner and a great deal of nonsense literature. In fact, a friend chat box with Lin Xuan was floating in her mind, quietly sending messages. "Big brother, I met Chiffon. Should I not talk to him?" "What? Big brother, you quickly return to me. Isn't Chiffon your sworn enemy? Big brother, aren't you afraid that I'll take your message and defect to the enemy? Big brother, if you don't get back to me I'm going to turn to the enemy. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of this. I'm so spineless. I love being a big brother. No, big sister. If you don't get back to me, I'm really going to vote." I really voted. Lin Xuan was in the secret realm, so naturally he couldn't check the message sent by Aya, but even if he saw it, he probably wouldn't take it to heart. After all, Chiffon in his heart, not worthy of the word mortal enemy. If Lin Xuan wanted to crush him, it was almost as simple as crushing an ant. Or rather, the reborn and returned Lin Xuan was not even on the same level of existence as Chiffon. He didn't even put Chiffon in his mind. At most, Chiffon has a grudge against him, and the way he is bouncing around alive is slightly obtrusive. Lin Xuan bumped into him one day and popped up in front of him, and settled it by hand. On the contrary, it was Aya. This little girl clearly had a stunning face, but her bones inexplicably had a sand sculpture attribute. This was first seen when she had the audacity to talk with her mouth full about having AIDS earlier in the day. Aya, though, is more than just a sand sculpture. Her message to Lin Xuan was quite cheerful, yet in reality, her nerves were always on edge when facing Chiffon. She exchanged a few brief words with Chiffon, each other's tone tinged with tentativeness, and right after she sent a message to Lin Xuan that went unanswered, and finally sent out the phrase, "I really voted." Aya's entire being suddenly relaxed as if a heavy burden had been lifted. She seemed to drop her guard and slowly walked over in Chiffong's direction. Chiffong could see her change of heart and couldn't help but sneer smugly in the bottom of his heart. Round-faced girl at this time also can stand up. Her tears still cannot stop flowing. Crying emotionally, "Aya, fortunately you did not have an accident. You do not know. Me and Chinger this night through what? Whoa. As she spoke, she burst into emotional tears again. Women will always have a softer empathy and compassion for women. Aya instantly turned red and stepped forward to wrap her arms around her roommate, letting her cry in her arms. She, on the other hand, patted her roommate's back and tried to say some words of comfort, but her throat was so sore, as if it was blocked by a ball of wet cotton, that she couldn't say anything. Such a picture was exactly what Chiffon wanted to see the most. His eyes were sympathetic and compassionate, looking at the crying round-faced girl, and then he turned his gaze back to Aya, gently and concernedly whispering, "In that case, Aya, do you want to re-team up with me? Nowadays, the world is really too chaotic. There are already too many people who have lost their morals and extinguished their humanity. And you, a girl, with the text of the ranking list on your head and looking so pretty, are really too prone to danger. Aya nodded with a look of deep understanding. Senior is so right. I don't even know how many sneak attacks I've experienced on my way here to the park. From fellow humans. Her tone was both angry and sullen, as if she felt powerless and uncomfortable with such a world. Chiffon nodded cooperatively, and then looked at Vegetable on Lion, who had been following Iya around without moving an inch, and asked tentatively, "This is, oh, he's a big dumb guy I picked up on the side of the road. Can't talk and has mental problems, but he's a strong fighter, so he was pulled in by me as a bodyguard." Aya casually babbled, at which point the round-faced girl's emotions seemed to settle down a bit, and she glanced at the dish that was so tightly wrapped up that she couldn't even see a single facial feature. Then he looked at Aya with an envious face. "Xiao Ye, you're really too lucky to have such a bodyguard to protect you." "Yeah." Aya's eyes dazed for a moment, as if she had thought of something. As she returned to her senses, her eyes glanced absently over the round-faced girl's neckline. Ebony bruises and scratches loomed on that snow-white skin, highlighting her unfortunate experience. Aya's eyes had a moment of obscurity that was hard to understand, while her mouth followed up the previous sentence with deep emotion. "I am indeed quite lucky." Having said this, she suddenly made a startling move. With a lift and flip of her right hand, she instantly took out a tang sword from her secondary ring, and the sharp, cold edge of this tang sword actually slashed straight in Shi Feng's direction. Shi Feng was unable to react for a moment, and was really slashed by her on the forehead. Blood instantly gurgled out, cutting across the tip of the nose and corners of the lips. Shocking to the eyes, the bones in a person's forehead were very hard, and the tang blade that Aya swung out fiercely was directly stuck on Shi Feng's forehead. And Shi Feng, who had taken this knife hard, didn't even fall down immediately. His eyes widened angrily until they turned red, and a hoarse, frenzied roar came out of his mouth while he viciously swung his sword towards Aya. "Ah, you bitch! How dare you sneak attack me!" This wasn't the first time Aya had fought, except that the previous battles had always ended in failure. In the end it was the little black man who intervened and took care of the miscreants. This time, even though Chi Feng's maniacal expression was very appalling at the moment, Aya did not have the slightest fear or retreat, and no more hope for the little black man. With a determined gaze, her figure flickered, and another short knife appeared in her hand. With a pfft sound, the short knife accurately stabbed into Chi Feng's heart. As for Chi Feng, who had his longsword held high in his right hand, it was as if his entire body had been pressed into pause. Keeping his sword raised, he stiffened for a second or two before he collapsed with bloodshot eyes, completely lifeless. To his death, he still had a tanged knife stuck in his forehead, and his wide-eyed eyes couldn't close. "It's like dead on arrival. How can he rest in peace?" He dodged Lin Xuan's fatal attack with a scapegoat doll. It was only afterward that he hid in the foul-smelling sewers that he escaped death. It was so hard to be found by Chi's family, and he also participated in the siege of Lin Xuan. His rise to chaos has just begun. And it turns out, before it's time to make a big career out of it. So much for dying at the hands of the woman he felt best cajoled and used. How can he be happy with that? How can he rest in peace? Aya, who was on the sidelines, was also very unstable. It wasn't her first kill, but for the first time, truly, on his own, he fought. She won. Although the battle was won basically all thanks to the sneak attack, but it still won. Her emotions stirred, her breathing was rapid and violent, and it took her a long time to calm down. Cautiously crouching down next to Chiffon, she stretched out her hand to probe his breathing, making sure he was really dead. He exhaled heavily and sat on his butt, and the battle that unfolded in an instant watched the round-faced girl dumbfounded. She seemed to be so terrified that she even forgot to cry, and just looked at Aya with a fearful and cowering expression. When Aya calmed down, she stood up again. She looked at the round-faced girl with a very complicated look. There was a pause before he spoke calmly. "I met a little boy on my way to this park earlier. He was dirty and stained with bruises and blood, but he was very good-looking, didn't cry or make a fuss, and wouldn't be morally kidnapped. I got sympathetic and volunteered to go over and share some of the supplies I had gathered. He's so sweet-mouthed, and he'll say thank you pretty sister. But yeah, behind the coziness is a bloody conspiracy. From the moment I took out the supplies, I was targeted. More than 2 dozen. They weren't much of a fighter, but they had a lot of guts because of their numbers. They were greedy and arrogant, demanding that I hand over my supplies, and trying to bully me some more in the process. But then they all died." At this point in the story, Aya's gaze was fixed on the round-faced girl. "But the boy, he lived. I know that he was a decoy, an accomplice to the gang, but I am willing to forgive him because he was defenseless. Weak child." With that said, Aya didn't say another word. All that was left was her round-faced roommate, Chen Yao, looking at her in horror and out of breath. After a long time passed, Chen Yao suddenly trembled her shoulders. She was crying at this point, not louder but significantly more sincere. I'm sorry, Aya. I was the bait, but I'm just like that little boy. I was forced. I was weak too. I had no way to fight back. What oh? Aya looked at her calmly, trying hard to act cold and uncaring, but in the end, it gave away the movement of the eyes. She sighed and gently handed over a tissue. Well, don't cry. It's not easy for everyone when the world is like this. Chen Yao took the tissue and wiped her tears, her voice still a little choked. Then, Aya, will you forgive me? Instead of answering, Aya calmly asked, how did you become Qi Feng's bait? What exactly is his purpose? And what about Xian Xian and Qinger? Are they alright? When she said Haruna, her tone was unconsciously subtle. Aya was really like a stranger to Qi Feng. In fact, she barely had any friendship. But her roommate, Cheng Qinger, has a secret crush on Chiffon. This, too, was known to Aya. When he would join the student council, it was also with Haruna. Of the 4 people in the actual dormitory, the one that Aya had the best relationship with was also Zhong Qinger. But now, Aya had killed the male god that Haruna adored with her own hands. She kind of didn't know how she was going to face Haruna in the future. But on second thought, this is the end of the world. Survival and getting stronger is the first need. Chen Yao was also thinking of Zhong Qinger. She looked at Qi Feng's corpse on the ground and stumbled over her words. Xian, she's timid, probably still hiding in the girls' dormitory right now. She told the story of her experience with Cheng Qinger one by one. When the end times opened, near the girls' dormitory, there was no subdimensional rift, and many of the girls didn't experience much danger. Then it rained heavily, and the chat channels all said that heavy rain boosts attributes. A number of people, then, decided to go out into the rain. Zhong Qinger had always been a self-reliant and opinionated character. She was not willing to lag behind others, so she also decided to go out in the rain. And in the meantime, she thought of another way to fight monsters and upgrade or something. Chen Yao decided to follow her in the rain. Xian Xian was too timid to go out in the rain for fear of danger. What followed was a desperate tragedy. As soon as 0 hour passed and the heavy rain stopped, those who had been drenched in the rain before were instantly so limp and weak that they couldn't even stand up. At that time, large swathes of the playground fell, like fish on a chopping board, being strangled frantically by the subterraneans they once despised the most. When she depicted that scene, Chen Yao involuntarily blanched. Aya wrinkled her eyebrows. In that situation, you and Qinger, how did you fall into Qi Feng's hands again? It wasn't Qi Feng. Chen Yao shook her head slightly. Her tears couldn't stop falling again. The people who saved us were people from the super family. More accurately, those people weren't there to save us either. They were specifically there to save the custodial spirit. Aya froze. Schoolgirl Cebu spirit? Right. It's the school beauty Cebu spirit. Her background seems to be very strong. Her family is also very strong. One of them, he put his palm towards Cebu spirit's head, and Cebu spirit, who was originally as weak and powerless as us, suddenly regained her strength. At that time, the playground was in tears. Everyone was begging that man to save himself, but he only saved Cebu Ling. He didn't care if anyone else died or lived. Su Ling didn't care about us either. She just left in cold blood. Speaking here, Chen Yao reddened her eyes again. Aya pursed her lips and asked moodily, and then what? And then? Chen Yao pulled out a smile that was worse than crying. Then, those people who fell on the playground were all killed by the super family. Then they were dug out of their crystal cores. The females among them were also subjected to inhuman insults before they died. Qinger was especially stubborn and tried desperately to resist, but it was no use at all. We were all limp and had no strength at all. Originally, I thought that after being humiliated, I was going to be killed like everyone else and then have my crystal core dug up, but I don't know why, but Qinger and I were left behind. Then we realized, the original purpose of keeping us is to lure you. You then, directly on the rank list, should be a lot of people miss you. Aya had a complicated look on her face. She couldn't imagine exactly what she would have gone through if she hadn't met Lin Xuan. Ranking list? That was also something Lin Xuan helped her ascend. She exhaled and asked again, what about Haruna? Didn't she act as bait with you to lure me in? Qinger, she. Chen Yao choked and cried once again. When she was asked to be the bait, she was dumbfounded and didn't know how to react. And then she was killed by Senior Qifeng. What? At this moment, the bottom of Aya's eyes were instantly colored with anger. Haruna, she actually died at the hands of the man she adored the most. Aya couldn't stop being a little sad while being angry. She didn't hold back and kicked hard at Chiffon's body on the ground. Then, it was ready to dig for his crystal core again. Just as she squatted down, She suddenly frowned again and got up towards Chen Yao. Yao Yao, if you still want to live in the end times, you must learn to pull yourself together and be strong. Now, I'm going to give you a task. You go and dig out Qi Feng's crystal core. Chen Yao had a black question mark on her face. Me? Yes. You, Aya solemnly said. You must learn to be strong, and digging for crystal cores is the first step in developing courage. Chen Yao's face went white and white. Her lips trembled and trembled. I had half a day before I came out with a sentence. I thank you. You're welcome. We're friends. Chen Yao stiffly took the bone knife, squatted down, and wasted half a day's effort before digging out the crystal core from Qi Feng's head. Just as she regained her footing, she couldn't help but retch and went off to the side of the grass to throw up half-heartedly. It was only after that he managed to calm his emotions and handed the crystal core in his hand to Aya. In that case, Aya, can I team up with you? The look she gave Aya was full of hope and longing. Aya shook her head slightly. I don't know. It depends on whether Lin Xuan agrees to accept you or not. Chen Yao snapped and dropped her tears again. I wasn't as pretty as you in the first place, and I also went through all those things. Lin Xuan, he definitely thinks I'm dirty and refuses to take me. The collection I'm talking about is not that collection. Aya looked a little embarrassed. I'm talking about the collection of teammates, and Lin Xuan and I, we're not in the kind of relationship you're thinking of. Oh, Chen Yao had an I believe you expression on her face. Aya didn't bother to explain any further, so she sent Lin Xuan another message about her side of things, without any details. However, Lin Xuan still didn't respond. At the bottom of Aya's heart, she was more or less worried. Fortunately, the existence of the world ranking list allowed her to know that Lin Xuan was at least still alive. The secret world. Lair of the Evil Dragon 001. After Lin Xuan finished the medicinal bath and got dressed, he took out the warrior badge from the space. This thing, which cost him 500 ease points, was definitely worth every penny. The warrior badge, it seems, corresponds exactly to the warrior camp and the dragons and warriors mystery. This thing, indeed, can play an important role in this secret realm. Players from the evil dragon camp, once they used their evil dragon form, their combat power simply increased exponentially. Not only can you fly through the air as an evil dragon, but your attributes are doubled, purely by fighting monsters and upgrading. The warrior player could not be a match for the evil dragon player in evil dragon form in any case. However, warriors can disable the evil dragon player's evil dragon form through the warrior badge. If that's the only effect, the warrior badge certainly isn't worth 500 self-containment points, but it actually has another, more practical effect: the immunity to some degree of level suppression. Previously, Lin Xuan had already felt the level suppression when he was at the southern 4 heavenly stages, fighting a level 3 sublime insect at level 0, though his will was strong and his combat power was not affected by the suppression. But later on, when you cross over more than 5 levels, the level suppression will inevitably affect the combat effectiveness, and by wearing the warrior badge, as long as his opponent's level doesn't exceed his by 10 levels, he will no longer be subject to level suppression. This kind of good thing could be very practical for Lin Xuan. Players in the warrior camp, on the contrary, can also obtain the warrior badge by doing quests in the Brave Village, but the warrior badge rewarded by the quests in the secret world is a pure copycat. The first is that the cottage version can only target evil dragons and is not immune to level suppression. Secondly, torrents are time-barred. Lastly, the process of doing quests to earn the warrior badge is tedious and a pure waste of time. Lin Xuan didn't want to waste time. He was still trying to take the reward for the first level 4. So, there was no way he could spend 24 hours in this secret realm. He had to finish off the players from the warrior camp as soon as possible and end the secret realm game early. It's best to be able to keep it under 12 hours. And now, more than 6 hours had passed since the opening of the secret realm. With 6 hours left, of course, it was time to stroll through the evil dragon's lair and harvest a wave of talent. Lin Xuan wiped his bony hard abs and stretched in a good mood. And then, it was time to check the evil dragon's chat channel. At this point in the chat channel, the evil dragons are almost entirely bragging. Some people bragged about their mastery of the level 3 evil dragon form and their increased strength. Some people bragged about tackling a team of warriors with confidence. The person who had revealed the SSS rank talent earlier didn't seem to have posted in the chat channel again after that. On the contrary, it was that possessor of the S-ranked gifted soul lord who always maintained a high profile. Lin Xuan checked the chat channel just in time to see the ecstatic speech of this S-rank bigot. Evil dragon number 129, I have good news for you all. A team of warriors just broke into my evil dragon's lair, and they've all been controlled by me with my talent. Over time, the dragons not only mastered their more advanced dragon forms, but also became more aware of the rules of the chat channels. In the beginning, their chats were fully anonymous, and it was impossible to tell who was sending the messages. But by this time, A number of players had already taken the initiative to disclose their identities and lift their anonymity. The evil dragons can't leave the lair anyway, and theoretically can't attack each other. So the evil dragons reveal themselves and don't have to worry about anything. What's more, their public identities are simply the number of the evil dragon's lair, and there will be no names involved in reality. And the evil dragon number 129 was clearly the possessor of that S-rank talent, the Lord of Souls, and his call to arms in the chat channel is almost as good as a call to arms. It was just a random message, and the others instantly went after him like flies smelling shit, frantically sending messages. Evil Dragon number 002, Big Brother Bull. 097 Evil Dragon, what kind of bull ***** is this? With the strength of Big Brother 129, controlling a group of warriors is simply so easy. Evil Dragon number 065, anyway, congratulations to Biggie. Big Brother is still strong. All sorts of blow-by-blow remarks flashed by like a screen. Many of these people have also voluntarily disclosed their Evil Dragon numbers. It just so happened that Lin Xuan had written down those numbers one by one. After all, according to his speculation, that SSS-ranked talent possessor should not be able to hold the stinking feet of an S-ranked talent person. So, all these numbered people should be ruled out, Lin Xuan thought, and was about to leave his evil dragon's lair when he saw that Big Brother 129 had sent another large message. Dragon number 129, listen to me, everyone. The good news I'm talking about is not just for me. Rather, it is good news for all of us evil dragons. What do we dragons fear most? Fear of warriors? No, 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 no. What we are afraid of is a draw. And now, I have a way to break the tie. There was another instant following below. Evil Dragon number 057, what? Biggie can even crack a tie? Evil Dragon number 138, I'll go. If what the big guy said is true, that would really be a benefit to the entire Evil Dragon camp. Evil Dragon number 200, haha, it's a good thing I was randomized to the Evil Dragon camp. I kind of realized now. In this game, it's time to pick the Evil Dragon camp. Evil Dragon camp will win. Evil Dragon number 002, the Evil Dragon camp will win. Evil Dragon camp will win. At this moment, lair number 2. A disfigured woman whose face was scratched and crisscrossed with slashes that rivaled a checkerboard was sitting lazily at the edge of the black stream that ran through the lair. A female body that looked like a dark statue lay by the stream. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be none other than the princess that is found in every evil dragon's lair. The disfigured woman, on the other hand, was idly checking the chat channel for messages, chat channels, and every now and then, you can see her follow-up statements as well, but it's clear that her speech was full of optional nonsense. But the joy on her disfigured face at this moment was undisguised. Chung Chinger, more accurately, it was the Chung Chinger of another world. The end times have come and gone, and she's had a somewhat harrowing experience. But it was also those experiences that allowed her to grow up quickly and develop a ruthless character that was determined to kill. She was not strong at first, and scratched her face with her own hands to keep her chastity. After that, it was more of a step-by-step process. Killing people, mining crystal cores, and upgrading. She had traded the crystal cores for the entrance ticket to the secret realm of evil dragons and warriors. After that, it's even an attempt to get Tereo Yui and I to buy the secret realm raiders. But secret raider, Tereo is asking too much. He had the audacity to ask for a full 100 level 5 crystal cores. At this stage, I'm afraid that even a superpower wouldn't be able to gather 100 grade 5 crystal cores. Therefore, in other parallel worlds, even if someone tried to find Tereo to trade for secret world raiders, they simply couldn't afford it. But Chung Chinger bought the secret raider. Not a single crystal core was spent. From Tereo, Chung Chinger got only 2 important tips. 1. Choose the evil dragon camp. 2. Kill the princess. She entered the secret realm and did all of it. Tereo's strategy proved to be correct. As the situation stands, the evil dragon camp is almost impossible for the warriors to destroy. This game, clearly, has only 2 outcomes. Either the evil dragon camp wins or it's a draw. And after killing the princess, Joan Chinger had a complete grasp of the talent bestowed upon her by the crystal ball. SSS ranked talent, shadow body. Right now, Joan Chinger is worried about only 2 things. The first one, that 001 evil dragon. As far as she could surmise, the evil dragons were numbered in order of the order in which the individual players had joined the evil dragon camp. She got the strategy from Tereo, so when it came time to pick a camp, the first thing she did was pick the evil dragon camp. But even so, it was surprising that there was another person who had chosen the evil dragon camp even more quickly than she had. That man, what makes him more determined than her? Did he, too, buy the strategy from Tereo? Joan Chinger unconsciously became vigilant and wary of evil dragon 001. However, since evil dragons couldn't attack each other anyway, She wasn't too wary of Evil Dragon 001. What really worried her more was how to break the tie. This, too, is something that worries all evil dragons. However, at this moment, all the evil dragons saw it in the chat channel, and Evil Dragon number 129, surprisingly, said that he had a way to break the tie. In this instant, the swipes in the chat channel became more and more frantic. Zhong Qinger's eyes blossomed as she watched. It was a long time before I finally saw the 129th Evil Dragon speak again. Evil Dragon number 129, I have controlled 7 warrior powerhouses through the gift of the Lord of Souls, and I realized that their camps didn't change after they were controlled by me. In other words, I can completely let the warriors I enslaved return to the warrior village to slaughter the warriors. In this way, even if there are warriors who intentionally disgust us to try to make a draw, I can use the warriors to backstab the warriors and completely overthrow the warrior camp. All the evil dragons who saw this message were instantly ecstatic. Ah, warrior backstabbing warrior. That's a great move. What's the point of leveling up a warrior? It's still not like they have to work for our S-rank gifted Big Brother. All I can say is, Big Brother's S-class talent is really something. It simply can't get any more awesome, okay? Although the dragon can't leave the lair, the warriors controlled by the dragon can. So the warrior camp can't even think of a tie. Big Brother is simply a hero to all the evil dragons. Big Brother is a hero to all the dragons. You're awesome. Zhong Qinger was also delighted when she saw the news of cracking the tie, immediately followed by a statement. Evil Dragon number 002, Big Brother is mighty. Big Brother is awesome. After the various boasts, the 129th Evil Dragon sent another message. Evil Dragon number 129, but the rules of warriors still exist, and these warriors I enslaved still have to wait half an hour before they can leave my evil dragon's lair. 2. An evil dragon below quickly stated. It's okay. It's only half an hour. We can afford to wait. Half an hour later. Let those warriors feel what it means to be desperate. Feel what it means to be desperate? Lin Chuan looked at the optimistic statements of the evil dragons, but smiled. It's hard to say who will be truly desperate when the time comes. He didn't pay any more attention to the evil dragons chatting, and mentally mumbled, leave the evil dragon's lair. The next second, it appeared in the tavern. The location where it appeared was exactly the same as the location where he entered the evil dragon's lair. Something about the tavern, though, seemed off. Hu Shilong's body, lying cold on a table. Alvin, the black kid, was being pressed into the deck and beaten up by another strong black man, and the whole thing was dying, and originally, his eyelids had already drooped, as if he was going to die in the next second, but he suddenly saw Lin Chuan's suddenly appearing figure in a blur. He probably thought he was dreaming, and murmured under his breath, Big Brother. This sound was heard just in time by the burly black man who was holding him down. The strong man got up violently and turned his head to see Lin Chuan. Many warrior players knew about Lin Chuan's killing in the tavern, but the burly black man didn't panic in the least, because he knew that killing in a tavern would not be sanctioned though. However, once you step out of the tavern, you will be wanted for arrest by the Forbidden Army of Brave Village. So, once a player kills someone in a tavern, they are trapped in the tavern and can't go back out to upgrade at all. So, in the burly man's mind, Lin Chuan, no matter how powerful he was still a level 1 choker. The other warriors, through 6 hours of upgrading, were now generally level 10 or higher. Even some high-end players, the level is as high as 20. The burly man himself then rose to level 16. Moreover, warriors can buy equipment props with gold coins. With a flip of the burly man's hand, a dark green jade seal appeared in his palm. He waved his big hand forward, and this jade seal instantly became bigger, floating in the air and flying towards Lin Chuan's head. However, the jade seal did not directly hit Lin Chuan. Instead, it hovered above his head. The burly man laughed wildly, then walked towards Lin Chuan with a six-parent pace. As he walked, he arrogantly said, Ha, isn't it true that you find yourself unable to move? Rubbish. Weren't you quite arrogant when you killed my big brother in the tavern 6 hours ago? Now how come you don't even dare to let out a single fart? Ha. There were also a number of Negroes at the tavern, the same group that had occupied it earlier. Lin Chuan had only killed their boss before and hadn't driven them to extinction. At this time, these people had leveled up and bought props, so they were ready to find Lin Chuan to get back at them. But it turned out to be learned that Lin Chuan had actually entered the evil dragon's lair. Originally the crowd thought he was dead. I didn't expect him to come out of the evil dragon's lair alive. The black burly man quickly walked up to Lin Chuan and lifted his right hand to fling a slap over. There was a rather crisp and clear pop. The burly black man froze. The slap he had flung out had been twisted and hit him in the face. How is this possible? How can you still move? The strong man's eyes were wide with anger, but the hand held by Lin Chuan couldn't even move. Lin Chuan pinched his hand and once again threw a slap on his face. and then lightly said, "Who says I don't dare to fart? Isn't this farting uncivilized?" Slap. Another slap. "I'll fart when you tell me to, so won't I lose face? What's going on? Weren't you quite cocky just now? How come you don't even dare to let out a single fart now?" With a poof, the strong man spat out a mouthful of blood, almost spit on Lin Chuan. Luckily he dodged fast, but he was angry and slapped him again. He cursed disgruntledly, "Good fellow, you really dare to put it on. Since you don't put me in your eyes so much, don't blame me for not being polite." Almost instantly, dozens of wires quickly wrapped around everyone in the tavern. With a poof sound, a body of flesh and blood was twisted into flesh by the iron wire. Drops of hot blood splashed around like fireworks exploding. Lin Chuan casually took out a large umbrella from his ring and blocked it in front of him. Soon, a large blue-gray umbrella was instantly dyed blood red. The jade seal that was suspended in the air also instantly shrunk and quickly fell. Lin Chuan casually picked it up and cupped it in his hand and played with it. This jade seal is called the greenwood seal, which appears to be made of jade on the surface, but is actually a piece of wood. More advanced are the green jade and green bone seals. But if the other party could have a green jade seal or a green bone seal, Lin Chuan might still be able to be controlled. Yet the trashiest Aoki seal, which holds him for less than 3 seconds. If that strong man was not so arrogant and directly utilized the 3 seconds to attack Lin Chuan, maybe Lin Chuan would have really suffered a small loss. But that burly man is just clueless. Lin Chuan shook his head slightly, so he put the greenwood seal into space. After that, it was time to lick the bag. There were more than 60 people in total, and almost every one of them had a sublime ring. Most of what's inside, though, is supplies. Even if there are equipment and props that are exchanged for gold coins, Lin Chuan mostly doesn't see them. He took a few steps over to the card table where Alvin was, and with a lift of his hand, he used the C-rank talent he'd acquired from his own evil dragon's lair. Wonderful hands. A light green halo enveloped Alvin, after which the injuries on his body slowly healed. Alvin froze, then tried to sit up. After that, he got up from the card seat and with a flutter, he knelt down towards Lin Chuan. With tears in his eyes, he cowed out again and shouted many thanks to the big man. Lin Chuan was almost numb to this kind of thing inside. With little expression, he threw the 62 sublime rings to Alvin and said indifferently, "Organize them for me, and divide them into 3 categories according to necessities, non-essentials, and equipment props. If you find any more special props or equipment, remember to tell me about it specifically." "Yes, yes," Alvin said, catching the 62 sublime rings at once, his whole body a little confused. But soon, he hurriedly said, "Are you leaving again, big brother? Well, get ready to go to the evil dragon's lair. But once you left, I'm afraid that I can't guard so many subgenre rings on my own." Alvin had a bitter smile on his face. "The gold coins you gave to Hu Shilong and I were robbed once you left before." "Robbed? Then you can grab it back when you get out." Lin Chuan didn't really care much about Alvin's life. The lad, though, is really quite resourceful. "Then you'll come with me to the 66th evil dragon lair." After saying that, Lin Chuan stopped talking nonsense in the slightest and silently recited in his mind, "Enter evil dragon lair number 66. Then, his figure, in an instant, disappeared from the tavern again. Alvin froze. Is this to make him follow him into the 66th dragon's lair? But at this stage, all warriors know that the evil dragon is simply too strong. Any warrior who went into the evil dragon's lair almost never came out again. No, there's a man who's come out alive. It's Lin Chuan. Alvin thought about what he had seen and heard with Hu Shilong in the selfsame sky. In fact, they never knew just how strong Lin Chuan was, but there's no doubt that it's definitely very, very strong. People like Chen Jingtian, who had been hanging out in Z heaven for a long time, could only grovel in the face of Lin Chuan, and with a building as grand as the arena, Lin Chuan was able to play through it and be admired by the audience in all sorts of ways. Alvin gritted his teeth. Just die. He decided to trust the big man, and so, quickly and also in the back of his mind, he murmured, "Enter the evil dragon's lair number 66. The scene shifted, and when Alvin came back to his senses, he found himself in an eerie valley. The flowers and trees here were all black, and the sky was overcast, making it extremely uncomfortable. It was in the midst of this all-black color that the princess by the stream, who had other colors, looked more and more stunning. Alvin's eyes went straight as he looked at the beautiful princess, and his whole body was even more frozen. The princess, however, was not surprised to see him, and even smiled gently toward him. "Oh brave warrior, have you come to rescue me?" I. Alvin instantly turned red in the face and couldn't speak. Yes. Then warrior, fight for me." Good. Alvin stumbled, straightening his gaze, but never able to tear it away from the princess. Just then, a wild laughter suddenly came from behind a giant mountain rock. Ha, Finally, a warrior has come to patronize my lair. A young man, covered in designer labels, stepped out from behind a mountain rock. However, just after walking out, his maniacally laughing expression suddenly stiffened and he cursed bitterly. F***ck. It's also too fucking much to put old me in my eyes, right? Only 2 warriors and they dare to break into my evil dragon's lair? Alvin snapped back to his senses, his eyes finally shedding their gaze from the princess. Only then did he realize that Lin Xuan was standing under a large tree. He had a lazy gaze and was also looking at the princess, so much so that it seems to be attracted to the princess as well. But for some reason, after that princess looked at Lin Xuan, she was no longer treating Alvin with the same gentleness. Her face suddenly looked a little hard, and she turned her face but towards Evil Dragon 66. Dear Mr. Evil Dragon, the way that warrior over there is looking at me makes me very uncomfortable. Can you defeat him for me? The 66th Evil Dragon has been with the princess for over 6 hours. Yet when looking at the princess, her eyes were still obsessively frenzied. When speaking to the princess, the tone was no longer wild, but instead extremely humble, with pleasure. My dear princess. With that, he turned in Lin Xuan's direction and angrily rebuked. Damn scum! How dare you defile my dear princess with your eyes? I'm going to crush your eyeballs. After letting out his harsh words, he then mentally chanted, Evil Dragon form. As the breeze brushed by, the pitch-black colored leaves above Lin Xuan's head lightly slid down. On the 66th Evil Dragon side, however, nothing happened. The entire young man with a name tag was confused for a moment. Then, he simply roared out, Evil Dragon form. Nothing happened. Evil Dragon form. Evil Dragon form. Change for me. The 66th Evil Dragon's voice was breaking, but to the end, nothing happened. He didn't take on the Evil Dragon form at all. Unknown to Alvin, who had been on edge since the first cry of the 66th Evil Dragon, he quickly ran to the tree where Lin Xuan was. He thought that the Evil Dragon player was about to make some big move. Results. Just see him incompetent wildly shouting. Nothing happened at all. Alvin was beginning to wonder if this Evil Dragon was just out of his mind, or was he an actor? He looked at Lin Xuan with a confused expression. Lin Xuan lazily leaned against the trunk of a tree. It was then that he stood up straight and pulled out his ears somewhat impatiently, his voice trailing off. Have you shouted enough? Start the fight if you've shouted enough. With that, a brown and black iron sword appeared in his hand. Tengshur sword. At the hilt of its sword is the Teng snake totem. The body of the sword is a very textured deep black color, unlike the silver-white color of ordinary swords. This sword, Lin Xuan had bought it for 200 self points when he was in the self-temperance sky. 200 self points can be exchanged for 2,000 gold coins. In reality, however, the value of self-compassion points is far more than gold coins. Self-contained points can be exchanged for gold coins, but you can't exchange them for self-contained points even if you have more gold coins. Therefore, the power of the equipment exchanged from the self-sustaining sky is far from the equipment that a warrior can buy from the brave village by spending gold coins. He just flicked it. There was then a remnant of a Tang snake spitting out a letter that quickly shot in the direction of the 66th Evil Dragon. The Evil Dragon has a speed attribute of 10 points even without using its Evil Dragon form. However, this number 66 Evil Dragon could not dodge this Tang snake's residual shadow at all. However, the up to 20 points of physique attribute caused this Evil Dragon to not die immediately even after being stabbed in the heart. But he was not far from death, either. Lin Xuan glanced at the dumbfounded Alvin and faintly commanded, "You go kill him." Me? Alvin was in a bit of disbelief. After all, what the secret Dark Shadow had said before, warriors could be rewarded for slaying evil dragons. But Lin Xuan, he was actually going to give him the chance to kill him? Go when you're told. Hurry up and don't waste time. Alvin heard that Lin Xuan's tone was a bit impatient, and immediately didn't dare to question anything else, rushing over to make up for the fatal slash. Immediately afterward, a system alert sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to warrior number 0618 for successfully killing evil dragon number 066. Ding! Congratulations on successfully switching camps and becoming evil dragon number 066. Switching sides? Become an evil dragon? The Alwins were dumbfounded. Me? How did I become an evil dragon? He exclaimed out in shock, after which his face instantly turned pale. Apparently, he remembered the phrase that was ignored by all the players. The Dragon Slayer warrior finally becomes the evil dragon. It turns out that after a warrior kills an evil dragon, he actually switches sides and becomes a new evil dragon. He looked at Lin Xuan with a pale face. What to do? He and Biggie became two camps, making an enemy of the big man. Wouldn't he be a dead man? However, Lin Xuan's expression was unexpectedly calm. He walked slowly, raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked, "Tell me about it. Your evil dragon attributes?" Except for my physique which is 40. The other 3 dimensions are 20. Alvin stumbled, but did not dare to hide it at all. Lin Chuan nodded. Indeed, a warrior who defeats an evil dragon and becomes a new evil dragon will be stronger in attributes than the original evil dragon. And that, as it was called, was the reward for slaying the evil dragon. However, this attribute couldn't be brought back to reality, so Lin Chuan didn't care. His gaze, coldly, turned to the princess. Beautiful princess, white skin more and more miserable, long eyelashes, fluttering and fluttering. She gulped nervously, backing away while pleading in an even softer voice than before. Oh great warrior, thank you for slaying the evil dragon for me. No need to thank you. Lin Chuan smiled faintly. He felt quite gentle as well. However, just as a flash of joy flashed across the bottom of the princess's eyes, a tang snake remnant instantly attacked her. The princess's brow blossomed and she was instantly killed in seconds. The fallen corpses, too, finally turned the same pitch-black color that the evil dragon's lair painted. And Alvin, who witnessed the scene, was doubly dumbfounded again. Such a beautiful princess. How did the big man get off on that? Lin Chuan naturally ignored Alvin's shock and doubt. He picked up the princess's crystal ball and skillfully crushed it. The beautiful cue then rings out in the mind. The ding. Congratulations on awakening your B-rank talent, Firm Will. Not an SSS talent. This B-grade talent is not bad though. Firm Will not only increases his spiritual attribute by level *2 points, but also defends against spiritual attacks and weakens the effects of control skills to a certain extent. For example, certain skills come with a 3-second stun effect, but with Firm Will, he may only be stunned for 1 second. Of course, what also affects the effectiveness of the skill is the level gap. For example, generally when the gap between the two sides is more than 5 levels, the control effects of some low-level skills will be completely ineffective. Level suppression in kill games can be a pretty scary thing. Evil dragons themselves don't have levels though. They can only level up the evil dragon form. Even if Lin Chuan obtained the status of warrior camp, he would likewise be unable to upgrade like a warrior. And by slaying the princess of his lair, he was unable to master the evil dragon form. The princess of this evil dragon lair number 66 was also killed by him. So Alvin, who became the 66th evil dragon, was likewise unable to master the evil dragon form. And, if another warrior comes in afterward and kills Alvin, since there is no princess, the warrior who kills Alvin does not become the new evil dragon when he dies. Lin Chuan thought for a moment, then said to Alvin, "You'll stay in this lair and finish sorting the supplies of the 62 sublime rings for me. If you run into danger, just shout directly to the evil dragon channel and I'll see that I'll come over to save you." Thanks big guy. In the bottom of Alvin's heart, he was already completely convinced of Lin Chuan. In his opinion, the big man was not only powerful, but also mysterious. I'm afraid that being able to hug the thighs of such a great man would be his greatest gain from this secret realm. After Lin Chuan explained everything, he was ready to leave. As a result, the rules of the secret realm came into effect, and he, as a warrior, had to wait half an hour before he could leave this lair 66. In fact, there are ways to do it without waiting a half hour. By directly killing Alvin, this masterless lair 66 would completely collapse, and Lin Chuan would be able to leave directly. He looked deeply at Alvin. Alvin had an instant creepy feeling. What's wrong? Nothing. Lin Chuan thought better of it. It was only half an hour. It could still wait. After all, he was afraid that it would take him more than half an hour if he had to organize the 62 sublime rings on his own. With that thought, he shot Alvin another look. In the back of his mind, he considered whether or not he should simply take on this little brother to help him with some time-wasting chores. He certainly couldn't trust the so-called minions directly. However, he had an origin contract in his hand, which belonged to being a master-servant contract. The origin contract is much more advanced than the one sold by Cebu C, and it's still too much of a waste to use it on Alvin. With the S-rank talent Soul Lord, it should be possible to control Alvin as well. Thinking like this, Lin Chuan decided that the next evil dragon lair to be harvested. Let's choose lair number 129, and as time went on, the evil dragon chat channel, again, erupted with major news. Evil dragon number 129, it's over and done with. Evil dragon is finished. What's going on? Why is Biggie suddenly saying such things? At this time, half an hour has passed, and the warriors controlled by Big Brother should have returned to Braveheart Village, right? Is something wrong? Evil dragon number 129, it's something wrong. Something big has happened. The 7 warriors that were under my control, as soon as they returned to the Brave Village, they were out of my control. It occurred to me only as an afterthought that the Black Shadow had said the rules before, that our evil dragon talent was only effective in the evil dragon's lair. Not only can't we bring it back to the real world, it will also expire directly after we leave the evil dragon's lair. When those 7 warriors left the dragon's lair, My talent was also disabled and they were directly out of control. What? How? It's over. If those warriors went back alive, they would definitely bring back the information about the evil dragon's lair as well. At that time, the warriors would be so desperate that they wouldn't dare to enter the dragon's lair again. If they don't have a chance to win, they'll deliberately make it a draw. It's over. No matter how strong the dragon is, we're still dead in the draw. Evil dragon number 007, if you ask me. This is all the fault of evil dragon number 129. He doesn't think before he acts. You really think you're so great because you're an S-class talent? Evil dragon number 129, do you have a fucking brain? When I shared my intentions, I didn't see you come out to oppose it. What's the point of this backstabbing now? Dragon 007, at that time, everyone was touting you, and they wanted to worship you as a god. So was it useful for me to come out and oppose it? You've had heavy rain in your world, haven't you? Did no one say there was something wrong with it? It was just a bunch of idiots running out into the rain. In the chat channel, Evil Dragon number 129 and Evil Dragon number 007 were arguing, and others, too, fell into deep despair, obviously having absolute power, but having to face the deathly end of a draw. How can this not be despairing? Lin Chuan didn't despair. He could be said to have anticipated the current situation. Zhong Qing'er didn't despair either. After she saw the message sent by the 129th Evil Dragon, the joyful mood she had previously felt that the tie could be resolved instantly became grave. But she knew that the tie could still be cracked. As long as he let the 129th Evil Dragon kill the princess, then his S-rank talent would be his permanently. After that, he would then use his gift to control the warrior. And even if the warrior returned to the brave village, he would still be under his control. In Lair 002, Zhong Qing'er's expression was very grave. She knew that if she disclosed the princess's secret, she could break the tie with the help of the 129th Evil Dragon's gift. But the princess's secret represents a permanent gift. She also paid a small price to get the guide from Tereo somewhere. Is it going to be shared out for free, so that all the evil dragons, all of them, can slay the princess and gain the permanent talent? People are selfish. Zhong Qing'er was no exception. Why? When she pays a price for a cheat sheet, can someone else easily get it for nothing? However, if she didn't publish the strategy, the tie couldn't be broken and she would be wiped out along with everyone else. Zhong Qing'er was very torn inside. And it was hard to make a decision right away. She couldn't help but wonder if there was a more twofold approach. For example, revealing the strategy to only one person, the 129th Evil Dragon? But the problem was that while the Evil Dragons had a public chat channel, they couldn't do private one-on-one chats. How was she supposed to deliver the message to just one person, the 129th Evil Dragon? Zhong Qing'er racked her brain and quickly realized that the only thing she could utilize in order to deliver a message one-on-one with the 129th Evil Dragon was the warrior. If a warrior attacked her dragon's lair, she might be able to make a deal with him or her in half an hour. In this way, a warrior who is theoretically free to enter and leave any dragon's lair can deliver a one-way message to the 129th Evil Dragon for himself. This thought process definitely works. But the point is this: the dragon and the warrior are two camps that are at odds with each other. So how can she come to an agreement with a warrior from the opposing camp? For the next few moments, Zhong Qing'er meditated on this difficult point. On the other side, the half-hour Lin Chuan waited for also passed quickly. Without wasting any time at all, he directly left the evil dragon lair number 66. The next second, reappeared in the tavern. However, with his sudden appearance, the atmosphere was steeply awkward. Only 6 or 7 people were seated in that one spot of understated luxury in a U-shaped sofa. In the U-shaped vacancy, there was a middle-aged man standing. He seemed to be making some kind of impassioned speech. His speech, however, was interrupted by Lin Chuan, who suddenly appeared beside him. That image, generically, is a bit weird. A pair of eyes, swish swish swish, looked at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan didn't show any embarrassment at all, and politely stated towards these 8 people, "Excuse me, you guys go on, you guys go on." With that, he was ready to change to a more low-profile location before entering the evil dragon's lair. As a result, the middle-aged man suddenly pulled him back. "Brother, wait." Lin Chuan frowned at his pinched arm. The middle-aged man was also amused and instantly let go of his hand, politely saying, "Brother, did you come out of the evil dragon's lair? Did you come out of Lair 1 or Lair 129? Lin Chuan's gaze lurched, his footsteps stopped, and he said frankly, "I came out of the 129th lair." "What's wrong, brother? Since you came out of the 129 lair, you must have seen the terrifying strength of the evil dragon, right? It's almost impossible for us warriors, if we upgrade according to conventional means, to beat evil dragon players who possess the evil dragon form." Lin Chuan nodded. "Yeah, so I'm ready to lay down an equal draw. 8 pairs of eyes, looking at Lin Chuan with some contempt. Even, there was a pretty little girl in the sofa with the appearance of a delinquent little Teiyu Yukai, who directly flew over with a blank stare and said in a mocking tone, "You're too much of a wimp to be a warrior, aren't you?" A little frustration is thinking of laying flat and swinging. Since you are ready for a draw, I think you can just go out and find a piece of tofu and headbutt to death. Lin Chuan didn't react even when he heard this, and with a disinterested look on his face, he swept his gaze over these 8 people one by one. The Negroes who had previously overrun the tavern had been bloodied by him without leaving them alive. Nowadays, the black man is hardly seen in this tavern, and no player recognizes him anymore. The 8 people at this card table were obviously a team. The middle-aged man was the captain, with a heavy sword on his back. The other 7 were 6 men and 1 woman, each with their own gear close at hand. The only female little Teiyukai, fair-skinned but wearing smoky makeup and a black leather jacket, had the look of a delinquent teenager who had stepped out of a funeral home. She was obviously a rebellious young girl who took her bratty capriciousness as her personality, and she looked at Lin Chuan with disgust and contempt in her eyes. Very nonchalant, the middle-aged man did pretend to reprimand her, and then turned towards Lin Chuan. "Brother, don't be too pessimistic. I'm Warrior 0012. I've been fighting monsters in the Brave Canyon before, and now I'm back at the tavern, mainly to discuss ways to deal with the evil dragon's camp." Lin Chuan remembered that when he looked at the warrior ranking list before, Warrior 0012 seemed to be in 3rd place, but that was more than 6 hours ago on the rank list. What had become of the warrior ranking list now? Lin Chuan hadn't looked at it. He raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at the middle-aged man who claimed to be Warrior 0012. "So, how's your discussion going? We did discuss a method, but we can't reveal it easily. If you want to know, little brother, you can show your rank and strength, and if you meet the standard, we can pull you into the team and share the information." Before the middle-aged man finished his sentence, the little sister staggered and shouted, "Captain, what's the point of pulling this kind of loser into the team? Isn't that purely dragging us down?" Lin Chuan lowered his eyes in contemplation for a moment and simply asked, "When you guys just asked me, you mentioned Evil Dragon Lair number 1, so what's the deal with Evil Dragon Lair number 1? Ha?" The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, thinking that it wasn't important information, so he directly shared. "Evil Dragon number 1 seems to possess a special talent for concealment. There was a team that went into Lair number 1 before, but it turned out that they couldn't find that Evil Dragon number 1 at all, and the warriors came out on their own after half an hour without a clue. So that's it." Lin Chuan nodded thoughtfully before turning towards the middle-aged man. "I'm afraid it's not quite possible if I join your team. I killed someone in the tavern before, so I can't leave this tavern right now. So naturally I can't team up with you guys." "Killed someone in this tavern?" A flash of surprise suddenly flashed under the middle-aged man's eyes, and the little Teiyukai in the couch laughed out loud again. "Ha ha 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 ha, laughed my ass off. Killing people in a tavern? With a loser like you? Do you really think we're stupid or are you used to bragging? There was a massacre in this tavern before." "Dead wimp, you're not still trying to say that you caused that massacre, are you?" The little Teiyukai laughed her ass off, while looking at Lin Chuan like a high and mighty queen looking at a pushing man who was full of lies. While saying that, she also swung the red thorn whip in her hand. A swoosh sound broke through the air, forcing its way towards Lin Chuan's direction. When the middle-aged man saw this scene, he immediately shouted sternly towards the little sister, "Demon, demon, quickly stop." However, with his words of blocking, he obviously stood next to Lin Chuan in person, but he did not move to block him in the slightest. Lin Chuan's right hand, which was tucked away in his pocket, was raised with a speed that appeared to be light but was actually extremely agile, and what he wore on his right hand was the grip of death, which consisted of 4 bizarre rings and icy iron chains. With a casual grip of his hand wearing the grip of death, he took the scarlet thorn whip swinging towards him in his hand. At the same time, a wire was launched from the death grip with a whoosh sound, quickly wrapping around the little sister's neck. For a moment, the air was quiet and taut at this one U-shaped bay. Lin Chuan didn't care how the others felt. He just raised his hand and looked condescendingly at the rebellious girl, his voice cold and ghostly. "Kids, you don't really think, do you, that you have a personality?" The little Teiyukai said, her eyes wide with smoky makeup. Slightly fluttering eyelashes revealed her inner fear, but probably haven't seen much of the evil of the human heart, or think she looks pretty so Lin Chuan won't really kill her, or maybe it's just really used to arrogance as a personality. She even dared to shout at Lin Chuan when her neck was all hooped by the wire. Old lady is not scared. And yeah, you really aren't that big either." Lin Chuan's voice was flat. He didn't sound as if he was much angrier. The 8 people present, all unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. The little Teiyukai's eyebrows even flew up again. However, just as she was about to open her mouth to continue her arrogance, Lin Chuan's raised right hand, 5 fingers gently clenched. The wire that flew out from the ring between his fingers flew up in an instant as well. The little Tae Yukai, who was hooped by the wire, and her whole body then slowly rose up and hung in the air, and it was the wire that supported her suspension. Blood instantly overflowed from her neck. Her pupils widened, no longer able to open her mouth arrogantly, and before she died, the last words she heard came from Lin Chuan coldly. In your next life, remember to be humble and keep your head down as a human being. After these words were said, that proud head was indeed lowered, and after that, it even fell down directly. This bloody scene sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. By this time, no one dared to question the words Lin Chuan had just said. He was indeed the one who had bloodied the tavern earlier. The 7 people left in the U-shaped card table basically had brains. A temporary team was formed, and they weren't exactly emotionally attached to the little Tae Yukai. At this point, it's natural to know what to choose. Instead, there is a strong man with a huge axe on his back. Maybe his brain is not very good. Prancing up, holding a huge axe and attacking towards Lin Chuan. You fucking. The words only started and then went out on their own. At his neck, he was also instantly wrapped in wire. Lin Chuan's expression was light as he casually asked, do you want to dance too? I. The giant axe-stabbed man's eyes were wide open, and his eyes were scarlet and horrible. Lin Chuan raised his eyebrows and lifted his hand. Fine, I'll fulfill you. So, another head, dancing and then falling. A team of 8 people was instantly down to 6, and these 6 men, they couldn't breathe. Rather, it was the middle-aged man who had quite a way with people. He was obviously scared to death as well. But he still managed to hold on to his courage and handed out a sublime ring to apologize to Lin Chuan. Big brother, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. It's all my fault for not being able to discipline properly. These 2 teammates of mine are indeed too self-righteous. They deserve to die. This sublime ring, as an indemnity, I hope big brother can accept it. Lin Chuan swept his gaze faintly over. What's inside? It's some supplies and some gold coins. That's what Lin Chuan can't use. He simply did not take this compensation intention. His eyes instead looked at the sofa to a very hip-looking young man. Directly said, give me that thing on his ear. As a write-off. The middle-aged man immediately looked at the hipster youth. The youth's face turned pale in a flash, his eyes desperately trying to hide his reluctance. The middle-aged man was of course very happy to pay for something that was not his own, and in a few words, he forced the youth to hand over the earrings. Lin Chuan took the earrings and didn't look at them for more than a second before he was ready to turn around and leave. At this time, the middle-aged man gathered the courage to speak again. Big brother, although you definitely don't see our squad, I'm willing to share with you the important information we have obtained about the attack on the evil dragon. Lin Chuan's footsteps lurched, swept him a glance, and said indifferently, the information you're talking about is the warrior badge? The middle-aged man instantly widened his eyes again and looked at Lin Chuan in disbelief. However, Lin Chuan didn't even bother with him anymore. He walked straight in the direction of the tavern guards. The guards of this tavern were definitely the existence of the ceiling of the entire secret realm's battle power. Even the warrior village's forbidden guards didn't dare to offend the guards in this tavern in the slightest. The 4 guards on the bright side stood in the 4 directions of the tavern, each with a cold and serious expression, looking extremely bad to contact. The players in the tavern all tacitly dared not approach the guards. Lin Chuan was probably the first to approach on his own accord. The guards stood straight and looked at him with cold eyes. However, Lin Chuan wasn't the least bit intimidated, and even smiled and said, it's fine, work well, I just came over to take a casual look. With that, he then directly murmured in his mind, enter Evil Dragon Lair number 129. In the next second, the figure instantly disappeared. He certainly wasn't looking for anything from the guards. It's just that the guards are less likely to have players near them. The next time you come out of the Evil Dragon's lair, you won't be in a situation where you crash someone's meeting. The 6 people left at the U-shaped booths watched Lin Chuan's figure disappear into the tavern. A black thin young man was surprised. That guy, he went into the Evil Dragon lair? Entering alone? Isn't this looking for death? The middle-aged man looked grave, and suddenly speculated in a deep voice. I suspect that before, he didn't come out of Evil Dragon Lair 129 at all, but from some other Evil Dragon lair. The reason why that guy is so powerful is probably because he has killed an evil dragon. The other 5 members of the team who were still alive sucked in a breath of cold air in disbelief, and at the same time felt that this was the only explanation that made sense. After all, the strength Lin Chuan had shown was too strong, and according to him, he killed someone in the tavern. So naturally he couldn't leave the tavern to upgrade. The source of his strength, then, was most likely the rewards gained from slaying the evil dragon. The middle-aged man's eyes were dark and deep as he looked at the 5 team members and said cheerfully, as long as we get the warrior's badge, We can kill the evil dragon for the reward just the same. The youth who had just had his earring taken away, a hopeful glow flashed under his eyes. When you, Captain, obtain the reward for killing the evil dragon, can you avenge Demon and June and even help me snatch the earring back? The middle-aged captain, however, looked at the youth with a meaningful expression. Xiao, you're not being honest. That earring? I'm afraid it's not an ordinary earring, right? The youth's name was Yang Xiao. His face changed slightly, and anger rose under his eyes. That's a prop I obtained before entering the secret realm, and according to our team's rules, it belongs to my personal belongings. The middle-aged captain smiled faintly and added in a soothing voice, yes, it's your personal belongings. If I have the chance afterward, I will find a way to help you get it back. Only then did Yang Xiao sit down again. Yet the color of vigilance that leaked out from the bottom of his eyes faintly highlighted that this team was not as harmonious and united as it appeared on the surface. Apparently, Yang Xiao had begun to worry that his earrings would be coveted by the captain even if he recaptured them. He had a secret hatred in his heart. The earrings, which he had opened from the purple treasure chest, serves as a defense against psychic attacks. At first he thought the earrings were a cocktail and wouldn't be used at all. That is, until he accidentally discovers that all the residents of his neighborhood are all strangely dead. It took some exploring to realize that all of those people, in fact, died at the hands of a cat. The cat was so weird that anyone who heard it purring was as if they were possessed, paranoid and acting out of character, or even, eventually, killed themselves in a state of panic. The cat barked all night, and all the inhabitants were stricken and died a miserable and bizarre death. Only Yang Xiao survived. Of course he quickly thought that it was the earrings that saved his life. Even wearing earrings, he had, with relative ease, killed that level 5 ghost shadow cat. The evil dragon and warrior secret realm entrance ticket he obtained was also opened from the very same treasure chest dropped by the ghost shadow cat. It was for this reason that he treasured that earring. But something as precious as that was snatched away so lightly. How can you not hate it? As he was thinking, out of the corner of his eye, Yang Xiao suddenly glimpsed a figure. His eyes widened momentarily. He was staring blankly, in one direction, with an expression so horrified that it seemed as if he had seen a ghost. The middle-aged captain who was continuing the meeting frowned slightly. Then, he turned around and followed Yang Zhao's gaze. With that glance, the middle-aged man also froze, because he saw that Lin Xuan, who had disappeared beside the guards 3 minutes ago and presumably should have entered the evil dragon's lair, had unexpectedly reappeared in that location. What the hell? What kind of warrior goes into the lair of an evil dragon and comes out in 3 minutes? 3 minutes and the evil dragon seconds? Say it to the secret dark shadow. The secret dark shadow doesn't even believe it. The middle-aged man was so dumbfounded that he didn't have time to think about anything before he saw Lin Xuan's figure, which had just appeared, disappear once again. He gazed blankly in that direction for half a second before he stiffened and turned his head to his teammate. The 5 teammates, one by one, were also all stiff and stagnant. One of them swallowed his throat and deceived himself. That big brother, would he, in fact, not go to the lair of the evil dragon? So where do you think he went? Back to reality? The whole U-shaped card place was eerily quiet for a long time. In the end, it was Yang Xiao who spoke out to break the silence. He said to the middle-aged captain, "Captain, my earrings, if they're gone, they're gone. I don't want them." The middle-aged captain gave him a deep look and said in a serious tone, Xiao, you do know how to judge the situation. Thank you. Yang Xiao was very modest. The middle-aged captain didn't dare to hit Lin Xuan again and continued their team meeting. However, about 2 minutes later, his crew once again stared in one direction with stunned faces. The middle-aged captain turned around again and once again saw Lin Xuan appear beside the guard. Soon, it disappears again. This time, the middle-aged captain acted quite calmly, and even commented calmly, "It seems that big guy is really strong, and it only takes him 2 or 3 minutes to solve the evil dragon." "Yeah," the team member responded dryly, but in reality, his mind was already a little numb, and for the next half hour, they felt the true meaning of the word numb. And it's been half an hour between the warriors, and the end is finally in sight. The first to notice the difference was a team of warriors. They were about to head to the extremely popular evil dragon lair number 129 when they were told by the system, "Ding! Dragon lair number 129 has been destroyed. Warriors, please choose another nest to attack." The 129th evil dragon lair, surprisingly, was destroyed. After that, news broke. A total of 15 evil dragon nests, including 079, 082, and 099, were actually all completely destroyed. That's only 200 evil dragon lairs in total. It was amazing that 15 of them were destroyed in just half an hour. Some of the warriors didn't know who did it, but the warriors' morale was boosted, because it shows that the evil dragon is not invincible. They the warrior camp, could have easily won the camp confrontation just by hugging their thighs. At the U-shaped card table, the middle-aged captain and his 5 members of the team went from initial shock to gradual joy, because Lin Xuan's presence, in their eyes, had almost heralded the victory of the warrior camp. As long as they hugged Lin Xuan's thigh tightly, they would be able to lie down and win through this secret realm. However, when Lin Xuan's figure, for the 16th time, appeared next to the guard, he frowned slightly and didn't immediately harvest the evil dragon's lair again. Half an hour to destroy 16 evil dragon lairs. Gain, including the S-rank Lord of Souls, a total of 16 talents. But none of these talents had the SSS rank talent shadow body that Lin Xuan most desperately wanted to obtain. Why did Lin Xuan desperately want this talent? Because this killing game, it's really too easy for accidents to happen. Even the topmost powerhouses could fall at any time. For example, the 197th evil dragon that Lin Xuan just conquered. Seeing that the situation was bad, his opponent actually used a red crystal on him. The red crystal that is only rewarded for being number 1 on the kill list. A red crystal capable of delivering a fatal blow. Luckily, Lin Xuan had a green crystal bound to his body, which had avoided a death sentence. It was also this life and death crisis that made him more and more desperate to obtain the SSS grade life preservation talent. The 16 evil dragon lairs he captured were all presences that didn't speak in public capacity in the evil dragon chat channel. In his speculation, the player who had obtained the SSS rank talent seemed to be cautious and low-key, but now it seems that his speculation seems to have gone wrong. Lin Xuan sighed. Since he didn't have a clue, it would be better to follow the numbering order and start pushing across from nest number 2. Enter evil dragon lair 002. Lin Xuan mumbled in his heart, and in the next second, his figure appeared in the evil dragon lair 002. Lair 002. Zhong Qinger had been thinking about how exactly to work with the warrior, leaving the method of breaking the tie to evil dragon 129 alone. It turned out that for over half an hour, no warriors had reached her lair at all. Just as she was waiting for a dull moment, there was finally a figure that suddenly appeared under a large tree. Chung Ching-il looked over with a look of surprise. Hey, it's still a handsome little man. The little handsome man, however, didn't even look at her. His gaze, sweeping over the pitch-black colored body of the princess lying beside the creek. In the next second, icy killing intent suddenly erupted from the bottom of his eyes. Zhong Qinger felt such a strong sense of crisis for the first time, but she wasn't particularly scared. After all, the SSS-ranked shadow body allowed her to have an almost insurmountable defense. And what was even more surprising to her was that even though such a strong killing intent had erupted, that little handsome man did not immediately launch an attack towards her, but instead coldly said, "It was you who killed the princess and crushed the crystal ball." Zhong Qinger was instantly creeped out. "Aren't you a warrior? How did you know about the princess and the crystal ball? Could it be that you bought the strategy guide as well? Buying a strategy?" Lin Xuan's icy gaze swept over the woman's disfigured face. He suddenly froze and inexplicably said, "You're Zhong Qinger? The talent you obtained is the SSS-ranked shadow body?" Zhong Qinger got even creepier. She was indeed Zhong Qinger alright, but since scratching her face, she had never used the name Zhong Qinger again. How can anyone recognize her when her face is ruined like this? And, did he even know about the talent he had acquired? "Who the hell are you?" Zhong Qinger's eyes were wary and her feet quietly backed up. Lin Xuan didn't answer her. He only felt an abnormal headache. If it was someone else who had killed the princess, Lin Xuan actually didn't really care. After all, he had the bug-level fireball and could loot the talent simply by obtaining the corpse. But it's hard to loot a SSS-ranked shadow body. Not that fireball can't loot SSS-ranked talents. The problem was, how was he going to turn someone with the SSS-ranked shadow body talent into a corpse? Tay Niao people direct defense invincible. Rounding up is equal to having an immortal body. How is he going to plunder the talent with fireballs if she doesn't die? So, the question now is whether there was any way to get the possessor of the SSS-ranked talent shadow body off. Lin Xuan's head was 2 sizes too big, and all sorts of thoughts tumbled in his mind. As for Zhong Qinger, she gradually calmed down during the time she secretly surveyed Lin Xuan. Whatever it is that this man knows so much about, she possessed immortality anyway, and her life would not be threatened. With this in mind, Zhong Qinger began to mull over the idea of her working with the warrior again. Her face regained its composure and she said towards Lin Xuan, "Since you know that I possess SSS grade talent, then you should also know that you can't kill me. Even, as long as I exist, it's impossible for the evil dragon cap to fail. At worst, it will be a draw. In other words, as a warrior, you will surely die." Zhong Qinger reasoned with coercion while quietly observing Lin Xuan's expression, and then calmly said, "But for now, you only need to promise me one thing, and I'll have a way to help you avoid the dead end of you being a warrior. How about it? Want to cooperate with me?" Lin Chuan was also someone who had experienced great storms. His emotions quickly stabilized and he looked at Zhong Qing'er and said indifferently, "Tell me first about the way you helped me avoid the deadlock. Since you have the ability to obtain the secret realm entrance ticket, I'm sure you must have insight as well." Zhong Qing'er's disfigured face was shocking, yet her eyes were dark and translucent. She looked at Lin Chuan with a wary and serious gaze, and pretended to be profound. "So, you should have heard of it, destiny props?" "Destiny props?" The corners of Lin Chuan's mouth twitched not so subtly slightly. "That's right. Fate props are very powerful. I once escaped a death by utilizing a fate prop." Zhong Qing'er spoke with conviction. "As long as you promise me a condition, I can give you the fate props so that you can escape death." Lin Chuan's eyes were cold and numb inside, but his face still cooperated. "What conditions?" "Help me deliver a message to the evil dragon in Lair 129. The news that you can permanently gain the gift by killing the princess?" "No. Wrong." Zhong Qing'er's reply almost came out of her mouth, and only afterward did she react. "How did you know?" Lin Chuan was expressionless as he told her an even more brutal piece of news. "I also know that the evil dragon's lair, number 129, has been destroyed. And guess who destroyed it?" Zhong Qing'er's clear and penetrating eyes instantly widened, filled with unbelievable emotions. Lin Chuan looked her up and down, then said lightly, "Didn't you buy a strategy guide from Terreo? Could it be that you don't even know about the warrior badge that can restrain evil dragons?" "You? What the hell?" Zhong Qing'er was completely dumbfounded. What is this man really about? Why does he seem to know everything? Lin Chuan knew about Zhong Qing'er because in his previous life, Zhong Qing'er was also somewhat famous. If we were to say who was the most famous in the end times in his previous life, it would undoubtedly be Terreo Yuana. Almost all parallel worlds, all players, knew him. In the minds of all players, Terreo is almost synonymous with omniscience. Anyone who can hook up with Terreo is more or less in the limelight. As for Zhong Qing'er, she was an existence that had a rather good relationship with Terreo. This point is related to Zhong Qing'er's own talent. Her own talent was a B-rank death seal. I'm afraid there's a word true behind this gift, because it clearly concealed a hint of rule power as well. I'm afraid that the death seal would be an incomparably powerful existence if it evolved to S-rank, and the B-rank death seal, on its own, actually seems like a particularly cockamamie talent though. It is effective in that it can take a living person with no fighting ability and seal them into a state of death. It doesn't sound like it's going to do much good, but in reality, it has a very practical role though. Trading the living. The system trading feature of the killing game is theoretically incapable of trading living people, but after sealing the living, they can be traded. Terreo Yuianai's gift of the Fate Abyss requires a large number of living sacrifices. On his own, he had to sell raids, capture living people for sacrifice, and improve his strength, so naturally he would be distracted. And in the early days of the end times, his forces had not yet been formed. Thus, when Zhong Qing'er approached Terreo to buy a strategy and revealed that she could trade in living people, Terreo instantly recognized Zhong Qing'er's talent and decided to work with her on a long-term basis. That was why for a long time in her previous life, Zhong Qing'er had maintained a good relationship with Terreo, which had led to some fame among the players. In his previous life, Lin Chuan and Zhong Qing'er also had a little encounter. In the process of overthrowing the Qi Pavilion founded by Qi Feng, he had bought Qi Pavilion-related information from Zhong Qing'er. Later, when the Wisdom Pavilion was overthrown by him, Zhong Qing'er even made a special trip to watch the wave. Even at the end, with a complicated expression, she said thank you to him. At that time, Lin Chuan didn't understand too much, but just speculated that Zhong Qing'er seemed to have a grudge against Ji Gu, or maybe there's a grudge against Chiffon? Later, Terreo fell, and Zhong Qing'er disappeared from the sight of the players. Some speculate that, like Terreo, she was addicted to opening black treasure chests and eventually lost her life. There are others who feel that she gave Terreo the sword and I don't know how many lives she has jeopardized. Once Terreo died, she was probably afraid of being hunted down, so she chose to go incognito and didn't dare venture out again. These follow-ups, Lin Chuan hadn't cared much about in his previous life. I didn't realize that in this life, I would come into contact with this woman, who was called Terreo's Blade in her previous life, at an early age. What's more, he didn't expect that this woman would not only get the secret Realm Raider from Terreo, but she even obtained the SSS rank talent that Lin Chuan wanted the most. This luck, and so on. Luck? Lin Chuan suddenly remembered that Zhong Qing'er had said that she had destiny props. His complexion suddenly intensified, his gaze tightly fixed on Zhong Qing'er, and he asked in a deep voice, "The fate-based props you just mentioned, what on earth are they?" Zhong Qing'er's expression was tight, but she was not afraid of him. Instead she choked. "You are not willing to disclose a bit of your own information, so who am I to?" Before she could finish her sentence, her entire body was wrapped into a cicada chrysalis by the wire. Lin Chuan was disturbed by looking at this woman, and the killing intent in his heart did not go away. With a grip of his palm, the wire wrapped around Zhong Qing'er tightened abruptly. If it were a normal person, he would have become a puddle of flesh by this time. However, Zhong Qing'er's body, under the contraction and pressure of the iron wire, instantly turned into dots of black shadows and overflowed into the air. Such a result was not unexpected by Lin Chuan. The strongest defense talent of the SSS rank wouldn't be called SSS rank if it died that easily. You know, it's Tereo's Fate Abyss talent that's only S rank. Lin Chuan looked at the black spots in the air and exhaled deeply. He added in a deep voice, the SSS grade talent is indeed very strong, but do you think that it can help you avoid the obliteration of the secret realm rules? Zhong Qing'er still maintained the state of a black dot, spilling into the air. When she opened her mouth again in this form, her voice seemed to carry a trace of immortal aura, light and ethereal, coming from nowhere. So what if I am erased by the rules of the secret realm? Won't you be erased just the same? After all, you are a warrior, but you can't kill this evil dragon of mine. Hee, you're too naive. Lin Chuan laughed softly. You're able to obtain destiny props. Do you think that I would not have a way to deal with the rules of the secret realm? The air was silent, and Zhong Qing'er didn't answer again. She could feel the man's deep-seated murderous intent toward her. She possessed an SSS-ranked talent, so she wasn't too afraid of his killing intent. But the man was too mysterious and unpredictable, and that was what really scared her. What the hell do we do? Show yourself. Let's talk. Lin Chuan spoke again at this time. Chung Qing'il didn't respond. Lin Chuan's voice suddenly turned cold. Don't waste my time. Zhong Qing'er hesitated for another 10 seconds or so before finally showing herself. She looked at Lin Chuan with a wary but calm expression. According to what you said, you have a way to escape the obliteration of the secret realm's rules. Since that's the case, yet you're still willing to waste time on me. If I'm not mistaken, you should be coveting my SSS grade talent, right? Of course it is. Covetous eyes are red. It could even be said that for the entire secret realm trip, Lin Chuan could give up all of his gains as long as the SSS grade talent. What a SSS ranked defensive talent. It could be said that as long as he possessed it, Lin Chuan could greatly act a little more aggressively afterward. Instead, it was like in his previous life, where he felt that as long as he developed slowly, he would eventually be invincible because he had a bug-level fireball talent. In his previous life, in order to seek stability, he acted too conservatively and missed too many opportunities. But even if he were to live again, he still couldn't make all kinds of waves without fear, because the killing game is really F***ed up. Any tiny detail, or a single missed choice, the strongest of the strong, could be doomed. It's a game where opportunity and risk go hand in hand, and no one can completely avoid risk. That was why Lin Chuan, so desperately, wanted to obtain the SSS rank talent Shadow Body. That's definitely a powerful life-saving shot. However, in his heart, he wanted SSS rank talent, and when he faced Zhong Qing'er, he deliberately lied. He looked at Zhong Qing'er with an expression of looking at an idiot and said coldly, "Are you out of your mind? The princess has been killed by you, and the talent has been permanently acquired by you. Even if I covet your talent, how could I possibly obtain the talent that already belongs to you?" There is truth in that. After all, Lin Chuan's fireball was truly a bug-level existence. I'm afraid that besides him, there is no other existence in this world that can prey on another person's talent. Zhong Qing'er pondered for a moment before speaking hesitantly. So what exactly are you wasting your time on me for? For your destiny prop. Lin Chuan had a frank face. Take it out and show it to me. If it can fall into my eyes, I don't mind making a deal with you that will allow you to live from the secret realm. Zhong Qing'er's eyes flickered, and she was quite moved inwardly. When she thought about it, she suddenly flipped her right hand, and there were two more pieces of wood in her hand. The shape of the wood piece is flat on one side and rounded and raised on the other. This is ancient props for divination, oracle, fate props. In general, the more ancient the props are, the more powerful they are. Like the destiny coin, if it's recent, it will show the age on it. A 2020 coin would be significantly less effective than a 2000 coin, and the effects of the copper coins used by the ancients, and indeed the more ancient props of divination, are even more powerful. The oracle in Zhong Qing'er's hand is particularly old. For example, it is recorded in an ancient book that when Liu Bang, the first Han emperor, wanted to worship Han Xian as a prime minister, he threw an oracle for divination. In other words, the history of oracle can even be traced back to the Han dynasty, so it can be seen that the oracle is a prop of fate. How terrible the power is. Lin Chuan looked at the two pieces of wood in Zhong Qing'er's hand with a sullen gaze. For a long time, his eyes were a bit one-dimensional, looking at Zhong Qing'er with envy and jealousy to the point of wanting to devour her. He tried his best to restrain the jealousy in his heart, and his tone was ghostly. If I'm not mistaken, You've used this prop and rolled the Holy Grail 3 times? Holy Grail? Chung Ching Il didn't get it. It's 1 yin and 1 yang, 2 pieces of wood, 1 flat side up and 1 raised side up. Zhong Qinger thought for a moment, then suddenly widened her eyes again. How do you know everything? The corners of Lin Chuan's mouth twitched slightly and his tone stiffened. What do you think made you obtain an SSS grade talent? Zhong Qinger froze and looked at the prop she was pinching in her hand with a look of amazement. Could it be that the fact that I obtained an SSS rank talent is the effect of this prop? Is that why you want it so badly? I don't really want it. Lin Chuan's tone was very disheveled. 3 times the Holy Grail. Not just anyone can throw it. Fate-based props are strong, but you have to gamble with your life. If it's just a regular coin of fortune it's fine. The cost of losing the bet isn't that serious. However, the destiny prop in Zhong Qinger's hand was too strong, and once she lost the bet, there was no chance that it would be a direct loss of life. And after determining that Zhong Qinger had rolled the Holy Grail 3 times, Lin Chuan's mindset when looking at her unconsciously shifted. Zhong Qinger, who had tossed the Holy Grail 3 times, was undoubtedly equivalent to obtaining a powerful boost of qi. It's one of those things where you just go out and pick up random artifacts. What with all the good things that come out of bad times and disasters? All sorts of good things. They all scramble to find her on their own. This woman has been called Lady Luck. After his mindset changed, Lin Chuan became more and more calm inside. His gaze toward Zhong Qinger carried a deep sense of contemplation. Zhong Qinger's heart fluttered at his look. What the hell are you thinking? Want to trade with you how? Lin Chuan blurted it out. What he was thinking was that maybe he could make a master-servant contract with this woman? By bringing such a goddess of fortune with him, there was no chance that he would be blessed. As he was thinking this way, Lin Chuan's mind suddenly floated back to the bizarre scene he had seen in his previous life in the origin dimension. He thought over and over again, and suddenly a light dawned in front of his eyes. So he said to Zhong Qinger, "Wait, I'll be back in a while." With that, he simply disappeared from the evil dragon's lair. Such a scene left Zhong Qinger dumbfounded. After all, according to the rules of the secret realm, when a warrior and an evil dragon existed at the same time, they had to stay in the evil dragon's lair for enough half an hour before they could leave the lair. But Zhong Qinger, the number 2 evil dragon, was still alive, and Lin Chuan hadn't stayed in the number 2 evil dragon's lair for half an hour. How did he leave? Zhong Qinger couldn't figure it out, so she simply didn't think about it. With some urgency, she opened the evil dragon chat channel, and for the first time, she, who had been just paddling along and speaking before, took the initiative to burst out with a powerful message. Evil Dragon number 002, I just heard from a warrior who broke into my lair that Evil Dragon number 129's lair has been destroyed. Could you please respond if it's true? And if Evil Dragon number 129 is still alive? The message was sent out and instantly triggered a group mockery. You've got to be kidding me. Our evil dragon is so powerful and protected by the princess's resurrection. How can we be destroyed by the warriors? That is, even the most trashy F-rank gifted evil dragon couldn't possibly be taken down by a warrior, let alone a powerful S-rank gifted bigot. The big guy is either practicing his evil dragon form or thinking hard about ways to break the tie. You winners, don't be so stubborn as to try to make the big guy feel better, okay? However, all sorts of clusterfucks have been made. The 129th evil dragon, who had previously kept a high profile, did not speak in response at all. Evil Dragon 007, who had previously been at odds with Evil Dragon 129, spoke once again to taunt at this time. Evil Dragon number 007, fury at Evil Dragon number 129. If you're still alive, give me a response. Otherwise, if you don't respond in 3 minutes, you'll be treated as dead. After this message was posted, it naturally drew attacks from the advocates of the 129th Evil Dragon. However, what panicked everyone was, 3 minutes passed, and the 129th Evil Dragon, as expected, did not respond. For a while, a huge panic erupted in the Evil Dragon camp. Evil Dragon 007 then took the position of leader again and spoke in a high tone. In that case, it looks like I'll have to run the show. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Qi Yuan. I'm sure you've heard of this name before. This self-introduction instantly triggered a hot debate among the dragons. Crap, is it that Kawaki from the world's richest list? This is a real big shot. No, you guys are out of your minds, aren't you? The world order has collapsed. What's the point of the rich list? I wouldn't even bother to look at it if you gave me $1 billion for nothing. The sound of the group's mockery did not diminish just because Qi Yuan made his name public. But Qi's next words carry much more weight than rich man. Evil Dragon number 007, although the talent I obtained in the Evil Dragon's lair is only C rank, I have, in reality, the S-rank talent Evil Thorn. This is a group attack and group control type talent that combines both attack and control, and can be considered very powerful. At those words, The chat channel suddenly went silent for several seconds. It took a long time before someone spoke objectively. Really? If it's true that he has an S-rank talent in reality, then his future achievements will indeed be higher than Evil Dragon number 129. After all, it's not like the Evil Dragon Lair's talent can be taken away. That's right. No matter how powerful the 129th Evil Dragon is, once it leaves the Evil Dragon's lair, it's nothing. And now I have become more and more skeptical. 129 Evil Dragon. Probably really dead. At the mention of the Evil Dragon's death, the atmosphere of the entire chat channel was a bit gloomy. Number 007's Chi Yuan came out to host the big game again at this time. If there really is a case of Evil Dragon deaths, I'm guessing that Evil Dragon number 129 might not be the only one. Therefore, I would like to host a roll call, starting with Evil Dragon number 001, and anyone who is still alive, report the number in the chat channel, so that we can also have a clearer understanding of the situation. Agree to agree. We should indeed determine the number of people still alive in the Evil Dragon camp. Seconded. Seconded. Strongly seconded. So, Evil Dragon number 007 added, then. It's up to me to start the roll call, and those evil dragons who are still alive, please give me a response as soon as possible. Evil Dragon number 007, roll call now begins. Evil Dragon number 001. He sent 3 messages in a row, calling out Evil Dragon 001. The chat channel, however, never responded. On the contrary, some other evil dragons couldn't help but interject. No way. Evil Dragon 001 is already dead? If you do the math like this, why do I have the feeling that the Evil Dragon camp has already lost a lot of people? It's over. It's over. I feel like we're going to lose in the Evil Dragon camp. Without making a comment, Chi Qian, number 007, went on to name Evil Dragon number 002. This time, there was an immediate yes. Most of the roll calls that followed were responded to, which re-energized the morale of the disheveled dragons. And Lin Chuan, who was Evil Dragon 001, didn't pay any attention to this matter at all. After he left Lair 002, he once again came to the self-realization sky. He first purchased props to conceal his form and face at some street vendors at a cost of 10 self-points. It was only after that he once again set foot in the pavilion of curious treasures in the autonomous heaven. The beautiful receptionist didn't show a different color because of his outfit, but as always, she warmly entertained. What do you want to see, sir? Lin Chuan's entire body was shrouded under a black robe. His throat emitted an old and withered raspy voice. I've seen a phenomenon in the origin plane, where 2 people have the same talent. May I ask if you know how that's done? Once the beautiful receptionist heard him mention origin plane, her attitude became more and more respectful. However, the look was a bit regretful. I'm sorry, sir. I've never been to the origin plane either, so I'm not really sure about the phenomenon you're describing. Underneath the black robe, Lin Chuan unconsciously frowned. The receptionist was also really sorry, so she prompted again. Or, you go to the auction or pawn shop to ask around? Thanks. So Lin Chuan ran another trip each to the pawn shop and the auction. The results are all unheard of phenomenon. He knew that this was, he feared, because, having hidden his identity, the people he had access to were too lowly. If he could contact the manager of the Curiosity Pavilion or the auction, he might not be able to get some information. Lin Chuan thought about it, but after all, he removed his disguise and went to the arena. The 2 beautiful women at the front of the arena are the same 2 as before. At the sight of him, both pairs of eyes instantly blossomed and greeted him very warmly. Lin Chuan didn't talk nonsense and directly took the identity card that Duan Gu had given him and opened the door. I'm looking for your President Duan. Yes, please wait a moment. The receptionist girl immediately went to inform for him. Lin Chuan was also considered a celebrity in the arena, and quite a few gazes, either subtly or boldly, swept towards him. He was unassuming and bland. Suddenly, from behind the side, a clear female voice came. Mr. Furukawa? Furukawa Dai was the alias that Hayakawa used in the secret realm on the self-realization sky. It was also one of his most common aliases in his previous life. He was naturally very sensitive to this name and immediately turned to look, only to see a woman with a clear look but excellent temperament, slowly walking towards him. Lin Chuan nodded slightly. May I ask who you are? Hello, my name is Ming Xia, from the Ming family of the origin plane. Although the woman's looks were not exactly stunning, she had a clear and elegant air about her, and her voice was clear and melodious. However, Lin Chuan wrinkled his brow. You came to stand up for Yen Shensui? On Ming Xia's light and elegant face, a color of surprise suddenly flashed. You know me? Lin Chuan's eyes glanced at her lightly, his tone somewhat playful. Isn't the Ming family's female ruler quite famous? It's not that unusual for me to know, right? The term female monarch was initially a term of respect for powerful women in the world of origin. Over time, though, The word has added other meanings, It has been used specifically to describe women who are powerful and at the same time widely recruited as flunkies, more or less with a pejorative flavor. More and more powerful women are becoming less and less comfortable with being called a lady king. Yet Mincha didn't seem to care what others thought. Listening to Lin Xuan's words, her face didn't even change much. Instead she smiled and said, "So I'm so famous? But you thought wrong. I'm not here to stand up for Yin Xiansui." Oh, Lin Xuan's tone was light, showing that he didn't treat this woman very well. However, this woman never showed any signs of annoyance. Instead she continued to say in a warm voice, "I just saw you at the auction, and it seems that Mr. Furukawa-sama was inquiring about the matter of the master-servant shared talent?" Lin Xuan's eyes narrowed and his gaze coldly swept over. He did just go to the auction to inquire about the news, but at that time, he was wearing a black robe to conceal his identity. Yet this woman still recognized him. As expected, the abilities and means of those who came from the origin dimension should not be underestimated. It was at this time that Duangu appeared very promptly to personally greet Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan didn't pay any more attention to Ming Xia, who took the initiative to accost him, but followed Duangu and went to a luxury box. As the news of Su Wenjian's defeat in the arena spread, the arena's business instantly exploded. Many of the pride of heaven from the origin realm, who had previously looked down on the arena, flocked into the arena and began to try their hand at playing competitive matches. Even the geniuses of the origin realm had lowered their stature, and some of the geniuses of the middle and higher realms no longer looked down on the arena as they did before. It could be said that Lin Xuan's 20 consecutive victories in beating the ring had brought immeasurable benefits to the arena. Not to mention, Lin Xuan had also demonstrated his strength by defeating Su Wenjian before. That's why Duangu looked at him with an even more respectful and enthusiastic attitude than before. "Does Mr. Furukawa have a personal matter? Or do you want to play a competitive match? As long as you say a word, Duan will immediately arrange it for you. It's a personal matter. I want to ask President Duan about something. Tell me what it is, and Duan will know everything." Lin Xuan casually sipped his tea, then said in a faint voice, "I have seen a phenomenon in the origin dimension where two people, a master and a servant, the master can share the use of the servant's talent. May I ask if President Duan knows how this is done?" Duangu also pursed his tea, and once he heard Lin Xuan's words, his gaze at him was once again wonderful and astonished. Only after a long time did he calm down and said with a smile, "It seems that Mr. Gu is indeed not simple. Not only has he been to the origin plane, but he has also met quite a few great people." Lin Xuan but smiled, not willing to reveal more information about himself. Duangu didn't intend to probe into his secrets either. He just looked a bit odd and said, "What Mr. Gu wants to know? I think he must have already let that Miss Ming know just now, right?" Lin Xuan looked at Duan Ji's expression, and a bad feeling suddenly arose in the bottom of his heart. This matter, could it be related to that Ms. Ming just now? Duangu sighed and politely stated, "Let's just say that if we can get Miss Ming's help, what Mr. Gu wants to accomplish will be much simpler." Lin Xuan took another sip of tea, pressed down his heart's restlessness, and said in a deep voice, "How so?" The relationship between masters and servants is mainly bound by the rules of the contract, and the general master-servant contract is also sold in the stores of the self-realization sky, so I'm sure Mr. Gu should have seen it before. Duangu also took a sip of tea and spoke in detail, and on top of the ordinary master-servant contract, there's an even more advanced existence. Just by strengthening the master-servant contract with a moon malfeasance stone, you can make the master-servant contract, on top of the original foundation, have even more functionality, including the master sharing the servant's attributes, skills, and talents, and so on. Moon Blasphemy Stone. This thing Lin Xuan knows deadly expensive, a kind of strengthening props, specifically used to strengthen the equipment. Lin Xuan had previously purchased 2 pieces of equipment in Zayushan, a Tang snake sword for 200 Zayushan points and an inner armor for 260 Zayushan points. The value of a Moon Blasphemy Stone, however, was as high as 10,000 self-existence points. It's all 100 times the normal training equipment. For that matter, the Moon Blasphemy Stones were all still priced and scarce as well. Normally, if it wasn't a particularly precious piece of equipment, no one would even bother to strengthen it with a Moon Blasphemy Stone. Almost everyone who would really spend money and effort to strengthen their equipment was a superpower of a superpower. But this was the first time Lin Xuan had heard that contracts could actually be strengthened as well. Duangu could see the doubt in his eyes, so he explained again. If you simply use the Moon Blasphemy Stone to strengthen the contract, almost 99% of the probability, it will fail. That's why the strengthening process is usually supplemented with precious destiny props. But even so, the probability of successful reinforcement cannot reach 100%. It's also because the consumption of a reinforced contract is simply too great for the average person to afford. That's why those who are able to use the reinforced version of the contract are usually superb people at the level of the rich and powerful. Even my Duan's Chamber of Commerce has only ever produced a strong 1 version of the master-servant contract. And with the strong 1 version of the master-servant contract, the master can only share 1% of the servant's attributes. Compared to the price paid, such a gain is too low. Lin Chuan looked at the needy expression on Duan Ji's face, and directly then asked, Duan's production of the strong 1 version of the master-servant contract, how much is the consumption converted to self-satisfaction points? Roughly? Duan Gu shook his head and smiled bitterly. We were quite lucky and succeeded after failing only 4 times. The consumption converted into self-compassion points is around 100,000. 100,000? It was surprising that what 100,000 self-compassion points had gotten was just 1% of the shared servant's attributes. 1/100th of an attribute. Even if your servant's attribute is as high as 1,000, you'll only get a share of 10 points. Who cares about a mere 10 points of attributes when they have the ability to have servants with attributes as high as 1,000? What's more, for Lin Chuan, it simply couldn't be easier to gain attributes. So, the strong 1 version of the master-servant contract is, truthfully, a bit of a cockamamie. No wonder that thing. Lin Chuan had never heard of it at all in his previous life. It's doubtful that anyone would even bother investing in the matter of reinforcing the pact. Lin Chuan sighed and asked again, if you want to share your servant's talent, how many levels of enhanced master-servant contracts are needed? 7th grade. That needs to be a bit more comfortable. Lin Chuan spoke a little bit of no bottom. Duan Gu shook his head slightly. That would be an incalculable astronomical figure. And the destiny props for auxiliary use aren't easy to get. Who? Lin Chuan exhaled heavily. So Chairman Duan just said that this would be simpler if he got Ms. Ming's help because Ms. Ming has the finished product of the strong 7 version of the master-servant contract in her hands? That's not true. It's that Ms. Ming who has a special talent. If she were to strengthen the contract, there would be almost no chance of failure. And with only 28 moon blasphemy stones, it would basically succeed. 28 moon blasphemy stones. The theoretical value is 280,000 self-sustaining points. But in reality, I'm afraid it wouldn't be too easy to gather so many moon blasphemy stones. And I'm afraid that Ming Xia, too, won't be able to help easily. At the bottom of Lin Chuan's heart, he had actually given up a bit. Other people make strong 7 versions of master-servant packs because there's no way to loot another person's talents. And one has the bug-level fireball. He still didn't believe that the difficulty of getting an SSS-ranked defensive gifted person killed could be harder than crafting a strong 7 version of a master-servant contract. Instead of putting thought into this matter, it would be better to go back to the drawing board and rethink how to get Zhong Qinger killed. However, Lin Chuan's eyes moved slightly, and he asked Duan Gu with feigned curiosity, that Miss Ming's talent, what exactly is it? That's something that Duan is not very clear about. Just know that it's very strong is all. Lin Chuan had been thinking about it since he left the parlor. Ming Summer. He had heard of this woman in his previous life. She was actually a woman who acted in a low-key manner, and Lin Chuan didn't know much about her. The only thing she knew was that she had recruited a dozen flunkies, all of them geniuses with great potential. Chizu's real name is called Yin Chizu. He later managed to switch to an 8-star career. That 8-star profession scroll seemed to have been funded by Ming Xia to help him capture it. Lin Chuan switched places for a moment. If it's him, opening a harem and recruiting a dozen women, would he pay a high price for an 8-star career scroll for these women? It's not easy to say. If he is indeed exceptionally rich and into women, like it's okay to spend a little money? Although Lin Chuan was absolutely egoistic, he wasn't much of a stingy person as long as it didn't conflict with his own interests. As he was thinking about it, he passed by the front desk and saw Ming Xia again. Lin Chuan pondered in his heart, but he didn't hide or avoid. Walking straight over, Miss Ming is deliberately waiting for me? Ming Xia wore a white cheongsam, which set off her excellent temperament while outlining a good figure. She leaned her back slightly against the silver-white textured front counter and smiled faintly towards Lin Chuan. Mr. Gu is a smart man. He should be able to guess what I mean, right? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow and pretended to be confused. What do you mean? Could it be that Ms. Ming wants to give me the strong 7 version of the master-servant contract for nothing? Akicha narrowed her eyes slightly. That one glance made her originally elegant and unassuming temperament, but there was more than a hint of superior-like strength. But that hint of strength, almost fleetingly, soon faded like a chrysanthemum again, and smiled towards Lin Chuan. Giving it away for nothing won't do. However, is Mr. Gu interested in joining the Ming family? Lin Chuan looked deeply at the woman and deliberately asked again, how do I join? Be my man. TSK, TSK. Lin Chuan shook his head and sighed softly. Ms. Ming is really strong. Akane continued to smile. her voice getting clearer and gentler. I don't care if Furukawa Dai is your fake or real name, but little friend, sister really likes you. Kids? The corners of Lin Chuan's mouth twitched slightly as he shook his head again. But I have someone I like. Mincha moved her feet and came closer in a few steps. She smelled lightly perfumed and fresh. She was not as tall as Lin Chuan, but among women, she was considered tall. She leaned forward slightly, her head coming up to Lin Chuan in an extraordinarily provocative position, until her red lips were close to Lin Chuan's ear. She used an almost airy voice and whispered, "Don't tell her, isn't that good?" Lin Chuan stood still and didn't move, narrowing his eyes slightly. By this point, he had determined. There is indeed something odd about Ming Xia's relationship with the flunky she recruited. Would a normal woman tolerate her man still having an affair with another woman? Like him? It's his talent and potential that this woman likes, isn't it? Lin Chuan laughed coldly in the bottom of his heart, and on his face, he didn't move and retreated a few steps, and then he said politely towards Ming Xia, "I'm sorry, I'm a man of principle." Ming Xia was still smiling slightly, and she couldn't tell how disappointed she was on her complexion. Instead, he continued to look at him with very admiring eyes. "That's really a pity, but my sister does like you a lot." With that, she flipped her right hand over and a black bandana appeared in her palm. On it, there was a silver-white half-moon pattern. Lin Chuan's pupils instantly contracted as he swept his gaze over. He tried to suppress the surprise in his heart and didn't show the emotion on his face. Ming Xia, on the other hand, really didn't seem to notice the abnormality in his eyes. She handed the black headscarf towards Lin Chuan and said in a gentle tone, "This headscarf serves to clear one's mind and can withstand most illusions. Sister will give it to you as a meeting gift, and if you change your mind in the future, you can come back to me again." Lin Chuan gave her a deep look, took the headscarf, politely thanked her, and left. Ming Xia, however, remained standing in the same place for a while. About a few minutes later, a middle-aged man appeared beside her and lowered his voice. "I can't find out. That kid seems to be valued by the ghost man." Aha! Akichi's demeanor didn't change. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then whispered again, "Didn't Miss say before that I'm afraid this brat is hard to reach?" Ming Xia's eyes narrowed slightly. For a long time, in those eyes, there was a strange glow. "Uncle Xia, I have a particularly strong premonition. That kid's talent. It's strong. It's great. I want it very much." The man called Uncle Xia didn't speak again. However, a few moments later, Ming Xia, who was still looking cozy, suddenly moved his eyebrows and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Uncle Xia hurriedly helped her. "Miss, it's okay." Ming Xia pressed her chest and stood up straight again. She moved gracefully, wiping her lips slowly, but her eyes were strangely cold. The words that came out of his lips also brought out a faint flavor of blood. "It seems like that kid, he is toast to the wine, but not to the wine." Lair of the Evil Dragon number 002. Lin Chuan suddenly dodged and appeared, startling Zhong Qinger. She padded over to say a few words and asked where he was headed. However, Lin Chuan never responded to her. He just squeezed the black bandana, his eyes deep in thought. This headscarf, Lin Chuan had seen in his previous life. "I've seen it on the head of Lin Chuan from another world. Who killed me?" So, the Lin Chuan from the parallel world, who was stronger than himself in his previous life, had also touched Ming Xia? That Lin Chuan, who claimed to be the strongest, became Ming Xia's son-in-law? Lin Chuan was in a bit of disbelief. Though different worlds, different selves, and situations can be very different, but the character is still his own. Lin Chuan knew himself. It was unlikely that he would go and be a flunky for Ming Xia no matter what he went through. Not to mention, the kind of flunky who, in all likelihood, would be completely at her mercy. It wasn't a flunky, it was a puppet. How could he be willing to be a puppet for someone else? So, it can't be Lin Chuan who took the initiative. Most likely, it was set up by Ming Xia. In an instant, Lin Chuan clenched the bandana in his hand. Originally, he had thought that Ming Xia was just an insignificant person he had heard of in his previous life. However, I did not realize that in her previous life, she and Lin Chuan have a great affinity. Then, the Lin Chuan who killed Lin Chuan in his previous life, the reason why he was so powerful, not only by his own efforts, or received the training of Ming Xia. What exactly is Mincha's talent? She had her eye on him for a talent he hadn't even demonstrated? If she signed a master-servant contract with him in the Strong 7 version, or even a higher enhanced level, would she be able to use his talents as she pleased, including the fireball talent? In the bottom of Lin Chuan's heart, all sorts of thoughts churned, and in the bottom of his eyes, killing intent was overflowing. Zhong Qinger was unsure at the side. "What's wrong with you? What's wrong with this headscarf? Why do you look like..." Before her words fell, a fireball ignited in the center of Lin Chuan's hand. quickly incinerating the black headscarf. The fire quickly incinerated the turban, yet the half-moon pattern, which remained in the air for a long time, slowly dissipated. As for Ming Xia, who was far away in the self-realization heaven, it was as the half-moon pattern dissipated that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Chuan looked at Zhong Qing'er beside him and frowned involuntarily again. This trip of his to the autonomous heaven could be said to have yielded nothing substantial. The only thing I'm afraid is that I know the origin of Ming Xia and myself in my previous life. And right now, the strong 7 version of the master and servant contract is definitely out of the question. Lin Chuan looked at Zhong Qing'er and couldn't help but think, if only he could just get Akasha killed and then plunder her talent with a fireball. In this way, the strong 7 version of the master-servant contract has its place. Thinking like this almost crazy thought was infinitely amplified in Lin Chuan's mind. Himself now, he was definitely being targeted by Ming Xia without a doubt. So is there any way to take the initiative and be the first to get Ming Xia killed? Such a crazy thought is something that the average person would never dare to think about. After all, Ming Xia was no ordinary person. She was a level 36 great female monarch from the origin realm. A woman who was qualified to be a female ruler was bound to be incomparably strong. In a regular hard encounter, Lin Chuan would not be able to be a match for Ming Xia. But what if he and Ming Xia entered the same secret realm and utilized the rules of the secret realm? For a while, Lin Chuan's mind flashed through countless thoughts. After his mind calmed down, he looked at Zhong Qing'er again and directly threw a master-servant contract at her, commanding in a deep voice, "Sign this contract if you want to live." Zhong Qing'er felt displeased in her heart when she heard his tone, and having read the contract, she became even more displeased. "You're asking me to be your servant? Do you think it's possible for me to agree to you?" She was also not as tall as Lin Chuan, and when she looked at him, she even tilted her head slightly, and that disfigured face became more and more shocking from Lin Chuan's perspective. Indeed, such a woman who was so ruthless that she dared to cut a knife into her own face and disfigure herself would indeed be hard to give as a servant. However, Lin Chuan was calm and said indifferently, "We come from different parallel worlds. Even if you become my servant, can I still use you across the world?" Zhong Qing'er frowned, half convinced. "If you can't make me, then why do you still insist on signing this contract? Because you rolled the Holy Grail 3 times when you tossed the oracle. And if I sign a master-servant contract with you, my luck, too, will follow." Lin Chuan had already thought of a reason and said it with a frank face. Zhong Qing'er was still suspicious as she read the master-servant contract again in detail. "This contract is too overbearing. The servant will be absolutely loyal to the master, unconditionally obey the master, unable to disobey the master's orders. If it wasn't for the fact that the 2 people came from 2 worlds and basically wouldn't have any further contact after leaving the secret realm, Zhong Qing'er wouldn't have even given it a second thought." After considering it for a long time, she finally took the contract to Lin Chuan and firmly said, "Even if I, Zhong Qing'er, die, I will not serve as a servant to anyone, even if I live forever in 2 worlds." Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, speculating in his mind that between Zhong Qing'er and Tereo in his previous life, he was afraid that they were also just purely cooperative and hadn't signed a master-servant contract. But no matter, he attached another condition. "What if instead of being a servant for the rest of your life, it's only for a year?" 1 year? Hesitation flashed under Zhong Qing'er's eyes. "How about I add another contract time limit to the contract? 1 year? Just a year's worth of words." Such a master-servant contract would be more like a contract of employment. When the time comes, the contract is lifted and she will no longer be subject to it. It was just that in that case, it was indeed a much better deal than directly dying in this secret realm. Zhong Qing'er thought about it again and again. Then she finally nodded her head and agreed. But before signing the contract completely, she looked at Lin Chuan again and said, "You have to tell me first exactly how you're going to keep me from dying under the rules of the secret realm." Lin Chuan looked at the contract in her hand. His eyelids raised. "You sign it first, I'll tell you immediately after signing." Once Zhong Qing'er gritted her teeth, she ruthlessly bit through her finger and signed her name on the contract. Instantly, 2 dazzling lights flew up from each of the 2. Finally, the light fell to the ground, forming a spell formation with intricate patterns. This, then, is the rule phalanx. Regardless of whether it was Lin Chuan or Zhong Qing'er, there was an additional sense of the underworld in their hearts. A thought flashed through Lin Chuan's mind. In the next second, Zhong Qing'er bowed respectfully to her and meekly shouted, "Master, not bad." Lin Chuan smiled faintly, and Zhong Qing'er, who had returned to her senses, her face reddened in humiliation for a moment. She fiercely glared at Lin Chuan. You're shameless." Lin Chuan gave her a blank look. "This is called shameless? I advise you not to curse randomly, or else I'll really press you to curse, and show you what it means to be truly shameless." Zhong Qing'er shut up and didn't dare to say anything. At the same time her heart deeply regretted. Even if you want to sign a contract, you should wait until the secret realm is almost over. That way, after signing the contract she'd go back to her own world and wouldn't be at the beck and call of this hateful asshole. She glared at Lin Chuan again. You said you'd tell me how to keep me from dying after signing the contract. Oh, Lin Chuan raised his eyebrows again. His tone relaxed. You wouldn't have died in the first place, because the evil dragon camp would have won. Zhong Qing'er was puzzled. What will you do if the evil dragon camp wins? Do you have some way to ensure yourself from escaping the rules of the secret realm? Thinking like this, Zhong Qing'er felt that Lin Chuan was still quite righteous. After all, it is surely safest to follow the rules. I'm afraid the method of escaping the rules of the secret realm is more or less risky. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, was able to take the risk on himself. Zhong Qing'er was all hesitant to say thank you to him. However, he heard Lin Chuan say with a calm face, of course I don't need to escape the rules of the secret realm, because I'm also an evil dragon. What? What? Zhong Qing'er had a dumbfounded expression that she hadn't heard. Lin Chuan smiled at her and said, I said, I'm also an evil dragon, and if the evil dragon camp wins, we'll all win. Zhong Qing'er had a black question mark on her face. The whole person froze and confused for half a day, before suddenly glaring wide-eyed and bursting out in a tigress-like roar. So, there was no tie at the beginning, and I simply special meow won't die. You lied to me. Bastard. You shall not die. Zhong Qing'er was really mad, because she thought Lin Chuan was a warrior before. That was why he thought that he, who was in a hostile camp with Lin Chuan, could hardly escape death. After all, such a powerful warrior was simply an existence that was difficult to eliminate, and with her SSS-ranked immortality talent, she was equally difficult to eliminate. Then it's either a fish out of water draw or one side backs down. She signed the contract just to make Lin Chuan back down. Results. Lin Chuan said that he, surprisingly, was also in the evil dragon camp. In other words, Zhong Qing'er didn't have to sign any contract at all. She didn't have to do anything at all. As long as she remained undead, she could win this secret game lying down. Results. She was cajoled by this asshole into signing a contract of sale for nothing. So angry. Zhong Qing'er was furious. All sorts of cursing. No image at all. Viciously lunged towards Lin Chuan with an expression of hate to tear him apart. Lin Chuan's figure stepped back, pointed his hand, and said, Set. Zhong Qing'er, who was in a violent rage, instantly became fixed and motionless. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, leisurely circled around her and said in a serious tone, You say you're a girl, why are you so cranky? Me. Zhong Qing'er had just opened her mouth, but the words that had reached her throat were too dead to be cursed. Only a pair of dark, translucent eyes remained, glaring at Lin Chuan in death. Lin Chuan smiled at her. Alright, calm down. Peel an apple for the master to calm down. Peeling apples to take the edge off? Why don't you go to hell, asshole? Zhong Qing'er cursed furiously in the bottom of her heart, but her body was very honest, and she directly took out an apple from her dimensional ring and peeled it. Her pre-apocalyptic life was probably quite privileged, and her apple peeling was very rusty. I don't know if it was on purpose or what, but the peel was clearly still thick with pulp. A good apple. She peeled it to the size of a baby's fist. After peeling the apple, she handed it to Lin Chuan with a stiff face and spoke through gritted teeth. Lord, Master, please enjoy. TSK, so small, not even enough to stuff your teeth. Lin Chuan shook his head with a look of disgust. Reward you. Remember to be obedient in the future. Yes. Zhong Qing'er's eyes were red. She was just regretting it now. Very much so. Shouldn't have signed any master/slave contracts. Luckily, though, as soon as this mystery was over, she was free. Just as he was thinking this, he saw Lin Chuan flip his palm and a plain-style copper mirror suddenly appeared in his hand. He looked at Zhong Qing'er and said in a mysterious manner, Guess what this is? Zhong Qing'er pulled out a smile that was worse than tears. What is it? This, is called the Realm of Realms. The function is also very simple. It's to take people through the world. What do you mean? It means that when the secret world is over, I will take you back to my world. How about it, little maid? Master is treating you well, right? Aowa, you asshole. Zhong Qing'er completely collapsed and once again broke into a frenzy. This time, Lin Chuan didn't use the contract to bind her anymore, but instead smiled faintly at her. It's fine. You curse first. Master is busy. I'll take you home later, After saying that, Lin Chuan left the evil dragon's lair again with a flash. When he returned to the tavern, Lin Chuan became a bit hesitant about his next move. What he had signed with Zhong Qing'er was only an ordinary version of the master-servant contract, so naturally, he would not be able to share Zhong Qing'er's talent. Without the SSS-ranked talent, his movements, then, were inevitably somewhat limited. Most of the 2,000 people who entered the Dragons and Warriors secret realm got their secret entrance tickets accidentally by luck. But there is no shortage of really strong people among them. In case another one pops up, a being with a red crystal, then Lin Chuan, who had already lost the green crystal, wouldn't he have to fold here? Should we continue to sweep the dragon's lair, or keep a slightly lower profile? Just as Lin Chuan stood in place frowning in thought, out of the corner of his eye he suddenly noticed, the number of warriors in this tavern seems to be a bit excessive, and, since his sudden appearance, the entire tavern had been quiet. Those warriors, one by one, were as quiet as chickens like schoolchildren meeting their homeroom teacher, yet they stole glances at him from time to time. Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed, and an oppressive aura instantly erupted around him. The pairs of eyes that had peeked at him were instantly frightened and lowered their eyebrows, not daring to take another look. Lin Chuan, however, looked at these warriors and thought. A few moments later, he headed toward the U-shaped card table from earlier. This time, the middle-aged captain was so frightened that he instantly stood up and respectfully shouted, Big brother? What are your orders? In the bottom of his heart, he immensely hoped that Lin Chuan was commanded to do so. It's better than looking at him and just doing it. Lin Chuan glanced at him with a faint gaze. Warrior 0012? A strong person on the warrior ranking list? I don't dare to be a bigot. My name is Yu Jun. Big brother, you can just call me Xiao Jun. The middle-aged captain's tone was very humble and polite. Lin Chuan didn't care what his name was at all, and directly asked, who's number 1 on the warrior ranking list right now? Or rather, in warriors, who is the strongest? It's warrior 0189. That guy has been brushing monsters in the warrior canyon, and he's always been number 1 on the rank list. He hasn't even fallen off. Lin Chuan nodded. So he's now still brushing monsters in the canyon? It should be. Yu Jun hesitated and lowered his voice again. That 0189. He seems to be close to getting the warrior badge as well. Lin Chuan made a non-judgmental sound, then patted Yu Jun's shoulder and said in an easygoing tone, there is indeed something I need to tell you. You said. Yu Jun answered quickly, but his heart was a little scared. It always feels like what the big man commands is not a good thing. You go and get that 0189 in the canyon to the tavern for Maine. How about that? Can you do that? This. Yu Jun looked embarrassed. That 0189 is strong and not a good character to get along with. 2. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. Yu Jun instantly slapped himself in the face. No, big brother. I didn't mean that. I mean, that guy is very strong. He's even got a 100-member team under his hand, so it can be said that he's a strong man. Lin Chuan dragged his chin and thought for a moment, then directly said again, you tell him that I have destroyed 16 evil dragon nests, and I have, here, some important news about evil dragons to share with him. Yu Jun hesitated for a while before finally gritting his teeth and agreeing. Alright then, I'll run this trip for big brother, but whether that guy will come over or not, I can't guarantee it. He will come. Lin Chuan smiled and said lightly, after all, we are all from the warrior camp, and in our hearts, we all want the warrior to win. Yes. Yu Jun nodded his head carelessly, after which he wanted to greet his teammates and leave together. Lin Chuan, however, sat directly into the sofa and looked at Yu Jun and said indifferently, it's enough for you to go alone. Your teammates stay here as hostages. This. Yu Jun hesitated again for a while, but finally gritted his teeth and nodded his head. Okay, I will definitely fulfill the big brother's command. After Yu Jun left, Lin Chuan leaned back in the U-shaped sofa in a big way. As for the 5 teammates left by Yu Jun, each one of them was like a quail, not even daring to utter an atmosphere. The people sitting on both sides of Lin Chuan, but also silently moved their asses, so that the U word below the horizontal position. Only Lin Chuan one sitting. Lin Chuan's obviously extraordinarily young appearance, in the eyes of this group of warriors, seemed like a Yakuza big shot, with a full aura. He himself did not seem to have the self-consciousness of being feared, and his eyes lightly swept over the young man whose earring he had snatched earlier, and he asked casually, what's your name again? Yang Xiao was so startled that he almost didn't kneel on the spot. Big brother, my name is Yang Xiao. That earring you had before, where did it come from? Lin Chuan casually asked as if he was chatting with an old friend. That one is the purple treasure chest I opened from the leaderboard reward. Lin Chuan nodded casually and asked again, then your secret realm entrance ticket is also rewarded by the kill list? No. Yang Xiao shook his head violently. I'm on the ranked list. There is no reward for the secret realm entrance ticket. The secret realm entrance ticket. I got it from killing a cat monster. Cat monster? So Yang Xiao told Lin Chuan in detail about what had happened in his neighborhood and how he had killed the cat-type monster by shielding the illusion through his earrings. Lin Chuan had just been chatting casually, but he didn't expect any unexpected gains. The ghost shadow cat belonged to the special subdivision monsters, and its appearance must be guarding something. Moreover, to Lin Chuan, the ghost shadow cat had a special meaning. Lin Chuan had researched this in his previous life, and with normal sublime monster corpses, he could only gain attributes after incinerating them with fireballs. There are only a few special subgenre monsters that burn corpses but gain skills. As for talent, it can almost exclusively be acquired from human corpses, and in his previous life, Lin Chuan had obtained a powerful A-rank skill, Spell Grudge, from the corpse of a ghost shadow cat. This is a very powerful illusion-type skill. The effect of the skill is somewhat similar to Chu Runmei, an old corpse in the mountain village, able to make a person fall deep into an illusion and kill himself in despair and fear. And this point happens to be very similar to Yang Zhao's description. Lin Chuan's heart was moved, so he casually asked, "That cat's body, did you bring it with you?" "Ha!" Yang Zhao froze, "Who has nothing to do with collecting corpses? I didn't even care about that cat's corpse." Lin Chuan thought for another moment and continued to ask, "Then tell me the neighborhood you live in." Although Yang Zhao was afraid of Lin Chuan, he was still a little hesitant to talk about his privacy. Lin Chuan swept over with a single glance and said indifferently, "It's not like we're in the same world. I just want to see if I can find the cat you're talking about in my own world as well." With this, Yang Zhao had no more scruples and shared his address with Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan secretly made a note of it and chatted with a few others, but he didn't gain any more useful information. Besides, Yu Jun, after he left the tavern, he didn't think of playing any smart tricks and directly went to the depths of the canyon to find Warrior 0189. Warrior 0189 was also a Daxia countryman, looking even young as well, in his 20s or 30s. Instead, he had a group of 100 men from various countries, all of whom were in awe of him. It was evident that this person, not only was he strong enough to suppress the crowd, but his leadership ability was also very impressive. Yu Jun's arrival passed through several people in the 100-man group to pass on the news before a junior brother, finally, went to 0189's side and whispered. Number 0012 brought the news that there is a big brother in the tavern who wants to discuss things with you. Boss, big brother? 0189 wore a pair of sharp steel claws on his right hand, and he slowly and methodically wiped the blood from them, his tone vaguely disdainful. The little brother continued, according to 0012, that tavern bigwig has destroyed 16 evil dragon lairs. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 0189 instantly stood up straight, his eyes dangerous, but his tone very certain. How can a warrior fight an evil dragon without a warrior badge? The warrior badge, on the other hand, was about to be obtained by him, Zhao Zhangqing, through a quest. How could anyone else destroy the evil dragon's lair without a warrior badge? And 16 seats? You don't know how to use your brain even when you talk big. Zhao Zhangqing snorted coldly, his tone very disdainful. However, beside him, that junior's expression was a bit awkward. That, just now we tried. It seems that there is indeed an evil dragon's lair that has been destroyed. Tried? How? Just meditate on entering evil dragon lair 099 and then you'll get a prompt saying that the lair has been destroyed. Even though my little brother already knew the news, when he passed it on to Zhao Zhangqing, he still couldn't hide his surprise and shock. After all, their group of 100 people had been slice and dice fighting monsters and upgrading in the canyon. They were almost all pretty sure that the entire warrior camp players, the strongest group of people, were in this 100-member group of theirs. However, they didn't expect that there would be someone else, who would destroy the evil dragon's lair before them. Besides, isn't it true that it's impossible to fight the evil dragon without the warrior badge? How in the world did that tavern bigwig do that? Zhao Zhangqing also wondered how in the world it was done. His face was ugly, his eyes were cold, and his gaze looked far in the direction of the Braveheart village. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "We have to return to the village to hand in our quests anyway, so it's just as well that we'll go and meet that big brother. Even now, when he says the word big brother, his tone is still mocking and contemptuous. Obviously doesn't think that there is a stronger presence than himself in this group of warrior players. He didn't even bring a group of hundreds of people. Instead, he only brought 9 people from the core group, letting the rest of them continue to fight monsters and upgrade. Someone in his group advised worriedly, or should we bring more men? However, Zhao Zhangqing still insisted and said atmospherically, it doesn't matter, we're all in the warrior camp, and the victory of the camp is the true victory. I'm sure that big brother won't make a move against me as long as he has some brains. He has a point with that. If the warriors have a serious internal conflict, how can they fight the evil dragon afterward? It was with this thought in mind that Zhao Zhangqing was very relaxed. When he returned to the village, he first went to the village chief to hand in his quest. After that, it was straight to the tavern. In front of the tavern, the warrior ranking list still stood. Zhao Zhangqing glanced lightly, his eyes sweeping over the words first place, warrior number 0189, level 25. There were a few hints of triumph on his face. However, his feet did not stop too long in front of the rank list, and he entered the tavern with great generosity. Even before the man arrived, his voice preceded him into the tavern. I hear someone here wants to share information about the evil dragon's lair with me? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Jingqing felt his eyes go black before he had time to react. All over his body, he seemed to be wrapped in layers of something tough, unable to move, and in the eyes of outsiders, it was a split second before he was wrapped in black wire and turned into a cicada chrysalis. The people in the tavern, who had seen such a scene before, looked at Lin Chuan with hidden eyes. As for the 9 people brought by Zhao Zhengqing, they pulled out their weapons and shouted in terror, "Boss!" And then, gazing around, he shouted, "Who is it? Release our boss!" As Lin Chuan walked slowly, the crowd of onlookers in the tavern automatically made way for him. As for the 9-member troop brought by Zhao Zhengqing, at that moment, they really saw the cool and bizarrely modeled death grip in Lin Chuan's hand. The wire cicada chrysalis that trapped their boss was also emanating from the one ring of the death grip. 9 people had risen up. However, without waiting for Lin Chuan to attack them, these people in the tavern automatically protected Lin Chuan's body. The two forces, at the entrance of this tavern, erupted into a confrontation, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, as if foreshadowing, a great battle was imminent. However, there is clearly a difference between those and these two forces. The people in the tavern defended Lin Chuan. They only saw Lin Chuan as a hope to lead the warrior camp to victory. They were willing to fight for Lin Chuan, but they didn't necessarily do their best. And Zhao Zhengqing had a good way of defending his subordinates, but in just 8 hours, those 9 people had already been trained by him to be loyal and willing to fight for him. The eyes of the 9 people looking at Lin Chuan were all very unfavorable. One of them, in particular, offered a red crystal on the spot, a flash of red light that emanated from his brow. However, when the red light was shot at Lin Chuan's body, Lin Chuan's expression did not change at all. Instead, the one who had offered the red crystal had a look of unbelieving horror. How could it be? How can a red crystal that is capable of delivering a fatal blow have no effect? Lin Chuan smiled faintly. He certainly knew beforehand that the warrior player's red crystal had no effect on him at all. Why? Because he is essentially the evil dragon. There is a default unspoken rule for secret areas where camp rivalry exists. That is, between opposing camps, it is not possible to use such cheat props as red crystals and green crystals. Of course, it can still be used between the same camps. For example, if the evil dragon camp used red crystal on him, it would still work. The warrior's red crystal, on the other hand, is ineffective against him because of the camp subterfuge. Lin Chuan smiled faintly and had no intention of explaining this unspoken rule for others. His gaze fell on top of that one giant cicada chrysalis. The S-rank talent, Lord of Souls, was quickly activated. A stream of soul power shot from his brow to the cicada chrysalis. Soon, it turned into an invisible spiritual net again, binding Zhao Zhengqing. He tried to struggle, yet he was so tightly bound by the wire that he was simply powerless to struggle, both in body and soul. 2 minutes later, Lin Chuan smiled faintly, put down the cicada chrysalis, and took back the wire. Zhao Zhengqing's world was restored to light, yet he sat on the ground, still a bit confused, as if he didn't know what had happened, until Lin Chuan called out to him, "Captain Zhao, let's talk inside." Only then did Zhao Zhengqing get up in a daze and follow Lin Chuan respectfully. As Lin Chuan walked, he felt it in his heart. He realized that there was still a difference between controlling someone with a soul gift and a master-servant contract. The master-servant contract from the origin plane involved a powerful force of rules. Bound by rules, a servant will not do anything to harm his master, nor can he disobey his master's orders. The soul lord's enslavement, on the other hand, utilizes the power of the soul to invade one's subconscious. Let one be subconsciously, heartily loyal and obedient to the Lord of Souls. This subconscious, of course, is practically wearable. For example, if one day Zhao Zhengqing's spiritual attributes skyrocketed and surpassed Lin Chuan's by several times, then it was possible for him to detect the imprint in his subconscious mind on his own. However, I'm afraid that his spiritual attributes would never be able to surpass Lin Chuan's. This was something that Lin Chuan was more or less confident in. He led Zhao Zhengqing to the U-shaped card seat sofa. Then without any nonsense, he opened the door and said, "My name is Lin Chuan. You can call me boss from now on. I'm looking for you here, mainly because I want you to assist me in a big job. If you say so, boss, I'll definitely try to cooperate and not let you down." Boss. Zhao Zhengqing's face was solemn and his tone was loyal. Such a scene caused the two parties, which had just been full of gunpowder, to be stunned. Especially the 9 people under Zhao Zhengqing. Each of them were like they had seen a ghost. Crap, what is this? Their boss, Why are they suddenly calling someone else's boss? This world is too metaphysical. Lin Chuan didn't care about the opinions of unrelated people and directly said to Zhao Zhengqing, "In a while, I will leave the tavern, because I killed a lot of people in the tavern. I'm bound to be arrested with the full force of the Braveheart Village's forbidden guards. I'll find a way to attract a large number of forbidden guards. And you, on the other hand, need to take advantage of this time to steal the crystal ball that's in the hands of the idol in the shrine. For me, steal over?" Zhao Zhengqing was dumbfounded. But the ancestral hall is heavily guarded. Apparently, even after being enslaved by Lin Chuan, Zhao Zhengqing still retained the basic ability to think, and he had wandered through the Braveheart village before in order to pick up the quest. Among other things, it has also been to shrines. He had also long ago realized that the most heavily guarded place in the Braveheart village was the shrine. As a result, his newly recognized boss asked him to steal something from the shrine. That's a damn sight too much for him, isn't it? Zhao Zhengqing, who had previously sworn to the point where it seemed as if he could go through fire and water for Lin Chuan, had a difficult face at the moment. Obviously, even if he was absolutely loyal to Lin Chuan, he knew in the bottom of his heart that this was an almost impossible task. At the bottom of Lin Chuan's heart, he actually didn't hold much hope, but decided to take a gamble anyway. He directly took out the piece of inner armor that he had previously purchased in Ziyushan and handed it to Zhao Zhengqing. This inner armor, with its extremely strong defense, is able to withstand 50% of the attacks of a first-turn professional, as well as 30% of the attacks of a second-turn professional. Zhao Zhengqing received the inner armor with fiery eyes and thanked him repeatedly. Afterward, he suddenly asked again, "How many turns of professionals are the shrine guards?" Lin Chuan pursed his lips. On the bright side, there are only second-turn professionals. Although Zhao Zhengqing had risen to level 25, this level 25 had a lot of water in it. He didn't even have a transfer, and every time he upgraded, it was fixed at 1 free attribute point before level 10, and 5 free attribute points after level 10. Even at level 25, his strength, against a second-turn professional, not to say that the egg touches the stone, it is also an ant trying to shake a tree. There is a fundamental difference between the sky and the earth. There is no chance of winning even if he was wearing inner armor. It was probably that people could slap him to death with a slap. Next, Lin Chuan took out a bunch of gold coins from space. Here, there are about 400 to 500 gold coins. You can take it and go buy some life-preserving props. Zhao Zhengqing looked towards the large pile of gold coins, his eyes once again glowing with fire. However, the look on his face was still difficult. "I've shopped at all the stores in the Brave Village, but no matter how much I buy props to save my life, I'm afraid that your mission, boss, will still be difficult to accomplish." Lin Chuan pursed his lips again, and after much hesitation, he finally took off the death grip he wore on his right hand. Then, he handed over the grip of death to Zhao Zhengqing. He solemnly said, "Of the 4 rings in this string, stimulating the second one can form an invisible shield, with defense tied to your own physique attributes. So as long as the other party's attack doesn't exceed 5 times your physique, you can basically stay alive. Activate the 4th one, and it will instantly teleport you to the tavern. Once you return to the tavern, the forbidden guards outside, odds are, they won't attack again." "The probability?" Zhao Zhengqing hesitantly asked. "Specifically how probable?" Ahem. Lin Chuan was a bit embarrassed. 50 to 60% probability. Zhao Zhengqing's expression was a bit one-dimensional. However, Lin Chuan raised his hand and heavily patted on his shoulder. His tone was extraordinarily solemn. "Cheer up. I'm optimistic about you. You'll definitely be able to do it." Zhao Zhengqing still had a constipated expression on his face. Who wouldn't say cheering words? The point is, can he really do it? Zhao Zhengqing was very skeptical. However, he was influenced by the imprint in his subconscious mind and subconsciously obeyed Lin Chuan. Thus, after taking a deep breath, his gaze grew firm and he solemnly promised towards Lin Chuan, "I'll do my best to fulfill boss's mandate." Lin Chuan patted his shoulder trustingly again. "I'll give you 10 minutes to buy props, and then, when I leave the tavern in a quarter of an hour, you'll start moving." Zhao Zhengqing also made a solemn military salute to Lin Chuan with characteristic poise before turning to leave. "Just look at the back of the departure. Don't know thought it was Jingke stabbing the Qin King? Quite a kind of strong man ago and never come back sense of sadness." Lin Chuan looked at his back, and his eyes were also deep and grave. In reality, he didn't know exactly what that crystal ball in the shrine could do for him, but if the operation fails, the losses will be absolutely enormous. Inner armor and gold coins are nothing. The key is the death grip, and I'm afraid I won't be able to get it back once the operation fails. So, it's got to work. The reason why Lin Chuan dared to place such a bet was also because Zhao Zhengqing was a person he had met in reality. That guy's pre-apocalyptic identity was a mystery. but there was no doubt that he had an extremely strong sense of combat before the end of the world. At the beginning of the end of the world, many people, even if their attributes were added, could not exert the appropriate strength. However, Zhao Zhengqing was different, as he could quickly bring out the appropriate strength almost as soon as he added points. It was also because of his combat talent that Lin Chuan was willing to bet on him. Let's hope he won't let Lin Chuan down. In 10 minutes, Lin Chuan left the tavern as planned. Almost the instant he left the tavern, he felt a strong pressure coming straight at him. Lin Chuan didn't hesitate and directly began leading the Praetorian Guard in a thrilling parkour operation in the Braveheart village. Destroying 16 evil dragon nests before was quite a rewarding experience. One of the best ones to use was the A-rank talent Instant Flash, which allowed him to move instantly within a range of 20 meters. Another B-rank talent, Speed Enhancement, also doubled his speed by a full 10 times, playing an important role in this parkour journey. There was also a B-rank talent, Earth Break, which also barely created an obstacle for the forbidden guards chasing him. And in fact, although he had committed murder at the tavern, the Praetorian Guard had treated him primarily as an arrest rather than a hit. Lin Chuan, therefore, was still relatively relaxed. The really hard part is still on Zhao Zhengqing's side, and he didn't enter the shrine alone. Instead, he took his core team of 9 and went into the shrine with them. They had entered the shrine before, but at the time, they had mainly wanted to see if the NPCs here had any quests. Without triggering the quest, they simply left. This time, the 10 of them were up to their old tricks, ignoring the serious cold faces of the guards, and one by one they shyly came over to ask for the mission. The attitude of the guards was, as always, cold and majestic, and they directly issued an expulsion order. There is no mission here, please leave as soon as possible. How can there be no mission? Just now the village headman clearly hinted that we should come to the shrine to have a look around. Either you have misunderstood the mayor or, the gazes of the guards towards these 10 people were suddenly guarded and unkind. You're deliberately looking for trouble? The guards were too imposing and their eyes too oppressive. Someone in this group of 10 actually leaked fear under the pressure of that strong gaze. In an instant, the 10 guards guarding the shrine hall vibrated the iron spears in their hands. The majestic aura almost pressed these 10 warriors to the point where they couldn't breathe. The word roll in a loud voice was like a sonic attack, making the 10 warriors dizzy and their brains hurt. The situation was unfavorable. But Zhao Zhengqing was very decisive, forcibly enduring the taste of blood spreading in his mouth. His eyes burst out in rage. Ah, it's their signal. However, in this moment of being highly pressurized, he wasn't sure if his teammates would be able to fight off the guards for even 0.1 seconds. As planned, he himself, without the slightest hesitation anyway, rushed towards the idol in the middle of the shrine. His spirit was extremely tense, and his speed was fast to the extreme. Even directly utilizing the divine traveling talisman that he had bought with gold coins, Zhao Zhengqing was originally closest to the idol's location. That fluttering straight ahead was even faster. Just when he was almost about to pounce on the idol, a model-like armor on the side of the idol actually suddenly moved. That giant armor is so heavy that it should generally be slow. However, the speed of that thing wasn't affected by the weight at all, and the lance was an unknown number of times faster than Zhao Zhengqing, who had used the divine walking talisman. It came first afterward. A cold and sharp blade that stabbed straight and vigorously at Zhao Zhengqing's right shoulder. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Zhao Zhengqing, who had an extremely strong sense of combat, quickly opened the Death Grip's protective shield almost entirely by virtue of his instincts between life and death. At the same time, various defense props bought with gold coins were dumped on themselves in one breath. But apart from that, there is the most important point. Jackhammer. Zhao Zhengqing's mouth had already begun to spray blood. But he still didn't forget to hiss out these 3 words in a hysterical voice at the moment of life and death. The jackhammer. It was a disposable prop that he had spent 500 gold coins on. A necklace in the shape of a lead pendant was around his neck. And the only thing this necklace does is immunize you from the knockout effect once. Zhao Zhengqing had thought about all the possible situations he might encounter beforehand. One of the most important things to overcome is the knockback effect of guard attacks. The only chance he had to get close to the idol was the initial and most unexpected one. And once he was knocked away, he would never again have a chance to get close to the idol. This operation, too, will end in failure. So, even if the jackhammer is a ridiculously expensive prop, its function, however, is extraordinarily valued by Zhao Zhengqing. 500 gold coins. He gritted his teeth and bought it. If it was Lin Chuan here, he would know why the jackhammer was selling for so much. This was because this thing, like the red crystal green crystal, was concealing a hint of rule power, and the jackhammer is clearly worth its weight in gold. There was a click. The necklace that Zhao Zhengqing wore on his chest, the lead pendant on it directly shattered open. Not only that, the inner armor he was wearing also cracked in an instant. Another pfft sound. Zhao Zhengqing spit out blood. the brain empty dull pain. Thinking has become exceptionally slow. Almost very reluctantly, it retained a trace of breathing life. If it were an ordinary person, they would either be dead by this time, or they would be half dead and passed out. But Zhao Zhengqing is not an ordinary person. He's in a special position, specially trained. In his subconscious, the mission was more important than life. Therefore, even though his consciousness was already a bit blurred, his instincts were still very firm, and without a hint of hesitation, he reached for the crystal ball in the idol's hand. This time, he really touched it. But just when Zhao Zhengqing thought he was about to succeed, the idol that had no five senses suddenly grew five senses. It's a look of an evil spirit. What was even more frightening was that from the eyes of the idol, red light suddenly emitted, shooting straight at Zhao Zhengqing, who was close at hand. At this moment, even if Zhao Zhengqing's consciousness was blurred, he still keenly perceived it, the scent of death. Being shot by this red light, he would surely die, but it was impossible for him to avoid it at the moment. The speed of light, even if he was in the best condition, it was impossible to avoid it. What's more, at the moment, it's almost all just a breath away. Therefore, that red light, without any surprise, shot to Zhao Zhengqing, but just when Zhao Zhengqing thought that he had failed in his mission and would surely die, in the center of his own brow, a green light unexpectedly erupted, shrouding his entire being, in green, the color of forgiveness. The time was simply too urgent. Everything, from Zhao Zhengqing touching the crystal ball, to the idol growing five senses and emitting red light, to his own body emitting green light, this series of changes happened in almost as little as 0.1 seconds. Zhao Zhengqing didn't even have time to think about anything. He just put together his last ounce of strength and stowed the crystal ball into the sublime ring. Then, without stopping for a moment, used the teleportation function of the fourth ring of the death grip. Almost instantly again, his figure suddenly disappeared in plain sight. The next instant, it appeared dying in the tavern couch. But is the crisis over by this point? No. According to Lin Xuan, there was a high probability that the village guards would not enter the tavern. But the probability, he was obviously not sure. Just a guess. And at the moment, the Braveheart village is instantly in a huge storm with the theft of the idol shrine. The 9 people who followed Zhao Zhengqing and broke into the ancestral hall were all killed by the guards on the spot. And all the guards in the village, all of them, went out to look for the thief who stole the crystal ball from the idol. Even the forbidden guards who had originally accompanied Lin Xuan in his parkour had instantly abandoned their pursuit of him. And feeling the departure of the forbidden guards behind him, Lin Xuan, who was already half dead from exhaustion, had his eyes instantly light up. Could it be that Zhao Zhengqing really succeeded? Lin Xuan also no longer continued to hang on to the forbidden guards. He dashed straight to the tavern. As a result, as soon as he entered the tavern, he found that Zhao Zhengqing was lying morosely in the U-shaped sofa, and a bold silhouette was actually picking off the next yuan ring from Zhao Zhengqing's hand. What was even more detestable was that the silhouette had directly taken out the crystal ball that Lin Xuan had tried so hard to obtain from the sublime ring. He instantly shouted angrily, "Stop!" However, in the next second, the black shadow turned around and showed its face, and Lin Xuan's entire body froze. "It's you? Who is it?" It was the mystery drunk, Tai Miao, such a mysterious big man. Even if he had pitted him when he sold tickets to the self-realization sky before, now he was even trying to rob him again, and that was even after he spent 1,000 ES points to buy him 10 bottles of Moon Immortal Drunkenness. At this moment, Lin Xuan's face was very ugly. He looked coldly at the drunkard, and the fog-colored crystal ball in the drunkard's hand, his tone extremely restrained. "That's mine." The drunkard had stayed in a shadowy corner before, smelling of booze and so disheveled and lowbrowed that his face was almost impossible to see. However, at this moment, how could there be any alcohol and disheveledness visible on him? The face, exposed to the light, was actually a zombie-like greenish white. Lin Xuan's eyes narrowed and he instantly understood. This drunkard, I'm afraid, is just a doppelganger of some big shot. The big brother's doppelganger was obviously far more intelligent than Lin Xuan's doppelganger. Little Blackie. Even the various behaviors of this doppelganger looked no different from a living person. Just by flipping his right hand, the mist-colored crystal ball instantly disappeared. In the next second, a bottle of red wine gourd appeared in his hand. He tilted his head and poured another mouthful of wine down his throat before he slowly and leisurely looked at Lin Xuan and said, "Kid, it's not that I'm robbing you, but there are some things that you can't handle." Lin Xuan's face was cold and his attitude was resolute. "Whether it can be managed or not, the consequences will be borne by me, so I don't need Senior to worry about it for me." The alcoholic wore a black hood on his head, and with that greenish-white face, the whole thing became gloomy. But before he could say anything else, the outside of this tavern was surrounded by the forbidden guards and guards of the brave village. Layer by layer, Lin Chuan knew from the news of his previous life that the tavern in the evil dragon and warrior secret realm was an extremely special existence. The tavern. It was as if it was cut off from the entire village of Bravehearts. If you kill someone in a tavern, the forbidden guards of Brave Village will not enter the tavern to arrest them. All the NPCs in the Brave Village seemed to be very afraid of the tavern, and no matter what happened, they didn't dare to step into the tavern for half a step. At this moment, however, this iron law, it seems, is about to be broken. Outside the tavern, the forbidden guards and guards of the Brave Village still seemed a bit hesitant to step into the tavern, but those guards from the shrine were actually trying to break into the tavern. The other guards and forbidden guards, led by the shrine guards, no longer seemed to be afraid of the tavern, and actually had the air of breaking into the tavern regardless of the cost. Lin Chuan's nerves, in an instant, tightened. After all, at this moment, he was by no means a match for so many guarding forbidden soldiers, just as he was fretting inside and thinking of countermeasures. But then he saw the drunkard, who was dressed in black robes, and he just casually raised his hand. The forbidden guards outside the tavern who tried to break in were all flipped over and flew backwards several meters away, and when they got back up and tried to continue attacking the tavern, it was as if they were stopped by an invisible barrier. Let alone enter the tavern. Not even a sound could come in. The warriors in the tavern had no idea what was going on. However, it didn't stop them, looking at the scene with shocked faces before turning their gaze to Lin Chuan and the drunkard. The drunkard tilted his head and poured another mouthful of wine, slightly squinting his eyes at Lin Chuan as he slowly and leisurely said, "You still feel that you have to take it on yourself now?" Lin Chuan wrinkled his eyebrows and didn't answer immediately. However, he only heard that drunkard, again using a light tone, burst out even more explosive news. "There is no rule in this secret realm that says the guards are not allowed to go to the evil dragon's lair." Lin Chuan had just, indeed, thought that he could still go to the evil dragon's lair if the taverns were all lost. But the alcoholic's words poked him almost to the core. And if it's true, the guards can also travel to the evil dragon's lair to slay the dragon. Then Lin Chuan, who had returned to his evil dragon's lair, would almost become a turtle in a jar and be hunted to death by the guards. So, really, it's like the alcoholic said. Even if he snatched the crystal ball into his hands, Lin Chuan simply didn't have the strength to guard it. And at that moment, the drunkard spoke again. "And little one, that crystal ball, it's also simply useless to you at this stage." Useless? Lin Chuan wrinkled his eyebrows. He had thought that crystal ball was the same as the crystal ball of the evil dragon's lair, that it could grant him an incomparably powerful talent. But if you think about it, that mist-colored crystal ball is indeed different from the crystal ball in the hands of the evil dragon lair princess. Therefore, Lin Chuan didn't doubt the drunkard's claim, but he gazed deeply at the drunkard, narrowed his eyes slightly, and suddenly said in a deep voice, "Perhaps you're right. That crystal ball, to me at this stage, is useless, but if I guess correctly, that crystal ball is of great use to you, or the master behind you, right?" When the drunkard heard the word master, he suddenly laughed out loud. "Kid, do you think I'm someone's doppelganger?" Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it?" The drunkard laughed openly again. "You are too low in your realm and have too little exposure to understand that being a doppelganger is also correct. And that crystal ball, to me, or rather to my doppelganger, is indeed of great use." The drunkard looked inhuman and even his entire aura was gloomy, but his personality seemed cheerful and vibrant, and he turned towards Lin Chuan again. "In this case, this crystal ball, it's also considered that you helped me snatch it. I can fulfill one condition for you." "A condition? That's a bit of a big mouth to open." Lin Chuan's eyes lit up and he directly spoke. "Can you give me a SSS ranked defense type talent? It's similar to the immortal body kind." The alcoholic looked at him with a hellish expression. "Nice try." So Lin Chuan changed his words again. "Then, help me kill someone with an SSS ranked shadow body talent. This should be easy, right?" The corner of the drunkard's mouth twitched slightly again, and he gave him a vicious white look. "Kid, do you understand the gold content of SSS grade talent? Every purely natural SSS rank talent represents a person who is favored by fate. Such a person cannot be easily killed by anyone. And the price of killing a person favored by fate is also very heavy." "A man favored by fate?" Lin Chuan's brows furrowed in a deadly frown, and suddenly asked again, "Is there a difference between fate favored and god of fate favored?" The alcoholic gave him another blank look with a look of stupidity. "What do you think?" Lin Chuan thought about it. "Fate is nebulous, insubstantial, and inscrutable, and destiny, on the other hand, sounds like a physical person?" So he speculated. Fate itself should be beyond the god of fate, far beyond, or rather, not even on the same level. The drunkard gave him another blank look, his tone even beginning to be a bit impatient. When he arrived here, Lin Chuan suddenly became a little worried again. If SSS rank talents were really that powerful, Then would the strong 7 version of the master-servant contract really allow the master to share the SSS-ranked talents of the servant? However, it suddenly occurred to him that the drunkard's words just now seemed to deliberately use the words pure nature to describe the SSS class. So it's understandable that there's a chance that SSS ranks that aren't purely natural can be artificially obtained, right? What the hell? Just try it. So Lin Chuan, after having 2 conditions rejected one after another, finally once again put forward a condition that he felt should be better accomplished. Since the first 2 can't be done, this last one surely can be. Will you send me a strong 7 version of the master-servant contract? Brat, aren't you being a little too nonchalant? Why the hell didn't you say that you'd let me be your servant? The drunkard was vaguely a little bit confused by Lin Chuan to break his defense. However, Lin Chuan also brightened up and said in great surprise, "Ha, is it possible? Then I certainly, of course my ass." The drunkard interrupted his unrealistic fantasies with a direct voice. Then, he directly flipped his fingers and pinched out a silver-white cross of radiance. With another wave of his hand, the cross-like silvery white ball of light shot straight into Lin Chuan's brow. Lin Chuan instantly sensed something strange. His sight and hearing were clearer than before, and the brain, too, has a very pleasant cooling sensation. All in all, the whole thing felt great. He raised his hand and touched his brow. "What is this?" The drunkard didn't explain more for him, but just said faintly, "Within a year, as long as you don't go to the origin plane to make a fool of yourself, you'll be immune to all spiritual attacks, including soul searches and spirit-type prying eyes." Hiss, "So Hon?" Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. "Can you give a few more extensions under the deadline?" However, when he looked up, he could not see the drunkard's figure. "All that's left is the aftermath echoing in the air. Kid, you have half an hour to deal with the aftermath. After half an hour, this secret space will directly collapse." Hiss, the secret world collapsed. This means that there will never be a Dragons and Warriors secret world again. It was only then that Lin Chuan realized with hindsight that the mist-colored crystal ball, I'm afraid, had a great connection with the operation of this entire secret realm. That's definitely an incredibly valuable prop. He suddenly shouted towards the air again with great irritation. "No way, drunkard. The cross seal you gave wasn't even an offer I made myself. I'm losing out on this wave. Get the hell out of here. Let me make the conditions again. Asshole." He thought the drunk had gone before he vented his anger. The result was a bang. Something hit his forehead, instantly bulging a big bag, hissing and hurting. For the first time, Lin Chuan knew that being smashed on the forehead could still hurt so much. He reached up to touch his forehead, but instead caught a sublime ring. The secondary ring? The drunk gave it to him? Lin Chuan hurriedly sank his consciousness into it. This look instantly brightened the eyes. Good lord! A pamphlet! A master-servant contract from the origin plane, plus 28 moon blasphemy stones. Let's just say it's not a bad idea to give 28 moon blasphemy stones when you say so. It was only here that Lin Chuan felt that his wave of risking his life to steal the crystal ball was bloody profitable. He didn't have time to check what was written in that pamphlet in the sublime ring, and walked directly to Zhao Zhengqing's body, flinging a wonderful hand over. Logically speaking, Zhao Zhengqing was seriously injured, and Lin Chuan's only sea-level myriad hands could play a small role. But it seemed that the drunkard had healed him in passing when he snatched the crystal ball from Zhao Zhengqing, so the half-dead Zhao Zhengqing barely saved his life, but he was still unconscious. Lin Chuan directly woke him up by slapping him, and then headed to the evil dragon lair number 002 together again. At this time, the evil dragon's lair had already vaguely changed. Almost everything inside the lair before was an uncomfortable black color. However, at this time, the gloomy sky, as if the dark clouds had faded, vaguely leaked out some sunlight. The flowers and trees illuminated by the sun are also regaining their original colors. Zhong Qinger was guarding the evil dragon's lair and was both surprised and scared to see such an unusual sight, until Lin Chuan suddenly appeared carrying an individual. Only then did she say hesitantly, "What the hell is going on? Why did my evil dragon's lair suddenly start to change drastically? And who is he? Is he an evil dragon too? No, he's a warrior." As soon as Lin Chuan let go of his hand, Zhao Zhengqing collapsed weakly and limply. He lay on the ground. His eyes could not open. Only his mouth issued a vague sound. "Boss, don't worry. I'm fine. Recuperate for half a day, will be fine." Half a day of rest and recuperation? Lin Chuan's previous intention was to wait for the crystal ball to get his hands on it, so that this person, Zhao Zhengqing, wouldn't have to be bothered with. But Zhao Zhengqing completed the mission even though his entire body was half dead. This made Lin Chuan appreciate him for a few moments. With Zhao Zhengqing in such a weak state, coupled with the deaths of all 9 of the men he had trained, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have the chance to recuperate for half a day in this dangerous post-apocalyptic world. Lin Chuan, after a brief thought, decided to bring him to his world as well. He threw another wonderful hand at Zhao Zhengqing, then took a bottle of ice water and poured it on Zhao Zhengqing's head. Zhao Jingqing's consciousness was originally fuzzy, but he was stimulated by the icy water, and he woke up quite a bit. Lin Chuan looked at him and said in a deep voice, "Can you hear me?" Zhao Jingqing barely propped up his eyelids. "Yes." "Well then, every word I say next." "You," said Lin Chuan, looking at Zhong Qing'er on the side again, "and you, memorize all of it for me." Zhong Qing'er wasn't hurt at all, so naturally, she quickly nodded her head and was very cooperative. Zhao Jingqing was also a strong-willed, iron-blooded man, bracing his spirit and nodding solemnly. Lin Chuan then added, "In half an hour, this secret realm we're in will completely collapse. At that time, all players who participated in the secret realm will return to their own worlds." "Wait," Zhong Qing'er suddenly interrupted with a voice, "isn't there still a camp confrontation? All those who are alive can go back?" Lin Chuan nodded and explained, "When the secret realm collapses, the rules of the secret realm will also cease to exist. There will be no rewards, and there will be no obliteration." "What? There's no reward?" Zhong Qing'er instantly became bitter, but when she thought about it, her SSS rank talent alone was a heavenly reward for this trip to the secret realm. The other players, the ones who really made the trip for nothing, only barely gained a little insight. There were even some players that directly died in this secret realm, and to say that the one who gained the most, it was of course Lin Chuan. He didn't bother to pay attention to Zhong Qing'er's depression and continued, "The other players, they will go back to their own worlds, but you too, will follow me and go back to my world. But where you appeared, I'm not sure. The only thing I'm sure of is that the two of you will appear together." Zhong Qing'er nodded her head, indicating that she knew. Lin Chuan looked at her again and solemnly said, "You have an SSS rank talent, so you're almost never in danger, but you have no combat power, so naturally you won't be able to protect Zhao Jingqing." Zhong Qing'er frowned. "Who says I have no fighting ability? Cut the crap and listen to me." Lin Chuan swept a look over and Zhong Qing'er immediately shut up. "In Zhao Jingqing's current state, you can't protect him, so, you can directly use the death seal on him, then hang the trade market and I'll buy him." Indeed, the death seal could be used not only to trade the living, but even to teleport the living by utilizing the trading market. However, it will generally lose its combat power when sealed by death. The average person wouldn't put their life in someone else's hands, so this use of death seals plus trading markets to teleport the living would usually only be used on slaves. Zhong Qing'er was also surprised for a moment by this whimsical thought of Lin Chuan's, and then, even more so, she said, "How did you know that my talent in reality is death seal?" "I know a lot of things." "Cut the crap." Lin Chuan realized that Zhong Qing'er, this girl and Aiya were still a bit similar, both a bit talkative. "Just in case you accidentally trade into someone else's hands, I'll set a code word dash." Zhong Qing'er nodded. "I said, why is the river green for the first time? Hayakawa, then I'll say cuckolds, why are they shining at the beginning of the year? Zhong Qing'er's expression was subtle. "You're quite talented." Lin Chuan looked calm, same as each other. "What?" Zhao Jingqing had a black question mark on his face. "Doesn't he just have the word green in his name? Why do you have to use such a weird code word to buy or sell him? Wait, is the green light still on him?" Zhao Jingqing realized with hindsight at this point that the time he had erupted into green light in the shrine seemed to have activated his green crystal. Previously, when his team members used the red crystal on Lin Chuan to no avail, he assumed that the green crystal and red crystal were both useless in this secret realm. Unexpectedly, it worked, and the green crystal saved his life, though it's still half dead too. There is one other thing that both of you need to be aware of. Lin Chuan's eyes became solemn again and looked at Zhong Qing'er before looking at Zhao Jingqing. Zhao Jingqing spoke with difficulty. "Boss, you said, I'll keep it in mind." Lin Chuan didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "Besides you guys, in my world, Zhao Jingqing and Zhong Qing'er also exist." When these words came out, both pairs of eyes, their pupils contracted. No one knew what was going on in their minds. However, Lin Chuan directly announced the answer to them. One mountain cannot allow two tigers. A world, too, will not allow two identical people to exist. Therefore, as soon as you guys return to reality, a system prompt will ring in your heads for you to complete a kill your other self quest. Kill your other self. Zhong Qing'er's expression was clearly horrified and shocked. Zhao Jingqing lay weakly on the ground. His expression was not obvious, but the sudden contraction of his pupils also emphasized the agitation within him. Lin Chuan could understand their feelings. After all, in his previous life, when he first experienced world fusion, he was similarly shocked. After thinking about it, he added, "It's not 100% that the system quest will ring out. If it doesn't, it means that you guys in my world are already dead." Dead? Both of them looked a little baffled. Lin Chuan gave them enough time to digest the powerful news and instructed a few more things. After that, the realm of the realm was taken out of space. The realm of boundaries generally also has to be used in conjunction with the boundary-defining talisman. However, Lin Chuan didn't use a boundary-fixing talisman. Instead he directly dripped his own blood on the realm of boundaries to bind it. In this way, the realm of realms in his hand was bound to his own world, and he would only be able to take people to his own world. Then, when the realm of realms was activated, the originally grayish mirror on it suddenly erupted with a warm white light. Lin Chuan used this light to scan Zhongqing and Zhao Jingqing once each. If you compare the world to a neighborhood, the rules of the world are compared to neighborhood security. Then Lin Chuan, belonging to as a neighborhood owner, the moment's action would be the equivalent of the owner sending the security guard information about the identities of his two friends. This allows friends to be released by security when they enter the neighborhood. After doing this, Lin Chuan felt time and rules again. He suddenly looked at Zhongqing and asked, "Didn't you just resent the lack of rewards? Now, want a few more talents?" Zhongqing's eyes lit up. "Of course I want to." Lin Chuan tossed her his death grip and warrior badge. "For the rest of the time, the secret realm rules are fading, so you can try going to the other evil dragon's lair, kill the princess, and take the crystal ball." Zhongqing took the grip of death and wore it on her hand and juggled it, and her beautiful eyes, which were so dark and watery, became more and more translucent and glowing. "So you pinch?" she asked Lin Chuan. "I'll guard Zhao Jingqing here." Lin Chuan lazily sat on a rock and instructed again. "You go to Evil Dragon Lair number 066 first. That Evil Dragon number 66 is my man. He has 62 of my rings in his hands. Help me get them back." "Alright." Zhongqing's tone was light and fast, vaguely hiding excitement. Then, she tried to leave the Evil Dragon's lair, and as she left, Lin Chuan's gaze was deep and dark, vaguely dangerous. Zhao Jingqing, who still had his eyes open at this time, looked at his expression, suddenly sensed something, and cautiously asked, "Boss, do you want that woman to die?" Lin Chuan didn't answer him, he just leaned against the rock and closed his eyes. Of course he wanted Zhongqing to die, but that woman, I'm afraid it wasn't that easy. She went to other evil dragon lairs, maybe she could come across a presence with red crystals. Lin Chuan wondered if the SSS-ranked defensive talent was immune to even the red crystal's fatal blow. As for that, if Zhongqing really died under red crystal's fatal blow, what about the death grip? Certainly nothing to worry about. The grip of death was already bound to Lin Chuan, so when the time came, he could just go and grab it back. The guards he couldn't beat, but the players at this stage, Lin Chuan didn't really put much stock in them. And that was when the players in the secret realm, almost all of them, sensed that something was wrong. Warriors and dragons, both have free access to the dragon's lair, and an evil dragon that leaves the evil dragon's lair is unable to use the evil dragon form. The melee between the two sides erupted completely in the last half hour. It's not just dragons and warriors mingling, it's warriors and warriors, dragons and dragons, all mingling. Even the princess in the evil dragon's lair had been affected. There were even some lucky warriors who discovered the secret of the princess's crystal ball during this last frantic half hour. And Yang Xiao, who had been robbed of his earrings by Lin Chuan, happened to be one of the lucky ones. When he entered Evil Dragon Lair 005, this evil dragon lair was empty. No one was there at all. Oh no! Someone! A princess! The princess was beautiful and sweet-spoken. However, Yang Xiao has a girlfriend in reality, and has also been PUA'd by his girlfriend into a loyal licking dog. The princess is nice, but he can't cheat on his girlfriend. On the contrary, this princess was not long for the world and tempted him in all sorts of ways. So in a fit of rage, Yang Xiao directly chopped the princess to death. After that, he even accidentally crushed the crystal ball that the princess burst out of. It was at this moment, too, that a prompt sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations on awakening your A-rank talent, Ice Mist Domain. Field of Ice Mist. This is a strong control type A-rank talent. Can create a field of ice fog with a maximum diameter of own mental attribute *2. Enemies within the field would have their sight and movement severely hindered. Those whose spiritual attributes were too much lower than his would even be directly fixed. Yang Xiao was so excited that he looked up to the sky and shouted, "Ha ha 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 ha, such a strong A-rank talent. Within the Ice Mist Domain, Laozi is almost invincible." The powerful joy made his whole being swell a little. The rewards of killing the princess had invigorated him even more, and he wanted to continue killing the princess. Without saying a word, Yang Xiao ran to Evil Dragon Lair 001 again. Turns out the princess wasn't found. He cursed angrily at the bad luck and proceeded to Lair 002. This time he went, but he happened to find that Lin Chuan was actually leaning against a mountain rock with his eyes closed like nothing. It was as if he wasn't erupting into a chaotic secret realm, but rather, he was leisurely traveling. At a glance, Yang Xiao saw that his own earrings, so grandly, were on Lin Chuan's ears. He secretly hated it in his heart. and resentment erupted from the bottom of his eyes. Originally, he was still a bit hesitant. After all, the strength Lin Chuan had shown earlier was too terrifying, almost crushing everyone. But now that Yang Xiao thinks about it, I heard someone say that there was a disfigured woman who was wearing the ring Lin Chuan had used before in killing it. If Lin Chuan's killer is not in his hands, Yang Xiao felt that he, who had gained an A-ranked talent, could hopefully kill Lin Chuan. Riches and riches. Spell it out. He superficially and humbly curtly said towards Lin Chuan. Big brother? Why are you staying here alone? While saying that, he slowly approached. When he was only less than 20 meters away from Lin Chuan, he quietly used the Ice Mist domain without any warning. In a blink of an eye, the area 20 meters in front of him was quickly enveloped in a dense fog. Lin Chuan and Zhao Zhangqing, who were in the middle of the mist, were even covered in ice slag. It looked as if it could be frozen into a statue at any moment. Ha 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 ha. Yang Xiao watched the scene from outside the realm and swelled with laughter. However, the rampant laughter did not last long before it came to an abrupt end, only to see that Lin Chuan in the realm didn't even open his eyes, just waved his hand casually in his direction. In the next second, a dark green jade seal grew larger in the air and finally enveloped Yang Xiao's head. Yang Xiao instantly couldn't move. His smile was frozen on his face. That look was really a bit funny, and obviously being in the ice fog, Lin Chuan's speed was not affected at all, and with a flash, he appeared beside Yang Xiao. With a gracious face he said, "Keep laughing. Why don't you stop?" Yang Xiao's pupils were wide open and his face was pale. Lin Chuan then looked at the jade seal on his head again and came to a realization. Oh, so he's been fixed. With that, he withdrew the jade seal with a lift of his hand, and continued cordially, "All right, you can go on laughing." After the jade seal was removed, Yang Xiao was instantly able to move. But how could he dare to go against Lin Chuan again? He simply did not even have the courage to resist, and with a plop, he fell to his knees and cowed out fiercely. "Big brother, I was wrong. I am really wrong. I was blinded by lard. I deserve to die. I deserve to die." As he said that, he slapped himself. Instantly his forehead bled and his cheeks were red and swollen. Lin Chuan yawned lazily and called a halt with a harmless face. All right, don't fight. I'll take it that you're joking with me. Thanks Biggie. Thank you big brother. Yang Xiao will definitely remember big brother's great favor and repay you as an ox in the future. Yang Xiao was instantly moved to tears and continued to kowtow a few more times. However, Lin Chuan didn't believe what he said. He directly threw out a master-servant contract and faintly said, "Sign him, then do something for me." Master-servant pact. A hint of hesitation flashed under Yang Xiao's eyes, but soon, he gritted his teeth and signed this master-servant contract. This master-servant contract was not something that Lin Chuan had bought in Zetion, but rather it was something that Aya had helped him trade from Cebu C back then. The master-servant contract generated by the S-ranked gifted Tsukai was inherently inferior to the master-servant contract of the origin plane. For example, Yang Xiao who signed the contract, between Lin Chuan and him, although it became a master and servant relationship, this master-servant relationship, however, can only be effective in a single world. When the secret realm completely collapsed, Yang Xiao went back to his world, and Lin Chuan went back to his own world. He would no longer be able to control Yang Xiao with the master-servant contract. But it was different for Zhong Qinger who used the origin dimension contract. Even if the two were in different worlds and different realms, Lin Chuan could still control Zhong Qinger. This is what makes the origin plane so advanced. And after signing the contract with Yang Xiao, Lin Chuan flipped his palm and handed Yang Xiao the jackaxe that he had opened from Destiny Poker, and the greenwood seal that he had paid over from the black man, along with an empty sublime ring, and commanded, "For the rest of the time, you go and collect corpses for me. Whether they are corpses you can see or corpses you can kill, all of them are received inside this sublime ring." Collecting corpses? Yang Xiao had a puzzled look on his face, but he obediently did as he was told. Once he left, Lin Chuan leaned back against the side of the mountain rock and closed his eyes, ostensibly resting his eyes. In actuality he also looked at the chat channel of the evil dragon's lair. The evil dragon chat channel, by this time, had also begun to collapse. Some evil dragons can't send messages at all, and some send messages that turn into gibberish, and the only messages that conveyed meaning were all descriptions of how chaotic the secret realm was today. Lin Chuan scratched the message all the way up, but he accidentally noticed Evil Dragon 007. This guy calls himself rich and famous. Kiki. This was something Lin Chuan didn't care about, but he also said that his talent in reality was the S-rank Thorn of Evil. This caught Lin Chuan's attention. Granted, he did not acquire the S-rank Thorn of Evil talent in his previous life. However, he had gained the skill of Thorn of Evil, a very powerful group attack and group control type skill. If what Qi Yuan said was true, then his corpse would be an extremely valuable existence to Lin Chuan. However, Lin Chuan never left Evil Dragon Lair number 2. On the contrary, during that time, some ungrateful warriors barged in to make a move on him, but they were all killed by his sword in a second. The half hour flew by. Zhong Qing'er and Yang Xiao returned one after another. Zhong Qing'er brought back the 62 spatial rings that Lin Chuan had asked Alvin to categorize, and she handed them to Lin Chuan in several trips, explaining them one by one. In these 7, it's all supplies in the necessities of life category. In these 3, on the other hand, are non-essential supplies. In these 2, it's an equipment prop purchased from the Brave Village. In this one is a prop that Alvin feels is rather special. In this last one, Zhong Qing'er's eyes shone brightly and her tone was vaguely excited. Are a total of 15 talent crystal balls, all of which I snatched by killing the princess. Well, not bad. Lin Chuan looked indifferent and asked as if he had no intention of asking. On your trip, have you encountered anyone who used red crystals on you? Red crystal? Zhong Qing'er didn't quite understand the role of the red crystal and green crystal yet, so she said it lightly. It's true that there was a person who shot out red light from his eyebrows at the moment of life and death, but that thing shot out on me, and it didn't seem to be of much use. Lin Chuan nodded, not too surprised, and that, in turn, made him want the SSS ranked talent more and more. Even the red crystals must have effect is immune. Simply, it's too strong. Lin Chuan sighed and calmed down again before looking at Yang Xiao again. Yang Zhao's entire body was shaken to the core when he heard Zhong Qing'er say that she had grabbed 15 crystal balls. At this moment, his attitude towards Lin Chuan became more and more humble and respectful as he handed over the sublime ring filled with corpses and said, "Reporting to Big Brother. I've collected a total of 267 corpses. All of them are in here." "Well, not bad," Lin Chuan responded indifferently and took the sublime ring in his hand. Yang Xiao was relieved when he saw that Lin Chuan seemed to be quite satisfied, and yet the next second, Lin Chuan, who had just received the sublime ring, had a long sword with a black tang snake pattern appear in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the remnants of the tang snake reaped Yang Zhao's life on the spot. Zhong Qing'er froze as she watched this scene. Lin Chuan didn't explain anything, so he directly took Yang Zhao's body and also put it into the sublime ring that contained the body. And as half an hour passed, this one secret space had come to the end of its life. Lin Chuan looked toward Zhong Qing'er and Zhao Zhengqing and calmly commanded, "Now, join me in silently chanting return in your heart." After that, the 3 of them completely disappeared in the secret realm that was about to completely collapse. In the next second, Lin Chuan appeared at the location where he had entered the secret realm, namely, the basketball court in the Star River Bay neighborhood. By this time, it was after 8 p.m. in reality, and the sky was dark. Lin Chuan felt his body and strength after returning to reality and raised his hand to kill a dozen or so of the ghouls that surrounded him in seconds. Then, it dashed back to the second unit of the 3rd building where the eldest uncle's house was located. The eldest's house was still empty at this time. Lin Chuan wasn't surprised. He just wanted to find a relatively safer place to organize his gains from this secret journey. Apparently, he has forgotten. Previously, when he entered the secret realm, he got the secret realm token of the ghoul's lair by bursting out the purple treasure chest in the basketball court, and at that time, he was targeted by a group of people. Actually, it wasn't really forgetting, mainly because Lin Chuan didn't put that group of people in his mind at all. In his eyes, they were nothing more than cannon fodder that could be destroyed with his hands. However, Wu Jun, the pedestrian, has always had Lin Chuan in his heart. Wu Jun and Rong Jiaming, among others, originally wanted to kill Lin Chuan to seize the treasure. As a result, before they could even get close, Lin Chuan entered the secret realm. In the eyes of Wu Jun and the others, it was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Many people at this stage are so shallowly informed that it's hard to tell what was going on with Lin Chuan's disappearance from thin air at that time. Wu Jun began to think that Lin Chuan was using some kind of spatial transient means, so he immediately looked around for someone. It wasn't until after searching everywhere that he suspected that the other party might have entered the secret realm. Lin Chuan entered the secret realm purely because it was just the right time, but in Wu Jun's eyes, he thought that he was so scared that he hid in the secret realm. He analyzed to his minions at that time. That guy dared to kill my ghoul minions. I will definitely not let him go. If he dies in the secret realm, it's just a matter of time. But once he comes out of the secret realm alive, I'm sure there will be a lot more treasures on his body. The minions immediately did a double take. Wu Jun then arranged 2 juniors specifically to keep an eye on the basketball court. Once Lin Chuan appears, report to him, and by the moment Lin Chuan appeared at more than 8 o'clock in the evening, the 2 minions quietly guarding Lin Chuan, of course, immediately sent a message to Wu Jun. But what's a little fucked up is, Lin Chuan's movements back to his eldest uncle's house were so fast that he even used his A-rank talent instantaneous flash. The 2 could not follow Lin Chuan at all, and they did not even know how many buildings and units Lin Chuan had gone to. When Wu Jun arrived at the basketball court, he was so angry that he slapped the two men one by one and angrily scolded. "What a waste! You can even lose someone." The two little brothers didn't dare to correct it in the slightest. They didn't lose them, but they couldn't follow them at all. The two of them coyly and uneasily said, "That guy is really too evil. His speed, ridiculously fast. We didn't even blink our eyes, and he's already gone." Right, not only is he fast, he fights quickly too. A dozen or so ghouls were almost killed by him in one hit. It was only then that Wu Jun wrinkled his eyebrows. Killing a dozen ghouls in seconds? Where are the corpses? The corpses were burned by him. A fireball that burned up all the corpses in an instant. Fireball? Are you sure it's a fireball? Wu Jun's expression suddenly became solemn. The little brother hurriedly nodded. Sure, that fireball burns especially fast. At this moment, Wu Jun, who was looking grave, suddenly exchanged a glance with Rong Jiaming. Both of them saw a look of astonishment in each other's eyes. Rong Jiaming was the first to speak. It seems right. That Lin Chuan, the time he ascended to the top of the killings was exactly the time that person returned from the secret realm. Wu Jun frowned, but he doesn't have the text of the rank list kill list on his head. With that, he looked at his little brother again. Did you guys see it clearly? Does that person have the words rank list or kill list on his head? Nothing. There's nothing on that man's head. The little brother was very certain, while looking at the two bosses with a puzzled gaze. What do you guys mean, boss? It can't be that you suspect that that person is Lin Chuan, who was number one on the rank list, right? Before the two bosses could say anything, another junior brother suddenly said with a look of horror, "Crap, Lin Chuan is now not only number one on the rank list, he's also number one on the kill list." Wu Jun and Rong Jiaming looked calm, and even explained specifically for these two little brothers who were lagging behind in information. That's right, it was when the person you were staring at returned from the secret realm that Lin Chuan, that rank list, leapt from being nameless on the kill list to topping the kill list. The two little brothers came back to their senses at this point. It turned out that their boss was suspecting that the person they were watching was Lin Chuan, the number one on the double list. But the two men were quite sure, on that guy's head, there is indeed no writing whatsoever. Rong Jiaming pondered for a moment before saying, "Our knowledge of the world is very limited. It may be possible that he has some special props that can hide the list text." Wu Jun nodded approvingly. "That's right, it is indeed very likely." Rong Jiaming hesitated again. "Then, boss, do we still have to go after that guy?" There was some hesitation within Wu Jun. "World list, double list number one. This, I'm afraid, is not luck and chance. Rather, it is a symbol of absolute strength. This Lin Chuan, he should be a real strong man. But, he, Wu Jun, isn't weak either. Awakening an S-rank talent at the beginning was already strong. Later, when he opened the black treasure chest, his S-rank talent even evolved into SS rank. He may well be the only SS-rated gifted person on the planet. Does such a powerful self still have to be afraid of a double-listed number one?" Wu Jun was inwardly hesitant and unwilling, his eyes sweeping the surrounding flats. He sighed and said, "Forget it, we don't know where that guy is hiding now anyway. How about this? Little Li and Little Lu, you two, continue to squat in this neighborhood. I'll arrange for one of my ghoul minions to join you. Once Lin Chuan appears, let my ghoul little brother test his strength. If he's really ridiculously strong, we'll completely break our hearts and stop being his enemy. If he is in vain, let's just dash." Wu Jun made a neck-wiping motion. Rong Jiaming and others all felt that this plan was very good, so they left the ghoul little brother and Little Li and Lu to squat in the neighborhood to guard Lin Chuan. After that, Wu Jun and Rong Jiaming led the others and retraced their steps back to their home base, the gas station. In that gas station, a vending machine was generated by the kill game system. Wu Jun and the others spent a lot of time studying that vending machine, but the disappointing thing was that in that vending machine, you can only buy living materials with crystal cores at all. Although it's really convenient to even get hot cooked food, but for the truly strong, they didn't lack supplies at all. What they lacked was something to increase their strength. Far away in Kyoto, by a system vending machine, there was the same group of people working on it. In the system announcement released at 10 a.m., it was specifically mentioned that 4 vending machines would be generated in each city, and players were invited to explore them on their own. So a lot of players, they're pretty concerned about vending machines, but when you actually find it, it's a big disappointment. Only a few smart people felt that the vending machine should have some hidden functions, just that they didn't realize it for the time being. And there is no shortage of smart people in the big families of Kyoto. Cebu Spirit, from the Cebu family, then met up with Luo Yinping, from the Luo family, in front of a vending machine. Luo Yinping saw Cebu Spirit's ears becoming pointed at a glance, and smiled gently in his voice. "Hasn't the Cebu family's eldest miss always been known for her excellence? How is it that with the advent of the end times, the eldest miss can't even make it to a rank list kill list? Su Ling's face was as cold as ever, and she spoke coldly. It's no better than Mr. Luo's ruthlessness. In just half a day's time, he's climbed to the top of the Kyoto kill list. Her brother behind her followed suit and exclaimed, TSK, TSK, that green text on Mr. Luo's head is so pretty. Luo Yinping's face did not change at all. So what if it's green? That's a sign of strength on his part. The two sides, you and I, were conspiratorial and fiery. However, even with verbal tit for tat, these two groups of people never fought. Instead, they ended up working on vending machines together. Luo Yinping spoke first. What is Miss Cebu Spirit's opinion? Cebu Spirit was about to open her mouth when her brother behind her suddenly burst out with a foul mouth. Crap? Luo Yinping then looked at Cebu C again. What? The little friend wants to grab the first opinion? Cebu C didn't even bother with him, but instead tugged on his sister's coat and said with a shocked expression, Sis, look at the world kill list. That Lin Chuan. He actually ascended to number 1 on the kill list in an instant. What? Impossible. Luo Yinping's face changed, and he immediately opened the world kill list in his mind. And when he determined the name of the number 1 on the world kill list, his entire body instantly froze. How is it possible? How on earth did he do that? With 999 slots on the world kill list, he clearly didn't even rank 999 before. How could he go from being nameless on the list to topping the list in an instant? Luo Yinping was really a bit nonplussed, because before, not only him, but many people knew that the water in the rank list was actually very large. Some people get on the rank list purely by luck, and rank doesn't represent true strength. Instead, the ones on the kill list were the truly ruthless ones, and although Lin Chuan had previously dominated the number 1 rank list, he was nameless on the kill list. Many questioned his strength. Luo Yinping was even more heartfelt, not putting Lin Chuan in his eyes. That's why he dared to participate in the siege of Lin Chuan, and even blamed Lin Chuan for the more than 200 lives in the old foreign house. But now, Lin Chuan unexpectedly instantly ascended to number 1 on the kill list. At this moment, he became number 1 on the double list, and it's a world list. Luo Yinping, who had already gone against Lin Chuan, was naturally in a somewhat gloomy mood. The mood of the Su family's siblings was also shocked. However, they did not oppose Lin Chuan, so they did not worry too much. Only, Cebu Spirit, who was also focusing on the ranking list and kill list, suddenly frowned lightly. That's not right. Cebu C had great respect for his sister and immediately asked, What did you find out, sis? You guys look at the Kyoto region's rank list, 3rd and 9th place. Everyone present checked up on the Kyoto regional ranking list. 3rd, Zhao Zhengqing, level 3. 4th place, Su Ziqiu, level 3. 9th, Zhao Zhengqing, level 3. The 3rd and 9th places are both Zhao Zhengqing. Cebu C's entire body froze and suddenly added, Could it be the same name? There are many people with the same name in the world, and the rank list only shows names, so it's impossible to distinguish the existence of people with the same name. Luo Yinping frowned. Even if they have the same name and surname, this is too much of a coincidence, right? Only Cebu Spirit, with a look of deep thought, suddenly said in a grave and certain tone, It's not the same name and surname. Sukumi asked again, Did you find something again, sis? Cebu Spirit, have you guys forgotten the ranking laws of the rank list? The same level 3 players are ranked in the order of the time they rose to level 3. With a simple sentence, everyone present instantly comprehended. Right, this 3rd place Zhao Zhengqing, the same level 3, how did he rank ahead of the others? With a horrified look on his face, Cebu C speculated, either that, or he came over from another region, and his actual ascension to level 3 was supposed to be earlier than Su Z Snapdragon's? Either that, or he may, indeed, have some connection with Zhao Zhengqing in 9th place? What's the connection? The people present all had a fine sense of horror. Even more frightening, was Luo Yinping. This was because he suddenly saw another familiar name on the regional rank list. 33rd, Cheng Qinger, level 3. Cheng Qinger? Wasn't she supposed to be dead by Chiffon's hand? Same name again? But this? Isn't it a bit too much of a coincidence? Luo Yinping immediately asked the person in charge of his team who specialized in recording the major lists in real time, asking, You guys hurry up and check. On the previous list, was there the name Zhong Qinger? The person in charge immediately reported. Reporting to Mr. Luo, there is no such name. In other words, Zhong Qinger's situation was exactly the same as Zhao Zhengqing's. It's all plugged in on the list. The scary thing is that the two people who jumped the queue for the list are people who were already in their world. By this point, the whole thing was getting more and more nuanced. Cebu Hai's face turned white as he looked at Cebu Ling and asked, Sister, The timing of these two people jumping the queue to the top of the list coincided with Lin Chuan's second ascension to number 1 on the kill list. Could this be a coincidence? Cebu's spirit shook her head with a stony face. She didn't know either, but what she could be sure of was, Lin Chuan is likely to be like Tereo Yuana, grasping something that ordinary people don't know. Such a person should only be befriended, not made an enemy. She said it very solemnly. However, Luo Yinping's face became more and more ugly. "Tay Miao, what about the fact that he's already crossed paths with Lin Chuan? Apologize? Beg for peace? Or simply get on your knees and beg for forgiveness? No way. That wasn't his Luo Yinping's character." Luo Yinping's eyes swept through a trace of sinister viciousness, and immediately made a decision. Towards the person in charge under his hand who was specialized in guiding public opinion in the chat channel. "From now on, borrowing this matter of Lin Chuan ascending to the number 1 position on the kill list, continue to intensify your efforts in guiding public opinion, and make sure to make all people hostile to Lin Chuan, treating him as a murderous maniac who has no human nature whatsoever." The head of opinion froze, but dutifully complied. Cebu Ling frowned slightly, and Cebu Hai even glared at Luo Yinping and said bluntly, "Are you crazy? It's such a time. Do you still think that provoking him is not enough?" Luo Yinping clenched his fists and sneered viciously. "Do you guys think that even if I beg for mercy, he will let me go?" The Cebuano siblings were silent. Luo Yinping said fiercely again, "Since you've already been offended, why don't you simply offend a little more thoroughly?" "Crazy, crazy, you're really crazy." Su Hai shook his head repeatedly. Cebu's spirit, however, did not make a comment on this, and only gave Luo Yinping a deep look, then said in a deep voice, "Different paths don't meet each other. This vending machine, let's give it to Mr. Luo to study. My brother and I, let's go first." Saying that, she brought her host family members with her, meaning that she intended to leave. However, the group had only just turned around when they were vaguely stopped by the Luo clan's team. Su Ling turned to look at Luo Yinping. His gaze was calm. His voice was even more unhurried and not at all chaotic. "What does Mr. Luo mean?" Luo Yinping's look of fuming madness faded slightly, but there was still a coldness in his body. He stepped forward and faintly asked, "I'm just a little curious. Miss Cebu right now, it seems that she is not even at level 1, and her combat power is very low, and little friend Cebu Hai's talent is not a combat type." His gaze faintly swept over the dozen or so people in the Cebu family's group. "Each one," he scrutinized, "and all of these dozen or so people you brought with you are no match for me." Luo Yinping smiled faintly, but his eyes glowed fiercely. "So, what exactly are you being arrogant about, Ms. Su? Do you really think that I don't dare to make a move against you?" Su Ling calmly looked at Luo Yinping, those beautiful eyes as pure and clear as glazed ice. Abruptly, she also smiled faintly. "If Mr. Luo wants to, he can try his hand." Luo Yinping's eyes narrowed, his gaze dangerously locked with Su Ling. In an instant, the smell of gunpowder filled the air again. This time, however, there was still no outbreak of fighting. With just a lift of Luo Yinping's hand, the people blocking the way of the family members quietly retreated. Without saying anything more, Cebu's spirit led the people to leave. Beside Luo Yinping, a man with the appearance of a social elite whispered, "Why doesn't Mr. Luo make a move? Your soul strangulation is so strong. There may not be anyone in the Cebu family who can block it." Luo Yinping shook his head slightly and looked at the man. "Xiao Zhou, you always hit the nail on the head when viewing other issues. However, there is still too little understanding of the 3 great families of Kyoto." Chen Zhou hung his head in silence. Luo Yinping added lightly, "The resources held in the hands of the 3 great families far exceeds your imagination. All the people who got wet in that downpour were almost paralyzed, but all the people of the Cebu family who had gotten wet were unharmed. Also, Cebu C's talent of being able to generate deeds is too practical. Every time he sells a contract, he's probably scoring a powerful prop, or maybe even a life-preserving base card. And Cebu's spirit, this woman is most evil. You should have noticed it too. Her ears, obviously. With the strength of the Cebu family, level 3 crystal cores can be obtained, and it's simple for her to rise to level 3. But on the contrary, it seems that she is still only at level 0. Why do you think that is?" Chen Zhou pondered for a moment. His eyes were heavy as he said, "On that woman, there are secrets." Luo Yinping nodded slightly. "That woman, before the end of the world, was very uncomplicated. Nowadays, as long as she lives, the Cebu family is bound to grow and prosper." Chen Zhou suddenly frowned. "That woman, will she recruit Lin Chuan?" Luo Yinping smiled slightly, his tone very certain. "She won't." And in the team of Cebu family members who left on their own, Cebu Hai was also asking, "Sister, are we going to recruit Lin Chuan?" Cebu's spirit shook his head. "Can't afford to recruit." Cebu C asked again, "What about just fellowship?" Cebu's spirit still shook his head. It's not necessary either. Why? Cebu's spirit looked sideways at his brother and sighed. Do you really think Luo Yinping is crazy? What? Sukumi didn't get it. Si Yuling thought for a moment and asked her brother. I remember that you wrote more than 10,000 words after reading A Brief History of Humanity last year. Now my sister asks you, how should humans survive in the environment created by the killing game? Sibusi didn't understand the deep meaning of his sister's question and answered directly. Trying to become stronger at all costs? Cebu's spirit looked at his brother's boyish face and prompted again. What I want is a more macroscopic answer. Standing in the perspective of humanity as a whole. Macro answer? Sibusi looked puzzled. Cebu's spirit sighed, his eyes looking towards the human corpses that could be seen everywhere on the streets. In the environment created by the killing game, the gain from killing is simply too great. Very few people can resist the temptation to not kill. But in the long run, the human race keeps killing each other and will surely come to an end. Throughout the history of mankind, no matter which stage, the most central goal is simply survival. In an environment where human killing has become extremely common, humans are bound to find new ways to survive for the central goal of survival. In such an environment, in addition to becoming stronger, if humans want to survive, they will inevitably form all kinds of forces just as they formed tribes in ancient times. When no one has the authority to make the world's uniform laws, the existence of tribes will, in another form, guarantee the survival of mankind. The world of the future is bound to see the emergence of major powers. Between the powerless dispersers, they will inevitably continue to kill each other in various ways for the sake of profit. But those who join the big powers will be able to secure their survival to a certain extent. Sibusi listened to his sister's stunning instruction and pondered. He looked at his sister with increasing adoration and respect. At a time when many people only see today and only see themselves, his sister, however, has looked at the situation and seen the future. Cebu's spirit looked at Cebu High and continued. Such a thing as forming a force in the midst of a chaotic world. In fact, pre-apocalyptic capitalists like us do not have an advantage. Instead, some folk grasshead kings are more likely to be embraced and responded to at the drop of a hat. You only see Luo Yinping as an enemy of Lin Xuan, but you don't see the deeper meaning behind him. It was only then that Su Hai came back to his senses. Is Luo Yinping trying to, through this hostile to Lin Xuan thing, attract more people to join his forces? Could it be that he wants to build an anti-Lin Xuan alliance? Cebu Hai smiled faintly. The anti-Lin Xuan alliance is not so much. However, which of the ancient peasants' revolts didn't have to specifically find a cause? If Luo Yinping is an enemy of Lin Xuan, it will be easier to bring those who are also hostile to Lin Xuan under his banner. Sibusi looked odd and said, how come it's still about a peasant uprising? It sounds as if Lin Xuan is an emperor. Cebu's spirit also did not refute, only faintly said, Luo Yinping is ruthless and acts in a thunderous manner, and can be considered a chaotic lord. But our Su family, we don't have to be so radical. Low-key and steady development. It's good. Sukumi nodded convincingly. I'll listen to you, sis. In everything. The night grew deeper and deeper. Kyoto's chat channels, indeed, erupted into an even more frantic public outcry over Lin Xuan's ascension to the #1 spot on the world kill list. And at this time, the old ocean house, after experiencing the brutal killing during the day, is now dark and silent. Only the more than 200 corpses that were rumored to have been killed by Lin Xuan were peacefully scattered in various corners of the old foreign house. In the air, there was a strong odor of blood. But at this moment, a thin figure quietly appeared in the old ocean house. That figure, after all, was only the likeness of a 10-year-old child. Zhuo Tianhan's 10-year-old brother, Zhuo Kaiyuan. In the midst of the pitch blackness, Zhuo Kaiyuan moved extremely quietly, slowly and vigilantly. Quietly, his small hand touched a cold body. Soon, a layer of black mist floated on the corpse, slowly integrating into Zhuo Kaiyuan's body, and the body, which was still quite intact, completely rotted in an instant. The putrid stench in the air also instantly overpowered the previous smell of blood. Zhuo Kaiyuan, a 10-year-old child, did not have the slightest disgust or fear about this. On the contrary, his eyes were very excited. Then, one by one, the corpses that Luo Yinping had deliberately left here before were all sucked away by Zhuo Kaiyuan's black qi. Finally, he walked towards the underground bomb shelter of the old townhouse. The corpses there, a dozen or so of them were from the Zhuo family's own family. Zhuo Kaiyuan saw the corpses of his loved ones without the slightest look of pain on his face. Instead, his eyes grew excited as he went over to touch the bodies of his loved ones. Most of these Zhuo family members' corpses had a black aura that was even denser than those corpses outside. Especially Zhuo Tianyi's corpse. The black mist was the most dense. Zhuo Kaiyuan's gaze towards the corpse also grew more and more surprised. He suddenly hiccuped and raised his hand to press those black qi back into Zhuo Tianyi's corpse. He looked at Zhuo Tianyi with a satisfied expression and said in a sly tone, "Very upset, aren't you, my dear sister?" The body lying on the ground, naturally, could not respond to him. Zhuo Kaiyuan, however, was not the least bit annoyed, but instead smiled ghastly. "Since you're not willing to do so, then, accompany me to live together." "Sister Tianyi," said the 10-year-old boy with a wry smile on his face. He flipped his palm, and a sharp dagger appeared in his palm, and the dagger, he stabbed hard into his own heart. The scary thing was that the blood coming out of his heart was eerily black. Moreover, it was clear that the black blood flowed out slowly when he pierced his heart so vigorously. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Zhuo Kaiyuan wasted a lot of effort before 3 drops of blood flowed out of his heart and dripped onto Zhuo Tianyi's broken open head, where the crystal core was originally stored. Then, Zhuo Kaiyuan's little hand pressed on the gaping hole that had broken open on his sister's head and injected black qi. After about 3 or 5 minutes had passed, an even more bizarre scene appeared. The Zhuo Tianyi, who had clearly died and even had his crystal core scooped up, had suddenly opened his eyes. It was just horrible that her eyes seemed to have no whites and were completely black. There was no emotion in those eyes either, and her whole body looked wooden. Zhuo Kaiyuan, on the other hand, looked tired and took a few breaths before slowly standing up and whispering, "Get up, sister." As he opened his mouth, Zhuo Tianyi really did stand up. Zhuo Kaiyuan faintly smiled and said go, then led the weird Zhuo Tianyi to leave the old foreign house together. On the other hand, Lin Chuan, who was far away in Haichang, was about to organize his harvest when he noticed the various messages sent by Aya. He spent several minutes reading the message sent by Aya, and his face suddenly became very odd. He really didn't know that Zhong Qinger was actually Aya's roommate, and a chiffonade lover. Moreover, it's also Miao has been killed by Qi Feng. What I didn't expect is that Aya looks cute and cute, love simple and good to cheat a little girl, even without saying a word to Qi Feng to kill. This Nima. Lin Chuan didn't know what to say. He thought about it and replied directly, "Is the roommate you saved still with you?" Aya, who was far away in Kyoto, had a hard time receiving Lin Chuan's message, but it turned out that the other party actually opened his mouth to ask about his roommate. Aya was also a little uncomfortable for some reason. She quickly replied back, "What are you asking her for? It's not like the trading market can trade living people." Lin Chuan, you can't trade living people, but you can trade corpses. Aya? Lin Chuan, ask her if she remembers where Zhong Qinger died. Ask her to take you there. Find Zhong Qinger's body, and trade it to me. Aya was even more confused. What do you need a woman's corpse for? Although she also felt that Lin Chuan was a bit of a pervert. It wasn't perverted to that extent, was it? Necrophilia? Aya got goosebumps. Lin Chuan naturally wouldn't explain it to her, only adding, "And Qi Feng's corpse. If you can find it, trade it to me as well, including if you kill again in the future. The bodies remember to collect them all." Aya couldn't understand it more and more, but she knew that she did not have the qualifications to disobey Lin Chuan, so she immediately returned the word good. After handing over with Aya, Lin Chuan went back to the trading market to look for the deal that Zhong Qinger had hung up. However, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly when he saw the trading words. Opening a trading private chat, he sent a direct message. "Oh, you're quite bold." The place where Zhong Qinger appeared was in Kyoto. She followed Lin Chuan's words and directly gave Zhao Zhengqing a death seal, so she hung him up in the trading market. But she played it smart, and the trading words were, 1 sealed living human for 1 crystal ball of talent. Who let the 15 talent crystal balls that she had worked so hard to get from the great killing spree? All of them had been misappropriated by Lin Chuan, although she had a bit of combat power of her own. Her 2 talents, a death seal and a shadow body, were all bonuses that added nothing to her combat power. She certainly wished she had another combat-oriented talent. However, selfishness aside, she crowned her reply to Lin Chuan in the trading private chat channel. "I don't think it's too easy to think of a code word. What if someone impersonates you and buys Zhao Zhengqing out? You're the only one who has the talent crystal ball at this stage, right? That way you won't sell it to the wrong person?" Lin Chuan looked at her message and shook his head slightly. However, to him who possessed the fireball talent, the talent crystal ball wasn't much of a precious thing. It's okay to trade one to Zhong Qinger. However, he didn't trade directly. After all, he and Zhong Qinger hadn't added friends and could only chat through the trading private chat channel. It's a good time to take this opportunity to account for what's going on behind the scenes. As far as I know, the you of my world is dead. Chiffon killed it, but Chiffon is also dead, killed by your roommate, Aya. On the other end of the private chat channel, Zhong Qinger didn't know what she was thinking about and was silent for a long time. Lin Chuan didn't wait for an answer, nor was he annoyed, and then directly said, "Aya is my person. If you have nowhere to go in Kyoto, you can look for her at the Lanting Park." As if she had only come back to her senses at this point, Zhong Qinger suddenly snapped, What does it mean that Aiya is your person? What is your relationship with her? Hayakawa, same relationship as you. Zhongqing heir? What is your relationship with me? Hayakawa, master and servant relationship. Zhongqing was silent before she suddenly said, actually, my combat power isn't bad. And I've noticed that this world you're in is so much weaker than mine. And several people in my world have risen to level 4. The situation is different in each world. Lin Chuan did not pull these have-nots with her, and briefly explained a few sentences, then bought Zhao Zhengqing and ended the private chat. Zhao Zhengqing was still in a somewhat poor state, so Lin Chuan settled him down, and only then did he finally begin to have the time to organize the harvest from this trip to the secret realm. First of all, Lin Chuan also noticed that he had reached number 1 on the world kill list. This did not surprise him in the least. The ranking rules of the kill list were calculated according to kill points, and kill points can only be gained by killing people. In general, kill one person and get 1 kill point. However, if the kill is from another world, 1,000 kill points will be available. Such a rule is clearly a deliberate attempt by the killing game to encourage players to kill in the secret realm, because at this stage, it was only in the secret realm that one could come into contact with people from other worlds. Lin Chuan had killed an unknown number of people from other worlds on this trip to the secret realm, so ascending to number 1 on the kill list was something he expected. He didn't bother with it, and went straight to checking out the secondary rings that Alvin had categorized. The ring containing the special props didn't really have much in it, and Lin Chuan took it all out in one breath. The 7 regional teleportation cards were not considered special in Lin Chuan's mind, but they were still practical. 5 seeking paper cranes, not much of a valuable prop, but just the right amount to use to look for traces of the eldest. Lin Chuan put the paper crane aside and prepared to use it tomorrow. The 2 fixation talismans, the level of which was too low for Lin Chuan to really look at, were directly thrown to the side. Then pick up a small, fog-white glass bead. Lin Chuan froze, and then subconsciously burst out, crap. Good guy. It's true that those who can enter the secret realm are all blessed with opportunities, and they even have such a good thing as the soul stabilizing bead. It looked like he would have to take the time to make another trip to the self-sustaining sky and buy a puppet back. The soul fixing bead was again put aside first, and Lin Chuan proceeded to touch up a Rubik's Cube. Quite a strange Rubik's Cube. It clearly looks like a Rubik's Cube, but all 6 sides are transparent in color. Lin Chuan brought the Rubik's Cube closer for a closer look, and realized that his own eyes, reflected on the Rubik's Cube, formed an odd and bizarre appearance. It's as if a jigsaw puzzle has been broken up and arranged haphazardly in a mess. Looking at it from a different side, or your own eyes, creates another piece of the broken puzzle. This thing, apparently, can be twisted like a regular third-order Rubik's Cube, but Lin Chuan didn't dare to just screw around. He wouldn't dare touch anything he didn't recognize. The killing game has given birth to so many rarities that one misstep could very well be the end of all things. This Rubik's Cube, I'm afraid he'll have to wait until he loots an appraisal-type talent to see what it is. The Rubik's Cube was put aside and Lin Chuan moved on to the next piece. A silver white dove whistles. This thing Lin Chuan recognizes. The peace whistle, which is a painstaking whistle to blow, but the sound it makes stops the aggressive behavior of mentally retarded subterranean monsters. Peace whistles are somewhat useful when placed in the early stages, but they become obsolete over time. After all, the higher the level of the sublime monster, the higher its intelligence would be, so naturally it would no longer be affected by such gadgets. Moreover, this thing wasn't very useful to Lin Chuan, so he put it aside with a lack of interest. Next, there are 4 items in containers, 2 black boxes, 1 large and 1 small, a green gourd, about 200 milliliters or so in volume, an exquisitely small alabaster bottle, not very large, probably with a volume of around 10 milliliters. Lin Chuan opened the much smaller black box first, and when he saw what was inside, he instantly brightened up. It was a 1-inch sized red gourd, and this red gourd is exactly what Lin Chuan desperately wants. Its function was singular and simple. It was to detect whether or not the people around it were bound to the red crystal. The red crystal was capable of delivering a fatal blow, and even Lin Chuan would find it difficult to resist coping with it. With this red gourd, Lin Chuan would be able to predict in advance if his opponent had a red crystal. It reduces the danger to a great extent. Of course, red crystals and green crystals in a single world were still rare items, and generally only the first on the list could have them. In his own world, Lin Chuan most likely didn't have to worry about meeting a red crystal possessor. Only by entering some multi-person secret realms did one need to worry about encountering the top of the list from other worlds. But the red gourd doesn't take up the equipment bar anyway. It's effective when placed directly in space. Lin Chuan directly put it into his rune space. Then, another large black box was opened. Only what was contained inside was 24 black bone nails. These 24 bone nails, Lin Chuan did recognize. pinning them one by one into the important acupoints of the human body can, in a short period of time, stimulate one's potential and skyrocket one's combat power. The effect was actually somewhat similar to when Lin Xuan and Su Wenjian fought and broke through the limits of the human body. However, Lin Xuan was relying on external oppression coupled with his own strength to break through the limit. Even so, it takes time to condition your body afterward, and if you use this kind of bone nail, although it does stimulate the potential for a short period of time, the subsequent side effects are great, and it is very difficult to make up for the deficit in the body. Lin Xuan thought about it and simply listed the thing on the trading market. After all, something with a lot of side effects was something he would never touch in his life. Then, he took the green gourd and opened it, and as expected, it was a trainee stage healing potion. The effect was probably about the same as Lin Xuan's seranked myriad hands. He who possessed the talent of a wonderful hand. There was no use in wanting this thing, but he could leave it to a servant under Zhao Zhengqing or something like that. The green gourd is set aside. Finally, he took the compact white jade bottle and opened the cap directly. However, once the bottle cap was opened and he saw the silver-white viscous liquid inside the jade bottle, Lin Xuan's face suddenly changed. A deep hostility and coldness flashed under his eyes, and his fingers, which were pinching the jade bottle, were a little tight. The stuff in this jade bottle is called Forbidden Stone. Although it is in liquid form, forbidden stones are categorized into a total of 3 states: solid, liquid, and gas. These 3 states, in turn, have enhanced effects. A solid forbidden stone, functioning similarly to Lin Xuan's forbidden demon field, was able to prevent creatures within a certain range from using talents and skills. The effect of the liquid forbidden stone was even more horrifying. Injecting it into a person's body or inducing them to drink it could cause them to lose all their talents and skills, and become a complete waste. The effect of the forbidden stone in the gaseous state was enhanced on the liquid state. There was no need to inject it, no need to induce it, only need to spread the gas out. Anyone who smelled it, all of them would lose their talents and skills, and become waste. It could be said that the gaseous forbidden stone was simply comparable to a biochemical weapon, and the effect was amazing. However, the average forbidden stone is solid. Liquid forbidden stones are rare enough. Gaseous forbidden stones were even rarer than even SSS ranked talents. Fortunately, this jade bottle is liquid inside. If it is really gaseous, rashly open Lin Xuan have to be hit. Lin Xuan also really didn't expect that a trip to the secret realm of evil dragons and warriors would result in the harvesting of such ultra-rare props as liquid forbidden stones. And what gave him chills in his eyes was, in his previous life, he had fallen for this stuff. Lin Xuan experienced 3 lows in his previous life. The first time, it was the beginning of the end of the world. Did not understand the role of the fireball, was Qi Feng all kinds of pursuit. Second, he was betrayed by someone he trusted and was led to drink the liquid forbidden stone. All the talent and skills he had worked so hard to accumulate had all disappeared in an instant. If it wasn't for the fact that the attribute values were still bursting at the seams, he might even have directly fallen. But thankfully, while all the other talents had been tainted and disappeared by the forbidden stone, the fireball talent was still there. Later coincided with Tereo open black treasure chest death. Lin Xuan find a way to get his body plundered the life of the abyss talent, which was able to quickly out of the doldrums, rise again, and will be designed to betray their own people. Death by 1,000 cuts. But even though the events of his past life have passed, when Lin Xuan saw the liquid forbidden stone again, the bottom of his eyes still unconsciously condensed into a vicious aura. So what if the people who had betrayed and set him up in his previous life hadn't gotten around to it yet in this life? He, won't spare a single one. Putting away the white jade bottle as well, this ring containing special props was completely viewed. Lin Xuan continued to check out the ring where he had put his equipment, and the equipment inside was undoubtedly all ordinary goods. Nowhere near as good as the Tang snake sword that he had bought in Zayushan. Looks like it's better to take the time and hang all this gear on the trade market. As for the sublime ring containing the supplies, Lin Xuan was too lazy to even look at it more than once. He went straight to the most valued, the sublime ring the drunkard had gifted him. It was just a brief sweep before. Now, it's time to really take a closer look. First of all, there is nothing wrong with the 28 moon blasphemy stones. They are the same as those sold on the market. Lin Xuan remembered that Duangu had once said that if Ming Xia were to create the strong 7 version of the master-servant contract, it would only require 28 moon mischief stones. He estimated and surmised that a strong 1 version of the master-servant contract would require the use of 1 moon malfunction stone. Strong version 2 requires 2 moon blasphemy stones, all the way up to the strong 7 version, which is 7 pieces. This all adds up to exactly 28 pieces. So theoretically, making a strong 7 version of the Master-Servant Pact would require exactly 28 moon blasphemy stones alone. But that's just a theory that the process didn't fail once. Then Lin Chuan took out the master-servant contract in the drunkard's ring. It wasn't that different from the master-servant contract that Lin Chuan had bought in Zayushan, except that the material looked more upscale. Lin Chuan had come into contact with the custodial sea in his previous life, so he did count himself as having understood the process of making a contract. Packs are not created out of thin air, but require the use of some simple crafting tools, such as parchment or animal skins, human blood or animal blood, and so on. This deed sent by the drunkard should have used a higher-grade crafting tool. Then, Lin Chuan took out the last item in the ring, a small booklet. Flipping through the pamphlet, he realized that it could be considered an enhancement manual, mainly explaining the precautions to be taken when different items were enhanced with moon blasphemy stones. There's even a separate section dedicated to how the covenant is strengthened. After Lin Chuan briefly flipped through the pamphlet, he unconsciously sighed in his heart. Those people in the origin plane are really rich in resources and have excellent means. Like this small world he was in, he couldn't even come into contact with something like the moon blasphemy stone. The people of the origin plane, on the other hand, had long ago figured out how to play with the moon blasphemy stones. This kind of gap was like the people of his world were still playing with mud in the prehistoric era. But the people of the origin dimension had already stepped into the information age, and all kinds of high technology had been researched thoroughly. It can't be helped. Some people spend their lives running to Rome. Some are born in Rome. Lin Chuan just slightly memorized the auxiliary props to be used to strengthen the master-servant contract, and then put the booklet away again. By this point, the harvest from this secret trip would only be nearly 300 corpses and the 14 crystal balls still left unopened. The crystal ball. Lin Chuan wasn't prepared to use it immediately. After all, it wasn't hard for him who had a bug-ranked fireball to get the talent. He could have put the crystal ball to greater use, train your men, trade props, or stay in the secret world and use them. Many of the secrets are similar to the dragon and warrior secrets in that they will limit talents but not props. The next time he encountered a secret realm that restricted talents, Lin Chuan opened a few crystal balls and directly had a few more talents than everyone else. That effect was definitely greater than using the crystal ball directly now. As for the nearly 300 corpses, Lin Chuan did not directly burn them for the time being, because he had previously split the shadow divergent dish only because of the full plus 100 attributes, and then those attributes hadn't made up for it. With his current attributes and then incinerating the corpse, it wouldn't be a 100% gain of talent. So Lin Chuan's immediate priorities are to pull the 4-dimensional attributes to the cap again. Second, upgrade like crazy. Both of these things can be accomplished in the Ghoul's Lair mystery. Lair-type secret realms are purely a mecha for fighting monsters and upgrading realistic ghouls with a ridiculously low crystal core burst rate. However, the ghouls in the Ghoul Lair had a crystal core burst rate of almost 90%. Lin Chuan flipped his right hand, and the Ghoul's Lair secret realm token that he had previously scored before entering the evil dragons and warriors secret realm appeared in his palm. Instead of entering directly, he contacted Aiya again and asked her to trade all the blood parasites raised today. Lin Chuan was shocked by this transaction. It was filled with more than 50 bottles of mineral water. He instantly sent a message to Aiya. Why so many? Are you still alive? Aiya, nonsense. Of course I'm alive. I'm alive and well. Aiya, when I rose to level 2, my attributes were added to my physique. After that, the attribute fruit rewarded by the list also added 2 points of physique. Later, when I rose to level 3, I added another point to my physique. Now, once you bleed, you can probably raise 10 bottles of blood parasites. After resting for an hour or two, you can continue to bleed and raise worms again. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't find any more hornets' nests, I would have been able to raise even more. Not bad, not bad. This girl's a bit of an up-and-comer. It wasn't in vain that Lin Chuan had left his shadow doppelganger by her side to assist. As for the lack of hornets' nests, he remembered that it seemed to be on the Xinjiang side, where there were more of the various insectoid subterranean monsters. When the time comes to raise blood compulsion worms with insect-like subterranean monsters, the results should be even better. It just so happens that Yang Xiao told Lin Chuan the address of the ghost shadow cat, which is also in Xinjiang. Looks like I'll have to make time for another trip to Schenectady. Lin Chuan briefly planned in his mind. Then he collected more than 50 bottles of blood parasites, directly communicated the secret realm token, and flashed into the Ghoul Lair secret realm. The Ghoul's Lair was an extremely large graveyard with a dark and gloomy sky and a sickening putrid odor in the air. Tombstones of all kinds are even more everywhere. The ghouls roaming around quickly surrounded Lin Chuan as soon as they saw him appear. However, Lin Chuan dealt with these gadgets as if he was abusing them. It took almost half an hour before the wandering ghouls were all taken care of. Lin Chuan's attributes, too, rapidly skyrocketed. Then he took out his jackaxe and cracked open a tombstone. The moment the tombstone shattered, the ground beneath his feet boomed and rumbled. It didn't take long for a large number of ghouls to crawl out from under the tombstones in turn. It was much easier for Lin Xuan to solve them. After about another half hour, he pulled all four-dimensional attributes to the upper limit of 103 points by burning the corpse. It was only after this that the composting program began. He cracked 10 tombstones one after another, and then with extremely fast movements, he scattered more than 50 bottles of blood parasites, respectively, on the ground where the tombstones were broken. The blood parasites instantly burrowed into the ground, and Lin Xuan also felt that the ground's sense of vibration was much more intense than before. The feeling was comparable to an earthquake. It shook like that for a good half hour or so before a giant ghoul finally crawled out from underneath one of the tombstones. Unfortunately, it's only level 6. Lin Xuan stood not far away, and with a casual swing of his tongue snake sword, he easily killed him in seconds. At the same time, a level 6 crystal core arrived. After waiting for another moment, a level 6 ghoul crawled out from under another tombstone. Lin Xuan did as he had done, and once again, he easily reaped the rewards. Just like that, there were 10 tombstones in total, and the ones that crawled out of the first 9 were all level 6 ghouls. Lin Xuan was more or less disappointed in the bottom of his heart, and with his last gaze, he landed on the 10th broken tombstone. Each of the 9 tombstones in front of them only received 5 bottles of blood compound. There was only the 10th seat, and Lin Xuan threw in a few extra bottles of blood compound worms as well, but he wasn't sure that he could raise a level 7 ghoul, and so it went. Another 7 or 8 minutes of waiting. Underneath this 10th tombstone, a more violent vibration finally erupted. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up and his feet subconsciously stepped back. Boom, rumble, dash. Thud. Rumble. Good lord. Even the tombstones around that tombstone were shattered. The shattered tombstones hadn't been sprinkled with blood parasites, and the common ghouls inside quickly crawled out. But even these ordinary ghouls seemed stronger than before. Lin Xuan held the Tang snake sword in his right hand and wore the grip of death in his left hand. All sorts of crazy attacks, one moment after another. However, as the ground shook, there were constantly tombstones being shattered one after another. At the same time, a large number of ghouls were frantically emerging. This number, gradually more and more, to Lin Xuan also tired to cope with when he backhandedly took out the pigeon whistle against the lips to blow violently. With this blow, Lin Xuan felt like his lungs were about to explode. Running a marathon doesn't take that much lung capacity, does it? It's killing me to favor a peace whistle. But the good thing is, the peace whistle is very effective. The moment this overwhelming number of ordinary ghouls heard the whistle, they all stopped their attacking behavior towards Lin Xuan. Of course, that didn't mean Lin Xuan could harvest them at will. Once Lin Xuan took the initiative, or anyone else for that matter, the role of the peace whistle would disappear. Peace whistles and peace whistles, including Lin Xuan, the whistle blower himself, must remain peaceful. But it didn't matter. Lin Xuan directly used his stealth talent and quietly traveled between the overwhelming number of ghouls. Soon, it came to that 10th tombstone. Just see the rumblings still going on there. Lin Xuan waited for another 4 or 5 minutes before he finally crawled out of the ground. A huge thing. Nima? Is this a fucking ghoul? It's a mountain rock giant, right? Lin Xuan only felt that the sky around him had gotten darker. It was as if a great mountain had risen up before his eyes. Level 8 ghouls. This Nima was simply beyond Lin Xuan's expectations. He guessed that it was just a little more blood parasites. At the top, it should only be a level 7 ghoul, right? But underneath this tombstone, a level 8 giant monster had crawled out. In this case, either there was an existence with the strength of a ghoul ghost king in the ghouls under this tombstone itself. Either that, or a bug king came out of the blood parasites raised by that girl Aya, which he accidentally threw under the tombstone. Lin Xuan speculated that it should be the latter. After all, ghoul kings weren't common, and Lin Xuan didn't think he was so lucky that a ghoul king could come out of a randomly chosen tombstone. On the contrary, it's that girl Aya. Her luck is really unbelievable. Even her C-grade talent carries the word true, hiding the power of rules. It doesn't seem so unusual for her to raise a blood parasite king out of a hornet. A level 8 ghoul was definitely a good thing, comparable to a boss to Lin Xuan. But only if you can beat it. Lin Xuan still maintained his stealth talent and concealed his figure. At the same time, he quietly threw a Tang snake sword shadow towards the huge mountain-like object. Because he took the initiative, a large number of ghouls that had originally remained in a state of peace instantly became agitated again. And what was even more **** was that Lin Xuan's Tang snake sword shadow struck the giant monster, only eliciting a few roars of rage from it up to the sky. Nima! That roar was comparable to a sonic attack, causing Lin Xuan's eardrums to ache. The Death Grip's poison needle attack or wire attack was also clearly having a hard time affecting this huge thing. After Lin Xuan thought about it, he once again pulled out his peace whistle and blew it violently. This blowing made him feel the taste of blood fill his mouth. It's too nasty for lungs. Lin Xuan hurriedly threw a myriad hand to himself. Then he concealed himself again and hid to the side. and all the ghouls, including the level 8 behemoth, stopped their aggressive behavior under the influence of the peace whistle. Only the big level 8 thing, still quite upset, roared at the sky in various ways. Lin Chuan ran a few hundred meters and found a place to sit at an unbroken tombstone. After a good minute or two of rest, he took something out of space. A book of skills. I opened the C-rank skill book, Judgment of Fate, from the purple treasure chest. Previously, Lin Chuan didn't have any skill points on him, so he couldn't learn them. However, when he bought 10 skill points specifically for this very skill book when he was in the autonomous sky, Lin Chuan immediately tore the skill book open, and a pleasant prompt sounded in his head. Ding! Deduct 4 skill points. Congratulations on learning the C-rank skill, Judgment of Fate. Although it was only a C-rank skill, it was a Fate skill. Even though it was only C-ranked, the power was already no weaker than an A-rank talent. Even for some ordinary S-rank talents, the Destiny skill was enough to crush them. Judgment of Fate. Judge the strength attributes of both sides, and the winner receives a level * 10-point increase in strength attributes. Judge the mental attributes of both sides, and the winner receives a level * 10-point increase in mental attributes. Determine the physical attributes of both sides, and the winner receives a level * 10-point increase in physical attributes. Judge the speed attribute of both sides, and the winner receives a level * 10-point increase in the speed attribute. Judge the fate of both sides, and the winner may designate the other side as dead. Priority, C. Lasting effect, 10 minutes. This skill, as it may seem, is pretty chicken shit. After all, the situation in which you need to get an attribute increase is inevitably one in which the attribute is inferior to that of the enemy. Using Judgment of Fate in this situation will even increase it for the enemy. But the truly powerful point of this skill lies in the 5th trial. Judgment of Fate. The winner may designate the opponent to die outright. It's only a C priority, but it's definitely enough up front. The only problem is that this kind of thing, Destiny, is so mysterious that who can guarantee that they will be the one to win? But Lin Chuan, who had been reborn, naturally knew something that others didn't. What's more, he could have possessed Tereo's Fate Abyssal talent in his previous life, and had gained quite a bit of information with that talent. Among them are the rules for determining fate. There is an ironclad rule in the rules of destiny determination. That is, home destiny over away destiny. What does that mean? For example, Lin Chuan was now in the ghoul lair secret realm. Here, the ghouls were home and Lin Chuan was the visitor. If he were to make a direct fate determination, he would surely lose. But if he returns to his real world, then, in the real world, Lin Chuan was the home field and the ghouls became the away field. When the time came to use the Judgment of Fate, he would surely win. In other words, this Judgment of Fate skill, which he used in reality to kill the subdimensional monsters, almost hit wherever he pointed, killing all subdimensional monsters in seconds. And that is the scary part of the Fate skill. Of course, the rules for determining fate are much more complicated if they are both home or both away. But it didn't matter. The current Lin Chuan only needed to lure this large monster to his world. He lay in place and rested some more. Then, he rushed up into the sky and flung out dozens of Tang snake sword shadows towards that big monster. The big monster screamed, and the ghouls were furious again for breaking the peace. In fact, the lifting of the peaceful state will deepen the desire to kill in the monster's heart. Lin Chuan didn't delay for a moment and directly left this ghoul secret realm. The next moment, it was back at the eldest uncle's house. Without stopping in the slightest, he then focused on the regional chat channel of Sea City. I'd like to ask to see where all the ghoul subdimensional fissures are located in Ocean City. As a result, he didn't expect that the level 8 Hulk, which seemed to be in a greater hurry than him, seemed to chase him out in an instant. But when that guy came out, he didn't appear around Lin Chuan, but in the ghoul subdivision rift. Its huge figure instantly attracted the attention of a large number of players, who were discussing in the chat channel. Crap! A big monster suddenly ran out of the ghoul subdimensional rift over on Liberation Road. It's too big, isn't it? I don't know. I live on the 18th floor of my house and I can only look up at that monster. It's horrible. What kind of super incompetent boss is this? It's horrible. The building across the street from my house directly collapsed. Is this a monster at this stage? I feel like there's no way for mankind to survive. They're going to die out. Any big brother hurry up to fight the monsters. Didn't you guys argue that the monsters weren't leveled up enough to prevent you from leveling up? Where are all the bigwigs? Now it's time for you to show your stuff. Don't be a turtle at this time. For a moment, the entire high city was in a state of turmoil due to the appearance of a super invincible big boss. Many ordinary people without strength had fled frantically from Liberation Road. The powerful people who thought they had some strength had their eyes fixed on the big boss of Liberation Road. What's more, they took direct action and moved towards Liberty Road right away. Gas stations. After Wu Jun occupied the vending machine, He expanded the size of the group to more than 30 people, counting his 10 necromancer-turned-ghoul minions. The entire team numbered over 40, and those of them who stayed up all night were waiting for midnight. Wait for the number of daily crystal cores absorbed to be refreshed. Once midnight arrived, they would quickly absorb the crystal cores they had accumulated today and upgrade on the spot, striving for a place on the rank list. As for the kill list, people are learning the ropes nowadays. Clearly during the day, there are many other people who are left alone who will be killed by strangers for no reason at all. And by night, it was almost impossible to see the fallen anymore. Most people choose to form groups in order to survive. In this way, the probability of being killed for no reason can be drastically reduced. It was also for this reason that the kill list had almost stabilized, and it was hard to see people climbing the kill list by the dozens and dozens. As for Wu Jun's team, there were 3 people on the Haichang kill list steadily. The first person is naturally Wu Jun, needless to say. The second person was Rong Jiaming, who was first taken in by Wu Jun. The third person, on the other hand, was Cui Yangli, who joined later. This guy was a murderer who ran away from prison, and his kill list rank was even close to Wu Jun. These 3, naturally, became the core of the entire team. The whole team was a little agitated when they noticed the unusual news from Liberty Road. The one who was most excited was, of course, Wu Jun. He'd even rounded up to buy upgrade cheats from Terreo before. Now that a high-grade crystal core was hanging out there, how could he let it go? Immediately, he had a small meeting and looked at Rong Jiaming and Cui Yangli. What do you guys think? A big boss that's over level 5. If I can take it down, I dare to fight for the number 1 spot on the world list. He was ostensibly asking for advice, yet the wild eyes and excited tone of his voice revealed his intentions. Cui Yangli was of the same mind as him, and his eyes were also tyrannical and murderous, vaguely crazy, rich and powerful. So what if it's over level 5? So what if it's a behemoth? So what if it's a big boss? Fuck it. Only Rong Jiaming was the most calm and carefully analyzed the pros and cons. The news of this big boss is now making a lot of noise in the entire regional chat channel, so I'm sure that everyone in High City is paying attention to it. If we go over there, not to mention whether we can win the boss or not, but it's undoubtedly very dangerous. Seeing the 2 frown, he didn't wait for them to open their mouths and added in a deep voice, if Boss Wu Jun was number 1 on the double rankings, I certainly wouldn't be making these demoralizing remarks. But have you guys forgotten that there is still a Lin Xuan who was number 1 on the world ranking double ranking in Haichang? Would he not have noticed boss? Would he be unmoved by boss? And once he strikes, boss, think carefully, what are our chances of winning? There's another point that you guys have also overlooked. Rong Jiaming added, it's now less than 2 hours before midnight. If we hurry a bit, we'll be able to reach Liberation Road before midnight. However, with such a behemoth of a big boss, it will definitely take a lot of effort to fight. At that time, it might even delay our midnight upgrade plan. His concerns are, in fact, quite reasonable. It was worthy of being able to resist the temptation of the black treasure chest, and even at this time, he was able to put aside his interests and analyze steadily. However, Wu Jun and Cui Yangli would not listen to his advice at all. Wu Jun frowned and with a wave of his hand, his 9 ghoul minions stepped forward. In that instant, the feeling of oppression came up. Wu Jun paused before he said with an extraordinarily determined gaze, you guys should also know that my talent is able to transform dead corpses into combat power, and these ghoul minions of mine, which are merely transformed from the most common ghouls, are already able to possess the strength of a level 5 monster. If we can kill that super boss on Liberation Road, and I can then transmute its corpse, my strength will definitely be able to increase by a large margin. At that time, I dare to 100% guarantee that even Lin Xuan, who is the number 1 on the double list on the world list, will definitely not be my opponent. His tone was also extraordinarily firm, emphasizing his imperative to win the super boss. Moreover, it wasn't just for the crystal cores that he wanted to kill the boss. Or do you want to get the body and make it your own battle force? Wu Jun was very confident inside. He's got the single strongest SS rank talent in the world. Originally, he didn't think he would be weaker than Lin Xuan. And once you turn a super boss into your own necrotic turn creature, Wu Jun felt that he could simply kill Lin Xuan in seconds and become a world-class powerhouse. He'd said his piece, and even made the ghoul minions step forward. That move was clearly a sign that he didn't want anyone else to voice a rebuttal. Rong Jiaming pursed his lips and didn't dare to make another sound. On the other hand, Cui Yangli listened to Wu Jun's words, and even perversely opened his mouth. In fact, just now Rong Jiaming's words are not unreasonable. From our place to the Liberation Road, before the end of the world, it will take 1.5 hours to drive, and now is the end of the world. We 30 or 40 people, rushed to the liberation of the road, may have passed the 0 point. When he said something like that, Wu Jun's face instantly turned bad. However, Chui Yongli suddenly smiled faintly again and said curtly towards Wu Jun, I hear, on the contrary, have another idea, that is, I need to ask Boss Wu a question. Wu Jun frowned and his face sank. You ask. Chui Yongli was the kind of look of a smooth-talking punk. He swept his gaze shrewdly over Wu Jun's ghoul minions and lowered his voice to ask, I just heard you, boss, and it seems that you can lift the transmutation of the ghoul minions, and then transmute other ghouls afterward? Wu Jun's frown deepened. Despite being on a team, who wants to share the specifics of their gift with others? Chui Yongli didn't wait for his answer, nor was he annoyed. He just suddenly took out a black sparrow-like model from his secondary ring, explaining, this thing is called a sonic sparrow, and it reaches the speed of sound, much faster than we can drive ourselves. Wu Jun looked at the sonic sparrow and wondered, so what if it reaches the speed of sound? Could it still carry people and fly like a car? Exactly. It is the one that can carry people in flight. But unfortunately, it can only carry 2 people at a time. Chui Yongli purposely complimented towards Wu Jun. Originally, I was of the opinion that having only 2 people to liberate the road would not help at all. But if Boss Wu can change the ghoul transmogrification, then you can completely untransmogrify these ghoul squads first, and wait until it's time to go over to the liberation road before retransmogrifying other new ghouls to become a fighting force. And our entire team is actually completely supported by you alone. Boss Wu, you and your team of ghouls occupy 80% to 90% of our team's combat power. At that time, if you want to reorganize your team on the side of Liberation Road, it will be a breeze. Chui Yongli praises Wu Jun's strength between the lines, yet his flattering ingratiation is not as obvious as others. Wu Jun listened to the heart beautiful, just glancing at the black sonic sparrow, and then suspiciously looking at Chui Yongli. He asked, this thing, from a practicality point of view, is quite precious. How did you get it? It was a fluke for me too. I killed someone on the rank list last night and popped a blue treasure chest, which is where this thing was opened from. Trey made light of the situation, yet those who listened were astonished. Last night, just killing people on the rank list? You know, last night it was only the world rank list that existed. In those days, the world rankings were almost exclusively filled with foreign names. There simply weren't many that had made it onto the world ranking list in the entire country of the Great Summer. It was hard to imagine that the tiny high city would have someone on the rank list. Win Choi, of course, didn't tell the crowd. In fact, when the end times came, he discovered the crystals in people's heads very early on. It was just that at that time, the crystal core was snatched away by a strong A-rank talent. That powerhouse also made it to the world rankings in the process. However, Win Choi is no slouch. His talent was actually strong, but he didn't have much of a fighting chance initially. Later, he utilized some trickery and managed to kill the A-ranked gifted person in reverse, directly exploding the treasure chest. It must be said that this experience of Chui Yongli is even somewhat similar to Lin Chuan's early days. It was just a pity that the sonic sparrow that popped out of his treasure chest belonged to the auxiliary type of props and was far less offensive than the death grip that Lin Chuan had obtained. He also didn't rise as quickly as Lin Chuan. Instead, he has been obscenely developing and looking for opportunities. He has been added to Wu Jun's team for the shortest period of time, and Wu Jun actually doesn't particularly trust him. At this point, it was even said with a questioning look, this sparrow is so small. How does it carry people? Do we shrink? Or will it zoom in? Chui Yongli immediately explained. Neither. Inside this sparrow, there should be considered a special space. It was in that special space that we then followed the sparrow and flew to Liberation Road. Boss, if you are not assured, you can also go to the space inside the sparrow first now? Wu Jun pondered for a moment and nodded, then tested Sparrow's man space. Soon, he emerged from the space and mused. The space is indeed small enough to carry only 2 people. But Dashi suddenly raised his eyes to Chui Yongli, his eyes sharp and dangerous. Once we enter Sparrow space, when it's just me and you, and I don't have a super combatant like a ghoul minion by my side, how am I going to make sure that you won't make a move against me? Chui Yongli seemed to freeze, then said with a look of disbelief, Boss, how could you think that about me? How could I take a shot at you? We're all aiming for the same thing. That's super boss. Ha! Wu Jun still looked skeptical. There's only one big boss. The crystal core definitely belongs to me. And the corpse also belongs to me. So what can you get out of it? The big boss will definitely still pop out treasure chests. In case you're in a good mood, boss, I might be able to pick up some broth. Besides, we're on the same team. If you're strong, we'll certainly follow you. Chui Yongli had a loyal look on his face, as if following a boss like Wu Jun was the biggest blessing in his life. However, in the bottom of Wu Jun's heart, he still minded the fact that Chui Yongli had killed a rank list powerhouse just last night. The probability of such a thing happening is too small. And sometimes, small probability events happen. Perhaps by luck or perhaps with more human factors involved. Win Choi was a murderer before his last days. His head was shaved in the characteristic slate of a prisoner, and he even wore prisoner's clothes when he joined the party. How could Wu Jun easily believe that such a person was truly loyal? Cui Yangli looked at Wu Jun's expression and his eyes looked very hard. But soon, he clenched his teeth and took out another item from his secondary ring, a cloth doll with a somewhat bizarre appearance. Boss has seen a lot. He should recognize this, right? Wu Jun's eyes glazed over, both eyes glowing. Of course he recognized it. There was a scapegoat doll that sold for a high price in the trading market before. This is a treasure that can give one more life. I really didn't think that Cui Yangli had this kind of treasure on him. For a moment, Wu Jun even moved to kill, thinking that no matter what, he would snatch the scapegoat doll. Fortunately, Win Choi clearly understands the principle of the sin of the bosom. He handed the scapegoat doll over to Wu Jun with a meaty face, then said, "In this way, can the boss trust me?" Wu Jun immediately took the scapegoat doll, but neither put it away in his secondary ring nor uttered a reply. Cui Yangli explained again, "This scapegoat doll, I didn't even bother to bind it myself, and I was originally thinking of hanging it up in the market to trade for something good. Now, since I gave it to the boss, I hope that after you kill the boss, the treasure chest that pops out will belong to me. Also, for the crystal cores that the team obtains afterward, I hope that I can enjoy the high-level crystal cores second only to you, boss, and with more priority than Rong Jiaming." In this paragraph, he did not mention the word loyalty in any way, yet he demonstrated his loyalty in every word. If they weren't loyal to the team, how could they think about the distribution of the team's crystal cores in the future? On this point, Wu Jun's wariness of him relaxed quite a bit. He pondered for a long time and finally made a decision. "Fine, I promise you. This way, I'll first spend 10 minutes binding the scapegoat doll. After 10 minutes, you and I will ride Sonic Sparrow together to Liberty Road to fight the boss. And Rong Jiaming, you stay here with your minions to guard the vending machine." Saying that, he patted Rong Jiaming's shoulder and pacified him. "This gas station is always our home base. No matter how well Cui and I develop on Jiefang Road, we'll still come back here after all." Rong Jiaming's eyes were a bit gloomy, looking at Cui Yangli and then at Wu Jun. He finally nodded. He always had the feeling that this man, Cui Yangli, was eccentric. But in this team, Wu Jun belongs to the dominant one, while he and Cui Yangli belong to the competition. I'm afraid that talking out of his mouth about what Trey is not doing isn't going to do much good at all. Rong Jiaming was in a heavy mood and only hoped that nothing would happen on this boss fighting trip. But even if something happens, it shouldn't reach him. Their team, after all, was formed purely by force. Once something really happened to Wu Jun and Cui Yangli, Rong Jiaming would become the new boss. For 10 minutes, Wu Jun mainly bound the scapegoat doll. The scapegoat doll needs to be hidden in a secluded place and will swap places with the scapegoat doll once the owner is dead. When 10 minutes arrived, Wu Jun and Cui Yangli entered the Sparrow space. Soon, the Black Sparrow took off and flew in the direction of Liberation Road at a very fast speed. The minions guarding the gas station looked up at the sky for a moment, and the Sparrow became an invisible black dot in the night sky. Rong Jiaming waved his hand and presided over the situation here. "Alright, all hands on alert now. We've offended quite a few people by occupying this vending machine before, and now that Boss Wu has left, there could be a sneak attack at any time. Everyone, raise your spirits 0.2%. Yes, the little brothers were in high spirits because they had followed a super strong big brother. Many people even felt that Wu Jun's strength should be stronger than Lin Chuan's. After all, Wu Jun was the only SS grade talent possessor in the world. As for Lin Chuan, the only information they had learned from the World Channel was that the other party had exploded golden treasure chests that had opened superb combat equipment because they had killed the previous rank list number 1. Equipment is always an external thing. Where is it as powerful as their Wu Boss SS level talent? Sparrow just took off shortly after. The minions have only just gone on alert. The line at this gas station, one by one, the minions who stayed behind, including Rong Jiaming, were dumbfounded. What's going on? Boss Wu's name. How did it suddenly disappear from the rank list and kill list? I'll go. I think I heard someone say before that once a person dies, his name on the list will also disappear. Could it be? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Boss Wu is so strong and has the scapegoat doll to safeguard him. There's no way he could die so easily. Right. Impossible. Maybe he entered Sparrow space, so he was temporarily blocked by the list? But Choi Wing Li's name, it's still on the list. So what the hell is going on? Could it be that the words that followed? This group of little brothers, actually somewhat unable to speak, but everybody knows what's going on. They're strong and invincible Boss Wu, the SS grade talent Boss Wu, the Boss Wu who might even grow to be the number 1 in the world in the future. Most likely come to death by that little man Choi Wing Li. Rong Jiaming's expression was the most grave. He had felt before that this man, Cui Yangli, was permeated with eccentricity, a kind of Indescribable eccentricity emanated from him. But he really didn't expect that Cui Yongli would actually go after Wu Jun. And it actually worked. Didn't Wu Jun already bind the scapegoat doll? Why didn't the scapegoat doll work? At this moment, Sonic Sparrow's inner space. If Rong Jiaming and the others saw this scene, I'm afraid they would be more and more surprised. There was indeed a man standing and a body lying in that one narrow space. But the weird thing is, the body lying on the ground is clearly Choi Wing Li's, and the person standing, again, clearly looked like Wu Jun. As for this Wu Jun, he had a weird smile on his face, and after looking at the rank list, he sighed leisurely as if talking to himself. Sure enough, it's still the name Cui Yongli. The man standing at the moment was, of course, Cui Yongli. More precisely, it's Cui Yongli's soul in Wu Jun's body. Win Choi has a very special talent called borrowed bodies. The most peculiar thing was that this talent of his, like Lin Chuan's fireball talent, had no level marked in the data mined attribute panel. It also took a while for Win Choi to figure out the exact use of his gift, as the gift suggests, he can borrow a body, corpses that had been dead for no more than 3 minutes. As long as they hadn't had their cores dug out, he could possess them and live on in the other person's body. Before that, Trey's body was not really his own. Rather, it's of the A-grade gifted powerhouse that he killed. Using the borrowed body talent, he gave up his own body and began to live in someone else's. The name on the list, however, will always be the name of his soul, Win Choi, and the really powerful point of the gift of the borrowed body is, he can use the talents and skills of the possessed object. For example, after he designed to kill Wu Jun, and then borrowed Wu Jun's body, he was able to use Wu Jun's SS rank talent as if it were his own. Of course, the talents of the previously possessed A-ranked gifted person could not be superimposed into Wu Jun's body, so he can replace his talent by switching bodies. These gifts, however, do not stack. In other words, he could always only have one of the body owner's talents. So, in order to maximize the benefits of his borrowed body, Cui Yongli early began to look for targets. He had, originally, just wanted to find a body with a powerful S-rank talent. Even, his initial target was placed on Lin Chuan. However, Lin Chuan was too low-key. In the Sea City area chat channel, no one had indicated that they had seen Lin Chuan at all. He, himself, never seems to have spoken on the regional channels. Trey knows so little about him that he can't even find anyone. Retreating to the next best thing, he then targeted Wu Jun. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a mistake, and Wu Jun was actually a powerful SS-ranked gifted person. And Wu Jun's body, young and robust, looks a little handsome. Trey took one look and was simply satisfied. He even felt that it was a body that was customized for him, so he decided to join the Wu Jun team and patiently bided his time. I didn't realize that the opportunity would come so quickly. He really had to thank the big boss that popped up over on Liberty Road. Otherwise, he really didn't know how long he would have to wait before he could trick Wu Jun into going on Sonic Sparrow. Sonic Sparrow functions pretty much as Trey said it would, but he told 2 little lies. First, Sonic Sparrow wasn't something he opened from a blue treasure chest, but from a higher level red treasure chest. The red treasure chest, which was 2 levels higher than even the purple treasure chest, existed only after the golden treasure chest. Secondly, Sonic Sparrow's inner space belongs entirely to Trey Win and is dominated by him. In other words, other people who entered the space, Cui Yongli could easily decide whether the other person lived or died. Such a prop, used to shade people, is simply a shade. At this moment, Cui Yongli, who had obtained Wu Jun's SS grade talent, could not help but laugh on his back. And as Wu Jun's name disappeared from the rank list and kill list, the regional chat channel of Hai Chang instantly erupted into another heated discussion. I'm going? Wu Jun is dead? How did he die? Was he killed by someone or by a monster? It must have been killed by a monster. Once the Liberation Road boss came out, how many powerful people were staring at it? I'm afraid that Wu Jun was so eager to fight the boss to get the high-level crystal cores that he ended up losing his own life. I don't know what to do with you, but I don't know what to do with you. Wu Jun is no big shot. That guy hijacked the vending machines in the gas station and wouldn't let ordinary people use them at all. I can only say it's a good death. Wait a minute. Wu Jun's previous location wasn't near Liberation Road at all. He couldn't have been killed by the boss at all. Who killed him? Could it be Lin Chuan? It's very possible. Lin Chuan topped the kill list in an instant. Must have gone crazy from all the killing. I suggest you all leave Sea City as soon as possible. If you stay in a city with a murderer like that, you'll lose your life one day and become a nucleus for someone else's upgrades. Luo Yinping's public opinion attacks against Lin Chuan were not just in Kyoto. In the World Channel, remarks against Lin Chuan could also be seen frequently. And under the influence of the World Channel, the tone of voice when Lin Chuan was mentioned in various regions was also mostly malicious. The players who were with Lin Chuan and Hai Chang were even more terrified. and some were even planning to leave Haichang as soon as possible. Lin Chuan hadn't put the slightest bit of thought into this. The words people talk might have made sense before the end of the world, but in the post-apocalyptic world, strength is always the hard truth. In Lin Chuan's eyes, people are not to be feared. Human words is nothing? He didn't act immediately after coming out of the ghoul's lair and realizing that the big level 8 monster was in Liberty Road. Instead, he first used a fireball to incinerate the 300 corpses brought back from the secret world. Almost instantly, Lin Chuan's mind was filled with all sorts of ding-ding-ding prompts. In the end, after a little sorting, there were only a few talents that he looked at. Raise the dead. S-rank talent. The ability to bring a corpse that has been dead for no more than 24 hours back to life. The cost is the consumption of the user's 10,000 dead person's level experience points. For example, resurrecting a level 4 player would consume 40,000 experience points. Moreover, if the dead person's crystal core is dug out, even if he is resurrected, he will lose all of his talents and skills, and become an invalid. This talent is undoubtedly very powerful, but it was obviously of little use to Lin Chuan. But at least it was an S-rank talent, so naturally he wouldn't mind. On top of that, he had also gained another S-rank talent, dipole transformation. The talent has two effects. One was to make Lin Chuan's body extremely small, comparable to a small ant. In this state, his strength attribute would be fixed at 1 point, but his mental attribute doubled 100-fold. At that time, the power of the released skill would be comparable to a forbidden spell. The other, on the other hand, was to turn Lin Chuan into a 100-meter giant. In this state, his spiritual attribute was fixed at 1 point, but the strength attribute would be doubled 100-fold. Dipolar transformation was obviously an extremely practical combat talent. With it, Lin Chuan could even not use the Judgment of Fate skill and just transform into a giant and slap that level 8 monster to death. Nearly 300 corpses. To be able to produce 2 S-rank talents, this probability was already ridiculously high. Putting it aside, in reality, Lin Chuan wouldn't even be able to burn 3 million corpses without coming up with an S-rank talent. This was proof enough that those players who were qualified to participate in the secret realm were not all relying on luck. Unfortunately, at that time, the S-rank talent Evil Thorns that 007 Evil Dragon Qichuan had blown himself up with, Lin Chuan hadn't obtained. This also proved that Qi Yuan was not among these corpses that Lin Chuan had collected. That guy, too, should have returned to his world. However, Lin Chuan was in his own world, and there was no chance that he would meet Qi Yuan from his own world in the future. And in addition to the 2 S-rank talents, there are a couple of other A-rank talents that are barely useful. A-rank talent, Wind Resistance. The effect is to instantly form a wall of wind and waves around one's body, repelling enemies that surround one. Knockback is a skill effect similar to stun, which is very useful in battle. Grade A talent, Soul Shackles. The effect is that it can transfer 80% of the damage it takes to the person bound with the soul shackle. A-rank talent, Barrier of the Empty Underworld. The effect is to remove one's own blessings and curses and shield oneself from fate flux to some extent. On top of that, there was the fog field obtained from burning Yang Zhao's corpse, and the instantaneous flash obtained from the previous harvest at the evil dragon's lair, which were also extraordinarily useful A-rank talents. Obviously, Lin Chuan was still steady in his bones, so what he cared and valued more was also some defensive talents, including the 24 bone spikes that were previously listed on the trade market. The request he made was also for defense-type props. It was just as well that he had some time at the moment, and he devoted himself to looking at the various private chats he had received in the trade channel. Some ordinary shields and other equipment props were obviously hard to get into his eyes. For those private chats, Lin Chuan would not even reply for a moment. There's a pre-apocalyptic saying that the customer is God. However, by the end of the killing game, the seller becomes God. It is always the person who has the resources that has more to say. It just went through a dozen private chats in one sitting. Lin Chuan finally saw a prop of interest. The Ring of Custody. The Ring of Custody is actually a pretty cockamamie item. What it does is that it allows the two people who make up the bond to take lethal attacks for each other. Yes, the rings of detention come as a pair and need to be worn by two people together, and any lethal attack on either side will result in death being suffered by the other side. Speaking of defense, this ring is indeed considered a very strong defense prop. You suffer a lethal attack and die, only to have another ring wearer die in your place. Sounds like it's great, but in actuality, you could also be in a situation where another ring wearer suffers a lethal attack that results in you dying in his place. In reality, both scenarios are possible. That's why the role of the Ring of Custody is so cockamamie. You say it can protect you, but it can also kill you. That's why not many people would even use the Ring of Detention in their previous life. Only couples with a strong bond, to prove their loyalty of being willing to die for each other, will wear the Ring of Bond together. That's why the ring of detention is also jokingly referred to as the couple's ring by players. Lin Chuan had naturally never used this kind of cockamamie contraption in his previous life, but this life is different. In this life, he met Zhong Qinger, who had SSS-ranked talent, and SSS-ranked defensive talent. Even the alcoholic bigot called her a person favored by fate. Zhong Qinger was almost like having an immortality gold medal, and would not be subject to any lethal attacks at all. Lin Chuan wearing the ring of detention with her would be a blood moneymaker. Therefore, when he saw this private chat message, Lin Chuan had already decided to replace the ring of detention. However, it was Zhong Qinger's special situation that made him want the ring of detention, and the actual market price of the ring of custody is nowhere near as much as the 24 bone nails, even if the bone nails have strong aftereffects and side effects. So Lin Chuan replied directly in the private chat. The ring of binding is cockamamie in its practical application. It may indeed allow someone to die for me, but I may also die for someone else. It doesn't even achieve the defense effect I was hoping for. The customer on the other end replied almost in a second. Since you purposely sent a message to reply, you must still be interested in the ring of binding, right? Lin Chuan was also frank. This thing sounds interesting. I do have some interest. However, if you want to exchange it for the 24 bone nails, you'll have to raise the price. This time, the customer's end was silent for more than 10 seconds before replying with a sentence. I would like to know more detailed information about the aftereffects and side effects of the bone nails, which will affect my price increase. Lin Chuan peeled an apple to fill his stomach while replying carelessly. The aftermath is that half an hour after the potential is stimulated, the body will fall into heavy exhaustion. The specific manifestation is the same as paralysis after a heavy rain. That is, being so tired that you can't move, lasting for 6 hours. The side effects, on the other hand, are 3. The first point, after that, every time you exert 100% of your strength, the place where you were nailed by the bone spikes will be sore and painful. But if you are strong-willed, you can endure it. The second point is that the life expectancy will be reduced, probably by 3 to 5 years. But anyway, it's the end of the world, and very few people actually live to the end of their lives, so it's not a big deal to lose your life. This was something that Lin Chuan had actually slightly done to conceal. In fact, folding your life can affect your destiny. People who have folded their lifespan will have more bad luck when using some fate-based props. But well, there's no such thing as a bad deal. Lin Chuan naturally wouldn't talk about the effects of a broken life on destiny. In fact, even if it is told, players at this stage may not necessarily understand it. Then he didn't care if the other party could understand or not, and continued to reply. The third point is that a body that has already been stimulated with bone spikes will have a hard time breaking through the human limit in the future. This time, the customer's end was silent for several minutes before replying. May I ask, what does it mean to utilize 100% of one's strength? And what does it mean to break through the limits of the human body? Lin Chuan was enjoying a midnight snack anyway, so he simply explained to the other party the information related to the exertion of strength, and breaking through the limits of the human body, including the side effects of bone spikes for pushing the limits of the human body. He also made an analogy. It's as if your body is a bank, and when you use a bone spike, it's the equivalent of owing the bank money and not paying it back. When you try to get a loan to buy a house again, pushing the limits, the odds are that the bank won't give you a loan. Lin Chuan himself felt that his analogy was quite graphic. The result was that the person on the other end suddenly replied back. So what if I'm buying a house with full payment? Lin Chuan, you don't want to buy a house with full payment. You go directly to the construction site to lift the bar. The customer on the other end, that is, Cebu Spirit, looked at the seller's sentence, and her cheeks, which were always cold, suddenly reddened for a moment, before she returned with a somewhat embarrassed, I'm sorry. Actually, she's more embarrassed about. After fully understanding the side effects of bone spikes, she was less inclined to buy them, but the merchant specifically told her quite a few things she didn't know, and it didn't seem good for her to take advantage of someone for nothing and say she wouldn't buy it. And the ring of custody thing is really chicken feed. Even though she was so close to her brother, Su Kai, she didn't have the slightest idea of wearing the ring of detention. This stuff, it doesn't make any sense at all and takes up a finger's worth of equipment bar for nothing. Thinking like this, she instantly felt again that although the side effects of the bone nail had gotten between her, she hadn't lost any money by using the ring of detention for this transaction. So, Cebu Spirit talked about the price increase. Alright, I've got the details of the bone nails. Regarding the markup, boss, do you want supplies or crystal cores, or anything else? The tone of Cebu Spirit's reply was always polite. Yet Lin Chuan could tell from between her lines that the customer seemed to have become less interested in bone nails. This made Lin Chuan couldn't help but sneer inwardly. At the beginning of the end times, really too many people took themselves too seriously. The side effects of bone spikes have a real impact on a player's future. But in reality, not everyone can exert 100% of their strength, as well as push the limits of the human body. Not to mention the fact that in the killing game, many players simply don't have a future. Many people think they're strong and amazing, that they're destined for a glorious future, blinding everyone. But in reality, Wu Jun is a good example. Think you're a big deal with your SS level talent? Think you'll be on top of the world in the future? Thinking that Lin Xuan, who was number 1 on the double list, wasn't even worthy of lifting his shoes? But what happened? The man hadn't even bounced up to Lin Xuan before he was already cut off and resolved. All the ambitions, all the bright futures that had been envisioned, all disappeared with the body. No one cares. No one will remember. Just proper cannon fodder. Lin Xuan though still didn't know about Wu Jun at all. But in his previous life, he had seen too many so-called strong people who were high-minded and proud, but fell without being proud for a few days. In the current end times, many people do not have the awareness that the next moment could be death, and think you're smart to plan for the future. I don't know that for the dead. The so-called future is not shit. Obviously, Lin Xuan is now encountering this kind of customer who is high-minded and a bit smart. I really thought that the side effects of the bone spikes would affect my future success. Treating this kind of customer, Lin Xuan wasn't polite at all, and directly opened his mouth. I want an E-rank skill book, appraisal. The Cebu spirit on the other side of the deal immediately frowned at Lin Xuan's generous request. After all, skill books were a more precious existence than equipment props, and this was the default consensus of all. The opponent's bone spike was really good, but the side effects were too great, and for that matter, were worth the last skill book. Cebu spirit then said bluntly, I'm sorry, the skill book is too precious. I'm afraid I can't accept your increase in price. Lin Xuan wasn't surprised by this, so he added, alright, then I'm afraid this deal can't be negotiated. But if you can't sell your ring of detention, you can come back to me again, and I'll offer a level 3 crystal core. By this stage, the purchasing power is still substantial, even if the level 3 crystals have been devalued significantly compared to last night. And Lin Xuan had fought monsters in the ghoul's lair and popped out a large number of level 1 to 5 crystalline cores, so it didn't hurt at all. Not only did it not hurt, he wanted to trade the level 3 to 5 cores as soon as possible. This is because over time, and also as the player's level continues to rise, the cores that are progressively lower than the player's level will depreciate in value, and many of the players at this stage are still only level 1. Level 2 could be considered a strong person, and level 3 could even go straight to the regional rank list. However, when the limit on the number of crystal cores to be absorbed was updated after midnight, I'm afraid it would be another pattern. The head host spirit pondered for a moment, and immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, if you're really willing to offer a level 3 crystal core, I can trade the ring of detention to you right now. Lin Xuan, okay, then you hang up the deal. With that, he was ready to end the private chat channel. The customer on the other end, however, suddenly said, wait, Hayakawa, Cebu spirit, I have a transaction single number here. You have all kinds of props you want to get out in the future. You can go here to take a look first. Single number, DF0*****9. Lin Xuan looked at the message and suddenly froze. In fact, this situation was common in previous generations. In the killing game, only people who have contact in reality can befriend, and it's hard to get in touch with people you met in the trading market after the deal is over. Some big powers, in order to develop, open a trading list in the trading market that is not for trading purposes and is valid for a long time, and then send out the trade order number widely. This kind of trade order number, it is equivalent to a small store, but usually only the big powers do this kind of thing. After all, if a trade order has not been completed for more than 24 hours, but you do not want to revoke the trade, you need to pay a considerable amount of crystals worth of money to the trading market. All the major powers in the previous world would have a fixed trade order number in the trading market. Lin Xuan didn't expect that someone had already done this so early in this life, and as he looked at the single number sent from the opposite side, he had a guess as to the identity of the other party. It should be someone from the Kyoto Suzuki family, and there's a high probability that it's the host spirit himself. Even Lin Xuan knew the reason why the other party wanted the bone nails. The host spirit is now, I believe, still level 0 and has not completed the transfer quest. And actually, in the previous life of the Cebu spirit, the transfer was late. The reason for this, Lin Xuan remembered, seemed to be that the Cebu family had a pretty powerful divination prop that was capable of divining good and bad fortune. Cebu spirit tried to do the transfer quest a few times in the early days, but the result of the divination was a great evil. Actually, things like divination are really F***ed up. Lin Xuan had also played divination in his previous life, but every fucking time the divination results are evil. Press never came out of the GI once. But by the way, when he wasn't divining, He hadn't seen anything happen to him, so he seriously suspected that this divination thing was a total application of Murphy's Law to the extreme. When you think about good fortune and bad luck, about whether something will happen, about never having anything happen, something is bound to happen. And when you don't think about anything and simply are reckless, instead, nothing happens. It was as if some divine destiny professionals, such as Luo Shuhong, didn't know anything and directly opened the transfer quest, resulting in success. On the contrary, it was the Cebu spirit, who made all kinds of elaborate preparations, and also specialized in divining good and bad fortune, but the result was bad every time. Lin Chuan shook his head slightly and wouldn't deliberately remind the other party of the pitfalls of divination. After he wrote down the trade order number, he used another level 3 crystal core and bought the ring of detention. By this point, the late-night snack was largely enjoyed. Lin Chuan got up, went to the bathroom and found a comb from which he removed several long strands of hair. It should be the great aunt's. Then he went to the eldest's bedroom and went to the pillow and found a couple of hairs that looked like short men's hair, presuming they should be the eldest's. After wrapping the two men's hair in separate paper towels, Lin Chuan went back to his cousin's bedroom. Zhao Zhengqing was resting on his cousin's bed. Hayakawa tapped him. Hey, wake up. Zhao Zhengqing woke up leisurely. Boss. Lin Chuan flung another wonderful hand at him and asked, how's the body? Zhao Zhengqing directly stood up. It's already much better. Okay, you drive later. Lin Chuan packed his things and left from his eldest uncle's house. He put the modified car out, and took a map for Zhao Zhengqing, pointing out the route to Jiafan Road. He then said directly, 1 hour, can we get there? As long as you're not afraid of getting seasick. Boss, you sure can. Okay, then let's go. The ride took an hour, yet it only took Lin Chuan about 1 second to fight the monsters. Gotta find a way to get a prop that can get there fast. Driving is still too slow, Lin Chuan thought in the back of his mind. Just as he was sitting in the car and had nothing to do, so he checked the regional chat channel again. He had wanted to check out the current status of the level 8 hunk from the chat channel. It turned out that all the chat channels at this time were actually chatting about a person named Wu Jun. It seems to say that the man is dead. Lin Chuan thought about it and also remembered that the one who followed his ass before, the second on the Haichang ranking list, seemed to be named Wu Jun. However, Lin Chuan did not put Wu Jun in his heart from the beginning to the end. He remembers the names of about everyone who made a name for himself in his previous life. And the name Wu Jun, he had never even heard of it in his previous life. I knew then that the odds were that this man would be an early death. Lin Chuan went back to look at the regional list for Haichang. One glance swept down, and his gaze suddenly paused. Number 19, Win Choi, level 3. Is Choi actually from Haichang? Lin Chuan was a bit surprised. The man had some notoriety in his former life, but his situation is a bit unique. It's the kind of thing where legends of him circulate in the jungle, but few people have ever seen him in person. It's been said that anyone who's ever met Trey has been killed by him. Others say that Chui Youngli is good at disguise and never shows his true colors. Although many people don't know what Choi really looks like, much is said about him. First of all, he was nicknamed by players as Lubu among men and the strongest old six. It was said that he had joined a number of small teams and forces in the pre-apocalyptic period, and because of their own strength, they have all been rehired. However, the bosses of those small teams and forces were almost all cut to death by him. In the later stages, the infamous Choi became a casual player, and in the killing game, casual players are a very special existence. The killing game, where many people kill for the sole purpose of profit, without any reason, and those casual players who fell alone were the ones most likely to be killed for no reason. And in such a large environment, players who can survive for a long time as a casual player, none of them have the absolute strength to fight against 100. From this, we can see that Chui Yangli, who has become a loose cannon, is afraid that his strength is also very strong. Lin Chuan had also formed a team in his previous life, but after experiencing betrayal, he had also become a loose cannon. But with Trey, there were no interactions, just hearing about him. When Lin Chuan saw Chui Yangli's name on the Haichang list, he only paid a little attention to it and didn't pay much attention to it. He continued to follow the chat channel while chatting with Zhao Zhengcheng. In his previous life, Lin Chuan knew about Zhao Zhengcheng, but he didn't know about his talent yet, so this was the right time to ask about it. Zhao Zhengcheng said as he drove, I'm lucky, the talent is an S-rank super adaptation. I can't tell you the exact effect. It's that every time I take a beating, or get attacked, I will increase my resistance accordingly. He said it lightly, yet the corners of Lin Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. Actual super adaptation is a very powerful gift. It can do more than just increase resistance. In his previous life, Zhao Zhengqing was able to immediately utilize 100% of his strength every time he upgraded, and I'm afraid that it was also related to the talent of super adaptation. Lin Chuan looked at him a little oddly, and suddenly asked again, Have you received any quest prompts from the system? Received to kill my other self in 7 days. Lin Chuan nodded in satisfaction, thinking that it was good that the Zhao Zhengqing of this world was still alive. When Zhao Zhengqing completes his mission to kill his own self in this world, Lin Chuan will just help him burn the corpse. As they were thinking about it, their car just happened to pass that gas station on the highway again. The gas station was obviously still occupied, and the ghouls and blocked roads around it clearly showed signs of having been cleared. Lin Chuan lowered the window and glanced in the direction of the gas station. However, Zhao Zhengqing drove very fast, and the car, soon drove away towards the distance. After several minutes, the gas station. A little brother came up next to Rong Jiaming and asked in a lowered voice, "Boss, do you think that person in that car just now, could it be Lin Chuan?" Rong Jiaming shook his head slightly. "Can't say, but what was certain was that the other party left at this time, and I was afraid that they were also heading towards Liberation Road. There's no telling who the striking big boss on Liberty Road will go to." Lin Chuan's modified car was forced to stop after only half an hour of driving. It wasn't so much the arrival as it was the fact that the roads on this side of the city center were getting more and more clogged up, with vehicles literally inching their way through. Having no choice, Lin Chuan simply got out of the car. He looked around, so he pointed a direction to Zhao Zhengqing and said, "There's a Four Seasons hotel over there. You go there and settle in. I'll go over and find you after I'm done." "Good." He threw another sublime ring towards Zhao Zhengqing and instructed, "Inside here is some ordinary equipment. Pick up a few pieces you can use while you're at it, and for the rest, hang them up in the trade market." Zhao Zhengqing's eyes lit up, and he immediately took the sublime ring and gave an okay gesture. Lin Chuan looked at him and saw that he was in good shape, but still made a point of mentioning it again. "The Four Seasons Hotel is likely to be occupied, and with a rank list number 2 green text on your head, you're likely to be targeted." Zhao Zhengqing's face was still a bit weak, but there was still a bit of arrogance between his brows. "Boss, don't worry, I've seen the rank list over here, and I think that in the entire high city, apart from boss, there won't be anyone who will be my opponent." Lin Chuan shook his head slightly. This guy wants to be proud, so let him be proud. If he can live, and if he dies, Lin Chuan will help him collect his body. After a brief explanation, Lin Chuan and Zhao Zhengqing also added a friend, and then, he went towards Liberation Road alone. He purposely used his B-rank stealth talent, and from time to time, he also used an instantaneous flash, and his speed was even faster than driving a car. Running on your own is pretty tiring though, and nowhere near as relaxing as driving. After about 10 minutes, Lin Chuan stealthily arrived at Liberation Road, and by this time, Liberation Road was almost in ruins. Several tall buildings were flattened, and the massive level 8 monster was greeting its ghoul minions with a flourish. It could be said that this entire area was almost completely occupied by ghouls, densely packed with ghouls. It was a sight to behold. Lin Chuan originally wanted to try out the effect of his dual extreme transformation talent of transforming into a giant, to try out if he could really slap that big level 8 monster to death, but even with the gift of stealth, he felt keenly. There were gazes from 3 separate directions that were quietly surveying themselves. Needless to say, the owners of these 3 gazes were all feared to be at least A-ranked gifted. Maybe, even, there are S-class gifted people. This was because only these high-level gifted people could easily break through Lin Chuan's B-level stealth talent. It was indeed as Lin Chuan thought. At this moment, there were 3 groups of people who were quietly paying attention to Lin Chuan, who had suddenly arrived. The first set in was Song Sandong, who was the first to arrive at Jiefang Road. Song Sandong was the 3rd in Hai Cheng's rank list from when the regional rank list was announced, second only to Wu Jun. Originally, when Wu Jun died, he was supposed to go down to number 2. As a result, a Zhao Zhengqing suddenly appeared on the Hai Cheng side, directly inserted into the queue to rank 2nd. This resulted in Song Sandong remaining in 3rd place. And Song Sandong is a bit of a special guy. Although he and Lin Chuan were not classmates, they were in the same senior high school class. 3 years ago, the name Lin Chuan belonged to the top student of Hai Cheng. There are actually high school seniors every year, and many members of the public simply don't specialize in memorizing the names of the high school seniors each year. But the same candidates, on the contrary, will especially remember the high school students of the same class. So Song Sandong remembered the name Lin Chuan very clearly, but he actually wasn't sure if the Lin Chuan on the rank list was the same Lin Chuan who was the top student of the college entrance exam 3 years ago. After all, as far as he knew, at the time of the end of the world, Lin Chuan should have been studying at Beijing University, and it was unlikely that he would have appeared in Hai Cheng, so he thought that it should just be the same name. However, when he saw the stealthy figure, his gaze was immediately stunned. It's actually really him. A beautiful woman beside Song Sandong immediately asked, "Who?" "Lin Chuan, The beauty was startled and immediately followed Song Sandong's gaze and looked. That Lin Chuan on the rank list? Where is he? Song Sandong looked grave. Not sure, but since he dared to come here, he's probably that Lin Chuan on the rank list. The beauty frowned. But how can a strong person who is number one on both lists have a talent that is just an ordinary stealth? That's too much of a pull, isn't it? Song Sandong shook his head and said, I heard that he obtained powerful equipment by killing the previous rank list leader. The beautiful woman heard this then brightened up. Then if we also kill this rank list first, wouldn't it be? Song Sandong didn't answer again, but remained staring at Lin Chuan with unblinking eyes. The second set of people, Luo Shuhong. The moment she saw Lin Chuan, she was also startled before her eyes. It's him. The little brother beside her also asked. Who did Sister Hong see? The asshole who robbed our modified car and the corrupted spirit bead before. What? His talent is just the most common stealth? Luo Shuhong did not answer. She looked down at the bracelet she wore at her wrist and murmured in a low voice. I don't know now. Can I beat him? With that, she looked up again with another shock. Where is everyone? The third group of people is, naturally, Chui Yongli. Although Choi had Sonic Sparrow, his previous location was the furthest from Liberty Road, so instead he was the last to arrive. He arrived here just in time to see the sight of a team being massacred by that big boss. Kidding aside, a level 8 monster versus a level 3 player, a full 5 levels of level suppression, was simply impossible for a player at this stage to match. Win Choi was smart enough to hide after he knew he couldn't fight. In fact, the teams on this side of Liberation Road were choosing to hide for the time being. They're all waiting. Once midnight arrived, they could continue to absorb the crystal cores to level up. When the time comes, try again to see if you can have a fight with the boss. As he was waiting, Chui Yongli also noticed Lin Chuan. However, he didn't recognize Lin Chuan and only thought that it was an ordinary stealth-gifted person who didn't know any better and ran to pick up the pieces. But soon, staring at Lin Chuan, he discovered a bizarre scene. Lin Chuan, who was originally just stealthy, had his body instantly shrink, so small that he could barely be seen in the middle of that night. This, then, was the effect of the dipole change talent. Lin Chuan directly turned into the size of an ant. Then he made an instantaneous flash in the direction of the level 8 monster. With this flash, he completely disappeared from the view of the 3 sets of people who were paying attention to him. The shrunken Lin Chuan was like a mosquito that was hard to observe with the naked eye in the night. That's even smaller to insignificant compared to that behemoth. He dodged and flashed to the back of the behemoth's foot, and the behemoth didn't even notice. Judgment of Fate. Lin Chuan still used Judgment of Fate, a torrent of destiny, descending from the sky. The sight was like the Milky Way slowly falling from the 9 heavens above in the night. It is really a picture of the Milky Way falling from the sky. All the gazes that were focused on this big boss were stunned at this moment. Some women with sensual personalities even unconsciously murmur, "It's beautiful." The regional chat channel was also full of anonymous players discussing that splendid and spectacular sight. Crap, what is that thing on top of Big Boss's head? Is it a river of stars in the sky? How is that possible? Have you never read a fucking book? You don't know how big the real planet is? So what exactly are those glittering, silver-white colors that even converge like a river? It looks too spectacular, doesn't it? It should be a talent or skill that a person makes, right? I don't care if the talent or skill is strong or not, but the picture is really gorgeous. It's a great way to fill up a cup. It's really pretty. The last time I saw such a beautiful picture was when I saw fireflies at night in the countryside. I don't care if the talent or skill is strong or not. I just want to say that if someone proposes to me with such a beautiful skill, I'll definitely agree. The upstairs is a good place to go to sleep, regardless of whether this magnificent skill is powerful or not. At this stage, those who dare to go to Liberty Road, none of them are strong. Okay, will they look at you? Crap, brothers, I was near Jiefang Road. I saw the Milky Way fall on the super boss, and just now, the boss fell to the ground. It's like he just hiccuped. Really? A skill that beautiful? Is it actually that powerful? That's impossible. I heard that a scouting talent found out that the big boss is a level 8 monster. Many bigwigs have rushed to Liberty Road, but they can't do anything about it. I think it's real. I just felt a tremor half an hour away from Jiefang Road. I'm afraid it was caused by Big Boss's fall. SSSHHHH, a skill that beautiful. Is the power actually really horrible like that? Is there any big brother near Jiefang Road who has shown up to tell us which big brother it was that defeated that big boss? At the moment, reality. Big Boss did become a lying corpse. The moment it fell, it was almost like it triggered a major earthquake. The Milky Way that landed on top of its head before is also gradually dispersing. Lin Chuan was still the size of an ant, and in the middle of the night, it was basically hard to notice him if you weren't gifted with vision enhancement. And naturally no one noticed. Lin Chuan's expression at the moment was cold. The power of Judgment of Fate was truly powerful, and the level 8 monsters died almost instantly. It was also at the moment of its death that Lin Xuan saw with his own eyes that a purple treasure chest burst out, but almost the next second after that purple treasure chest burst out, it unexpectedly disappeared right in front of Lin Xuan's eyes. Disappear? No. With the experience of 2 lives, Lin Xuan is very sure that the purple treasure chest has never disappeared by itself, but was stolen by someone. There were quite a few old sixes like that in the previous life, who were not necessarily powerful in their own instincts, but had mastered stealing-type talents or skills, or had stealing-type props. Such old six, they specifically like to sneakily crouch near others fighting monsters, and once the treasure chest is popped out, they directly steal it and quickly run away from people. There was even a special organization called Theft is Away in the past life, which was composed of all thieves, but in their previous life, the stealing even heavenly troop was the one that messed with the wrong people and got massacred by the big boys. In this life, Lin Xuan also did not expect that someone would dare to steal to his head. Almost instantly, the Forbidden Demon Domain, the Ice Mist Domain, erupted in unison. In the state of dipole change minimal, Lin Xuan's spiritual attribute doubled 100-fold. Although the doubled strength he could exert was less than 20%, it was still very powerful. The range of the Forbidden Demon Domain had expanded by 5 or 6 times compared to his normal state. The range of the Ice Mist Domain had expanded even more by a dozen times. The power also became stronger. As far as the eye could see, almost all of them were frozen. Even the 3 sets of people who had noticed Lin Xuan before were all affected. Cold. The kind of cold where your hands and feet freeze. This level of cold was enough to dull all reactions. On top of that, under the shroud of the Ice Mist Domain, the crowd's field of vision was also in a hazy fog, making it extraordinarily blurry to see things. The beauty beside Song Sandong was wearing a relatively thin dress, and at this time, she was so cold that she shrank directly into Song Sandong's arms, and her voice trembled. Song Sanshao, what's going on here? Why is it suddenly so cold? I feel like if I stay in this environment for a few more minutes, I'm going to freeze out of my mind. Song Sandong is also cold, and simply hugged the beauty to warm each other. I'm afraid that this is only an Ice S grade talent that can be so powerful. Ice S rank talent? Cebu Spirit is the Ice S rank talent. However, Lin Xuan estimated that the power of this Ice Mist Domain of his own had almost surpassed S rank, and that, in turn, is what makes multiple gifts so powerful. The S-ranked dipolar transformation, coupled with the A-ranked Ice Mist Domain, plus Lin Xuan's own spiritual attribute had already reached an unbelievable 103 points. This strong power is simply not something that players at this stage can tolerate. Not only the players, but also the ghouls who were swarming with corpses after their dead bosses. Almost every one of them were frozen. It was also at this time that Lin Xuan realized the strength of the talent. Dipolar transformation. He had only thought about the great effect of the dipolar transformation before, and it might not have allowed him to slap a level 8 monster to death, but didn't realize that the power effect could be so strong with the use of other talents under a very small effect. That gift might not be so powerful in someone else, and Lin Xuan as a multi-talent possessor. The very small effect of this dipole transformation talent's addition to his strength was truly astonishing. Of course, the consumption is pretty high. Lin Xuan felt it for a moment, and with the dual extreme transformation plus Forbidden Demon Domain plus Ice Mist Domain in full effect, he could probably only maintain it for less than a minute. But it was quite enough. Lin Xuan, who was the size of an ant, once again used instantaneous flash one after another. 100 meters away, under the cover of a ruin, a lewd and skinny monkey-like figure, maintaining the appearance of preparing to flee towards the distance, was almost frozen into a statue. Lin Xuan wasn't polite in the slightest, and slammed over with a plain C-rank flame shock. That ice sculpture quickly melted and then was quickly scorched by the flames. Lin Xuan of course didn't directly burn him to ashes, but left a charred corpse and switched to using the bug-level fireball incineration again. In an instant, a pleasant beep sounded in his head. Ding! Incinerate a level 1 player. Looting of the B-ranked gifted thief's hand. It was only a B-rank stealing talent that could only steal unclaimed dead things within a certain range. Although the purple treasure chest was indeed popped by Lin Xuan from fighting monsters, under the system's judgment, it was indeed an ownerless dead object. Lin Xuan took the sublime ring that the thief had packed with the purple treasure chest, after which he dashed back to the level 8 monster. At that moment, however, he was again surprised to find, at this moment, beside the behemoth level 8 monster, there was actually someone. Lin Xuan didn't release the Ice Mist Domain just to chase down thieves, it was also to prevent, while he was chasing the thief, someone from running off and picking up the corpse of a level 8 monster. After all, in the midst of his powerful Ice Mist Domain, I'm afraid that it would be very difficult for other people to move again. Yet he hadn't expected that in the middle of the ice fog field he had laid down, there was still someone who could get close to the center of the field. The corpse of a level 8 monster. How the hell did that happen? Talents? Skills? No. Under the forbidden demon domain, the talent skills should all be disabled. Lin Chuan directly lifted the extremely small effect of the dipolar transformation and returned to normal size. His gaze cold, looking at the man, scanning over the green text of rank 19 on top of his head. Lin Chuan knew in his heart that this person should be Cui Yongli. He didn't make a direct move. His gaze was calm and cold as he looked at Cui Yongli and faintly said, "What do you want?" Obviously Lin Chuan looked very calm, but Cui Yongli felt a powerful sense of oppression. That was the aura oppression that belonged to the strong. That kind of feeling, a near-death threat, Cui Yongli had never even felt in Wu Jun. He instantly tensed all his nerves and hit the ground running. When facing Lin Chuan, he politely said, "Big brother, don't misunderstand. I don't have the intention of robbing your crystal core." "Oh?" Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. "Then what do you mean?" "It's like this. This monster was fought by you. The crystal core naturally belongs to you without a doubt." Cui Yongli's tone was careful, and his eyes were always observing Lin Chuan's expression. "But the corpse of this level 8 monster, I'm sure it's not much use to you. I'm willing to spend crystal cores or props to buy the corpse of this monster. What do you think? A corpse? The corpses of subterranean monsters, some of which are indeed useful, obviously do not include ghouls. Ghoul corpses are useless to other players. Even for Lin Chuan, who could burn corpses, it was of little use right now, because his attributes had already reached the upper limit. He couldn't raise his attributes any further by burning the corpses of the sublime monsters before transferring. But Lin Chuan frowned slightly and said coldly, "You have to tell me what you want this corpse for first." Trey was a little embarrassed. Although he had obtained Wu Jun's SS grade talent, his bones were low-key and he didn't really want to be noticed by too many people. This includes talent, which naturally is not willing to be revealed to anyone. But looking at Lin Chuan's eyes, he recalled the strength of the other party killing level 8 monsters in seconds. Cui Yongli clenched his teeth and finally managed to whisper, "My talent. I can transform corpses into combat power." Lin Chuan's eyes had a few moments of clarity at this point, and he suddenly said, "I remember. I once killed a necrotic transmutation creature in the Star River Bay neighborhood. That thing. That's you, isn't it?" Cui Yongli had a look on his face like he had eaten a bitter melon, and said, "That wasn't fucking me. That should have been done by that bastard Wu Jun. It has nothing to do with me at all." But when it comes to his biggest secret, he can only embarrassingly compensate for his smile. "It's all my fault for not controlling my subordinates. Sorry for disturbing the big brother. I'm here to apologize to you." Lin Chuan nodded indifferently before casually pointing at the frozen ghoul on the side and slowly said, "You can transmute this ghoul for me now." Thinking that he didn't believe him, Trey performed instantly. He turned his palm towards the frozen ghoul and a warm white glow landed on it. With that, the ghoul, which was originally ordinary, grew in size and looked much stronger. Lin Chuan estimated that with just one transmutation ghoul, he was afraid that it had to be a level 5 monster, and it was clearly just a normal level 3 monster before it was transmogrified. And the real focus of Lin Chuan's attention is, his forbidden demon field hadn't been withdrawn. Win Choi was right in the center of his forbidden magic field, and surprisingly, he could, without any obstacles, make use of his gift. This, I'm afraid, is something that even S-class gifted people can't do. So, Choi Wing Li's talent is beyond an S-class existence? How is that possible? When the killing game descended, the initial human talent was only FS grade. So, Choi Wing Li should have had his talent evolve beyond S rank afterward. Either that, or he had killed his otherworldly self in a multiplayer secret realm, allowing the talent to evolve. Either, it's the spooky black treasure chest that was used. Obviously, Lin Chuan favored the latter. The evolution of an S-rank talent wasn't simple, and I'm afraid that it wouldn't be enough to kill just one of himself. Moreover, he had seen a black treasure chest with his own eyes on his way to his eldest uncle's house. There was certainly reason to suspect that it was the treasure chest that had evolved Choi's talent to SS rank. Guessing this, Lin Chuan didn't regret regretting it. The black treasure chest is spooky as hell. Different people opening the same treasure chest can have very different results. At that time, even if that black treasure chest was opened by Lin Chuan, the result obtained would not necessarily be an evolutionary talent. Moreover, to Lin Chuan, instead of gambling his luck on the black treasure chest, might as well wait for someone else to finish betting on their luck before he reaps the rewards. Isn't it just as well that there's a ready-made SS-rated talent standing right in front of us right now? Cui Yongli demonstrated his talent and was about to command the ghoul minions to show Lin Chuan. However, in the next second, there was instant blackness before his eyes. Sharp wires, in a matter of moments, entangled him into a cicada chrysalis. Lin Chuan didn't show the slightest bit of mercy, even if it wasn't for the SS-ranked talent. From the moment this guy dared to walk around freely in his ice mist field, even hitting the corpse of a level 8 monster. He was then doomed to the same fate as the thief who dared to steal Lin Chuan's purple treasure chest. Lin Chuan's palm, which was wearing the death grip, clenched violently. However, the familiar image of blood and flesh exploding did not happen. Exploding in the wire cicada chrysalis was a spooky yellow-brown ragdoll, scapegoat doll. Lin Chuan looked at the pieces of the scapegoat doll on the ground, and his eyes went a few more points colder. When he killed Chi Feng before, he was also killed, and was dodged by the other party with a scapegoat doll. This time killing Wing Choi meets the scapegoat doll again, and this was at a time when there were less than 3 minutes to midnight. Lin Chuan picked up the pieces of the scapegoat doll on the ground and put them away, after which he incinerated the corpse of the level 8 monster and dashed away. And as the field of ice fog disappeared, the original blurred vision of the various teams near Liberation Road finally gradually returned to normal. The frozen body, too, slowly warmed up. They all looked towards the location where the level 8 monsters were before. There, however, where you could still see any level 8 monsters. And just then, several global announcements rang out one after another in the minds of everyone around the globe. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Chuan for being the first player in the world to rise to level 4. Reward all attributes plus 4. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Chuan for being the first player in the world to rise to level 5. Reward all attributes plus 5. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Chuan for being the first player in the world to rise to level 8. Reward all attributes plus 8. 5 announcements in one breath. For each announcement, it was repeated 3 times, and Lin Chuan, the much anticipated number 1 on the double list, had even risen to level 8 in one breath, shocking the world. For a time, whether it was the world channel or the regional channel, all of them went blank for a short period of time. Players around the globe, almost all of them were blown away by the 15 announcements in a row. The big ripoff was followed by even more frantic hot air. The crap? I thought it was already outrageous for that guy to be at the top of the kill list in seconds. Now, he's even leveled up to 8 in a second. What the hell? Am I playing the same fucking game as Biggie? Biggie is level 8 and I'm only level 2. Level 2 is good enough. I'm only at fucking level 1. And I'm waiting for midnight to get to level 2. That's right. It's not even midnight yet. Why is Biggie upgrading early? It's very simple. He didn't use up his quota for absorbing crystal cores today and has been dragging his feet until now. All I can say is that Big Brother is worthy of being Big Brother. I can't imagine the world of Big Brother. May I ask here if Big Brother is hoeing with a golden hoe and eating golden buns every day? It's really too scary, isn't it? Rising to level 8 in one breath? How much experience value does that take? How many levels of crystal cores must be absorbed? I'm lucky enough to be in the same area as Big Brother, so I'm going to reveal that there's a level 8 boss in our area, and the time between the boss death and Big Brother's upgrade coincides with the same time. It's almost certain that Big Brother absorbed a level 8 crystal core to upgrade to level 8. Level 8 monsters? Crap. How strong does that have to be? I can't even fucking beat a level 3 monster right now. According to Tereo's strategy, the big man's level 3 absorption of level 8 crystal cores belongs to the absorption of the more than 5 levels, and in one breath, he can gain 100,000 experience value. 100,000. It's not right. This is very unscientific. I have just the right news to share with you all here. The power I'm in was once fortunate enough to obtain one level 5 crystal core. We used it on a level 0 player in order to maximize the usefulness of the level 5 crystal core. I thought that this level 0 player would be able to gain 100,000 experience points and take off straight away, but in reality, that level 0 player burst into flames and died. Agreed. There were cases in my power where the crystal core was absorbed over level 5. The result was the same. A body explosion and death. Not only did we waste a level 5 crystal core, but we also lost an A-ranked gifted person. It can be said to be a bloody loss. Crap. It means that absorbing crystal cores beyond level 5 will explode your body? Then how come Lin Chuan is fine? Everyone look at the forums. Tereo has posted another guide. It's about how to absorb a crystal nucleus at level 5. Crap. Absorbing crystal cores at level 5 requires extremely strong physical qualities, and a medicinal bath to go along with it. I now suddenly feel that the system limiting the number of crystal cores we absorb per day is also a form of protection. Otherwise, if we absorb too much, I'm afraid we'll end up exploding and dying. Just as the majority of players were talking because Lin Chuan had upgraded, midnight crept up on them. And almost at this instant of 0:0:0:0, the world channel and the regional channel, again, went blank for a short while, because at this time, almost everyone, was busy absorbing crystal cores to upgrade. For many, they spell hand speed. It was also at this instant, whether it was the world ranking list or the regional ranking list, the wind and clouds were changing. While Lin Chuan dashed off in the direction of the Four Seasons Hotel, He also kept an eye on the world ranking list. As expected, it was on this day that the gold on the rankings list really went up. The top 10 on the world list are all familiar names to him. World ranking list. First, Hayakawa, grade 8. Second place, Belreve, level 7. Third place, Tereo Yuana, 7th grade. Fourth, Auguste, level 6. Fifth place, Suzichio, level 5. Number 6, Sekiguchi Rifen, level 5. 7th, Shina Nishimura, level 5. 8th place, Suda Hayashi, level 5. 9th place, Kong Bunyan, level 5. 10th, Zhao Zhengqing, level 5. Most notable here is the second place finisher, Bel Ray. This man was previously silent and not at all famous. Surprisingly, at this point, she surpassed the infamous Tereo Yuana on the rank list. Lin Xuan did know that Belle was a Heaven's Mandate professional. However, her profession was that of a pharmacist, and she didn't have much combat power of her own. However, there was still an advantage when it came to upgrading, as she could make experience potions. August in 4th place, who was also known amongst the players and was even at the top of the kill list on the first day. Lin Xuan remembered that this guy seemed to be lucky and had secret realm opportunities at the beginning of the end times. The 5th place winner, Su Zi Snap, the heir of the Su family in Kyoto, has a big power at his back and is an S-class gifted person himself. However, Lin Xuan's eyes went cold as he looked at the name. 6th to 8th place, all Tereo trained henchmen. The 9th place winner, Jiang Boyan, was a bigwig in Shin City, also a Heaven's Mandate professional. And this guy, initially, seemed to have experienced a secret Wonderland encounter as well. Zhao Jingqing in the 10th place was obviously the Zhao Jingqing that Lin Xuan had brought to this world. That guy came from another world and had some accumulation on him. Lin Xuan's gaze continued downward and soon swept. Number 18, Thunder, level 4. Thunder was on the ranked list on the first day, and had received a reward for being on the list. However, his talent was only A-ranked and there was no major power behind him, so his ranking naturally regressed. Number 22, Win Choi, level 4. That guy just went through a life and death crisis. But he's not shy when it comes to the whole upgrade thing. 36th, Loyanping, level 4. This guy's talent seems to be a soul-based must-have. And in his previous life, he had also offended Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was a bit intrigued, as the soul system's essential killing technique could bypass the scapegoat doll and directly kill a person on a soul level. The soul strangulation talent has to be gotten when you get the chance. Number 52, Zagaki, level 4. Sure enough, there was a Qi Yuan in this world as well. A rich man before the end of the world. It was naturally simpler to form a force after the end of the world. And with his S-rank talent, it wasn't surprising that he had made it onto the world rank list. Number 66, Cheng Qinger, level 4. Zhong Qinger from another world, like Zhao Zhengqing, also had a few underpinnings. Lin Xuan even suspected that that girl might have gotten some other unimaginable talent from the talent crystal ball. In comparison, Aya and Nabioan fell off the wagon a bit. 196th, Aya, level 4. 223rd, Vegetables Only, level 4. There's really nothing testable about rankings between the same ranks. Same level 4, you're behind someone else. Most likely because you don't have the same hand speed as someone else. Apparently, Aya and Vegetable Only are two handicapped people. After that, all the way up to 999th place. The list was filled with players that were all level 4 and above. After the list basically stabilized, the major chat channels instantly blew up again. I'm one step too slow. I've risen to level 4. I'm so close to making it to the rank list. Fuck me too. Just one step behind everyone else. Straight off the charts. AOA pisses me off. What the hell? Are there so many rank 4 powerhouses under the list as well? Of course. Our regional rank list in the Kyoto region of the Great Summer Kingdom is full of level 4 players up to the 74th place. Crap. Why are you all so good when I've just gotten to level 3 and I already feel like I'm amazing QAQ? Too strong. Too curly. It's too scary. I feel like I can't keep up with the big boys for the rest of my life. I just don't know if there will be a reward for the regional list when the list rewards are released this time? There should be. After all, it's a list too, but it might not be as rewarding as the world list. Lin Xuan shook his head slightly, but he knew that the regional list would not be handing out rewards today. The rewards for the regional list are paid out once every 7 days. As he was thinking about it, the others arrived at the Four Seasons Hotel, and at the same time received a chat message from Aya. Big brother, boss, congrats on reaching level 8 and being number 1 on the list again. Lin Xuan could almost think of that witty, jumpy little girl with a fawning look on her face just by looking at the line of text. He coldly returned, say what you have to say, and cut out the talk. Aya, inside what? I'm not thinking. Boss, you are still ranked first, but I've fallen to 196th. This is too much for you to lose face. Boss, Lin Chuan walked towards the Four Seasons Hotel while expressionlessly returning. So, boss, you helped me level up again. Anyway, when the time comes for the list rewards, I'm also up to you. Lin Chuan looked at the first half of the sentence and rolled his eyes, but the second half of that sentence really poked him. Aiya's list rewards could indeed go to Lin Chuan. If she was allowed to rank in the top 10, it would indeed be more favorable to Lin Chuan as well. He quickly asked a question. Shouldn't you have used up your quota for today's crystal core absorption by the time you rose to level 4? Aiya quickly replied again. The crystal core quota is used up, but just now, I saw that someone was actually listing experience potions for sale in the trading market. Someone is listing experience potions? Yeah. I'll buy it for you? Ahem. But the list rewards go to you. Big brother. Wash up. Dreams of everything. Just kidding. If you sell experience potions at this time, isn't it like writing the words slaughtering the fat sheep on your face? Players around the world, who wouldn't want to move up a bit before the list rewards are handed out? The experience potions of this period, Lin Chuan didn't need to look at them to know that they were bound to be sold at exorbitant prices. Moreover, experience potions are purely a seller's market, and it's not too much of a stretch to ask for what you have in your hands. In this case, let Lin Chuan be the wrongdoer to buy experience potions? Meh, might as well get cleaned up then. At the entrance of the Four Seasons Hotel, two burly men suddenly stopped Lin Chuan. Two pairs of eyes looked Lin Chuan up and down. Then one of them said, "Little old brother came to stay in a hotel?" Aha! Lin Chuan was checking out the information on experience potions listed for sale in the trade market, and naturally answered carelessly. The burly man added, "We have to pay protection fees to stay here. One level 2 crystal core for one night." Only then did Lin Chuan raise his eyes to look at the two, with little emotion in his eyes either. He asked flatly, "And may I ask, who is in charge of protection on your side?" "On our side, we're being protected by Zhao Zhengqing, the second biggest man on the rank list. Our boss isn't just second on the regional ranking, he's in the top 10 on the world ranking, and the boss has a large number of equipment in his hands. Brother, if your strength is good, can be recognized by our boss, the boss is happy. Perhaps you can also reward you with 1 or 2 pieces of equipment to play." Speaking of which, both burly men looked kinda excited, as if they were here guarding the door just so they could get the boss's approval. The burly man looked at the top of Lin Chuan's head again and shook his head. "But I'm guessing that your strength isn't too good, and the top of your head doesn't even have a regional ranking, so the boss definitely can't look at it." Lin Chuan nodded casually and didn't say anything more, casually throwing a level 2 crystal core to each of the two. The two burly men instantly lit up, and the smiles on their faces grew even bolder. One of them even put a hand on Lin Chuan's shoulder and laughed brightly. "Good brother, that's enough. If you still have something good on you and want to find our boss to exchange your equipment, we can introduce you to it." "Okay, then introduce me to the introduction." With that, the two burly men led Lin Chuan towards the hotel. In passing, he also recruited 2 other men to continue guarding the gate. A few minutes later, the trio arrived at a luxurious room. The 2 burly men knocked on the door very humbly and said towards the inside, "Boss, there's big money looking for you to buy equipment." Soon, a tall, thin young man with a name brand came to open the door, looked Lin Chuan up and down once. His eyes were very skeptical, and his tone was not very polite. "Just you girl to buy equipment off? On your fucking body." The dude didn't finish his sentence when he got a sharp whoop on the back of his head. Zhao Zhengqing cursed with an angry look on his face. "Who the hell are you looking down on? Can you speak more politely?" "Ah, old, boss don't hit." The tall and thin youth hurriedly covered his head and apologized. "Boss, I'm wrong. I know it's wrong. Don't give an apology for being wrong." The tall thin youth hurriedly bowed again towards Lin Chuan and apologized. "Brother, I was wrong. I don't have a door on my fucking mouth. Don't you mind." Lin Chuan felt that this young man's attitude of apology was already quite sincere, and was thinking of casually putting this matter behind him. As a result, Zhao Jingqing's slap called out to the back of the head, followed by a burst of anger. "Who the hell is your brother? Call the boss." This confused the tall, thin youth. "Apologize. Then apologize. Why do you have to call the boss? Calling a guy who comes to buy equipment a boss? What's this about?" Lin Chuan casually waved his hand. "Alright." It was only then that Zhao Zhengqing waved the tall thin youth away and personally greeted Lin Chuan himself. "Boss, you can finally come over. That what? The entire Four Seasons Hotel now has all my, no, all boss your people." It was only at this point that the gazes present looking at Lin Chuan finally shifted from dumbfounded to shocked. "I didn't realize that this equipment buyer was really a boss. It's their boss's boss." The 2 burly men at the back who led Lin Chuan over Their faces instantly turned white. The two of them took out their pockets and returned to Lin Chuan the crystal cores that they had just received and had not yet warmed up. Boss, the two of us have eyes and don't recognize them. You don't have to remember the little man's faults. Lin Chuan casually waved his hand. Alright, reward yourselves and continue to stand guard. Thank you boss. Thank you boss. When the two left, Lin Chuan swept his gaze toward this luxurious room, then swept toward Zhao Zhengqing and said with a smile, mixing well. That's pretty good. This big table in the center of the room was filled with fondue and wine. Lin Chuan's own night snack are only just nibbled on apples. This guy, eating hot pot and drinking wine, with a bunch of minions calling out for the boss. Zhao Zhengqing snorted and hurriedly asked respectfully, Boss, have you eaten yet? If you haven't eaten, let's eat together. No, you guys eat your food. Get me a room. I'll rest. Let's. Boss, you go this way. I have to say that the most luxurious suite in this hotel that is indeed luxurious enough. The living room is already a good size, and there is also a chess room, board game room, etc. On top of that, there are even 3 soundproofed bedrooms. For this level of luxury, it's comparable to a normal small villa. Lin Chuan's eldest uncle's family, that cannot catch up with the horse. Zhao Zhengqing took him to the most luxurious master bedroom, with a bathroom that was as large as the bedroom area of his eldest uncle's house. Lin Chuan went into the bathroom and turned on the faucet, and sure enough, the water was out at this hour. A worldwide power outage is expected by tomorrow morning, making life even harder for people again. Killing games that will help people get rid of their dependence on technology, but at the same time, it will also step by step erode people's lives and make them dependent on the killing game. In a new way, Lin Chuan looked at Zhao Zhengqing and instructed again, keep your men in check. I don't want news about me to be known by anyone. Yes, don't worry boss. After Zhao Zhengqing left, Lin Chuan prepared to rest. He was really a little tired. Pushing the limits of the human body is just extremely taxing on the human body. He had soaked in a dragon's blood medicinal bath and was supposed to be resting. As a result, he never found a chance to rest, either in the secret realm or back in reality. It was a night of rest and relaxation. He said, even, in order to sleep more peacefully, he even went to the trading market and bought a Death's Coffin experience card. He was going to sleep with this thing. Yes, it's that extravagant. 030 hadn't even arrived yet, and the list rewards hadn't even been released yet, so Lin Chuan was already lying comfortably in the coffin of death. This sleep, he slept soundly. Many other players, on the other hand, were so anxious that they couldn't sleep at night. To say that the most anxious person after the release of the new list is actually Cebu Spirit. The world list is really like a big mountain weighing on everyone's mind. The top 10 existences on the world rank list had each reached level 5 or above, the highest, even rising to level 8. As for Cebu Spirit, she doesn't even have level 1 until now. Can she not be anxious? Uncle Guan. I remember that on Xiao Fang's side, he received an E-rank skill book appraisal? Miss? Uncle Guan looked at Su Ling's determined look and suddenly had a bad feeling. You should not want to. Cebu Spirit clenched his fists. If I keep on spending like this, I'll only fall further and further behind. But, not so much but, go get that skill book. Uncle Tubby sighed and eventually went to the family warehouse to fetch the E-rank skill book. Cebu Spirit stood on the rooftop and looked at the night sky. The night sky in this post-apocalyptic world is actually a little cleaner than it was before the end of the world. There is no moon tonight, but the stars are exceptionally bright. Sebra sighed deeply. She didn't really want to be so pushy. However, watching everyone around the globe running as hard as they could while she could only stay put, that was not a good feeling. What's more, she was carrying too much pressure on her. The 3 great families, the 4 great families, and even an unknown number of folk experts. As the killing game descends, which of those with strength and vigor doesn't want a piece of this chaotic world? Especially those who were at the bottom with nothing before the end of the world. Which one of them didn't want to seize every opportunity to climb up the ladder desperately? The Cebu family is, indeed, a behemoth, but it's also a tantalizing piece of fat in the eyes of some. The Cebu family can't stay put any longer. There has to be a Benjamin with absolute power to step up and hold the stage. The Su family has Su Zi Snapdragon. The Luo family has Luo Yenping. Where's the Sukhumvitas? How many people coveted Cebu Ci's talent? Once the Cebu family falls, Cebu Ci will be captive and become a tool for others to make money. And Cebu Spirit, she's only going to end up worse. The world was changing rapidly, and Cebu Spirit couldn't wait. She couldn't pin her hopes on the future anymore. She had to get stronger now. At this stage of the trading market, all sorts of rarities are listed for sale though, but it's clear that those things that really enhance a person's strength are things that no one would even take out and sell. That 24 bone nails, even though the side effects are big, it is still a hot commodity in the trading market. How many people rush to want it? Cebu Spirit took a deep breath and finally contacted the seller of the 24 bone nails again. Hello boss? I'm the customer who traded you the ring of detention before. Do you still want the E-rank skill book appraisal? I thought about it and still want to buy your bone spike. However, the seller of the bone nails, which was Lin Xuan, was huffing and puffing at the moment, so how could he have time to pay attention to her? Lin Xuan could be said to have slept comfortably this night, both physically and mentally. He had gotten an excellent recovery. When he woke up at 8 o'clock the next day, he realized that he had missed quite a lot. This night first is the change in the kill list. When he went to bed last night, he was still number 1 on the kill list. As a result, he woke up with a start, and his world kill list ranking directly dropped to 3rd. First and second are Tereo Yuyina and August, respectively. Good man. 2 old 6s. How many people did that kill? Secondly, there has been a change in the rank list. The number 2 on the rank list last night was Belri at 7. Now, however, rank list number 2 became Tereo, the same level 8 as Lin Xuan. There was no doubt that Tereo should have paid the price for the experience potion. Actually, the list rewards for 2nd and 3rd place are the same. However, Tereo still paid the price to move up to level 8 and become number 2. I have to say, that guy is really rich. On top of that, Lin Xuan realized that there were a few threads on the forum that were very hot. The first post was made by a player named Yujia. The entire text was criticizing, and the players on the rank list kill list, and even many of the strongest players, were all criticized. She hit the nail on the head when she pointed out that the players who upgraded so quickly at this stage were all murderous fiends one by one. The crystal cores they used for upgrading were almost entirely stripped from human heads. In order to obtain more crystal cores and to have a place on the kill list, they indiscriminately killed innocent people without any reason at all. Yuj also made a point of describing, with her own eyes, all the images of humans killing each other. The writing style is sharp and direct to human nature, and it's a post that has garnered countless likes and support. Many of the underdogs who are struggling to survive in the post-apocalyptic world have expressed their support for Yuj's righteous words, and follow along and criticize the so-called strong people on the rank and kill lists. Lin Xuan had seen such a situation in his previous life. There have been too many similar cases in history. When the weak are exploited to a certain extent, they will revolt and overthrow the old rule. Even now, in this post-apocalyptic world, it is still the weak who are in the majority. They rallied valiantly in the post. Unfortunately, it didn't work. In the post-apocalyptic world created by the killing game, there is no such thing as many hands make light work. Only the strong are strong. Weaklings who are not willing to get stronger on their own, but instead blame others, the times, and the rules for their faults, will never be able to change the rules of the world. On the contrary, Yujia was a person that Lin Xuan had heard of in his previous life. This woman doesn't know whether to say she's a true saintly mother or just a great intellect. She seems to have been a journalist before the end of her life, and her writing is quite good. After the end of the world, the first shot of anti-strong people on the forum, and directly harvested countless weak people's support. After that, she founded the anti-list coalition in Kyoto's nearby Chu City. This alliance, under the name of robbing the strong to help the weak, has grown very strong. Think about it, once you kill a list powerhouse, it's 100% explosive treasure chests. Wouldn't that be more rewarding than killing monsters or killing normal people? Moreover, people were still justified killing the list powerhouses not for treasure chests, but for the sake of justice. TSK, 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 TSK. You can still be embraced by millions of people when you're done. This UJ is obviously quite something, but Lin Xuan did not take her to heart. He looked to the second hot post again. The content of the second hot post is somewhat similar to the content of UJ's post, which is a follow-up post. However, this post, on top of UJ's criticism of strong people killing people like Scary, singled out Lin Xuan as a typical example to be specifically criticized. If everyone on the world list is murderous and sinful, then Lin Xuan is an evil monster. And the post, naturally, was embraced by more than a few. And the third hot post, surprisingly, was still criticizing Lin Xuan. The post compares Hayakawa to Tereo. The owner said that the same strong man, Tereo alone drove the entire Sakura country. There were at least a dozen Sakura nation powerhouses on the world list, all under Tereo's command. And the strongest person on the list of the Great Summer Kingdom is all on their own strength and has nothing to do with Lin Xuan at all. This post was clearly a moral abduction of Lin Xuan, criticizing him for being selfish and only focusing on getting stronger by himself alone, without the slightest thought of bringing a band of countrymen with him. This post got a surprising number of likes and support under it as well. It wasn't that Lin Chuan didn't know that someone had been bringing his own rhythm in the chat channel before. I am afraid that all these posts criticizing him now are also done deliberately by people who have an axe to grind. However, he still didn't put much stock in it. If you have the ability to lead public opinion, I wonder if you dare to jump right up to him. He stretched and headed for the bathroom, taking out mineral water directly from space to brush his teeth and wash his face. He sent a message to Zhao Zhengqing in the meantime. How's the equipment selling? Zhao Zhengqing, boss, you're awake? Cut the crap. Ahem. Because I do not know what you want, boss. All kinds of messy things are collected a little. And then the equipment is not all sold out. Lin Chuan guessed that Zhao Zhengqing should still want to train his little brother to form a force. He did have the ability to do so. And before, in the secret realm, it was to take control of a 100-man regiment in a very short period of time. Now too, easily managing a 4 seasons. With his ability, he is indeed suitable for forming forces. Lin Chuan was so focused on continuously becoming stronger that he naturally wouldn't waste time on other trivial matters. Then it would be a good choice to let Zhao Zhengqing form the forces. But, Lin Chuan sent another message. Are you still at the hotel? Come to my room. The message had just been sent. And the next moment there was a knock on the door. Boss. Zhao Zhengqing also seemed to have rested well. Not only was his weak state gone, but his entire body was also extraordinarily energized. Lin Chuan directly threw a master-servant contract at him and said indifferently, sign it. Zhao Zhengqing had been enslaved by Lin Chuan's soul before, and now that he was faced with the master-servant contract, there was no hesitation at all and he signed his name on it. Lin Chuan nodded and looked at Zhao Zhengqing again. You want to form a force? I will give a certain level of support. Zhao Zhengqing's eyes lit up. Thank you, boss, but anything I ask, you must do with all your heart. That's natural. Now, I'll start you off with 3 requests. You say, first, the power you formed. The boss is Zhao Zhengqing. Don't pull my banner or reveal my news. Second, I want your forces to be able to collect news for me. News about secret realms, news about powerful people, or some special news. You have someone specialize in forming a news bank and accumulate all of it. This is no problem. Thirdly, any resources that your forces gather that I have my eye on belong to me. The forces I form will inevitably do everything for you. Boss, you take a look at this again. Zhao Zhengqing directly pulled out a token and handed it over to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan looked at the token and his entire body was stunned. Club tokens. I can't believe you still have this good stuff. Did you bring this from your world? No. This is the purple treasure chest I opened from the leaderboard reward last night. The purple treasure chest opened the club token. This Zhao Zhengqing luck is also quite good. However, Lin Chuan surmised that the number of people that this club token could hold should not be large. He directly dripped blood onto the token, and then sketched the word green in his mind. Soon, the same word Qing instantly appeared on the originally empty token. On the back, the word master is written. The club token was certainly more than that. As Lin Chuan's consciousness sank inside the token, he found a 500 square meter space. This token space, obviously, was much larger than the space of the Sublime Ring. Not only is it large, the space is actually the equivalent of a club warehouse. You can specialize in storing club resources. In addition to that, there were also 99 tokens placed in the space, all with the same character on the front. These 99 tokens, together with this main token of the gang leader, would be enough to constitute a 100-member gang. And the biggest role of this club token lies in the fact that once the member who owns the token is killed, the club master token will sense and record the information of the murderer. This way, if a club member is killed, the club owner can avenge him or her. This, too, is something that many people value most at this stage. Survival is the biggest issue in the killing game, and it's really too easy for normal people to get killed for no reason. And once you join a club, your own safety can be guaranteed to a certain extent. This makes more and more people eager to join the club. Most clubs, though, will obviously have some sort of barrier to entry as well. Many of those whose strength was too weak would still only become cannon fodder, not even qualified to join the club. Lin Chuan returned the club token back to Zhao Zhengqing and said indifferently, I won't care about how the club you built normally develops, but there are 2 other things that you should pay attention to. You say, first thing, have your minions collect 3 items from the main trading market: red wine to restore stamina, blue wine to restore spirit, and green wine that restores injuries? Zhao Zhengqing suddenly interrupted. After all, these 3 wines are already known by the public as the essential trio for home travelers. However, Lin Chuan gave him a blank look. I don't need green wine. The third piece I want is the physique fruit among the attribute fruits. Zhao Zhengqing had basically answered quickly before, but this time it was extraordinarily difficult. Boss, you don't know that attribute fruits are simply priced out of the market. Those who have the ability to obtain attribute fruits are all strong people on the list. Even if they offer attribute fruits, it's also power fruits for physique fruits or something like that. They simply don't accept other items for trade. This was something that Lin Chuan could understand. After all, other items such as equipment and props, no matter how valuable they were, could be opened from a treasure chest. And things like attribute fruits that directly boosted strength were only given by list rewards. But anyone who wasn't in over their head wouldn't even take it out for trade. Alright, Lin Chuan nodded contemplatively. Just when Zhao Zhengqing thought that he was giving up on the idea of attribute fruits, he suddenly heard shocking words. You first form the forces. My requirements are very strict. All club members must all sign the contract. But accordingly, I will ensure that all the club members will be on the list tomorrow night. This sentence scared Zhao Zhengqing to the point where his eyes were glaring out of their sockets. All on the list? Zhao Zhengqing's voice trembled as he asked again uncertainly. What you're talking about? Is it the regional list or the world list? Lin Chuan gave him a blank look. Is it the world list or the regional list that can reward attribute fruits? Zhao Zhengqing swallowed his throat and responded tremblingly. It's the world list. Your words are too scary? 100 people. All on the world list? Crap. How many crystal cores would that be? Zhao Zhengqing suddenly remembered that someone in the forum post had said that Lin Chuan was unpatriotic and only cared about his own upgrades without taking his countrymen with him. He suddenly shuddered to think how many people were going to be punched in the face when the rank list was updated tomorrow. The point is, can this really be done? Lin Chuan looked pale, not feeling at all that he had said anything scary. He just added again very plainly. Of course, the premise of helping them on the list is that the list rewards, all of them, are turned over to the club, and according to the rules, those of them that I fancy, all of them will go to me. The others that I can't see, you can take them to reward the club members. Yes. Zhao Zhengqing's entire body was still a bit stunned. Lin Chuan added, the second thing, I need you to pay attention to someone for me. Who? His name is Choi Win. Find this man yourself on the regional list. Then if you find him, or if he actively wants to join the club, let me know directly. Zhao Zhengqing's eyes twinkled as he asked, this person has a grudge against you, boss? Lin Chuan guessed what Zhao Zhengqing was thinking and warned with cold eyes. Don't be smart. This person, you can't beat him. Inform me directly when the time comes. Otherwise, suffer the consequences. Zhao Zhengqing was now the second on the Haichang ranking list, and at the same time was the 10th on the world ranking list, and his heart wasn't really convinced. But he still nodded seriously. Okay, everything is as the boss says. Okay, then you go ahead and get out. After Zhao Zhengqing left, Lin Chuan took out the pieces of the scapegoat doll that Cui Yong had utilized last night. Then, it took out another seeking paper crane. Feed the pieces of the scapegoat doll to the paper crane to eat. In the next second, the seeking paper crane burned to ashes. Lin Chuan sighed. Sure enough, a scapegoat doll wasn't going to work as a medium for finding people. He took out again the hair of his great uncle, which he had collected earlier, and then feed the paper cranes. As a result, another paper crane became ash. This means that the great aunt is dead. Lin Chuan's mood was instantly a bit heavy, suspecting that his eldest uncle's family might have all met with misfortune, just like in his previous life. But fortunately, when he fed his eldest uncle's hair to the new paper crane, the paper crane emitted a faint green light and flew up. Not bad. The eldest is still alive. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately let the little paper crane fly towards the outside. Seeker paper cranes are actually one of the trashiest of the seeker props. Mostly because it flies so damn slow. There's just enough time wasted following this thing around to find people. So while Lin Chuan followed the paper crane out of the bedroom, he greeted Zhao Zhengqing again and said, find someone with good strength and follow this paper crane. When the paper crane stops, inform me of the location. Okay boss. Zhao Zhengqing gave an okay gesture and led Lin Chuan to the hall table again. I don't know what boss likes to eat, so I just made something random for breakfast. Got some random? Lin Chuan looked at the rich variety of Chinese and Western breakfasts on the table and redefined the word casual, so he also casually ordered a beef noodle and xiaolong bao, and sent a message to Aya while eating. Did you find the bodies of Zhong Qinger and Qi Feng that I asked you to look for? On the other end, although Aya returned quickly, her tone was clearly a bit down. I found it last night. Then why didn't you give it to me last night? I wanted to give it to you last night, but you told me to go to bed, so I went to bed. Ha, this little girl even put aside this temper tantrum. Lin Chuan was speechless while casually promising, next time, don't upgrade yourself. I'll have advanced crystal cores ready for you. Really? Can you put me in the top 10 of the world list? Depends on your hand speed. Ah, thank you boss. Boss, you're the most handsome. Lin Chuan looked at the text message and could think of Ai's frowning and joyful appearance. His eyes drifted a little, remembering someone. The person he protected like a sister in his previous life, but then betrayed him for profit. Speaking of which, in this life, Lin Chuan had used the master-servant contract to ensure that he wouldn't betray the people around him that he came into too much contact with. The only exception is Aya. But that girl was also surrounded by shadow doppelgangers that he had placed around her. It's both protection and surveillance. When we meet again afterward, we should still sign a master-servant contract for Aya as well. Lin Chuan thought in his heart and asked again, how is the work going today? What's the job? Raising blood parasites? It's so early. I haven't gotten a single bottle out yet. It's not that I'm lazy. It's mainly because it's not easy to find hornets nowadays either. You go to the trading market and buy 2 regional teleportation cards, and teleport to Shin City with the vegetable-only cause. There should be a lot of ironback beetles and blade mantises over there. They're both sublime monsters and are much stronger than the wasps you fed earlier. Remember to feed them less at a time, lest you get sucked dry. I'm not stupid. How can I be sucked dry? Okay, then hurry up and trade the body to me. Then go to Xinjiang to continue working. Right, boss? I've collected more than 100 corpses along the way on my side, but in the process of collecting the corpses, I found that some of them were so badly decomposed that they looked like they had been dead for a long time. It's really a bit weird. Badly decomposed bodies. In theory, it had only been 2 days since the end of the world, and the temperature in April wasn't too hot, so the bodies shouldn't have decomposed yet. But off to the side of Kyoto, badly decomposed corpses appeared. Lin Chuan instantly remembered someone. Zhuo Kaiyuan. No. By now, he should have changed his name to Zhuo Kaitian, right? Lin Chuan thought for a moment, then instructed again. Before you go to Xinjiang, take a look at the old foreign house where we stayed before, and report back to me on anything you see. Good. After ending his instructions to Aiya, Lin Chuan then checked the private chat of the deal to hang the bone nail again. Soon after, he saw a message from Cebu Spirit last night. It seems that the update of the world list has put a lot of pressure on her. Lin Chuan shook his head slightly. What he was going to do today would surely put more pressure on Cebu Spirit again. No, it's not just Cebu Spirit. I'm afraid that players all over the world will be stressed out and roll up even more frantically. He directly replied, E-rank skill books are not enough. You have to raise the price. Cebu Spirit on the other end of the transaction, looking at this simply angry to the teeth. But she was still polite. What else do you want? Message. Cebu Spirit looked at these 2 words and brightened up, immediately replying, I have first-hand news of the rank list's #1 powerhouse Lin Chuan here. Lin Chuan looked at this and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Can he still be short of news about himself? However, it was just as well to see how much these great powers knew about themselves. So Lin Chuan calmly returned, not enough. I want to know. The news of the divine favorites. Siyu Ling looked at the line of text. Her gaze deepened, mentally speculating on the identity of this seller. Not really interested in news about Lin Chuan, but instead interested in news about the divine favorites? Is there any secret hidden in the divine favorites? Cebu Spirit pondered for a long time and finally returned. You want to know the location of the divine favorites? That's right. On my side. I also only know the vague location of 1 divine favorite, and the approximate whereabouts of 3 divine favorites. Hayakawa, yes. Send it to me. Soon. A deal was struck. Lin Chuan obtained an E-rank skill book, appraisal. Also, there was a stack of paperwork. There is no method to learn the E-rank skill book for the time being. Among Lin Chuan's many talents, there happened to be an E-rank appraisal talent. That's why he needed a whopping 20 skill points to learn the E-rank appraisal skill. There are clearly not enough skill points right now. It was possible to buy skill points in the self-realization sky, but Lin Chuan wouldn't enter the self-realization sky directly from his own world, because that would be dangerous. In the self-realization sky, there are strong people like clouds, especially those powerful people from the origin plane. They had heavenly means and there was no lack of means to locate players to enter the plane of self-realization. Players possessed immortality in all of the self-same heavens, and were not afraid of offending anyone in any way. However, once they were positioned in their own realm, it would be easy for those powerful people from the higher realms to use high-level props to descend to the lower realms and strangle the geniuses in their cradles. Therefore, the average player of the lower realms who mixed with the self-sustaining sky would be extra careful. It had become an unwritten and unspoken rule not to enter the self-existent heaven from one's own realm. The Ghoul Secret Realm. Lin Chuan was also uneasy, because that secret realm has a subdimensional rift that can lead directly to your own world. So Lin Chuan would probably have to wait for a multiplayer secret realm like evil dragons and warriors the next time he entered the self-realization sky. He put the skill book away, and then he checked the information sent to him by Cebu Spirit again. First looked at his profile. It had to be said that these great powers were still much more informed than ordinary people when it came to grasping information. Almost all of the abilities Lin Chuan had demonstrated in front of the crowd had been recorded in the information. includes the cool gear of the Death Grip. It also included talents such as Burning Corpse, Stealth, Forbidden Demon Field, Ice Mist Field, and Dipolar Change, as well as the skill Judgment of Fate, which were all recorded in the profile. Of course, the information only describes certain abilities that Lin Chuan has demonstrated, such as the Judgment of Fate skill. The information only describes the suspected Milky Way falling from the sky scene, as well as the effect of instant death of level 8 monsters, but exactly what the skills are, the information is apparently completely unknown, including the forbidden magic field as well. It is only known that he has the ability to make a certain range of people around him unable to use their talents. Whether it is a talent or a prop that causes the effect is not known in the information. In addition to this information about Lin Chuan, there is another piece of information that Lin Chuan didn't even know about. The information says that the more than 200 corpses in the old foreign house in Kyoto were not killed by Lin Chuan, but were deliberately framed by Luo Yinping. Lin Chuan looked confused. What corpse? How come he doesn't know anything about it? A brief glance, however, and he guessed the cause and effect. It should be that he was framed for the crime when he was in the secret realm. Nice guy, Luo Yinping, right? Pretty bold. Lin Chuan made a brief note of this, and then checked the news about the divine favorites again. The host spirit provides information on a total of 4 divine familiars. The first divine favorite has the most detailed information. Because he was in Kyoto and had joined the Tenji Pavilion, Cebu spirit should have intentionally left his hand open and did not introduce the Tenji Pavilion in detail. However, Lin Chuan, who had returned from rebirth, knew that the Tenji Pavilion was the most massive and powerful force in Kyoto in the end times. The powers that be behind it are the official forces of the pre-apocalyptic world. However, with the advent of the end times, no one dares to call themselves official anymore, as they will easily be kidnapped by morality, and their actions will be subject to shackles. But even if you don't call yourself an official, Tenji Pavilion acts more openly than other forces, and is considered to be a more decent presence in the many forces of the last days. Even Lin Chuan, who had relived his life, was quite fond of the Heavenly Hall, but no matter what, the divine favorites he was bound to kill. It was just that I didn't know to what extent the Heavenly Hall of Fame would protect the divine favorites if they were to face each other at that time. Lin Chuan pondered in his mind, and then looked at the other 3 divine favorites for information. The other 3 divine familiars were vague, with only a general location. One is in the Sakura country, and presumably the other seems to be preparing to defect to Tereo Uina. One was near the Atlantic Ocean, and this god's favorite had the audacity to seemingly hit on Bakanov from the Divine Punishment mission. There's one more, and Cebu Spirit says she's just speculating and not 100% sure. The author of the Hot Post, UJ, has some possibility of being a god's favorite. Lin Chuan looked at this and immediately fell into deep thought. Regardless of whether they were in their past lives or in this life, each and every one of the god's favorites were so refined that they deliberately hid their identities. Lin Chuan had also only speculated that there were 9 divine favorites based on the 9 safe zones in his previous life. The divine favorite who joined the Tenji Pavilion in Kyoto was obviously the key to the later establishment of the safe zone in Kyoto. The news that the divine favorites of the Sakura country had defected to Tereo was reliable. After all, it was Tereo who first established the safe zone in his previous life. It's not surprising that he's surrounded by God's favorites. The Atlantic Ocean, that vicinity. Bakanov has also established a safe zone. And the information is right on the money. Only Ujia. Lin Chuan was not sure. The woman is a divine favorite? Where did the lodestar come from to base this? Unfortunately, it's not in the information. Doesn't matter though. As time goes on, it won't take much to buy regional teleportation cards on the trade market. Moreover, Lin Chuan was prepared to turn on the level 2 function of the vending machine as soon as possible. By then, items like area teleportation cards and people seeking paper cranes can be easily bought from the vending machines. When the time comes, go and meet UJ for a while. While reading the information, Lin Chuan finished his breakfast. He went back to his bedroom and closed the door behind him, after which he released a pile of bodies from the subdimensional ring that Aiya had traded for, burning away in a single breath. It turned out that Zhong Qinger's Death Seal and Qi Feng's Intuition were the only 2 talents that he looked at slightly favorably. It couldn't be helped. After all, the bodies Aya collected came from ordinary people picked up on the side of the road. There was no comparison at all to the 300 corpses collected in the secret world. By this point, Lin Chuan took the time to look at his data panel again. Rank 8, 32780/100000. Power 133. Body mass 133. Speed 133. Spirit 133. Talents: Fireball, Blood Alchemy Secret Technique, S rank. Forbidden Demon Field, S rank. Lord of Souls, S rank. Raise the Dead, S rank. Bipolar Transformation, S rank. Empty Underworld Splitting Blade, A rank. Shadow Diversion, A rank. Instantaneous Flicker, a rank. Resistance to the Winds, a rank. Soul Shackles, a rank. Empty Underworld Barricade, a rank. Intuitive Sense, a rank. Death Seal, Grade B. Stealth, Grade B. Skill, Judgment of Fate, Level C. World Ranking Reward, unclaimed. World Kill List Reward, unclaimed. Of the 5 S-rank talents, the only ones that added to the battle power were the Forbidden Demon Domain and the Dipole Transformation. Still need to take out Choi Win as soon as possible. That guy's talent has evolved to SS level. In addition, all 4-dimensional attributes were raised to 133 points with the bonus of the first 4 to 8 levels, but it's still only 103 points that can be played. He needs to continue to push the limits, and the process of breaking through the limits requires the help of the Tower of Eternity. So, gotta get to level 10 as soon as possible. Lin Xuan thought about his plans for the near future and collected the list rewards in passing. The customary red and green crystals, directly bound. 2 purple treasure chests, open. One of the treasure chests, bursting with a card. The front of the card says Exemption and the back says Secret World. Secret Exemption card. The Secret Immunity card allows a player to be immune to 1 secret rule wipe. It can be a very valuable feature card. Of course, it was exempted from just the obliteration of the Secret Realm's rules. For example, in the Dragons and Warriors Secret, if the ending is a tie, normally, all players are wiped. With the Secret Exemption card, you are exempt from this wipeout. However, if you are killed by another player in the secret world, you will still die. Another purple treasure chest that opened was a bottle of red potion. Primary Bloodline Potion. Bloodline potions can raise bloodlines. Bloodline, like Divine Soul, belong to a player's hidden attributes. And what the bloodline affects, is the occupation. There are 3 major requirements that need to be met in order for a player to transfer. First, level up to 10. Second, the career fit is greater than 60%. Third, complete the transfer quest. The reason why Divine Fate professionals were above ordinary professionals was because of their profession fit, which was as high as 100%. So it can be 100% professionally powerful. After most players reach level 10, as soon as they find a profession that has a fit of greater than 60%, they will try to obtain a scroll and go on to complete the profession quests and make the switch. However, as far as Lin Xuan knew, people in the origin plane would first raise their bloodline level and then use the power of the awakening stone to inspire the human body to naturally awaken their profession. That kind of naturally awakened profession can also be referred to as a divine destiny professional. In his previous life, Lin Xuan had raised his bloodline by taking a bloodline potion and awakened the extreme martial profession. That was indeed a profession that suited him very well. After all, he possessed super high attributes that crushed his peers. Yet he had regretted it countless times in his previous life. Regret that the one he took was only a primary bloodline potion. Bloodline potions are categorized into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and source level. They can be opened from purple, orange, red and gold treasure chests respectively, and each player can only use 1 bloodline potion in their lifetime. Lin Xuan had only awakened an extreme martial artist's profession because he had used a primary bloodline potion too early due to ignorance. In this life, since it's about being strong to the limit in a myriad of possibilities, his quest, then, would inevitably be for the top-tier source-level bloodline potions. Even if he couldn't open it in the golden treasure chest, he would still have to look for it in the secret realm, in the self-realization heaven, or even in the origin plane. As for this bottle of primary bloodline potion, since he didn't have an awakening stone for the time being anyway, Lin Xuan put it away in space. What follows is an assassin profession scroll and a goblin's lair secret entry ticket. Profession scrolls will not be marketable until the player is level 10. The lair-type secret realm, on the other hand, is still used to fight monsters and upgrade. Lin Xuan just glanced at them and put them away. Next, 2 more blue treasure chests. Open, a light cloak, and a gas mask. The same blue treasure chest opened props, but the moment Lin Xuan saw the anti-gas mask, it was a bright light in front of his eyes. If the world's trajectory doesn't change, gas masks are going to be a hot commodity in short supply in the near future. After putting these 2 pieces of equipment into space as well, Lin Xuan's list rewards were left with only 1 point of skill and an attribute fruit. As luck would have it, the one he obtained happened to be the physique fruit. He was unable to take attribute fruits when his own attributes had reached the upper limit, but Aya kept bleeding and feeding the bugs, and of course the higher the physique, the better. Just then, Aya sent a long string of messages. My god, the entire old townhouse, littered with corpses, and these corpses, one by one, are all badly decomposed. It's a good thing I'm here in the daytime, otherwise I'd be scared to death. I'm going to have nightmares tonight. I'm going to throw up. Lin Xuan wasn't the least bit surprised to see this news. It seems that those corpses that Luo Yenping framed him for murder were dumped at the old foreign house, And those bodies were later picked up by Zhuo Kaitian. This is the cruel end times. Without strength, one is destined to become a stepping stone for others. Lin Chuan traded the physique fruit over, and then instructed, go to Xinjiang as soon as possible, and don't go back to Kyoto without my orders. Okay, all listen to Big Brother. Aya was clearly in a better mood after getting the physique fruit. Lin Chuan reminded again, at the latest 12 o'clock. I want to use the blood parasites. I'll go to Xinjiang to work for you right now. Old Kyoto houses. Aya didn't immediately take the physique fruit given by Lin Chuan because the surrounding environment was too harsh. Rather, together with vegetable-only cause, he had been out of the old ocean house for quite a while, feeling his stomach feel a bit more comfortable, before taking the physique fruit. What she didn't notice was, the moment she took out the physique fruit, the dish that was following her only because she suddenly glanced backward, and in the midst of that landscaping shrubbery hid a skinny figure. The 10-year-old Zhuo Kaitian was almost prostrate on the ground, not even daring to take a breath. It wasn't until Vegetable-Only's back completely disappeared that his taut nerves, finally, relaxed a little. However, the look he gave to Vegetable-Only cause was still wary and fearful, with the slightest hint of disbelief at the same time. On the Hai Chang side, the searching paper cranes released by Lin Chuan hadn't found anyone yet. He simply took out the destiny poker again and casually drew one. Flip it over and it's a 9 of diamonds. 9 is kind of a big number of points. The square, on the other hand, means the secret place. Lin Chuan thought about it and then directly activated the playing card. Soon, the playing card turned into a secret entrance ticket. On the admission ticket, a drawing of a closed door is depicted. This door, which represents the breakout secret, is also known to players as the test secret and the tabletop secret. These types of mysteries are usually played by 8 to 12 people, together, in a game with very simple rules. Winner, awarded. The loser gets a penalty. Just like table games such as Three Kingdoms and Werewolf Killing. Because there are so many players and the number of people needed for a game is so small, it takes almost only 10 seconds or so for a match to be made and these types of secret worlds can be opened. It was also true that Lin Chuan had only waited for less than 10 seconds before a familiar sound rang in his head. Room A018 has been matched with 12 players. Room A018 is now open. Please get ready. The moment the countdown ended, Lin Chuan arrived in a sealed room, a huge round table, and 12 plush throne-like seats. On each seat, a player sits, and on the tabletop in front of each player's seat is a crystal goblet with the numbers 1 through 12 etched in glitter on its walls. Lin Chuan's number, exactly 12. The other 11 people, 8 men and 3 women, from different countries, were at the moment discreetly sizing each other up. After about a minute of poking around, a deep male voice emanated from the round light overhead. Hello everyone, I am your referee for this game, and I will introduce you to the rules of the game. 12 players, no camp divisions. From 1 to 12, each player reveals one piece of information pertaining to him or her, and the other players judge whether what that player said is true or false. The end of the game is, and the one who judges all correctly, gets the prize. Those who have lapses in judgment, obliterate. 3 minutes will now begin as free discussion time, where players can ask the referee for more details about the game. Hiss. The moment the referee finished announcing the rules of the game, the 12 players sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. This game is so unreasonable too. As long as not all of them are judged correctly, they will be erased. Even Lin Chuan was very fortunate at this moment that he had a Secret Realm immunity card in his hand. It was also because of a Secret Realm immunity card that he dared to directly open this Secret Realm. Destiny Poker still has a track record. The 9 of Diamonds is considered to be a relatively large card, and naturally the secret test behind it will not be simple. But with high risk comes high reward, and by this time, players were already asking for details about the game. Player 7. What is the specific scope of relevant information? Referee, relevant information includes only the information shown on the attribute panel. For example, if you have the names Zhang San and Tony, but the name on the attribute panel is Zhang San, then your claim that your name is Tony is ruled false. Player number 3, can players agree in advance between themselves that what they say is true or false? Referee, yes, but special note, the fewer survivors there are, the more rewards each person is assigned, the more survivors there are, the fewer rewards each person is assigned. The referee made that obvious. These 12 are in competition. Even if it was agreed with the other players beforehand, how could players, between themselves, really trust each other? Like agreeing to all tell the truth. But what if the person in question deliberately breaks the agreement to tell a lie? It was at this moment that player number 6 suddenly spoke up. Can a player obviously lie when revealing information? For example, if I say my strength attribute is something like 10, 000, ref, one can clearly lie. As soon as these words came out, almost all the players brightened up. That player, number 6, was a quiet-looking girl. She then turned to the other players present and said, I'm sure that all of you present do not want to be obliterated by the rules of the game, right? Since this is the case, I think we must unite. Immediately, someone choked out. What kind of unity is that? It's good to talk about solidarity now, but we don't even know each other in reality. And it's not too much to say that each of us is harboring a different agenda. How can we work together on such a trustless basis? Girl number 6 smiled. If the agreement is to tell the truth, but someone breaks the agreement and intentionally tells a lie, we really can't do anything about it. But if the pact says something very outrageously false, everyone will be able to judge it very easily. This statement instantly won the approval of all players. Indeed. Outrageous falsehoods are still very distinguishable. Soon, almost all players conformed in droves. Agreed. I hope we all keep our word and tell outrageous lies together. Right. Only when we all work together in solidarity can we survive together, no? No matter how rich the rewards are. It's still more important to stay alive, right? That's right. Staying alive is more important. Agree to keep the agreement to tell outrageous falsehoods, and we'll all work together. 12 players, almost instant consensus. Lin Chuan, who had been acting low-key, ended up echoing a few words of agreement. Soon the 3 minutes were up and the referee announced, from now on, no one is allowed to speak without my command. In the crystal glass in front of you, there are 12 small balls with 1 to 12 written on them. When you think a player is telling a lie, throw his corresponding numbered ball into the crystal glass. Once the numbered ball is thrown into the crystal glass, it cannot be removed. When the 12th player reveals the information for 3 minutes, the game will end and the winner will be determined by the referee. Now, on my command, player number 1, start speaking. Number 1 was a black man who spoke directly. My strength attribute is 1000. At this statement, the remaining 11 players smiled and threw the number 1 ball into the crystal glass. The next 2 through 5 are the same routine, with a flurry of outrageous falsehoods. When she got to the girl at number 6, she smiled slightly and said, my gift, there is no grade. When these words came out, the other players laughed heartily, but Lin Chuan's eyebrows jumped. Other players have thrown their 6 balls into the crystal glass. Lin Chuan cupped the small marble-sized number 6 ball in his hand and made a throwing motion carelessly as well. Out of the corner of his eye, he quietly surveyed player 6. The girl looked young and quiet, like one of those good girls who were most popular with the teachers during their school days, the kind who didn't even speak very loudly. Even when she had just suggested that we all join in telling outrageous lies, she had just acted like a schoolteacher with good grades and a flexible brain, and hadn't looked like she had much heart. No heart? Lin Chuan didn't believe it. A lot of people before the end of the world grew 800 hearts and minds. It's post-apocalyptic. Who the fuck dares to be a dumbass? And Lin Chuan noticed that even though it had been agreed upon beforehand, the others continued to watch extra carefully when each person spoke. Everyone throws the ball with complete caution in their movements and with their eyes constantly on the other players. Clearly, there was no trust at all between the 12 players. Lin Chuan hesitated and quietly put the small ball number 6 into his pocket. Next, player number 7 spoke. He smiled slightly towards the crowd and said in a kind of self-introduction tone, hello everyone, my name is Zhang San. This was uttered while the referee was kind enough to accompany the crowd with text. This time, however, the other players finally stopped smiling and had their eyebrows raised. The name Zhang San does sound like an outrageous falsehood at first, but it's undeniable that there's no chance that there's really someone named Zhang San in this world. What if this player number 7 just happens to be named Zhang San? He just happens to be able to use his outrageous name to mislead other players. This time, the players were hesitant to throw the ball. Some hesitated to throw the 7 ball. Some, on the other hand, are never able to make up their minds. It can't be helped. After all, it's a matter of life and death. Lin Chuan also pretended to hesitate for half a day before finally throwing the 7 ball into the crystal glass. The reason why I say he is pretending is because he presses on to recognize this player number 7. So he knew clearly that the guy's name wasn't Zhang San. His name was Zhang Quan. With player 7's trollish maneuvers, player 8 also began to play a blatant game of caution. He took on the demeanor and tone of number 7 and introduced himself with a smile. Hello everyone, my name is Fuck Fade. The name sounds even more outrageous than Zhang San, but there's no denying that the word fuck is a legitimate last name. Even at Beijing University, where Lin Chuan was from, there was a senior named Chao who was quite famous at the school. So is this guy lying or telling the truth? Lin Chuan didn't know either. He didn't recognize the man. I hadn't heard of any strong person with such a unique name in my previous life. He squeezed the 8 ball hesitantly, but in reality, he quietly surveyed the 8 player. You can't use natural abilities in this secret type of game. All that must be carefully observed by oneself. In Lin Chuan's mind, he recalled all of player 8's actions. There seemed to be a bit of excitement in the tone of Player 8's voice when he agreed to tell outrageous falsehoods during the free discussion session earlier. Plus, he introduces himself with a playful smile, though it's almost identical to Player 7's. But Lin Chuan always felt that the malicious joy in his smile was a little more real than Player 7. Very insignificant details that made Lin Chuan think that this person might not really be called by such an odd name. So, the 8 ball, he didn't throw it in the crystal glass. Player number 9 was a blonde, white-skinned girl who seemed to have a cold personality, and spoke in a concise and flat manner. My profession is a pharmacist. The other players continued to frown. Obviously, those who were qualified to come here were more or less knowledgeable. They were almost all aware of the existence of the Heaven's Destiny professionals. So, it is equally difficult to judge the truth of Player 9's words. But to Lin Chuan, it was still a giveaway, because this girl, number 9, he knew again. Belle Li. More accurately, she was Belle from another world. Lin Chuan pretended to throw the 9 ball into the crystal glass, but in reality, he was ready to pocket the 9 ball. However, the moment the 9 ball was about to be pocketed, another thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The Belle of his world had indeed managed to transition into a pharmacist, as evidenced by the experience potion that had been put up for sale last night. What if this Belle from another world hadn't actually transferred yet? What if she's just deliberately screwing over those who know her in other worlds? What I thought was a giveaway suddenly became puzzling again. Hayakawa struggled to see something in the blonde girl. However, from the beginning to the end, her complexion was cold to the point of being unruffled, making it impossible to see her emotions in the slightest. But there was one detail that Lin Chuan caught. As Hayakawa sized up Belle Reve with extra seriousness, she glanced at Lin Chuan as well. When they looked at each other, the bottom of each other's eyes did not reveal half of their emotions. However, Lin Chuan became more and more shaken inwardly, suspecting that Belle Reve was just betting on the fact that there were players present who knew her. The pit is also the players who know her, but where this Belle is not yet transferred. Not only were the players who knew her ironically screwed, but other players weren't 100% sure if what she said was true or not. That may be the beauty of psychological gaming. You think the other person is in the second layer, but there's no chance they're in the atmosphere. Lin Chuan really couldn't decide, so he simply put the 9 ball in the left pocket alone. The 10th player didn't play mind games and still kept his agreement to tell outrageous lies. The other players threw their 10s with ease. The 11th player was blatantly not martial, and spoke directly with an expressionless face. My strength attribute is 3. This is the most difficult to recognize as genuine. It's harder than Zhang San fuck fade or whatever. At first glance it looks like it's real, but it could very well be fake. Who the hell knows if he has 3 or 4 points in his strength attribute? It might even be 3.3 points. This 11 ball, Lin Chuan similarly put into the left pocket. Anyway, by the time you've finished your own speech, you'll still have 3 minutes to think about it. Soon after, the referee issued instructions. Next, before player number 12 speaks, announce the hidden rules of the game. When these words came out, all the players present were shocked. Lin Chuan did know that all secret games had hidden rules, but it's not often that, like this, the referee takes it upon himself to announce the hidden rules. Not to mention, it's still in the middle of a game in progress. Everyone's moods tightened with the referee's voice, only to hear the referee say slowly and leisurely in an almost teasing voice, anyone with an even number of numbered balls in the crystal glass before the game is decided is wiped out early. A sound of sucking in cool air highlighted the despair in the players' hearts. How can you not be desperate? Originally, the life and death of this game was still in the hands of the players themselves. As long as they all guess correctly, they can live. But now, as long as the number of people telling lies is an even number, everyone present will be obliterated. That's not fair. Player number 1 suddenly slapped the table and erupted in a desperate, crumbling protest. However, in the next second, his head directly exploded. Only a headless body remains, still sitting in seat 1. The referee coldly reminded, as I said, when the game starts, no one is allowed to speak without my command. At this moment, the remaining 11 players, all of them were silenced, not even daring to breathe too loudly. Throughout the room, the silence was oppressive and despairing, and all the gazes fell on Lin Chuan. More accurately, it was all the burdens that were pressed on Lin Chuan. If he makes a statement that makes the number of falsehoods in the game an even number, then there will be no winner in this game.